At 3 o'clock in the morning, at the door of the emergency room, George was lying injured on a hospital stretcher. His clothes were torn, and there were still bloodstains on his face. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was Emma, his wife's sister, with a panicked look and tear-stained face, holding his hand tightly. "George, don't sleep. The doctor will be here soon. If you sleep again, I will beat you." The corners of his mouth twitched, and he wanted to laugh, but couldn't. A sharp pain surged in his heart, not only in his body, but also in his heart. He remembered that he was calling his wife before the accident. Today was his birthday, and he'd ordered a cake to surprise Susan. But the person on the other end of the line was as cold as ice. "George, leave me alone. I'm having dinner with a client." She hung up the phone, and while he was distracted, the steering wheel shifted and the car hit the elevated guardrail, completely out of control. But the most ironic thing is that the only person who came to the hospital during his coma was not his wife, but his sister-in-law. Emma told him that the traffic police immediately called Susan, and her reply was just 4 words I don't have time to go over. "Brother-in-law, I really called her, but she didn't believe you had a car accident and scolded me for acting for you." Emma's voice choked, but her hands clenched tighter. George closed his eyes, his heart chilled. 6 years ago, when he was just starting his career and Susan had just graduated from college, he married her against everyone's will. When she started her own business, he quit his job and stayed at home to take care of the children, cook and clean, paving the way for her. But now, she has a successful career and he has become a useless person. Had heated conversations with her so-called brother David late at night. George was skeptical, but she said confidently, "What do you know? David is my right-hand man." Even on his birthday, she took David to a celebration party. In the video, the two of them were ambiguous and intimate. When everyone cheered them on, they actually kissed. His hands were shaking as he stared at the ceiling of the ward and gritted his teeth while trying to stand up. "Are you crazy? The doctor said you need to lie down for at least 3 days. Emma hurriedly stopped him. "Get out of the way." George growled, pushed her away, and walked outside step by step while holding onto the wall, enduring the severe pain. He took a taxi to the Dynasty Hotel. His face was as pale as paper, but his eyes were as sharp as knives. "Mr. Chun, who are you looking for?" "David, Susan." The receptionist was startled and immediately announced the box number. He stood in front of the box door, took a deep breath, and suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. The lights were blinding, and the room was silent for a moment. Susan was leaning on David's shoulder, a smile on her lips, the red wine in her glass swaying slightly. She saw George. She was startled at first. Then she forced out a professional fake smile. "Husband, why are you here?" David also stood up, smiling. "Brother-in-law, come have a drink. We are having a great time." He was met with a powerful punch. Bang! David was knocked back several steps, knocking over the wine table behind him. Glass dishes broke, wine splashed everywhere, and everyone screamed and stepped back. Susan's face changed drastically. "George, are you crazy?" "Crazy? I'm perfectly clear-headed." His eyes were as cold as ice blades as he slowly raised his phone. "Just watch the performance of you and your stepbrother, and then you can tell me if I'm crazy or not." Susan saw the intimate video of the two people on the screen, and her face turned pale instantly. "You took a secret photo of me? You actually took a secret photo of me? You betrayed your marriage, and I can't keep evidence." George sneered and kicked over the chair. "Get out of here. Stop embarrassing yourself here." Susan screamed uncontrollably. "Get out." George's anger finally exploded, and he suddenly overturned the entire wine table. The wine bottle smashed to the ground. The porcelain plate exploded, and red wine and fragments splashed everywhere, as if blood had exploded all over the ground. I slapped myself in this face. He slapped David in the face. "This punch is for my 6-year marriage." He swung his fist again. "Next, I want you to pay the price." The box was completely silent. No one dared to step forward to stop him, and everyone was frightened by his scarlet eyes. From today on, George, no more weakness. Susan took a few steps back, glared at him, and said angrily, "Are you crazy? I'm just having dinner with my colleagues." David was also splashed all over and quickly stepped forward to protect Susan. "Sister Susan, are you okay?" George's eyes were filled with anger, and he rushed forward and punched David in the face. Bang! David's nose was bleeding, and he fell to the ground, screaming, "Murder!" David covered his head and screamed, trying to protect his face, but he was unable to withstand George's angry punch after punch. No one in the entire box dared to step forward to stop him. The completely erupting hostility from George was chilling. Susan stamped her feet anxiously, stepped forward and slapped George hard. Are you crazy? How long are you going to make this happen? The slap made his head tilt, and George was stunned, with a flash of pain in his eyes. This woman who had once been gentle and considerate to him now actually beat him up for a pretty boy. He turned his head slowly, his eyes piercingly cold. You beat me for this kid? With anger surging, he stood up suddenly, pointed at Susan S. nose and roared. If you hadn't let me come, would you have booked a room tonight? Fuck your brother? Did you fuck him? Do you really think I, George, am a loser? The room was filled with dead silence. Susan's face turned pale. She had never expected George to say such a thing. She was so angry that she was shaking all over. She suppressed her anger and retorted through gritted teeth. George, I never thought you were this kind of person. David and I are innocent. You must apologize to both of us today. George laughed angrily, took out his phone, opened a video he had saved before, and slammed it in her face. Is this what you call innocent? In the picture, her and David's ambiguous behavior was clearly visible to everyone. Susan panicked for a moment and began to explain. George, it's really not what you think. It's a misunderstanding. Misunderstood your mother. George gritted his teeth and pointed at David, who was lying on the ground. I won't stop you from finding a man, but don't cheat on me. Susan tried to grab his arm and continue explaining, but he walked away with a determined look on his face. Get lost. He staggered out of the box, tears already welling up in his eyes. The moment he walked out the door, he couldn't help but look back. He still held on to the last glimmer of hope, hoping that Susan would chase him out, even if it was just a word of persuasion. But the one who came out was her, holding David's arm, walking step by step towards her Ferrari. She personally opened the car door for the man, helped him to the passenger seat, then started the engine and drove away. At that moment, George's heart died. He lowered his head and took out his phone. With trembling fingers, he sent a WeChat message. Noah, help me draft a divorce agreement. After sending the message, he hailed a taxi and returned to the home they once shared, Jean Showhouting. In the darkness of the night, he walked into the living room like a zombie. Angela heard the noise and jumped down from the sofa. She opened her arms as she ran. Daddy, Daddy, give me a hug. She was wearing a denim overall skirt and had a cute bun on her head, looking as delicate as a doll. George squatted down and hugged his daughter tightly, tears streaming down his face again. Angela said in a baby voice in his ear, Dad, happy birthday. He choked up and responded in a hoarse voice, Thank you, Angela. But he knew that from now on, his daughter might never again have a complete family. Angela raised her little face and asked, Dad, why did Mom come with you? He gently stroked his daughter's hair and suppressed his emotions. Mommy is very busy. In order to prevent his daughter from noticing anything unusual, he wiped away her tears and took Angela's hand. Are you hungry? Daddy will go cook for you. On the other side, in a hospital ward, David was lying on the bed, his face swollen almost to the point of being deformed. He looked at Susan and asked softly, Sister Susan, are you really going to divorce George? Susan heard this, and a trace of disdain flashed in her eyes. Divorce? What? In her eyes, George was just talking emotionally, and he would naturally bow his head when she got home. She knew George too well. The man who had been a house husband for 3 years had always been submissive. She stayed with David until midnight, and even used the sweet words from the emotional radio to coax him to sleep. Until David was completely asleep, and she carefully tucked in the quilt for him. After leaving the ward, she made a phone call. Pull up the surveillance video from the celebration banquet room tonight, and send it to me. Okay, Mr. Jiang. At this moment, in Jinxiu Mansion, Emma was sitting on the sofa, holding Angela, while George was sitting alone opposite, staring at his phone in a daze. His WeChat page stayed at Noah S., and the message still hadn't been replied. At 1 o'clock in the morning, footsteps were heard outside the door. Susan finally came back. She held an exquisite gift box in her hand, a smile on her lips, and pushed open the bedroom door. The room was dark, the air was filled with a strong smell of smoke, and only the cigarette butts flickered with dim light. She frowned and walked in. George, you want to die from smoking so much? You don't even turn on the lights. She turned on the light and placed the gift box on the table. Your birthday present. This is a custom-made Hermes tie, originally intended to be given to David, but considering his outstanding performance, he has been given a Vacheron Constantine watch instead. George didn't even look at it and threw the gift box into the trash can with an indifferent expression. He wasn't wearing a tie, knowing full well that the gift wasn't for him. Besides, his birthday has already passed. A belated gift is meaningless. Susan's expression was unbearable. She walked over and put out the cigarette in his mouth. Are you still making trouble? I'm not going to argue with you about the Dynasty Hotel tonight. So why are you still so upset? George finally stood up, his eyes piercingly cold. You don't care about me? You've already kissed her, and you still dare to say you're not wrong? Susan refused to give in. Which eye of yours saw me kiss him? She pulled up the surveillance video from the private room on her phone. Come, see for yourself if I kissed you. In fact, it doesn't matter whether you watch it or not. George was heartbroken. She didn't believe the car accident, and she didn't care about the birthday. Instead, David's celebration party was more important. She actually slapped him in front of everyone for David. The position of his so-called foster brother in her heart far surpassed that of him and their daughter. He turned and prepared to leave. Susan suddenly grabbed his arm and told him to watch the video. George suddenly shook her hand away and said coldly not to disgust him. With red eyes, she roared, "Are you done yet?" There was a knock on the door. Emma pushed the door open and reminded them to keep their voices down, saying that Angela was woken up. Then she turned and left. She knew that this was a matter that only the couple could resolve, and no one else could interfere. George watched the video from beginning to end, and the expression on his face became colder and colder. In the video, David slowly approached Susan, but she closed her eyes and did not react at all. The distance between them was getting closer and closer, and just when they were about to kiss, David's cell phone rang. Susan then opened her eyes, gently pushed him away, and reminded him not to miss the call for Party A. The video ended, George sneered, and his eyes fell on Susan's face like a knife. Susan crossed her arms and said with a righteous look on her face that they had done nothing and had a clear conscience. George asked her, what if the phone hadn't rang? Would she not have pushed him away? Susan was stunned. She didn't expect him to ask this and was speechless for a moment. She did not refuse, and even acquiesce to the intimate action. She was also comforting herself in her heart, thinking that he was her foster brother after all, so a kiss would be no big deal. George's eyes were cold, staring at her like a stranger. She changed into a coquettish tone again, shaking George's arm, saying that they had been in a relationship for 6 years, and he should believe her. In the past, whenever she acted coquettishly, George would soften his heart, but this time he didn't react at all. He shook her hand off, his tone cold. Do you remember that we have been married for 4 years? After 2 years of dating and 4 years of marriage, I can't even compare to his 3-month internship. Susan's coquettishness failed, and she started to lose her temper. If you keep making trouble, I won't sleep with you tonight. After hearing this, George didn't back down. Instead, he laughed. You're being ambiguous with someone else, and I'm being unreasonable? Susan, you make me sick. Don't sleep with me anymore. Go find your fuck brother. After saying this, he walked out without looking back, completely ignoring her. Susan was anxious and ran after him. Just as she reached the door, her cell phone rang. Seeing that it was David calling, she subconsciously picked up the phone. George had gone back to the house to get his phone, but when he saw her answering the call, he walked over with a cold face. She quickly closed the door and used her body to block it to prevent George from coming in. David's weak voice came from the phone. Sister Susan, I have a headache. She quickly asked him to press the pager to find a doctor, her tone very gentle. Outside the door, George stood there and said coldly, Get out of the way. Susan didn't respond, just shook her head and continued to block the door. George pushed her away and threw her to the ground. Her cell phone also fell far away, but it was still ringing and David was still talking. She just looked up and wanted to call him, but she only saw George's determined back walking away. She gritted her teeth and hung up the phone. This was the first time she took the initiative to hang up on David. George came to the river alone, looking at the water, his heart in a mess. The good memories of his previous family of 3 emerged in his mind, and the more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. The phone rang. It was Noah calling, and the smell of alcohol was strong on the other end of the line. He sent me a message asking me to write a divorce agreement, and I thought I was drunk and my eyes were blurry. George leaned against the guardrail, smoking a cigarette, and said, I'm not drunk, I'm serious. Noah suddenly woke up. Do you really want to leave? Well, doesn't she care more about David? Then I'll help her. Noah's tone became anxious. You two just had a fight. Is it necessary to divorce? George's tone was calm, but disappointment was evident. You think this is just a quarrel? He took a deep puff of cigarette. The smoke stung his throat, but it was nothing compared to the pain in his heart. Noah suddenly realized, is it that David who did this? George raised his head and exhaled a puff of smoke. The night scene in front of him became a little blurry. Noah muttered, Susan wasn't like that before. Has she really changed like that? George smiled and said self-deprecatingly, She said I was being unreasonable. You think I'm weird too, don't you? Noah was silent for a few seconds, then said, When have you ever been impulsive? You must have a reason. He stopped trying to persuade her, as this matter had gone beyond the scope of a quarrel. What about Angela? Your divorce will have the greatest impact on her. George lowered his head and was silent for a while, then raised his hand to touch the red mark on his face. She slapped me for David. Noah yelled after hearing this. Fuck, she hit you? You were at home doing laundry, cooking, and taking care of the kids, and she actually slapped you? Even he was furious when he heard it, let alone George himself. I'll send you a template for the divorce agreement tomorrow. Want to come out for a drink? You drunkard. Do you still have the energy to drink? Stop talking nonsense and wait for me. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Susan was still sitting in the living room in her suspender pajamas, waiting for someone. George still hadn't come back, and the clock in the living room kept ringing, making her feel uneasy. Emma got up at night and went downstairs. Seeing that she was still awake, she asked curiously, "Sister, why are you still sitting there? Wait for your brother-in-law." Susan said irritably and rubbed her temples. "He always has a bad temper when he comes home late. Don't expect him to have an easy time today. The washboard is ready." She spoke toughly, but she was becoming increasingly uncertain in her heart. Emma sat down and asked cautiously, "Sister, what's going on between you and David?" Susan looked cold and obviously didn't like being questioned. She asked back, "Your brother-in-law can misunderstand me, but you also doubt me? What shameful things have I done since I was a child?" Emma opened her mouth, but was speechless for a moment. "My sister has always been regarded as a goddess by others and has never been involved in any scandals." But she couldn't help but ask, "How do you explain that video?" Susan took out her cell phone and played the video for her. Emma sighed after reading it and said softly, You didn't refuse." After these words were spoken, the atmosphere between the two of them changed instantly. Emma's eyes became strange, as if she was looking at another person. Susan immediately retorted, saying that she ultimately pushed David away. She also gave an example, saying that at her best friend's wedding, she kissed her brother on the forehead, and no one said they were indecent. "David and I didn't really get intimate, so why are you looking at me like that for such a small thing?" Emma said nothing more, just looked at her calmly. That look that says, "You know it in your heart," is more painful than accusations. Susan was irritated and raised her voice. "David and I are just siblings. This is an ironclad fact." Emma felt a chill in her heart after hearing this. She didn't see any regret in her sister, but instead she was making excuses for her own behavior. What she was worried about was Angela. How much would this 3.5-year-old child be affected if her parents divorced? At this time, Angela's baby voice came from upstairs, breaking the dull atmosphere. The little girl was wearing pink pajamas and was happily lying on a railing upstairs, looking at her mother. Susan's expression softened a lot. She looked up and gently spoke to her daughter, asking her to go back to her room and sleep. Angela agreed obediently and turned back to her room. Although she wanted her mother to hug her, her father said that her mother worked very hard and her rest could not be disturbed. Susan turned to her sister and told her to go to bed early as well. Emma hesitated to speak and finally said nothing. Watching her sister leaving, she felt upset. Her sister has always obeyed her and never questioned her. But tonight, even she began to doubt herself. Did she really do something wrong? She shook her head. No, she was not wrong. George, who was wrong? He was making a big deal out of nothing. He was imagining things too much. She raised her hand to check the time. It was already 2:45 in the morning. She has work to do tomorrow and can't waste any more time. Let him do whatever he wants. Susan sneered and prepared to go upstairs to sleep. Just then, she accidentally saw several hospital examination reports and bills on the sofa. She walked over and picked up one of the reports. Imaging examination report, signed by George. The report showed that his right foot was severely fractured, with bone fractures and displacement, as well as soft tissue damage, and further CT examination was recommended. Her hand trembled slightly, and she glanced at the report time. Yesterday. She remembered that her sister called yesterday and said George had been in a car accident. It turned out that he was not lying to her. He really had an accident. But she, the wife, didn't know about it until now. She quickly took out her phone and looked through the call records, and sure enough, George called her 12 times between 5 and 7 yesterday afternoon. But she was hosting a celebration party for David at that time, and her phone was on silent. She suddenly felt a little guilty, but soon remembered the scene of George beating David last night. He doesn't look like someone with a broken bone at all. Thinking of this, her guilt disappeared. David is still in the hospital with more serious injuries. She crumpled up the medical report and threw it into the trash can, turned around and went upstairs. Noah's bachelor apartment. George sat alone drinking. Noah was lying on the ground, drunk like a dead pig. He lit a cigarette and drank it in one gulp with half a cup of Matai. The mixture of smoke and alcohol made his internal organs feel hot. He looked down at his phone. It was 3 in the morning. There is no message in the notification bar. He sighed, refilled his glass, and drank it in one gulp. He just talked a lot with Noah, and Noah advised him not to be impulsive and at least think about Angela. But George could never get over the hurdle in his heart. In the video, she did not reject David. That's already mental infidelity. Not to mention that she slapped herself in front of everyone. He couldn't hold on to this marriage. But when he thought of Angela, his heart ached. He closed his eyes and tears rolled down his cheeks uncontrollably. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Susan slumped over and murmured coquettishly, "Honey, I'm hungry." She slowly opened her eyes, but did not see the familiar face. Usually George always wakes up earlier than her, and the first thing she sees when she opens her eyes every morning is his doting eyes. He would gently scratch her nose and ask her what she wanted for breakfast. But today it was freezing cold, not even body temperature. She stared at the ceiling, feeling a little cold in her heart. The WeChat notification sound suddenly rang. She thought it was a message from George and quickly picked up her phone to check. Just like when we were in love 4 years ago, I couldn't help but check it when I heard the notification tone. Sure enough, it was a message from George. But after she clicked it, the smile on her face froze instantly and her expression turned pale. At 4 in the morning, Susan's cell phone rang. It was a message from George. "There's a divorce agreement on my desk. Sign it when you have time." It was just a short sentence, but it exploded like a thunder in Susan's mind. Divorce? George wants to divorce her? Her eyes widened and her pupils contracted violently. She could hardly believe this fact. "Impossible," she murmured, shaking her head in disbelief. She subconsciously thought it was a dream, and she had not woken up yet. She pinched her thigh, and the severe pain made her face turn pale. Only then did she realize that this was not a dream, but reality. George really came back and left a divorce agreement. She turned her head stiffly to look at the computer desk in the corner, where a white document lay quietly. Susan walked over with trembling hands and saw clearly 4 words written on the cover: divorce agreement. She panicked and quickly took out her cell phone to call George. However, there was only a cold, prompt tone on the other end of the phone. The other party's phone was turned off. In the 4 years since they got married, George's cell phone has never been turned off, and he always answers the phone immediately whenever she calls. This time, he turned off his phone directly, leaving her feeling empty and anxious. She opened WeChat, flipped through 2 pages, and clicked on the chat box with the note, "Husband." The original photo of the couple showing a heart shape with their hands has now been replaced with Luffy from the anime. Her eyes were red and her fingers were shaking as she edited a message. "Husband, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please don't divorce me, okay?" Just as she was about to send it, she hesitated, thinking that the message was too humble. She was the group's president, so when had she ever been so humble? And she believed she was absolutely right. After deleting the message, she edited it again. "Husband, I don't want to divorce you." Still not satisfied, I deleted it and continued to edit new content. "Husband, come back first. Let's have a good talk." She took a deep breath and pressed send. But a red exclamation mark immediately popped up on WeChat, indicating that the other party had turned on friend verification. Susan was stunned, and she felt like she was falling into an icy cave. No one had ever dared to block her. George blocked her, as if drawing a clear line between them. She smiled bitterly, remembering that she had blocked George many times and was used to the quarrels. But she knew in her heart that no matter what, she would not accept divorce. How could a relationship of 6 years be ended just like that? There was a knock on the door, and it was Emma's gentle voice. "Sister, get up and have breakfast." After shouting, she turned and left, not wanting to barge in rashly. But as soon as he turned around, he heard the door being slammed open. Susan rushed out, her eyes red, and she said in a choked voice, "Your brother-in-law wants to divorce me?" Emma frowned. Her worst fear had come true. She asked softly, "Sister, are you okay? Does he really want a divorce?" Susan squatted on the ground uncontrollably, hugged her knees, and cried bitterly. Emma walked over and squatted, looking at her sister who had been arrogant since childhood with a complicated expression. She wanted to say, "If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place," but when she saw her sister crying, she didn't say it in the end. She said softly, "When a third party appears in a relationship, even the best relationship will be broken. If you believe me, then completely break up with David. My brother-in-law is not a heartless person." Before she could finish her words, Susan's cell phone rang, and the caller ID was David's brother. Susan was about to answer the phone when Emma grabbed her wrist. She stared into her sister's eyes and said firmly, "Sister, it's not too late to turn back. Don't make the same mistake again." Susan gritted her teeth, moved her fingers slightly, and hung up David's phone. Emma breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this, and whispered, "Brother-in-law should be with Noah." She knew that Noah was the only best man at George's wedding, so she would definitely go find him at this time. Susan nodded and quickly took out her cell phone to call Noah. Emma held her hand again and said seriously, "He won't tell you anything if you call. Given their relationship, he will definitely side with his brother-in-law." Susan panicked. "Then what should I do?" Emma thought for a moment and then said, "Go straight to him." At this moment, Noah was drinking the millet porridge cooked by George, looking very enjoyable. "This porridge is so delicious. I'm not called a house husband for nothing." George rolled his eyes at him and said nothing. Noah suddenly stopped smiling and asked seriously, "Have you really decided?" George lowered his head and ate his porridge. "I sent the divorce agreement back last night." Noah sighed. "With Angela here, are you really not going to reconsider it? If it was just life friction, I would tolerate it. But this is a matter of feelings. No one can stand his wife having an affair with another man." Noah understood George's character. The more silent he was, the more determined he was. He asked, "What if she apologizes now and completely cuts off ties with David?" George smiled bitterly. "You don't understand her character yet? Impossible. She never thinks she is wrong and never bows her head." Noah frowned and was about to take out his cell phone to call Susan. George stopped him. "Stop fighting. Save some dignity for me." Just then, the doorbell rang. Noah shouted, "Who is it?" Susan's voice came from the other side of the door. "It's me, Susan." George's face immediately turned cold, and he glared at Noah. Noah quickly explained, "I really didn't tell her. I was drunk last night, and you woke me up this morning. George stared at him for a few seconds, finally let go, and said coldly, "Let her in." At 4 in the morning, Susan received a message from George. "There is a divorce agreement on the computer desk. Remember to sign it when you have time." Her eyes widened and her heart beat faster. She couldn't believe that George really wanted a divorce. She pinched herself, the pain reminding her that this was not a dream. She walked to the computer desk and saw the agreement, her hands shaking. "I called George, but heard the phone was turned off." This was the first time in 4 years of marriage. She opened WeChat, clicked on the husband chat window, and found that the avatar had been changed. She tried to send a message, but found that she was blocked, and her heart was empty. She sat on the ground, hugging her knees in a daze, unable to accept it for a moment. Emma called her to have breakfast outside the door, and when she turned around, she heard her collapse and shout, "Your brother-in-law wants to divorce me." Emma looked at her crying, sighed, and advised her to break up with David. Susan was hesitating when her cell phone rang. It was Brother David. Emma stopped her from answering the phone. "Sister, don't make the same mistake again." Susan gritted her teeth and hung up, whispering, "I'm going to find Noah." Noah was eating the millet porridge George had cooked and asked him, "Do you really want to leave?" George nodded. The divorce agreement was delivered last night. Noah advised him to think again. "What about Angela? She is innocent." George was silent, his expression struggling. He really couldn't let go of his daughter. The doorbell rang, and Susan appeared at the door. Noah quickly cleaned up the house and opened the door. As soon as she walked in, she looked at George and said softly, "Can we talk?" George didn't even look up. What else is there to talk about? Susan admitted her mistake, saying that she shouldn't have hit him last night, and that she would keep her distant from David. George looked up and replied coldly, "I will only consider it if I kick him out of the company." Susan bit her lip and hesitated. "He just negotiated a $2 million deal. I'll transfer him after the project is finished." At this moment, the phone rang. It was Angela's voice. "Mommy, don't forget Grandpa and Grandma's Memorial Day tomorrow." Hearing his daughter's voice, George was shocked and recalled the sacrifices his parents had made. Susan looked at him and whispered, "Honey, I promise you, I'll transfer him after this project is over." George was silent for a long time and said calmly, "I hope you will do what you say." In the end, he didn't make up his mind because of Angela, not because of her. Susan's eyes turned red. "Thank you." She wanted to kiss George, but George turned his head away. "You're going to be late." Susan smiled and kissed him on the cheek. "I'll come back early tonight to accompany you." After she left, George received a call from Noah. "She compromised?" "I guess so. What are you going to do?" "For Angela." After the phone call ended, George returned home and Angela ran into his arms. "Dad, have you had breakfast?" "Eat it. My aunt made it." "Have you been smoking?" Daddy's going to take a shower and change his clothes and turn back into the sweet-smelling daddy. George touched his daughter's head, smiled softly, and his eyes softened. George smiled even more and gently pinched his daughter's pink face. "You are worthy of being Daddy's little cotton-padded jacket. It's not in vain that I love you so much." Angela giggled and swung her little feet. "Daddy, go take a shower." George turned and went upstairs. Emma looked at his back as he left, frowning slightly. The couple clearly agreed to reconcile, but his question didn't seem like a casual remark. It sounded like he is testing Angela's position, like he is making preparation for custody. She sighed inwardly, hoping her sister wouldn't act stupid again. Once there's a crack in a relationship, it's very hard to mend it. On the other side, at the entrance of Xinguan Building Materials Group, David was waiting at the door wearing a white suit and holding an insulated box. He had a Band-Aid on his face, and when he saw Susan coming, he immediately walked up to her with a smile. "Sister Susan, this minor injury is nothing serious. I dare not neglect my work." He handed over the thermos box. "I bought you breakfast." Susan was about to take it, but when she thought of George's cold eyes, she withdrew her hand. "I've eaten." David's eyes flashed with disappointment, and his tone was gloomy. "Did your brother-in-law make this for you?" "I wish I could cook too." Susan finally relented and took the breakfast, saying that he should rest well for 2 days. David asked tentatively, "Did your brother-in-law apologize to you?" Susan smiled and said, "We are already an old married couple. It doesn't matter whether they apologize or not. So you two are reconciled?" She nodded and pushed the door into the office. David's face darkened. "Finish the project and go to the branch office to expand the market." Susan spoke as she unpacked her breakfast, seemingly casually, but actually making a choice. David was stunned. "Branch?" She raised her eyes and asked, "Don't want to?" "No, Sister Susan has the final say." He lowered his head and suppressed his emotions. He didn't give up after all. "My dad is going back to his hometown tomorrow. Can you accompany me to see him off?" Susan shook her head. "I have to accompany my parents-in-law to burn incense tomorrow." David forced a smile and nodded, then turned and left. She looked at his receding back, feeling mixed emotions, and ultimately, she could no longer be so willful. After work, Susan turned down a meeting and went home early. As soon as she entered the door, her daughter threw herself into her arms. She kissed her daughter's face. "Do you miss Mommy?" Angela nodded vigorously, Edo. Emma looked at this scene and smiled faintly. Susan walked into the kitchen, hugged Angela, and acted coquettishly. Husband, what delicious food are you going to make tonight? Steamed grouper. George didn't turn around and spoke in a calm tone. Susan's eyes lit up and she chuckled. This is the first dish you made when you were pursuing me. When George was in college, his family was in financial difficulty, and he borrowed 300 yuan to treat her to a piece of grouper. She couldn't help laughing as she recalled the past. George smiled back. The kitchen is very fumy. Please go out first. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. She walked out of the kitchen with a smile. George looked at her back and his mood softened a lot. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the meal was served and the family of 4 sat around. Angela stood on a stool and George picked up a piece of boneless fish and fed her. Susan saw this and said coquettishly, Husband, I want one too. George did as he was told, and the two of them interacted with each other in a sweet atmosphere. Emma pretended to be angry. Hey, can you guys please take care of the singles' feelings? Susan laughed and shot back. Who told you not to date? Women's blooming period is so short. In 2 years, no one will want them anymore. Emma curled her lips. No one wants me to support myself. What can you do with that salary? Susan gave her a look of disdain. As if she remembered something, she suddenly suggested, Why don't you and Noah give a try? George heard this and suddenly interrupted. He's changed 3 times this year, so let's just forget it. Emma pouted. Are you kidding me? Suddenly, Susan's phone vibrated and the caller ID was David. George's eyes darkened and the atmosphere became tense. Emma looked at her sister nervously. Susan frowned and hung up the phone, then simply turned it off and explained, This kid really doesn't know the rules. He's still calling after work. Seeing George's expression relax, Emma breathed a sigh of relief. Susan picked up the wine glass and smiled. Hubby, you've worked hard today. I'll toast to you. George clinked his glass with hers and drank it all in one gulp. It was a rare moment of harmony between them. David's note has been changed from David's younger brother to his full name. She didn't answer the phone. Maybe she really wanted to change. After dinner, Susan looked at Emma with a hint of shyness on her face. Emma, take Angela out for a walk. I'll take her to my house to sleep tonight. Emma smiled and took Angela's hand. She knew what her sister meant, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. Mom and Dad aren't going to take a walk with us again? Angela pouted, feeling a little disappointed. Susan kissed her cheek and said, I'll accompany you another day. Okay? Angela nodded, jumped off the chair obediently, and left the villa holding her aunt's hand. As soon as the others left, Susan immediately threw herself into George's arms, her voice as soft as candy. Honey, I want to wear the pajamas you bought for me. George's throat tightened, and without a word he picked her up and rushed upstairs. She leaned against her husband's chest, suddenly remembering something, and asked softly, Didn't you break your ankle? How did you get better? George smiled and shook his head, having already put the matter behind him. 2 hours later, Susan fell into a deep sleep. George sat at the head of the bed, smoking and looking down at his phone. It was 10:30, and 2 full hours had passed. Before, it could only last 20 minutes at most. What's even more bizarre is that my ankle doesn't hurt at all. He tried to move and was shocked to find that he had fully recovered. Could it be that after the car accident, some special ability was awakened? George was thinking about the plot in the novel. He bit his finger and stared at it for a long time, but he didn't see the wound heal. It seems that it is not a superpower, but the kidney function has become stronger. A man's happiness is that simple. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Susan opened her eyes and met a pair of burning eyes. Honey, did you take drugs last night? No. George smiled. The two rolled again. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Susan felt like she was walking on cotton, and she suspected that her husband had secretly taken aphrodisiac drugs. As she cleaned, she pondered, I need to buy more of this medicine. At this moment, George was refreshed and stared at the finger he had bitten last night. The wound has healed. Before I could react, the bedside phone rang. It was my grandpa calling. Your grandmother and I will not come to worship this year. We're going to travel abroad. George was speechless. You are over 80 years old, and you are still going abroad? I've booked the tickets. By the way, can you give me some travel expenses? Didn't I just transfer 50,000 to you last month? Your grandma spent all the money on health supplements. George was at a loss for words, but he still transferred 100,000 yuan. In the past few years, he has been managing the 9 million yuan in accident compensation, earning 30,000 yuan a month, plus Susan's 100,000 yuan living expenses, and has not touched anything. Just be prepared. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Emma brought Angela back, and George had already prepared breakfast. After eating, Susan took her daughter upstairs to change clothes, walking with a light heart. Emma looked at her sister's condition and wondered if the couple had cheated last night. At 10 o'clock, George and his family of 3 drove to Fuse Cemetery, with Angela sitting in the passenger seat playing with her iPad. The atmosphere in the car was warm, and Susan turned on her cell phone, which had been turned off all night. As soon as I unlocked my phone, WeChat popped up with more than 10 missed calls and a bunch of messages from David. Sister Susan, my dad broke his leg. I'm taking him to the hospital. Picture. Can you come and see my dad? Susan frowned. Emma came over and saw the message, then nudged her leg with her knee, signaling her to ignore it. Susan locked the screen, and her expression became worried. I need to go to the cemetery and also take care of David. What should I do? George saw from the rearview mirror that she looked unwell and asked with concern, Susan, are you okay? Something urgent happened at the company. I'll go back to the office in just 10 minutes. Susan made an excuse. Emma frowned. There are so many people in the company. Can't you find someone else? Susan was a little anxious. Why would I go there in person if I could find someone else? I'll take you there. Don't bother, husband. You can take my parents to the memorial service first. I can take the car myself. Then come back quickly. It's more auspicious before 12 o'clock. George looked at his wife in the rearview mirror and said to himself, I hope you didn't lie to me. Susan got out of the car and immediately hailed a taxi, while George continued driving to the cemetery. Emma sat in the back seat and closed her eyes gently. She once thought her sister had changed, but now she has lost even the most basic honesty. At the hospital entrance, Susan hurried into the inpatient department and called David at the same time. As soon as the call was connected, the other party was very excited. Sister Susan. Which ward? 305. I'll be right there. Susan hung up the phone and checked the time, 10:28. She planned to stay for 10 minutes at most, which was plenty of time before rushing to the cemetery. As soon as I arrived at the ward door, I saw a nurse pushing out an old man with a painful look on his face. David followed with an anxious look on his face. David, your dad. Susan began. I have a severe headache. I need to get a comprehensive checkup now. David's eyes were red and his voice was hoarse. David, don't worry. I know a brain specialist in this hospital. I'll call him and have him come over to take a look. Susan calmly dialed the number and replied with a smile after a moment. He agreed and will be here soon. David's eyes were red and his voice was choked with sobs. Thank you, Sister Susan. Susan handed over a tissue. Don't cry. You're already an adult. David took the tissue and said in a hoarse voice, My dad raised me with all his might. If something happens to him, I really don't know how I'm going to live. Susan softened her heart and said gently, Don't worry. Professor Zhang is an authority. Your father will be fine. 40 minutes later, the test results came out and the preliminary diagnosis was cerebral infarction. The doctor recommended further MRI and angiography. At this time, Emma called. Susan answered hesitantly. I have something urgent to do here. Please wait for me for another half an hour. You and your brother-in-law have just made peace, but now you're having trouble because of David? Emma lowered her voice, clearly dissatisfied. Susan hung up the phone without waiting for her sister to finish. Emma sighed while holding the phone. George's voice came from behind her. What did she say? Wait another 30 minutes. Emma forced a smile. George didn't ask any more questions. He lowered his head, hugged his daughter tightly, and nodded in agreement. Dad, look, Angela suddenly exclaimed. George turned around and saw a cold-looking woman in a black windbreaker and sunglasses appearing at the cemetery gate, surrounded by bodyguards. She has black curly hair that falls to her shoulders, red lips that are cool and beautiful, and an aura that is so strong that it overwhelms people. A star? Not really. Limited edition luxury cars aren't something that just anybody can drive. The onlookers were talking about it. A fleet of luxury cars extended from the road. They all had Beijing A license plates, including Maybach and Porsche. The woman got into a deep blue Rolls-Royce. Emma's eyes fixed on her. Phantom Blue Tranquility, limited to 62 units worldwide. Who is this person? Angela tilted her head and looked at the woman, whispering, Dad, I seem to have seen her somewhere. Are you sure? George's heart skipped a beat. It was the day when we offered incense to my grandparents last year. The little girl tried hard to recall. You can remember last year? George was surprised. His daughter had such a good memory. Angela is already great. He encouraged with a smile, thinking to himself that it was time to send his daughter to kindergarten. At 11:30, Susan still hadn't shown up and her cell phone was turned off. George walked into the cemetery holding Angela, carrying incense, candles, and paper. Emma followed behind with a gloomy face. In front of the tombstone, George's parents were buried together, with some unburned paper money around them. This is US dollars? Emma pointed at the paper ashes in surprise. George smiled and said, It's ghost money. The imitation is pretty good. Angela raised her head and asked, Is it Brother Shua who came to pay his respects? Maybe. George squatted down to light a candle and burn paper, and his daughter also knelt down and kowtowed. Bless Daddy, bless Mommy, bless Angela. She made a wish seriously. After thinking for a moment, he added, Bless my aunt. George smiled and patted her head. You need to be more clear, such as blessing my aunt to find a partner soon. Little Angela looked confused. Emma complained, Brother-in-law, you're asking too much of her. She's only 3.5. George said firmly, It is precisely because she is so intelligent that we need to tailor her education to her aptitude. There is no such thing as an ordinary child's growth. It all depends on whether the parents dare to paint in bold colors. Emma opened her mouth, but ultimately remained silent. She has never even been in a relationship, so it's not easy for her to teach others how to raise children. At the hospital, David's father's examinations were finally completed. Susan glanced at the electronic clock in the hall. It was already 12:05. David, I've paid for medical examination. I'll grant you a few days of paid leave to take good care of your father and heal the wound on your face. David nodded gratefully, and she turned and hurried away. He looked down at the Vacheron Constantine watch on his hand, and a smile slowly appeared on the corner of his mouth. George stood on the second floor of the villa, holding his daughter. Susan's voice came from the other end of the phone, her tone full of fatigue and apology. He didn't respond, just uttered one word coldly, "Speak." There was no warmth in his voice, and even his breathing seemed distant. Susan's heart tightened when she heard her husband's cold tone. She explained with guilt, "I'm sorry, the company didn't handle it well. I'll go to my parents' house and pay my respects." George chuckled, his eyes turned a little colder, and replied indifferently, "Emma told me everything." Susan's face turned pale when she heard this, and she quickly denied it. "Husband, listen to my explanation. I didn't mean to lie to you." He responded coldly, "Then explain it." His palms clenched tightly. The phone screen vibrated and cracked in his palms. Veins bulged, and anger surged uncontrollably. Susan's voice was filled with panic. "David, father suddenly had a stroke. I really can't leave." Before he could finish his words, George's eyes were already bloodshot and he was raging with anger. David, all you can think about is your foster brother." He roared angrily and slammed his phone to the ground, the screen shattering and smoke coming out of the battery. The air was filled with a burning smell, and the villa was silent. Little Angela was so frightened that she burst into tears, clutching George's collar with her little hands, and her crying broke the silence in the room. Emma just came down from upstairs and was stunned to see her brother-in-law furious and his cell phone shattered. She quickly stepped forward to comfort her. "Angela, don't cry, your aunt is here." But Angela cried even harder and only wanted to hide in her father's arms, refusing to be comforted by others. George was brought back to his senses by his daughter's crying. He reached out to touch her hair, but eventually retracted his hand. He was afraid that if he touched her, it would cause more harm to his daughter. Emma noticed her brother-in-law's emotional breakdown and whispered, "Brother-in-law, give Angela to me first." George didn't respond, but just said coldly, "Let your sister sign the divorce agreement as soon as possible." His eyes were full of disappointment, and his voice was hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing against his face. What he could not accept the most was his wife's deception, even just once. He turned around and carried Angela upstairs without looking back. Emma sat on the sofa, listening to the ticking of the wall clock. Each tick seemed to be a countdown for this family. Susan, who was in the taxi, noticed that the call was disconnected and tried to call again, but the phone was turned off. She looked out the window at the street scene speeding by and murmured, "I can't let two dead people delay the living. David's father is the only one left in the family. If he can't hold on, do I have to stand by and watch?" Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Emma calling. Her tone was sharp. "Why did you tell George that I came to the hospital? Do you know that he hates deception the most?" Emma asked back, "Why did you lie to him?" Susan took a deep breath and said, "I'm afraid he'll misunderstand me, and that the relationship we've finally managed to improve will break down again." Emma sighed softly. "I didn't tell you. He asked it himself. He asked you to sign the divorce agreement as soon as possible." Susan said disdainfully, "He's doing it again. I hate it when he threatens me with divorce all the time." Emma asked back, "Are you sure this isn't a threat, but his last chance to give you?" Susan didn't care. He doesn't want to get a divorce. He only has me and Angela in his heart. At this moment, inside the villa, Emma saw George walking downstairs with his luggage, and her expression tensed. Her voice suddenly rose. "Brother-in-law, what are you doing?" George said in a calm but distant tone, "Live somewhere else." He held Angela in his arms, pulled the suitcase, and walked out the door without looking back. Emma whispered to her sister on the other end of the phone. Brother-in-law ran away from home with Angela. Susan's face changed, and she shouted anxiously, "Stop him! I'll be back soon." As she urged the driver, her mind was in a turmoil. Emma didn't go out to stop him. She knew that some things could not be solved by simply stopping them. The sister ignored the Memorial Day and lied to meet her so-called foster brother, which was an unforgivable betrayal to her brother-in-law. Adults should be responsible for their own decisions. George drove out his father's old car from the garage, the Luzon that cost more than 200,000 yuan to repair. He placed Angela in the back seat and fastened her seatbelt carefully. The daughter, tears hanging on her eyelashes, sobbed and asked, "Daddy, are you really going to divorce Mommy?" George felt heartbroken and wiped away her tears gently. "We are just a burden to her. Let her go free. I don't want a divorce. I want my mommy." Angela burst into tears, kicking the air with her calves, and her sobs were heartbreaking. George's heart was almost torn apart, and only his daughter's crying echoed in his ears. He gripped the steering wheel, and the car slowly drove out of the villa area. The road ahead seemed to be covered with fog, and the front was blurry. Angela was tired of crying in the back seat, so she leaned back in the chair and fell asleep sobbing. The tiny sobs pierced his heart again and again. He looked at his daughter through the rearview mirror, his eyes full of love. At this moment, he couldn't forgive Susan, but he was also unable to refuse his daughter's plea. 20 minutes later, Susan finally arrived at the villa, pushed the door open, and asked anxiously, "Where's the person?" Emma sat on the sofa with a complicated look in her eyes. "They're gone." Susan's body softened. She slumped down on the sofa and murmured, "How could this happen? I just wanted to help David. How did I end up in this state?" Emma responded calmly, "Brother-in-law cares most about you and Angela, but you lied to him." She shook her head, her tone calm but filled with sadness. "You shattered his trust in you with your own hands." Susan held her head, closed her eyes, and looked miserable. Her voice was filled with guilt. "I didn't want to lie to him. I was just afraid he would quarrel with me." Emma snorted coldly and asked rudely, "What's the result? Isn't this worse than just a quarrel?" The cell phone suddenly rang. Susan took a look at it irritably. It was David calling, so she hung up without hesitation. She took out her address book and was about to call her husband George, but as soon as she picked up the phone, she was stopped by Emma. "Don't call. My brother-in-law's phone is right here," Emma said, pointing to the deformed phone on the coffee table. Susan looked at the phone, confused, and muttered to herself, "Where did he go this time?" Emma replied in a low voice, "Maybe, let's go find Noah." At this time, downstairs at the Pioneer Law Firm, Noah was holding Angela and was about to kiss her face with joy. The little girl covered her face with her hands and said seriously, "Brother Shaw, men and women should not touch each other." Noah laughed heartily, his eyes full of fondness. "Oh, when did our Angela know so much?" He deliberately put on a stern face and emphasized, "From now on, you should call him Uncle and stop calling him Brother Shaw. It's not the right generation." Angela retorted with a mischievous smile, "No, Schwoj, 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 Lulu." Angela, who is usually well-behaved and obedient, is particularly willful in front of Noah because her face is pricked by his beard every time they meet. Noah pretended to be serious and threatened her. "If you call me Brother Shaw, there will be no red envelopes for the new year." Angela widened her eyes, pouted, and looked conflicted. The red envelope was a big deal to her, as it related to the right to buy snacks. "Really?" she asked, doubtfully and uncertainly, her expression full of innocence and calculation. Noah nodded and said seriously, "Of course it's true. If you call me Uncle, you could get a big red envelope and buy a lot of delicious food." Angela thought for a long time, and her eyes lit up. "Then I will call him Uncle during the new year and Brother Shaw on other days." Noah laughed out loud because of her and pinched her little face. "Okay, whatever you like." At this time, George walked over and looked at the warm scene in front of him, and the haze in his heart dissipated a little. "Just spoil her. She'll be even more naughty later," he said lightly, with a hint of fatigue in his tone. Noah disagreed. "He's just a child. Why would you call him a child if he's not naughty?" He glanced at the car behind George, and his expression faltered. "Are you moving out?" George spread his hands and said helplessly, "Give her freedom." Noah frowned. "Didn't you just make up yesterday?" George laughed and said lightly, "But she went to see David again today." Noah's eyes darkened. "Isn't today your parents' anniversary?" Angela on the side pouted with red eyes. "Mommy didn't go, so Daddy is angry." Noah sighed. "It's only the 6th year, and it's already like this. I don't know what she's thinking." George smiled bitterly. "Feelings will deteriorate." Noah shook his head helplessly. "Seeing you guys like this, I don't even dare to get married." He then asked, "You went to burn incense today, so you should have met her, right?" George nodded and said calmly, "She comes every year." Noah glanced at Angela in his arms and said in a complicated tone, "If you hadn't called off the engagement, maybe this wouldn't have happened." Back then, George had a childhood marriage to Grace, the daughter of the Su family, a wealthy family in Beijing. However, he quietly broke off the engagement. Grace had a hot temper and immediately had someone kidnap George's family, but she released them the next day. To this day, George has never told anyone what happened that day. George took Angela and said softly, "Give me a chance to choose. I will still choose to cancel the engagement." He had never fallen in love with Grace, and he didn't need a loveless marriage. Noah laughed out loud. "So you ended up marrying Susan?" George didn't respond, only saying, "It's a pity there's no if." He then changed the subject. "Let's not talk about this anymore. I'm going to find a place to stay, and we'll have dinner together tonight." Noah took out the door card from his pocket and handed it to him. "Watanji Unit 3, Building 12, Room 1908. George wanted to refuse, but seeing Noah's determined eyes, he had to accept the door card and return to the car. The Watanju apartment is the second one Noah bought in Binhai. It is a large flat with a sky garden, and the renovation cost nearly 4 million yuan. George admires his childhood friend very much. He has earned 20 million yuan 4 years after graduating from college, and his law firm has opened 3 branches. The room was clean and tidy. The floor was spotless and clearly cleaned regularly. Angela had fallen asleep in the car. George gently put her on the bed in the second bedroom and covered her with a blanket. Then he went out to buy a mobile phone and a phone card. After returning to his room, he sat on the sofa and called his grandfather. "Who is it?" A low voice came from the other end of the phone. Grandpa, it's me, George. Did you change your number? Well, how are you doing abroad? It's okay, but I'm not used to Western food. Isn't there Chinese food abroad? What do you know when in Rome? Do as the Romans do. George smiled and shook his head. This old man always had a lot of twisted ideas. Where's Angela? Let her talk to me. She's taking a nap. Let's do it another day. Peter suddenly changed the subject and asked, Is there something wrong between you and Susan? George frowned slightly. She told you? I guess. Peter's tone became more serious. I don't want to interfere, but I still advise you not to be impulsive. Angela is at an age where she needs her parents' company. You parents, don't ruin your children's growth just because of a quarrel. Look at how much depression there is now, and it's all due to family reasons. George leaned back on the sofa, closed his eyes, and sighed. I've given her many chances, and she's let me down time and time again. I'm afraid if this continues, I'll go crazy. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment. Peter whispered, I've said everything I need to say. It's up to you to decide. By the way, how's your health lately? George was stunned for a moment, then smiled and replied, I've always been in good health. Why are you asking this suddenly? I'm worried that you might get into trouble because of your bad mood, smoking, and drinking. George smiled softly and comforted him, saying that he still had to take care of Angela and would not smoke or drink, so his grandfather could rest assured. At Noah's house a few days ago, just because he was so depressed, he never drinks normally. Hearing him say this, Peter also breathed a sigh of relief, and then advised in a deep voice that if they really couldn't live together, they should just divorce and not force themselves. He told George that he was still young and that a second marriage was not unacceptable to him. George smiled bitterly and said, Let's talk about it later, without further explanation. The two chatted for a while before hanging up the phone. After hanging up the phone, George leaned back on the sofa, yawned, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Angela woke up from the second bedroom, rubbed her eyes, and walked to the living room, and found her father was sleeping. She didn't say anything, turned back to her room, got a thin blanket, and carefully covered her father with it. George is a light sleeper, and especially after having a daughter, he is extremely sensitive to sounds. Sensing some movement, he opened his eyes and saw his daughter squatting beside him, her eyes full of heartache. Angela isn't sleeping anymore? George asked softly. Angela blinked her big eyes at him and asked in a low voice if she had woken her father. George smiled and shook his head, saying that he had slept enough, and asked her if she was hungry and if she wanted to go out for dinner. The little girl lowered her head and shook it, her lips pouting but her eyes welling with tears. George picked her up and sat her on his lap, then asked gently if she was unhappy. Angela sniffed and said that she dreamed that her father and mother took her to the amusement park to ride the carousel. Hearing this, George's nose felt sore, and he suppressed his emotions and said that he would take her to the playground tomorrow. Angela looked up at him and asked quietly if Mommy would go too. George paused, then finally shook his head and said that Mommy was very busy at work and probably didn't have time. Angela burst into tears immediately after hearing this, rubbing her eyes with her little hands and sobbing, saying that her father lied. She complained that her father didn't ask her mother, so how did he know she wouldn't go? George, losing control of his emotions, frowned and growled. That's enough. At that moment, he was really annoyed and really tired. For 3.5 years, he raised the child alone, and he never changed Susan's diaper once. But his daughter was still thinking about the mother who had never fulfilled her responsibilities, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Angela was frightened by the sudden scolding. She trembled all over and cried even harder. She cried and shouted that her father was mean to her, while breaking free from his arms and running back to her room. George sat on the sofa, looking at his daughter's back, his face full of regret, and his heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife. He was stunned for a long time before he stood up and slowly walked towards the bedroom. Standing at the door, he saw Angela huddled in the corner of the bed, her small body and her shoulders twitching. That scene made his heart feel as if it was being clutched. He took a deep breath, pushed the door open, walked to the bed, squatted down, and spoke gently. Angela, don't cry. Daddy promises you. Angela sniffed, looked at him with tearful eyes, and whispered to confirm. Really? George nodded, sighed, took out his cell phone, and called Susan. On the other side, Susan was daydreaming in the children's playground in the mall, hearing the children's laughter and parents chatting. But these noisy sounds were extremely harsh in her ears and made her feel upset. At this moment, a familiar childish voice suddenly came from behind. Mommy. She turned around suddenly and seemed to see Angela running towards her. She reflexively squatted down and opened her arms to welcome her daughter. The next second, a staff member patted her shoulder in confusion and asked her if she was okay. When she woke up, she found that her daughter was not in front of her at all. The illusion just now made her feel empty in her heart. She stood up with forced composure and replied calmly that she was fine. I walked out of the mall in a daze, opened the door of the Ferrari and got in, and for a moment I didn't know where to go. At this time, the cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. She wanted to hang up, but hesitated. She subconsciously picked up the phone, her voice filled with anticipation. Hello. Mommy. Angela's crying voice came from the other end of the phone. The moment she heard her daughter's voice, Susan almost cried for joy and quickly asked her where she and her father were. Angela remembered promising her father not to tell him where she was going and only whispered that she wanted to ride the carousel. She asked her mother if she was free tomorrow and her father would go with her. Susan excitedly confirmed that it was a new number and asked Angela to give the phone to her father. George took the phone and responded indifferently. Susan heard the familiar voice. Her tone instantly became aggrieved, and she asked him why he ran away from home with Angela. George didn't want to argue in front of his daughter, so he walked out of the bedroom and into the living room and asked her in a cold tone if she had signed the divorce agreement. Susan was stunned and said that she had torn up the agreement. Her tone became heated, blaming George for being too impulsive and never considering his daughter. George found this ridiculous and asked her if she was worthy of saying such things. He asked what she had done for Angela over the years. She hadn't even changed her diaper once, so how could she be held responsible? George became more and more excited as he spoke, his voice trembling, and the phone in his hand cracked again. Susan could hear that he was emotionally broken, so her tone softened and she explained with guilt that she had not intentionally lied to him. She said their relationship had just eased and she didn't want to argue over trivial matters anymore. It's a small matter? George asked with a sneer. He mocked her for treating her parents' memorial anniversary as a trivial matter, saying that there was really nothing to talk about. He interrupted Susan's explanation and finally said coldly, "Sign it within 3 days, otherwise I will let Noah help me sue." George hung up the phone after he finished speaking, looking at the gray sky, feeling extremely depressed. Susan said was like a needle, piercing the most vulnerable part of his heart. He shouldn't have said another word to her. He adjusted his mood and stared down at the broken screen of his phone in a daze. It quickly got dark. Noah didn't work overtime today, so he took him and Angela out for Western food in the evening. Just after ordering, Angela suddenly pointed to the window seat and whispered, "Dad, my aunt is over there." "Who? Is that uncle?" George followed her hand and saw Emma sitting with a man in a black suit. "Your aunt is on a date." George said this and looked away, continuing to eat the steak on his plate. At this time, Noah frowned and snorted coldly. "Isn't that Liu Tianxi?" George raised his eyes, took a sip of Coke, and asked, "How's his character?" After all, she is Angela's aunt and has no experience in love, so George feels it is necessary to keep a close eye on her. Noah took a sip of red wine, his expression cold. A beast in human clothing. He said that Liu Tianxi would take on any lawsuit and would do anything to win. Last year, a female college student was molested by her tutor, but he tried to confuse right and wrong to help the professor get away with it. As a result, the girl was cyberbullied and eventually jumped off the building, resulting in 2 deaths. George's face darkened after hearing this, and he took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Emma. At this moment, Emma was sitting at the dining table opposite Liu Tianxi with a glass of red wine spinning between his fingertips. He looked at Emma's face, his eyes full of ambiguous light. "Miss Jiang, I think we get along very well. Although I'm very busy with work, I've always longed for a warm home. So I hope we can get married as soon as possible, preferably a flash marriage." This man was introduced by her mother's best friend. He was good in every aspect, but she could never feel a good impression of him. She smiled and responded, "Marriage is a big deal. I think we should be cautious and get to know each other better." A hint of gloom flashed across Liu Tianxi's eyes, but soon his gentle look returned. "I understand, but it's so hard to meet the right person. I don't want to waste any more time. Don't worry, I will spoil you like a princess after we get married." These words made Emma's heart move slightly, and scenes from romance novels emerged in her mind. She was also shaken for a moment. "Emma, is it okay?" Liu Tianxi spoke in a low voice and leaned forward slightly, wanting to hold her hand. Ding dong. Emma's phone rang. She snapped back to her senses, quickly retracted her hand, and picked up her phone to check the message. After reading what George sent, her expression suddenly changed. Liu Tianxi noticed something was wrong and asked softly, "What's wrong, Emma? Is there something wrong?" Emma shook her head, her face calm. "Sorry, I suddenly remembered that something happened at home, so I have to leave today." Liu Tianxi withdrew his hand stiffly, still maintaining a polite smile. "That's a pity. We can talk about it when we have time." Emma nodded perfunctorily, picked up her bag, and hurried out of the restaurant. Liu Tianxi watched her leave, with a strange light in his eyes. The second young lady of the Jiang family, who had just graduated, was innocent and beautiful. If he married her, his life would be worth it. Emma quickly found George and the others, and seeing Noah was there too, she immediately understood why she received the message from her brother-in-law. "Auntie!" Angela jumped off the chair happily and ran towards Emma. Emma smiled and picked her up, then asked softly, "Do you miss your aunt?" "Yes," Angela answered in a baby voice. She carried Angela to the booth where George and Noah were. "Brother-in-law, Brother Shaw." She greeted him with a smile. George nodded, and Noah stood up and pulled out a chair politely. "Sister Emma, please sit down." "Thank you, Brother Shaw." She smiled and sat down, putting Angela on her lap. Noah immediately asked the waiter to add tableware. George looked at her and asked, "Were you on a blind date with Liu Tianxi just now?" Emma nodded. "My mother arranged it." Noah frowned and said, "You are so beautiful and have a good family background. Why do you still need a blind date?" Emma curled her lips. "My mother is urging me to get married." Noah raised his eyebrows and smiled. "What do you think of me, Brother Shaw? I'm not worse than Liu Tianxi, right?" Emma sneered. "I don't like scumbags." Noah looked aggrieved. "Who said I was a scumbag?" He looked at George for help. "Are you slandering me behind my back?" George shrugged. "I don't have that much free time." He really didn't want his sister-in-law to be cheated by a scumbag, but he wouldn't gossip about her. Emma joked. "As an internet celebrity lawyer with 2 million followers, it's normal for you to be secretly photographed and have scandals." Noah's mouth twitched as he thought of the fake news that broke some time ago. "That's all AI generated. I'll send a blogger a lawyer's letter someday." Emma asked seriously, "Do you really know Liu Tianxi?" Noah nodded. "We knew each other in college. We pursued the same girl. We later worked at the same law firm. He teamed up with the manager to bully me and kicked me out. I was so angry that I started my own business and bankrupted that law firm 6 months later. He lost his job and followed my example to start his own business. Later, fearing that I would suppress him, he took the initiative to show me goodwill. I forgave him for the sake of our friendship as alumni, but the cases he took on made me feel ashamed." Emma was puzzled. "Are you suing for the bad guys?" Noah chuckled. "It's true that a lawyer defends a bad guy, but he's unscrupulous and distorts the facts. Do you still remember the case of the female Benhai Normal University student who jumped from the building last year?" Emma nodded. "It was quite a sensation at the time. I think they said she seduced the professor." Noah sneered. "Bullshit. That girl has good grades and a simple personality. The professor physically assaulted her, and she was threatened after she complained. During the trial, Liu Tianxi fabricated lies and ruined her reputation. They said she led a chaotic life and was often taken out and stayed out all night." Emma's pupils shrank and her voice trembled. "But her roommates all said so." Noah sighed and said slowly that those roommates were bribed by Liu Tianxi and did not want to offend the professor in order to graduate smoothly. During the trial, Liu Tianxi deliberately asked a bunch of sensitive questions, each of which touched upon the female student's psychological trauma, nearly forcing her to collapse. In that environment, facing the hostility of the whole audience, she finally admitted that she had taken the initiative to seduce the professor. Noah said this. He raised his head and drank the red wine in the glass. His expression became heavy. That night, the female student jumped from the teaching building, ending her own life and the life of her unborn child. Emma's face turned pale instantly, and her stomach churned when she thought about the blind date she had just had with this person. She whispered, "Isn't he afraid of retribution?" Noah sneered and shook his head, saying that such people only care about interests and don't care about retribution. He poured another glass of red wine and said with a cold look in his eyes that Liu Tianxi even boasted about his victory in his circle of friends, mocking that the girl would have a hard time entering reincarnation even after her death. After seeing that post on WeChat Moments, he immediately deleted the friend and blocked him. Emma asked if Noah had filed the lawsuit. Noah shook his head and laughed. "If I had taken this case, the ending wouldn't be one corpse and 2 lives." George finished his steak, took a few sips of Coke, and jokingly said, "Don't you have a strong sense of justice? Why don't you deal with him?" Noah sighed and said that the man was extremely cautious and never did anything himself, leaving all the dirty work to the middleman. Even if a clue was found, it would have been completely cut off long ago, and no substantial evidence could be found. He is also adept at exploiting legal loopholes and using vague clauses to confuse right and wrong every time. George didn't say anything, just looked at him meaningfully, knowing that Noah would not act rashly. He understood his childhood friend. The more mature he became, the more stable he became, and he would not do anything that would be thankless. Noah once lamented after drinking that there are too many injustices in this world and justice can never be pursued. George turned to Emma and warned her, "In the future, whether you're going on blind dates or making friends, be careful and don't be fooled by appearances. You're still young and easily deceived." Emma nodded seriously. "I remember. Thank you, brother-in-law, for reminding me." George smiled and said that he had to thank Noah for telling him the truth. He chopped the broccoli on a plate, put it into Angela's bowl with a serving chopstick, and told her to eat more vegetables. Angela pouted, but although she was reluctant, she still put the vegetables into her mouth obediently. Emma looked at Noah and thanked him sincerely. "Thank you, Brother Shaw." Noah waved his hand, showing his white teeth. "We are a family, and we don't have different opinions." Emma blushed a little, pursed her lips slightly, then looked at George and asked, "Brother-in-law, where do you and Angela live now?" George didn't answer immediately. Emma continued, "I won't tell my sister. I just want to take care of Angela. You haven't hired a nanny yet, right? What about Angela taking a bath?" George replied calmly, "She learned to take a bath by herself 6 months ago." Emma wrinkled her nose in dissatisfaction. "Angela is my niece. You can't stop me from seeing her, right?" After a moment of silence, George slowly said the address. Room 1908, Building 12, Unit 3. What time? Emma was stunned for a moment, then said in surprise, "My best friend lives across from you." After dinner, Noah went back to the law firm to handle some business. George and Emma took Angela for a walk on the street. Under the dim street lights, the shadows of the three people were stretched very long. Angela was jumping in the middle, sometimes pulling her father, and sometimes tugging at the corner of her aunt's clothes. She hummed a tuneless nursery rhyme, and finally simply held her father's hand with one hand and her aunt's hand with the other. Emma looked at the shadow on the ground, feeling strangely uncomfortable, and took 2 steps to the side. Buzz! A motorcycle came at high speed, accompanied by the roar of the engine. Emma looked up suddenly, only to find that the motorcycle was very close and there was no time to dodge. Her mind went blank, and she instinctively wanted to hide, but she couldn't move. Careful! At the critical moment, George suddenly pushed Emma away, but he was hit by the motorcycle and flew out. "Dad!" Angela let out a heart-wrenching scream. Emma fell to the ground, hearing Angela's hysterical crying in her ears, and she quickly got up. Looking ahead, I saw George lying in the distance, his clothes torn, and his body knocked more than 20 meters away by the motorcycle. The motorcycle that hit the person was smashed to pieces. "Brother-in-law!" Emma shouted with red eyes, quickly picked up Angela, and rushed forward. George fell to the ground, his face and arms covered with scrapes, and there was blood under the back of his head. He opened his eyes and looked at the night sky. His consciousness gradually became blurred, but his body could not move. He cursed in his heart, wondering if he would really be hit to death. I tried to move my arms, but I had no strength at all. Emma ran up to him and saw the pool of blood. Her legs went weak, and she almost fainted. She sat down beside George and cried anxiously, "Brother-in-law, please say something." Angela had already burst into tears, tugging at her aunt's clothes and shouting, "Call 120." George heard that the two were fine. He closed his eyes and lost consciousness. Emma quickly called the emergency number, her voice trembling, and then immediately called her sister. At this moment, Susan was soaking in the bathtub, looking at the bruises on her arms and recalling the madness of last night. A shy look appeared on her face, and she murmured to herself, "What kind of medicine did my husband take to make it so strong?" The phone suddenly rang, and she picked up the phone to answer it. "Hello. What? Quel accident?" Susan sat up suddenly. Her whole face was stunned, and her expression changed drastically. Emma called her several times, but the call showed that she was busy. She was so anxious that she almost cried, her eyes red. "Sister, what are you doing?" Frustrated, she took a picture of George falling to the ground and sent it to him, but she never received a response. On this side, Susan hurriedly got dressed and rushed out of the villa without even drying her hair. She put on her Bluetooth headset and made another call while driving. "David, hold on. Your sister will be here soon." David's intermittent voice came from the headset. "Meng, Sister Susan, I can't hold on any longer. If I die, I will turn into angel wings and protect you forever." Susan listened to his voice and couldn't stop crying. "David, don't talk nonsense. You have to stay alive to protect your sister." Susan finished speaking. A child's crying voice suddenly came from the other end of the phone. "Oh, give me back my dad. Give me back my dad." Then there was a painful groan. "My bones are broken, little brat. Don't touch me." David was pushed several times by the little girl, and his face was distorted with pain. He had finished his meal and was about to go to the hospital to pick up his father. Unexpectedly, on the way, a woman on the side of the road suddenly moved to the middle of the road. He wanted a break, but it was too late. In a hurry, he bumped into the man he was traveling with, and the man was knocked away. David tried to turn his head to check, but his neck couldn't move at all, so he could only glance out of the corner of his eye. In the distance, the man was lying motionless on the ground, and the woman was kneeling on the ground in a daze. Hearing the familiar little girl's voice on the phone, Susan was stunned for a moment. That voice sounds very much like Angela, but she couldn't believe it. Wasn't Angela with George? How could he appear at the scene of a car accident? Hearing David's groan, she immediately asked with concern, "David, are you okay?" David spoke weakly, struggling to speak. My arm is broken. The bones are exposed." Susan turned pale with fear and asked in a trembling voice, "Did you call the emergency number?" Just as David was about to say no, the sirens of an ambulance were heard in the distance. He guessed that the woman must have called the police, so he gasped and said, "The ambulance is here." Susan was silent for a few seconds, then she choked up and said, "David, hold on. Sister will be there soon." David replied weakly, okay." The earphones indicated that the battery was low, so Susan quickly put the phone back into the car holder to start charging. The screen lit up, indicating an incoming call with the note "Sister." She hesitated for a moment and chose to hang up. At this time, ambulances and police cars had arrived at the scene of the accident. George and David were carried into 2 ambulances respectively. Emma hugged the crying Angela and got into the car where George was, tears streaming down her face. Angela hugged her neck tightly, her body shaking uncontrollably and sobbing. The medical staff stopped George's bleeding, then performed a blood type test and immediately put in a blood transfusion bag. The doctor pried opened George's eyelids to check the situation, and his expression became more and more serious. Emma asked in a trembling voice, "Doctor, is his condition very grim?" The doctor glanced at the child in her arms and said in a deep voice, "Intracranial hemorrhage. Surgery must be performed as soon as possible." Emma felt dizzy and almost lost her balance. Angela raised her tearful face and asked, "Aunt, will Daddy die?" "I don't want my father to die." Emma held back her tears and patted her back. "No, Angela, Daddy will be fine." The doctor asked, "Is he your husband?" Emma shook her head. "No, it's my brother-in-law." The doctor looked serious and said, "Then you must immediately notify his immediate family. Craniotomy is very risky and requires their signature." She took out her cell phone with trembling fingers and looked at her sister's name, feeling angry and helpless. No phone calls are answered. No WeChat messages are replied. Where is the critical moment? The ambulance rushed to the hospital with sirens blaring. Emma passed another ambulance on the way. She suddenly saw a red Ferrari parked nearby. She shouted urgently, "Doctor, stop the car. My sister is outside, and she can sign for the surgery." The doctor frowned. "Your brother-in-law's vital signs are very weak. We must rush to get him to emergency treatment. Can't you call your sister and ask her to go to the hospital?" Emma was about to collapse. She didn't answer the phone. She cried and frantically dialed the phone, her eyes red with anxiety. Angela was frightened by the tense atmosphere around her. She clutched the corner of her aunt's clothes tightly and bit her lips to try not to cry out. The doctor sighed helplessly. "Then go quickly and come back soon." He knocked on the glass, signaling the driver to stop. Emma put Angela down, pushed the door open and rushed out of the car, only to see that another ambulance had already started. Susan had just gotten out of the car and was about to turn around and catch up with the ambulance in front. As soon as the Ferrari started moving, Emma rushed to the middle of the road and waved to stop the car. Susan was stunned. Why did her sister appear here? She stopped the car, took off one of her Bluetooth headphones, rolled down the window, and was about to speak. Emma interrupted her. "My brother-in-law was in a car accident and has intracranial hemorrhage. He needs surgery immediately." Susan's face changed drastically. What did you say?" "Ah." David's scream of pain came from the headphones. Susan reflexively asked loudly, "David, what's wrong with you?" Emma was completely stunned when she heard the word David. Talking to her brother David? "Susan, are you crazy? Your husband is dying, and you're still thinking about your adopted brother?" Emma yelled with red eyes, almost breaking down emotionally. Susan looked at her sister with a complicated expression. "Don't try to trick me with this little trick." Her tone was gloomy. "Yes, there was indeed a car accident here, but it was David's brother's accident. I need to catch up with that ambulance. Get out of my way." After saying that, she stepped on the accelerator and prepared to leave. Emma quickly pointed to the ambulance in front. "Brother-in-law and Angela are inside. You'll know if you go over and take a look." Susan looked in the direction and saw nothing. Emma looked back, only to find that the ambulance had gone out of sight. Susan quickly reversed the car, steered around her sister, and drove away. "Take me with you." Emma chased after it for a few steps, but the Ferrari was already far away. She stamped her feet in anger, then raised her hand to stop a taxi. Outside the hospital emergency room, the emergency doctor handed George's phone to Angela. "Little boy, do you know Daddy's phone password?" 210808. Angela replied with sobs. It was her birthday, which had always been Daddy's unlock code. The doctor unlocked his phone and found only one number in the address book, with a note, "Old Shun." He frowned and asked, "Who is Old Shun?" Angela rubbed her eyes and replied, "It's my great-grandfather." "Where are your grandparents?" asked the doctor. Angela whispered, "Grandpa and Grandma have turned into little stars in the sky." The doctor sighed. "How is your great-grandfather's health?" Angela nodded. "I'm in good health." Seeing the emergency, the doctor didn't care about anything else and immediately dialed the only number in the address book. Peter, who was far away on the other side of the ocean, received a call and learned that his grandson George had been in a car accident and had suffered a massive brain hemorrhage. His life was hanging by a thread, and he almost collapsed on the ground. There was no response from the other end of the phone, so the emergency doctor asked carefully, "Grandpa, are you okay?" Peter took a deep breath, his voice trembling. Save her at all costs. Money is not a problem." The emergency doctor immediately assured him, "Don't worry, we will do our best to save the patient. This call is because you're the only contact in the address book, and as a hospital, we must notify the immediate family." "Thank you." Peter's voice became hoarse and his eyes were already red. Inside the luxurious villa, Peter struggled to stand up from the sofa, his face full of pain. The old lady across the street was knitting a sweater. Seeing this, she hurriedly asked, "Guanghua, what's wrong?" Peter's eyes were red, and he almost choked out his tears as he spoke. "Xiaofeng got into an accident. A car accident." Snap! The ball of yarn in the old lady's hand fell directly to the ground, and she was stunned for a moment. In the Western restaurant on the 41st floor of Bin Hai Global Building, melodious light music and the sound of knives and forks creating an elegant atmosphere. By the window, a beautiful woman with big curly hair and wearing a black windbreaker was sitting alone reading a financial magazine, looking particularly cool and elegant. She has delicate features, skin as white as cream, cold eyes and eyebrows, and a sense of alienation in her temperament. A handsome man in a suit came over and asked in a low voice, "Beauty, are you waiting for someone?" Without even raising her eyelids, she simply uttered one word, "Get lost." The man remained calm and smiled as he put down a business card. "I hope we can become friends." After saying that, he turned and left, returning to the booth in the back. His colleagues immediately gathered around him to gossip. "How was it? Did you get the answer?" "I don't have a boyfriend." Lu Qianxi took a sip of coffee, but his heart still couldn't calm down. She is so beautiful, much better than Emma, especially her cold and arrogant temperament, which is simply irresistible. This kind of woman makes people want to conquer her the most. At this moment, the wavy beauty Grace answered the phone, her tone suddenly softening. "Grandpa Chun?" George was in a car accident and is in critical condition. Peter's choked voice came from the other end of the phone. Grace's hand fell on the table in an instant, and the scalding coffee splashed on her hand without her noticing. "Use all your resources to save him." As soon as she finished speaking, the call was hung up. Grace still held the phone tightly and was unable to react. Seeing this, Lu Tianxi's eyes brightened a little. She is indeed cold on the outside but warm on the inside. This kind of woman is exactly the type I like. It's easy to win her favor by comforting her hurt heart now. He stood up again and walked towards Grace. She just stood up to leave when Lu Tianxi stopped her in front of her with a charming smile. "You seem to be in a bad mood. How about I chat with you?" Snap! Grace slapped Lu Tianxi so hard that his glasses flew off. The crisp sound of slapping was particularly harsh in the restaurant, attracting the attention of everyone. Lu Tianxi's cheeks quickly turned red and swollen, but he still smiled. "If you're still not satisfied, you can hit me a few more times." His masochistic excitement made him want to conquer this woman even more. Grace stared at him and clapped her hands twice, and two burly men immediately walked in. "Wait!" Lu Tianxi's face suddenly changed, and he tried to retreat. Grace only said one word, "Hit." After saying that, he left without looking back. Two big men came up and started beating Lu Tianxi up, leaving him with a black eye and a swollen face. Outside the hospital's operating room, Emma was holding Angela, who was tired of crying, and sitting on a chair with a blank look in her eyes. Angela leaned in her arms, her little hands still tightly grasping the corner of her clothes, sobbing from time to time. In the operating room, under the shadowless light, George's face was pale and his body was full of tubes. The surgeon was sweating profusely, his expression focused, and his hands maintained precise operation. "A tractor." The nurse immediately handed over the equipment, and the doctor sucked out the blood, but the blood continued to flow out. "Blood pressure continues to drop. Continue the blood transfusion immediately." The anesthesiologist stared at the monitor, his voice low and serious. "However, George has type AB blood, and the hospital stock is running low." The doctor frowned and asked, "How is the blood bank allocation going?" The assistant nervously responded, "We're still coordinating. The nearby hospital is also short on AB blood, and the blood station's delivery truck is stuck on the road. Prepare for autologous blood transfusion." The equipment started immediately, but the return flow was far from enough. "My blood pressure is dropping to the warning line." The atmosphere was extremely depressing, and every doctor at the operating table knew that this was a tough battle. At the same time, in another operating room on the 8th floor, David was bleeding severely due to a pelvic fracture, and his condition was not optimistic. "When will the blood arrive?" "It will take at least 40 minutes. "Too late." The doctor's face was heavy. "Are there any medical staff with AB blood type?" Everyone around shook their heads. The doctor had no choice but to leave the operating room. Susan had been waiting for a long time and rushed up to him, anxiously asking questions as soon as she saw him. The surgeon told Susan in a heavy tone that her brother urgently needed a blood transfusion due to excessive blood loss, but the hospital's AB-type blood stock was almost empty. Susan's face turned pale instantly, and she looked panicked. She said with a trembling voice, "Use my blood. I can donate blood to him." The doctor had originally looked serious, but when he heard that she was willing to donate blood, he was delighted and quickly asked, "Are you type AB blood?" Susan anxiously replied, "I'm type O. Isn't type O universal?" The doctor frowned, shook his head, and explained, "Your brother lacks IgA antibodies. Type O blood happens to contain IgA antibodies, so the transfusion will cause a rejection reaction." Susan's face. Suddenly, her husband's blood type flashed through her mind. She remembered that he was type AB. She immediately took out her cell phone, found George's new number, and called him. A familiar but angry voice came from the other end of the phone. "Why are you still calling?" Emma answered the phone with a cold tone, her emotions almost broken, as she gritted her teeth to suppress her anger. Susan was stunned, not understanding why her sister answered the phone, but she didn't have time to think about it now. She spoke quickly. David has lost a lot of blood. The hospital is in urgent need of AB blood. George has AB blood, right? Can he donate blood? Emma was so angry that she trembled all over and clenched her teeth. My brother-in-law is currently suffering from severe intracranial hemorrhage and is in the operating room. Do you still want him to donate blood for your brother? Susan didn't believe it and responded coldly. You two are conspiring to deceive me? I don't have time to play with you right now. At this moment, a crying voice suddenly came from the other end of the phone. Mommy. Susan was stunned. The voice next to her ear was so familiar that it was heartbreaking. It was Angela. Her tone suddenly softened a bit, and she called softly, Angela. On the other end of the phone, Angela's voice was choked with sobs. Mommy, please come and see Dad. The doctor said he may not make it. Oh. Angela burst into tears and threw herself into her aunt's arms, and the phone call ended abruptly. Susan's grip loosened. The phone fell to the floor with a thud, and her whole body was shaky. The surgeon was quick to support her and asked with concern in his eyes, Are you okay? Susan stood there in a daze, her eyes empty, as if her soul had been drained away long ago, and she did not respond. After a long time, she slowly squatted down and picked up the phone with trembling hands, her fingers shaking constantly. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. Her throat felt dry as if it had been scraped by sandpaper. The surgeon patted her shoulder and said, Don't worry, we are still trying our best to save her. Susan nodded mechanically, her eyes unfocused but her heart in a mess. David's painful look, Angela's crying face, and her sister's cold words kept flashing in her mind. She began to wonder if she had been wrong all along. Emma's voice came from the phone again. Are you still listening? Susan quickly asked. Which hospital are you in? Emma replied briefly. 268 Hospital, operating room on the 5th floor. Susan gritted her teeth and said, I'll be right there. After saying that, she staggered towards the elevator, her steps heavy, and she almost fell. In the elevator, Susan leaned against the wall, tears streaming down her face, and she completely broke down. She squatted down, covered her face, and cried bitterly. God, why do you do this to me? The elevator door opened, and Susan stumbled out of the operating room. The moment she saw her sister and Angela, tears burst out again. She sat down next to Emma with a dejected look on her face and asked in a trembling voice, Did he get into a car accident? Emma glanced at her sister resentfully, her emotions still flaring up, but she still told the whole story. Angela covered her ears in fear and buried her little head in her aunt's arms, refusing to listen to this sad story. Emma cried and said, I killed my brother-in-law. Susan closed her eyes and choked up. If it were me, I would do the same. At this time, the door of the operating room opened again and the surgeon came out. The two sisters quickly stood up and went to greet him, anxiously wanting to ask what was going on. The doctor raised his hand to stop him. Let me make a phone call first. He turned on his cell phone, dialed the dean's number, and turned on the speakerphone. Dean, I suggest collecting blood immediately on the spot. Otherwise, the situation will be dire. The director's tone was hesitant. The blood collection process is complicated. If something goes wrong, the hospital cannot bear the responsibility. Susan heard this and begged on her knees with tears in her eyes. Please, my husband and brother are in danger. We can't delay any longer. Director, he added, both patients have AB blood. One cannot use type O blood, and the other will have a severe reaction to type O blood. If we delay any further, I'm afraid both of them will die. The dean was silent for a moment and then slowly said, In that case, let's collect blood. After obtaining permission, the surgeon immediately made arrangements and the hospital-wide broadcast began. Dear caring people, there are 2 critically ill patients who are in urgent need of AB type blood. If you meet the requirements, please go to the blood donation area on the 1st floor. Your blood will save 2 lives. Susan finally felt relieved after listening to the broadcast over and over again. Emma suddenly turned to look at her sister and asked coldly, Was it David who hit my brother-in-law? Susan closed her eyes and nodded heavily. From the moment she learned that her husband was injured, she had guessed the outcome. Emma wanted to accuse David of doing it on purpose, but then she realized that she was the one who walked into the middle of the road first. In that collision, she couldn't blame anyone else. Grace had just walked into the hospital lobby on the 1st floor when she heard the blood collection announcement playing on a loop. AB blood type. Brother Fong has type AB blood. And the blood flowing in her body was the blood he donated that year. The broadcast echoed in her ears again and again. She slowly raised her head, her eyes becoming more determined. Without any hesitation, Grace stepped into her high boots and walked towards the blood collection area without hesitation. Grace walked quickly into the blood collection area of the hospital and instantly attracted everyone's attention. Several young nurses who were preparing the utensils paused. One of them almost dropped the plate in her hand, and one of them let the pen roll onto the table. She has a cool and gentle temperament, like a red plum blossom in the cold winter, exuding a captivating charm that makes people unable to take their eyes off her. Even though the two burly bodyguards behind her ruined the overall image, her presence still seemed extremely oppressive and her aura was overwhelming. She walked to the window and said calmly, "Excuse me, is the recipient of blood George?" The nurses suddenly woke up and nodded in response, their expressions slightly nervous. "Yes, are you type AB blood?" Grace nodded slightly and then sat aside waiting. The nurse immediately took out the form and handed it to her, preparing to register according to the procedure. Grace didn't want to waste any time and said directly, "Don't fill it out, draw blood right away." The nurse immediately showed her embarrassment and whispered to her, "No, we have to follow the prescribed procedures when drawing blood here." At this time, a middle-aged man in a suit and with a slightly bald head hurried over. The nurse immediately recognized the director, Alex, and quickly whispered to Grace, "The director is here. Don't embarrass me." Alex stood in front of Grace, breathless, wiped the sweat off his face, and spoke in a particularly respectful tone. "Miss Sue, I'm sorry for not coming to see you in person. If you need anything, you can just tell me directly." Several young nurses were immediately shocked. How could Dean Zheng, who was usually so arrogant, be so humble to the woman in front of him? What is the identity of this beauty? Grace nodded calmly. "Draw blood immediately, don't waste time." Alex quickly looked at the nurse and ordered in a deep voice, "Start drawing blood." "I've seen her physical examination report, and all indicators are healthy." The nurse didn't dare say anything more and took out the blood collection device quickly. Grace placed her arms flat on the table and gently rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair and well-proportioned arms, with the blue veins clearly visible under the skin. The nurse swallowed, tried to steady her hand, and then accurately inserted the blood collection needle into the blood vessel in her arm. Alex glanced around to make sure there were no outsiders watching, then quietly walked aside and answered the phone. The screen showed an unmarked incoming call from Beijing. He replied cautiously, "Hello." The voice-changed instruction came from the other end of the phone. "Ms. Sue is anemic. Only 200 cubic centimeters can be drawn." Alex's heart tightened, and he quickly responded, "Understood. Only 200 cubic centimeters." Even without this phone call, he wouldn't dare to draw more blood from Grace. This Miss Sue has a special status and is a noble person who has been personally instructed by the higher-ups not to be neglected. After hanging up the phone, he quickly began to contact relatives and friends, trying to find more AB-type blood. At this time, Grace's blood bag was full. The nurse carefully pulled out the needle and pressed the bleeding area with a cotton swab. She looked at the blood bag and asked, "Is this enough blood?" The nurse didn't dare to answer and looked at Alex for help. The dean shook his head and the nurse whispered, "Not enough." As soon as she finished speaking, she realized that she had said the wrong thing and quickly changed her words. "Oh, enough." Just then, the phone at the blood collection area rang, but the nurses were too nervous to answer it. Alex's face darkened and he shouted, "What are you standing there for? Answer the phone." The nurse hurriedly picked up the phone. The call was from the operating room on the 8th floor. The other party's tone was anxious. "Have the blood bag arrived?" "The patient's blood pressure has dropped below the danger line." The nurse responded, "I just collected a 200 cubic centimeters bag. I'll have someone." Before she could finish, Alex interrupted her. "Which floor?" "8th floor." Alex took a breath and said in a deep voice, "Send this bag of blood to the 5th floor first." The doctor's assistant on the other end of the line was furious and spoke rapidly. "The patient on the 8th floor is in a more critical condition. This is his only hope. If something goes wrong with this arrangement, who will be held responsible?" The young nurse was so frightened she was speechless. Alex stepped forward and took the call, his tone unquestionable. "I'm the director. This bag of blood was donated by a patient's friend. Only the 5th floor is given priority." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Just at this moment, Susan came hurriedly, her high heels clattering on the floor, her eyes red and her expression extremely panicked. Emma followed closely behind, holding Angela in her arms, who had fallen asleep from crying herself to death. Her tears were still wet and her heart was still unsettled. Susan saw the blood bag on the tray and asked anxiously, "Is this AB-type plasma?" Alex knows Susan, and their company has been cooperating with the hospital for many years. He looked at her with a hint of surprise. "Boss Jiang, what is your relationship with the patient?" Susan didn't answer, but stared at the blood bag and said firmly, "Answer my question first." Mr. Jiang usually held a high position in the hospital, but this time Alex didn't respond immediately. Instead, he turned and instructed the nurse, "Send this bag of plasma to the operating room on the 5th floor." The operating room on the 5th floor was the operating room where George was, which meant that this bag of plasma was indeed the AB type that he urgently needed. However, Susan did not feel relieved at all. Her heart was torn and she was about to collapse. Just now, she received a call from the operating room on the 8th floor. The doctor there said that David's blood pressure had fallen below the warning line and he could die at any time if he didn't get a blood transfusion within 10 minutes. Her mind was in a mess. On one side was her husband, and on the other side was her brother-in-law, both of whom were patients who needed immediate rescue. The nurse has already packed the plasma into an insulated box and is preparing to send it to the 5th floor and directly to the operating room via the emergency passage. Wait a minute, Susan called out to the nurse with red eyes, her voice choked with suppressed panic. The nurse was stunned and subconsciously looked at Director Zhang. Alex was about to speak, but was interrupted by a look from Grace. Alex nodded, signaling the nurse to hold off. He was a seasoned practitioner and knew what that look meant. At this time, Emma spoke coldly, looking at her sister. You don't want to save your foster brother first, do you? Susan looked dazed, muttering to herself, my husband can hold on for a while, but David can't. He's almost gone. Alex listened to their conversation and immediately understood the truth. The 5th floor was her husband, and the 8th floor was her adopted brother. This is not a question for the doctor, but a choice Susan has to make. The cell phone suddenly rang. It was a call from the assistant to the surgeon in the operating room on the 5th floor. Her pupils contracted violently. Her face turned pale as paper in an instant. Her lips trembled, and her fingertips shook uncontrollably. She was afraid to answer the phone, afraid of hearing the worst news, but she didn't dare not answer it. She hesitated for a moment, but finally answered the call. On the other end of the line came the urgent voice of the surgeon's assistant. The patient has suffered cardiac arrest. We're doing our best to save him. The situation is very critical. Intracranial hemorrhage caused insufficient blood supply to the heart. In addition to blood transfusion, cardiopulmonary resuscitation was also necessary. But the surgery is extremely risky, and there's a high chance that you won't be able to get off the operating table. Even if you survive, you might end up in a vegetative state. You must come and sign immediately to confirm whether to continue the operation. After the call was hung up, Susan almost dropped her phone, her legs went weak, and she almost collapsed. Emma was quick to reach out and support her. At the same time, the landline at the blood collection office rang. It was the surgeon on the 5th floor calling. Alex turned on the speakerphone and heard a tired voice shouting over the phone. Do you have plasma? The patient has no more blood supply, so I have to terminate the operation. The whole audience fell silent instantly, all eyes focused on Susan's face. Her eyes were empty and her lips moved slightly, but she couldn't utter a complete sentence. Suddenly, she remembered something. Her eyes fell on Grace, sitting on the chair, and she asked pleadingly, Beautiful lady, are you here to donate blood? Grace looked up at her and nodded without saying anything. Emma also glanced at Grace, a hint of shock flashing in her eyes. Isn't this the young lady from the Beijing circle that I met at the cemetery yesterday? Why is she here? Alex reminded him at the right time. Mr. Jiang, this bag of plasma was donated by Miss Su. She has anemia and can only donate 200 milliliters. Susan turned a deaf ear to Grace and continued to ask, Can you donate blood again? I know it's too much to ask, but I have no other choice. I can give you 1 million. Grace opened her red lips and said, You make your choice first. If you delay any longer, no one will be saved. With just one sentence, everyone's attention was drawn back to Susan's face. She closed her eyes, and 2 lines of tears silently rolled down. David, whom she treats as her own brother. No matter who she chooses, she is destined to regret it for the rest of her life. Dean Zheng looked at his watch and reminded, Boss Jiang, please make a decision as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to send him to the 5th floor. Susan's breathing was rapid, her chest heaving violently, and she was struggling to the extreme. The entire blood collection area was silent, with only the sound of her disordered breathing and the ticking of the second hand on the wall. The words of the surgeon's assistant flashed back in her mind. Even if the operation was successful, George would most likely become a vegetable. Finally, she opened her eyes, filled with pain and despair, and said in a hoarse voice, Send the plasma to the 8th floor. As soon as the words fell, Angela and Emma's arms trembled suddenly, and her little hands hugged her neck tightly. She thought Angela was having a nightmare, so she patted her back gently to comfort her. Dean Zheng's expression was complicated. He didn't understand this choice. After all, a foster brother is a stranger with no blood relationship. How can he be more important than a husband? The nurses around also widened their eyes, unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. Alex didn't dare to delay any longer and was about to give the order, Send the plasma to 8. Send to the 5th floor. Grace suddenly spoke, interrupting his order. The nurse looked at the director hesitantly, not daring to act on her own. Alex quickly changed his tone, Send him to the operating room on the 5th floor. Susan looked at Grace with tears in her eyes. You? Emma pulled her back. Sister, let's go. The plasma had been sent to the 5th floor. Emma breathed a sigh of relief, but the anger in her sister's eyes made her uneasy. Susan suddenly shook off Emma's hand and rushed to the dean, crying, No, we can't send him to the 5th floor. We have to save my brother. Even if my husband is saved, he will be in a vegetative state. But David is still young and has a future. She completely broke down, rushed forward and grabbed Dean Zheng's arm tightly, her emotions out of control. You can't listen to her. Our company brings so much profit to the hospital every year. If you dare to send it to the 5th floor, I will cancel all cooperation. Alex looked embarrassed, with sweat dripping from his forehead. He didn't dare to force it on her, nor could he satisfy her. As the nurse entered the elevator, Susan, desperate, looked at Grace again and begged, "Please donate blood again, and I'll give you $3 million." Grace walked slowly over, stretched out her white fingers, gently wiped away her tears, and spoke with a smile. "Susan, I hated you for 6 years, but today I don't hate you anymore. Thank you for making this choice." Chapter 22. Grace. Only my blood can save him. The two bodyguards next to Grace were a little stunned. I had been following the lady for 8 years. It was the first time they saw the young lady smile. Susan stared at Grace's smile and subconsciously took 2 steps back. "Who are you? How do you know me? And why do you hate me?" I have the impression that I don't know this woman, but she knows me. And what does her confusing words mean? Dingling. The phone in the blood collection room rang again. Alex pressed the hands-free button to answer the call. "I'm Alex, you say." "Director, 200 cubic centimeters isn't enough. Not even enough for surgery. How much is still missing?" Alex frowned. "At least 800 cubic centimeters." Hearing this number, Alex felt very disappointed. Currently, only Miss Sue can provide AB blood type, but she is anemic, and 200 cubic centimeters is already the limit for her to draw. Where could she find the other 800 cubic centimeters? Grace sat back down in the chair by the windowsill, rolled up her sleeves, and said, "Keep pumping. Just pump the full 800 cubic centimeters." Alex turned to look at Grace and said in a deep voice, "Miss Sue, you are anemic and can't have any more pumping." Grace frowned slightly. "It's just a mild anemia. It's nothing serious." The bodyguard behind him couldn't help but step forward to remind her, "Miss, you can't draw so much blood. Will you teach me how to do things again?" Grace's voice suddenly became 8 degrees colder. The bodyguard swallowed his saliva, then returned to his original position. After whispering with another bodyguard, he took out his cell phone and walked aside to make a call. "Hello." An old voice came from the other end of the phone. "Bodyguard, the young lady wants to donate blood." Although thousands of miles away, he already knew what had happened. The Su family owes the Chun family 2 favors. Donating blood to save George is no big deal. The bodyguard said in a serious tone, "I want to draw 1,000 cc. How much? How much?" Su Huaiyan lost his composure instantly. "Nonsense. She is playing with her own life. Tell her, absolutely not. Even if the Su family owes the Chun family a favor, she can't use her health to repay it. 1,000 milliliters will kill her, right?" The bodyguard nervously gripped his phone and explained, "The situation is quite urgent right now." The lady insisted on smoking. I tried to persuade her, but it was no use. Su Huaiyan sighed. "Forget it, let her be. It's better to repay the favor in one go, so that she won't have to bring up the favor every time I urge her to get married." At this time, Susan received a call from the 8th floor. The surgeon's assistant told her that the patient was dying and wanted to see his sister Susan for the last time. Susan walked towards the elevator in a panic. Emma hugged Angela, closed her eyes, and prayed silently in her heart. "God bless David to die. If I stop my sister from thinking about it, there might still be room for recovery." I glanced at the back of the person sitting by the window, donating blood. Thinking back to what she just said, I had a bold guess in my mind. This woman knows my brother-in-law, and their relationship is not simple. Angela said she had seen that woman last year. This means she went to the cemetery to burn incense for George's parents. The eldest lady of Beijing's circle. She is much more beautiful than her sister. My brother-in-law actually has such connections? She wouldn't like her brother-in-law, would she? Emma's mind was full of random thoughts. I suddenly felt a little sour in my heart. At this moment, a young couple suddenly walked over from a distance. "Hello, we are here to donate blood." "Are you AB blood type?" asked the dean. "Well, we both have AB blood type and donate blood every year." Okay, please take a seat." The dean personally dragged out 2 chairs and said to the nurse who was drawing blood from Grace, "You can stop now." Just as the nurse was about to remove the needle, Grace said, "Keep drawing. George can only use my blood." Alex looked embarrassed and hurriedly advised, "Miss Sue, these 2 kind-hearted people are willing to donate blood, and there is enough plasma. You are anemic to begin with, and your body won't be able to handle too much blood." Grace slowly explained, "George's blood has a common antibody that will cause a hemolytic reaction even if we both have AB blood type. Only my blood is a perfect match for his." Emma, who was holding Angela, couldn't help but mutter, "Then you 2 are really destined to be together. You even have the same rare antibodies in your blood." Grace heard Emma's mumbling. She turned her head and glanced at Emma, then said calmly, "I was born with leukemia. My bone marrow and hematopoietic stem cells were taken from George, so my blood composition is the same as his." Emma was stunned. My brother-in-law really knows her, and he was her savior. Is she here to repay her gratitude? And what she just said, no matter how you listen to it, it sounds like she's trying to steal my brother-in-law away. Emma felt mixed emotions, sighed secretly, and carried Angela to the operating room on the 5th floor. The young couple's blood was sent to the operating room on the 8th floor. The surgeon immediately gave David a blood transfusion and tried to resuscitate him again. Under the electric shock stimulation of the defibrillator, the heart rate monitor responded. In the operating room on the 5th floor, the surgeon was a little dazed. His hand holding the scalpel was trembling slightly, and his forehead was covered with sweat. Wipe the sweat. The surgeon's voice was very low and hoarse. The assistant quickly wiped the sweat off his face and couldn't help but ask cautiously, Director, why do I feel like you're not in good shape today? Normally, Director, he could perform high-intensity surgery for more than 5 hours, but today he seemed a little overwhelmed after just over an hour, and looking at him, he seemed more nervous than ever. I'm fine. Director, he replied in a hoarse voice. He seemed to have a memory problem. When he was cleaning the blood clot in the brain just now, he clearly remembered cutting open the brain module tissue here, but now there was only a small 1 centimeter long cut left in this tissue. If you didn't cut it yourself, where did the cut come from? But if he cut it open himself, why is the surgical incision only 1 centimeter long? Another possibility is that the patient's wound healed on its own, but this is unlikely. After thinking about it, he felt that there was something wrong with his memory. This 1 centimeter long surgical incision was caused by accidental contact with the scalpel. During the operation, there was never any word accidental. This is the bottom line he sets for his career. But today, I seem to have broken this bottom line. This caused him to be restless and unable to concentrate. Dingling. The landline in the operating room rang. The assistant hurried over to answer the phone. When she heard that the blood delivery person was coming, she ran to the internal passage to open the door. A moment later, the assistant brought over 2 bags of warm blood. Director, the blood bags have been delivered. 800 centimetri cubi. Blood transfusion. Director, he bit the tip of his tongue, calmed himself down, and continued to cut open the brain module to clear the blood clots. George felt like he was falling into an endless dark abyss. The body seemed to be imprisoned by countless cold shackles, unable to move. In a trance, he seemed to have a dream. He dreamed that a 5-year-old boy was pressed on the operating table by a group of people in white chemical protective suits. The staff members wearing masks and goggles had cold eyes and fiddled with various instruments, flashing with cold light in their hands. The thick and long needles were inserted into the little boy's blood vessels. The bright red blood was drawn out, and the little boy cried loudly in pain, his small body shaking violently with fear and pain. George's consciousness became increasingly blurred, but the dream became clearer. The little boy struggled desperately, but his resistance was in vain in front of those adults. A woman with sapphire eyes slowly approached, holding a syringe filled with an unknown drug. The little boy opened his eyes wide in fear and cried out at the top of his lungs, "No, I don't want it." But the only response he got was cold silence. The sharp needle pierced the little boy's tender skin without hesitation, and the medicine was slowly injected. The little boy suddenly felt a scorching hot current rushing through his body, as if all his internal organs were burning. He rolled and twisted in pain on the operating table, whimpering in his throat. George seemed to put himself in the little boy's shoes. On the operating table, he clenched his hands into fists and his body trembled violently. The surgeon, anesthesiologist, and many nurses at the operating table all changed their expressions instantly when they saw this. The assistant looked at the anesthesiologist with a pale face, dumbfounded, and asked, "Teacher phone, what's going on? Has the anesthetic worn off?" Chapter 23. George's Death Notice. The anesthesiologist noticed the patient clenching his fists on the operating table the moment he saw it. In his 12 years of working as an anesthesiologist, he had never seen such a situation before. He was stunned at the moment. His brain went blank for a moment, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead and temples. It was not until he heard the assistant question that he reacted and immediately checked the values on the instrument screen. BS value 40, heart rate 65, systolic blood pressure 100, diastolic blood pressure 60, state entropy 25, reaction entropy 30. All these values indicate that the patient is in a deep sleep state of general anesthesia. After Dr. Fong finished speaking, he turned to look at Director He and the others, his eyes full of disbelief. Director He frowned. "Are there any changes in the EMG readings?" "Yes, an electromyography." Perhaps because he was too nervous, the anesthesiologist ignored the electromyography values. When he heard Director He's reminder, he immediately walked to the electromyography monitor. Seeing the soaring values on the instrument screen, Dr. Feng's pupils trembled violently, and his lips trembled as he spoke with difficulty. The frequency of the fasciculation potential climbed from 12 Hz to 80 Hz, and the amplitude exceeded 300 microvolts. Director He's scalpel fell to the ground with a clang, and he walked to Dr. Feng with heavy steps as if they were filled with lead. Then he saw an even stranger change in the waveform on the monitor. The originally chaotic fasciculation potential began to show regular sinusoidal resonance waves, and the frequency was completely synchronized with the RR interval of the ECG monitor. Director He and Dr. Feng looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. This phenomenon, known in medical textbooks as neural cardiac coupling deregulation, has only been reported once before in a hospital report of the case of polar frostbite in 1962. In that case, 7 members of the scientific expedition team suffered ruptured nerve cell membranes due to low temperature and eventually died painfully from this strange coupling out of control. At this moment, George's electromyographic frequency is rapidly increasing at a rate of 5 Hz per second towards 150 Hz, and the peak amplitude has broken through from microvolts to millivolts, which is far beyond the physiological limit of human motor unit potential. Immediately administer a nerve block and a muscle relaxant, using the maximum dose. Director, he was the first to react, and a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. It is obvious that they are prepared to give it a try. Nerve-blocking drug injection. Injection of muscle relaxant medication. However, it did not have the desired effect. George was still trembling on the operating table. The pale face was extremely distorted, as if enduring the pain of being cut into pieces. Director, he stared at the ECG monitor with his bloodshot eyes. The green waveform and the spikes of the electromyogram are resonating wildly at a frequency of 180 Hz. The peak amplitude of the fasciculation potential has soared to 1.5 MV. The monitor's alarm sounded so sharp that it was almost breaking. Why? Why is it ineffective? Dr. Feng's Adam's apple rolled, his fingers trembled slightly, and his pupils shrank almost into pinholes. Director, he watched helplessly as the electromyogram and electrocardiogram values exceeded 260. The color drained from his face, and he staggered and fell to the ground. The nurses around the operating table also stepped back. This scene, which violated medical principles, left them with an indelible psychological trauma. Beep, beep, beep. In the operating room, only the shrill sound of alarms remained. The green waveform of the ECG monitor suddenly shrank into a line as thin as a gossamer. Heart rate dropped from 260 to 80, 40, 10. Finally, with a long beep, the wavy shape on the screen turned into a straight line. George on the operating table was no longer trembling. He just felt as if he was sinking into the deep sea. It was pitch black all around. Director, he slowly stood up with the help of his assistant. His voice was hoarse. Inject epinephrine, perform CPR. Director, he tried to rescue him. Adrenaline doesn't help. CPR was useless. The defibrillator didn't work. After 30 minutes of rescue efforts, the values on the instrument remained unchanged. Director, he finally gave up. He trembled as he took off his sweat-soaked rubber gloves, glanced at the wall clock, and said in a voice like sandpaper, "Time of death announced. 11:25 p.m. After a while, Director, he came out of the operating room with a death notice. Emma was coaxing Angela to sleep. When she saw Director, he coming out, she stood up immediately. But when she saw the heavy expression on Director, he's face and the document in his hand, her heart skipped a beat. Doctor, Emma's throat seemed to be strangled by an invisible hand. Her mind was blank, and she didn't know what to ask. Sorry, we tried our best. Director, he handed the death notice to Emma. The ceiling light in the corridor dyed the death notice handed to Director, he a blue-gray color. George, clinically dead at 23:25. Emma's pupils fiercely. Tears welled up in her eyes instantly, and she murmured with trembling lips, "Brother-in-law." "Dad, I don't have a dad anymore." Angela struggled violently in Emma's arms, and her heart-wrenching cries echoed into the cold operating room. In the operating room, on the cold operating table, George, whose death notice had already been issued, had an imperceptible tremor in the little finger of his right hand. Emma hugged Angela tightly and cried, "Can I go in and see him?" Director, he said slowly, "Wait a moment, I'll go sew up his surgical incision first." After saying that, he turned around and went back to the operating room. Susan in the elevator was very happy. David was rescued and sent to the intensive care unit, but when she thought of her husband, who was also lying in the operating room, her heart became heavy again. The elevator reached the 5th floor. Susan's heart sank when she heard her daughter's hysterical crying. He staggered to Emma and asked in a trembling voice, "Emma, the brother-in-law." Emma didn't reply, but handed him a death notice. Susan looked at the gray death notice and froze in place as if struck by lightning. The words "clinically dead" on the notice were like a sharp knife cutting into her heart. "Impossible, my husband won't die." Susan squeezed out broken syllables from her throat. Her legs went limp and she fell to the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably and dripping onto the notice, creating dark stains. Angela's shrill cries echoed in the corridor. The word "dad" hit her heart like a hammer, making her almost breathless. In the operating room, Director, he was stunned, looking at a group of unfamiliar faces in white coats. They did not pass through the operating room door and must have been brought in from the internal passage by the dean. "Dean, they are." Director, he looked at Director Zheng, who was standing next to the operating table with a puzzled look on his face. Alex just winked, signaling him not to ask any more questions. 10 minutes ago, 3 helicopters landed on the roof of the hospital, and Miss Su went to the roof to meet them. So these doctors are most likely the Su family's private medical team. George's vital signs. Gu Jian frowned and looked at Director He. He asked in a cold tone, "Are you sure the patient is dead?" Director He nodded confidently. "Sure. Come over." Gu Jian hooked his bony fingers at him. Director He walked up to the operating table. Gu Jian guided his hand to touch George's carotid artery. Director He's fingertips touched George's carotid artery. His pupils suddenly shrank. A chill ran down my spine and up the back of my neck. At the fingertips, the patient's originally quiet blood vessels began to tremble faintly. This is impossible. Director He's face turned pale, and he staggered back a few steps. Chapter 24. There is still a possibility of survival. The patient's spontaneous breathing has stopped, and his heart has been in arrest for over 30 minutes. Cardiopulmonary resuscitation and epinephrine injections have been ineffective. His pupils are dilated and fixed, his light reflex is absent, and his electrocardiogram shows isoelectric lines, which is consistent with the diagnosis of irreversible cessation of global brain function. Director He's eyes flashed with madness. He pointed at the straight lines on the ECG monitor and trembled. These indicators are completely consistent with the death determination process. Just as Gu Jian was about to speak, Director He roared excitedly. "I've also checked the patient's carotid artery. It clearly wasn't beating just now. His corneal reflex and swallowing reflex are also gone. He can't be alive." Gu Jian's eyes flickered as he said calmly, "But his synapses are still releasing bioelectricity, and his muscle cell ADP levels haven't dropped to the death threshold." As soon as he finished speaking, the assistant behind him moved a portable device over George's face, and the cold blue light scanned George's pale face again and again. Curves were jumping on the screen of the portable resonance device, indicating that the patient's nerve protrusions were still releasing bioelectricity continuously. Director He's Adam's apple rolled violently, his eyes fixed on the strange curves and ripples dancing on the nuclear screen, and the cold sweat seeping from under the surgical cap slid down his neck into his collar. "Ow, how is this possible?" He stumbled, holding onto the operating table. The coolness of the metal surface couldn't dispel the stickiness in his palms. 30 minutes of CPR, 5 doses of adrenaline, and the EKG went to 0. 30 minutes. Gu Jian patted Director He on the shoulder and said, "This patient is quite special. I've read your surgical records. The patient has experienced a loss of control of neurocardiac coupling, correct?" Director He nodded with a pale face. Gu Jian continued, "The patient still has a chance of survival. I have to take him away. No one is allowed to reveal what happened today." After saying that, he turned and looked at his medical team. Everyone nodded, and they worked together to lift George onto the stretcher and then push the stretcher out through the inner passage. As soon as Gu Jian and his group left, a dozen men in suits wearing white coats and carrying black leather suitcases came. They opened the black leather suitcase and used various tools to clean the blood stains left on the operating table. The man in gold-rimmed glasses who was leading the group took out a check and put it into the dean's hand. He said in a deep voice, "30 million is enough for your retirement." The elevator goes directly to the rooftop. Grace immediately went over to him and looked at George, who was covered with a white sheet. Tears welled up in her eyes. "How is he?" Gu Jian glanced at the cold-blooded young lady and said slowly, "The body's functions are recovering." Grace finally breathed a sigh of relief and burst into laughter. "I knew Brother Feng wouldn't abandon me so easily." George was taken to the helicopter, and a moment later, the 3 helicopters disappeared into the silent night sky. In the operating room on the 5th floor, Director He and his colleagues came out one after another. Susan crawled over, crying, "Husband, give my husband back to me." Director He's assistant supported Susan, who stumbled over. She gently comforted her. "Your husband is still alive. He's been transferred to a higher-level hospital for treatment." Really? Susan suddenly raised her head, her tearful eyes flashing with hope, and looked at Dean Zheng for confirmation. Alex nodded. "Absolutely true." Susan burst into tears of joy. "Which hospital is he in? I'll go there right now." Emma came over, holding Angela, who had cried herself to sleep, with suspicion in her beautiful eyes. "Dean Zheng, is my brother-in-law really still alive?" Alex had a forced smile on his face, but beads of sweat were beading on his forehead. He pulled out a handover document from his pocket and said, "Is this the patient handover document from the Superior Hospital?" Emma looked at the provincial hospital seal on the document and said in surprise, "We were outside the operating room the whole time. Why didn't we see him being wheeled out?" Alex explained with a smile. "The provincial hospital sent a helicopter over. Because the situation was urgent, they took us away through the hospital's internal passage." Emma still questioned. "Even if we transfer to the provincial hospital, the family members still need to sign, right?" Alex S. Adams' apple rolled violently. Just as he was about to speak, Director He beside him said, "The patient's heart stopped beating before, and he was in a state of suspended animation. Every second he delays in that state will bring him one step closer to real death." This explanation was quite reasonable, and Emma temporarily dispelled her doubts. Ding dong. Just at this moment, A prompt sound suddenly came from the elevator. The elevator door opened, and a middle-aged couple in gorgeous clothes came in, exhausted. "Damn off," Susan cried out with tears in her eyes. Suyume rarely saw her eldest daughter cry like this. With a look of heartache on her face, she hugged Susan and comforted her. "Xiaofeng is a lucky man. He will definitely be able to recover from this crisis." Jiang Peiyan looked at the group of doctors in front of him, frowned and asked, "Isn't my son-in-law undergoing a craniotomy? Why are you all out?" Alex explained again the reason for George's transfer to another hospital. Jiang Peiyan took out his cell phone and made a call. He happened to know the vice president of the provincial hospital. He would find out whether it was true or not by just making a call. After a moment, the call was connected and Jiang Peiyan turned on the speaker. A slightly old voice came from the other end of the phone. "Peiyan, why are you calling me so late?" Jiang Peiyan's expression softened a bit. "Uncle Zhou, sorry to bother you. My son-in-law was in a car accident, and the hospital here transferred him to the provincial hospital without permission. I want to ask if this is true." Alex and his friends were extremely nervous. This handover document was obviously fake. Wouldn't it be exposed as soon as they made the call? The old man on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, then asked, "Is your son-in-law's name George?" "Yeah, that's right." Jiang Peiyan responded quickly. "He was indeed picked up by our people." That's good, that's good." Jiang Peiyan finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then said, "I'll have to trouble Uncle Zhou to spend some time. No matter how much it costs, you must rescue my son-in-law." The old man on the other end of the phone smiled and said, "Don't worry about this. Even if there's only a glimmer of hope, we will not give up." "Well, thank you, Uncle Zhou." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Peiyan looked at Alex. "You have worked hard, too. I will ask my daughter to strengthen her cooperation with your hospital." "Duty." Alex smiled slightly, but his heart was bitter. He didn't want to leave the hospital, but those people had just threatened him that if he didn't leave Ben Hai, his family might encounter some minor troubles. Jiang Peiyan and his family came to the outside of the hospital. Susan reached out to take Angela from her sister's hand. "Emma, you've been holding her all night. Give Angela to me." Emma's hands were almost numb. She was about to hand Angela to Susan, but she found that the girl's arms around her neck tightened a little, obviously not wanting her mother to hold her. Emma shook her head and said expressionlessly, "Let me hold her." Angela finally fell asleep. "Don't wake her up." Jiang Peiyan suddenly asked Susan, "Didn't you go to burn incense for George as parents yesterday?" Chapter 25. Father Jiang angrily slaps Susan. Susan pursed her red lips and explained in a low voice, "I was delayed yesterday." Jiang Peiyan's face turned pale. "Did you go with your foster brother again?" "Yes." Susan raised her head and stared at her father with a strong attitude. Since he asked this, he must have already known it, and there was no point in explaining. Bang! Jiang Peiyan slapped Susan in the face. As soon as he arrived at the hospital, he heard some nurses gossiping about a patient's family who gave up their husband to save their younger brother. He even complained to his wife about the patient's family. It was not until he heard the nurse mention the Star Crown Group that he realized that his daughter was the one he was eating melons for. So he stopped the nurses to ask about it, and finally got the surveillance video of the blood collection site through his connections. He could never have imagined that his daughter would do such a thing. Suyume screamed and rushed forward to protect her daughter. "Old Jiang, are you crazy? My daughter just went through such a big shock, and you hit her." Jiang Peiyan was so angry that he was shaking all over. He stiffened his neck and said angrily, "I didn't let you marry him in the beginning, but you insisted on marrying him. You should have lived a good life after you got married. Now you are still thinking about other men. How could I, Jiang Peiyan, give birth to a daughter like you?" Susan stared at Jiang Peiyan resentfully and retorted, "I didn't look for a wild man. I only treated him as a younger brother. I have never done anything that crossed the line." Bang! Jiang Peiyan slapped him again, his eyes wide with anger. "How dare you be so stubborn? Why did you choose your foster brother when we were drawing blood?" Susan was knocked so hard that she stumbled and crashed into the edge of the flower bed, her knees slamming heavily on the concrete floor. She covered her swollen cheeks, tears welling up in her eyes. "David, he lost too much blood. He would have died without a blood transfusion. The doctor said that even if George could be saved, he might be in a vegetative state, so you gave up your husband's life to save your so-called foster brother?" Jiang Peiyan's chest heaved violently. His knuckles turned white from excessive force, and his eyes were full of disappointment and heartache as he stared at his daughter. Susan's mouth with a distressed look, tears welling in her eyes. "Old Jiang, calm down first." Susan was also anxious at the moment. Jiang Peiyan snorted coldly, took out his cell phone, and called the HR director. "Director Jiang, fire David and blacklist him from all branches. Never hire him again." Jiang Peiyan hung up the phone after he finished speaking, then turned and walked toward a Rolls-Royce on the side of the road. Just as Jiang Peiyan opened the car door, Susan suddenly rushed over and grabbed the door handle, tears still on her face. "Dad, David is innocent. You can't fire him." "How foolish." Jiang Peiyan suddenly pushed Susan to the ground, got into the car without looking back, and closed his eyes. Let's go to Fuse Cemetery. In endless darkness, George could faintly hear Angela's childish voice. Dad, Daddy Holt. Dad, come and chase me. Dad, I want to eat tiramisu. The clean white, dust-free ward was filled with the smell of disinfectant. The heart rate monitor beeps regularly. George's eyelashes fluttered as he slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was the ceiling glowing with a cold light. The ward was filled with the smell of disinfectant. Gu Jian, dressed in a white lab coat, stared intently at the tablet in his hand, a capacitive stylus in his right hand. He walked towards the bed with a slightly frown on his face, muttering to himself, telomerase activity is increasing exponentially. The uncontrolled coupling between the nerves and the heart is just a symptom. The real problem lies at the genetic level. As soon as I walked to the bedside, I met a pair of bottomless eyes. Fuck. Gu Jian took 2 steps back and stared at George as if he had seen a ghost. You woke up already? George touched his skull and found it was intact. He couldn't help but look confused. Where is this? Am I dead? After the anesthesiologist injected him with anesthetic, he did fall into a deep sleep, but he still retained his hearing. He heard the doctors performing a craniotomy on him, and then he heard the doctor declare him dead. Gu Jian dragged a chair over and sat down. He took off the mask on his face, revealing a handsome face with a handsome look. His deep eyes were filled with excitement. Brother Feng, don't you recognize me? George carefully studied the handsome face in front of him, then shook his head. As far as I can remember, there's no one more handsome than me. This man was too handsome. His brow bones were as sharp as a knife, and his eyes were as deep as a mountain stream, without a trace of impurities. Under his high nose bridge, his thin lips were slightly raised, and his half-smile revealed a bit of laziness and nobility. Thank you, Brother Feng, for your praise. Gu Jian smiled slightly. Let me introduce myself. My surname is Gu, and my name is Jian. Gu Jian. George's eyes widened. Yeah, you remember now? No. George shook his head. Gu Jian's eyes twitched twice. Then why do you have that expression? George smiled and said, just teasing you. Gu Jian rolled his eyes and said seriously, do you still remember Grace? I don't remember. Before he could finish his words, he felt a sudden tearing pain in his brain. George curled up on the bed with his head in his hands. His face grim, and countless images pierced his mind like shattered glass. Brother Feng. Gu Jian's face changed, and he stared at the data, jumping wildly on the tablet computer. He saw that George's genetic abnormality index soared from 12% to 19%. The screen automatically switched to the brain's neuron cluster, and the neurotransmitters in the synaptic cleft surged like boiling magma. The neuronal dendrites that were originally unconnected to each other grew and extended at an extraordinary speed under the bioelectric shock caused by genetic abnormalities, like countless golden vines madly intertwined and entangled. In the hippocampus region, the neuronal clusters that store memories are undergoing disruptive changes. The old synaptic connections are instantly severed by the powerful electric current, and new synapses are growing rapidly like mushrooms after rain. This is memory reconstruction. Gu Jian was dumbfounded, his mouth suddenly dry. The professor's notes confirm that memory reorganization is indeed possible. George's brain finally stopped hurting. He breathed heavily, staring at Gu Jian with red eyes. You are my junior high school desk mate, Gu Xiaopeng. Gu Jian's face froze. I changed my name after I lost weight. My nickname is Gu Xiaoshui. George smiled and then asked, how long have I slept? Gu Jian raised his wrist and checked the time. 24 hours. George shook his swollen head and continued to ask, what's wrong with my body? Gu Jian asked back, you've reassembled your memory. You should remember what happened when you were 5 years old, right? George nodded, his eyes filled with reminiscence as he said, I was kidnapped and given an injection, which was excruciating. Later, they threw me on the street, and a kind-hearted person took me back home. Gu Jian frowned slightly and asked urgently, do you still remember what they look like? George shook his head. They were all wearing chemical protective suits and gas masks, but I remember the woman who gave me the injection had blue eyes. She must be a foreigner. Gu Jian suddenly realized, then smiled and said, in general, you are a blessing in disguise. If it weren't for that injection of medicine, you would be lying in the morgue now. George suddenly sat up in the bed, his eyes full of vigilance. A blessing in disguise? What do you mean by that? His movement pulled the monitoring line on his body, and the instrument issued a shrill alarm. Gu Jian quickly pressed the mute button and said seriously, the neurocardiac coupling disorder you experienced on the operating table appears to be a life-threatening condition. But in reality, it's the activation of a special gene hidden in your body. The drug you were injected with as a child was probably a genetic drug that altered your gene sequence, giving you extraordinary repair abilities and unknown potential. George murmured to himself, seemingly understanding, no wonder my kidney function and physical strength have improved. What the hell? Gu Jian raised his eyebrows slightly. How many hours? Gurgle. George touched his shriveled stomach and said a little embarrassedly, Let's go eat first. We can talk while we eat. Chapter 26. Grace S. Blood kept you alive. George S. Ward was actually 10 floors underground. When he took the elevator to the ground, he saw 4 mercenaries armed with guns. Where did you get me? George retracted his gaze, followed Gu Jian closely, and asked in a low voice, Is this still in China? When Gu Jian left the house, he took off his white coat and changed into a neat white suit. He used the front-facing camera of his phone to adjust his hair and said casually, This is the northern border of Myanmar. It's really overseas. George subconsciously asked, So what you do now, Yaozi? Gu Jian put away his phone and rolled his eyes at George. How much money can a guy make? I'm a biological genetics researcher, earning $1 million a month. I remember your family is quite wealthy. Why don't you inherit the family assets? George remembered that when Gu Jian was in junior high school, he had a special car to pick him up, which was even more exaggerated than Grace's shuttle bus. My family has fallen on hard times. Gu Jian's eyes revealed a complex and obscure emotion. When I was in college, my family's business suffered a heavy blow. My parents couldn't bear the blow and both jumped off the building and passed away, leaving me with more than $10 billion in debt. George listened to Gu Jian casually mentioning the astronomical figure, and his Adam's apple rolled over. You owe so much. When will it be paid back? Putting aside the interest, even if he earns $1 million a month and saves $12 million a year without eating or drinking, it will take him more than 100 years to save up the tens of billions. Gu Jian smiled indifferently. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's talk about you. When did you get married? George's face suddenly darkened. Let's change the subject. When I return home, I will divorce her as soon as possible. Gu Jian looked at George deeply. Grace has been waiting for you. George frowned slightly. We can't avoid talking about this topic. He really couldn't have a good impression of the girl he was married to as a child, especially after Grace kidnapped her entire family. He hated her even more. She really thought she could do whatever she wanted just because she had a few bucks. He didn't like the feeling of being trampled on by money. Although Susan also came from a wealthy family, she shared the joys and sorrows with me when I was in college, and all my feelings for her have nothing to do with wealth. Gu Jian pursed his thin lips with distinct lines and said slowly, Your life was saved by her. George glanced at Gu Jian. She called you to save me? What else? Gu Jian and George came to the parking lot and got into a black commercial vehicle. A pickup truck carrying a dozen mercenaries led the way, followed by a pickup truck with similar configuration. The convoy slowly drove out of the secret base, and George discovered that the base was located deep in the mountains and forests. In the car, Gu Jian continued, You lost too much blood during the craniotomy, and it was Grace's blood that kept you alive. Without her blood support, you wouldn't have made it to me before I could get there. George was stunned. She went to the hospital? Gu Jian pulled out a USB drive from his pocket. This USB drive has the surveillance footage of the road where you had the accident, as well as the footage of you in the hospital's emergency room and Grace drawing blood. George glanced at the USB drive in Gu Jian's hand, but did not take it. He turned his head to look at the receding scenery outside the window and said in a low voice, Grace asked you to give it to me, right? She wants me to have a good impression of her. Gu Jian's mouth twitched. What are you thinking about? This is something I hacked into the hospital surveillance system. Grace isn't that boring. Hearing this, George reached out and took the USB drive, while Gu Jian took a laptop from behind the chair and handed it over. Brother Feng, why do I always feel like you and Grace have a grudge? George pressed the power button on his laptop and said indifferently, Do you know why she arranged a marriage with me? Gu Jian was stunned. Is there any inside story? George said slowly, She has congenital leukemia, and my bone marrow compatibility with hers is 99%, which is higher than that of her immediate family members. Gu Jian's eyes widened immediately. Oh my God, are you and Grace siblings? George glared at Gu Jian fiercely, but then smiled bitterly. My dad had doubts back then, and he even divorced my mom. During that time, my dad was depressed and drank all day. My mom couldn't stand it anymore, so she took my dad and me to the hospital for a paternity test. The test report showed that I was indeed their biological child, and only then did my dad cheer up again. The computer was already turned on, and George inserted the USB drive into the USB port. Gu Jian nodded. From a medical point of view, the probability of bone marrow compatibility between unrelated people is very low, but it is not impossible. There's still a 1 in a million chance. After a pause, he looked strange and said, So because of this, you hate the Su family? The Su family has betrothed their beloved daughter to you, which shows that there is nothing wrong with their attitude. Moreover, Grace really likes you. You have been married for 6 years, and she still misses you and has been waiting for you silently. Gu Jian glanced at the surveillance footage playing on the computer screen, which showed David riding a motorcycle away from the apartment parking lot. The person who bumped into me was actually David. George's eyes narrowed into slits and his fists clenched. Not only did he destroy his family, he almost got himself killed. Gu Jian raised the corner of his lips slightly. Do you want me to help you get revenge? George didn't say anything and continued watching the surveillance video. In the video, he saw himself, Emma, and Angela walking together. Emma seemed to think the scene was too ambiguous, so she let go of Angela's hand and moved to the middle of the road. I glanced sideways and caught a glimpse of a speeding motorcycle out of the corner of my eye. Without thinking too much, I rushed over and bumped Emma away with my shoulder. Then, the motorcycle knocked me out. Next, George saw his wife, Susan's car arrive at the scene of the car accident, but he had already been lifted into the ambulance. Moreover, Susan was not there to find him, but to find David. Later, Emma stopped the car and seemed to have had an argument with Susan. Later, Susan drove a Ferrari to chase the ambulance where David was. George's temples throbbed slightly. He dragged the progress bar, quickly fast-forwarding the video to the blood collection station. He saw Grace donating blood and saw Susan choose David over her own life. Bang! George slammed the laptop shut. The case cracked into spiderweb-like patterns due to excessive force, and a few sparks flew from the connection between the screen and the keyboard. Chapter 27. George, waiting for Dad to come home. Fuck. Gu Jian stared at the smoking laptop, a tearful expression on his face. This is the silver version of the MacBook Pro 16-inch M4 Max, 16 plus 40 cores, with 128 gigabytes plus 8 terabytes that I just bought for 60,000 yuan. George laughed at himself. How could I be angry because she chose David? He closed his eyes and quickly calmed down the anger in his heart. From the moment Susan chose David, Susan's husband George had died. George, who came back from the dead, should become a brand new person. Angela in my world. After a moment, George calmed down, turned to look at Gu Jian, and asked, "Is my phone with you?" Gu Jian fiddled with the metal hinge of the laptop with a look of heartache on his face. The broken cable hung down limply like a withered vine, with a lingering smell of burning. The originally mirror-like liquid retina XDR display was now covered with spiderweb-like cracks. "What? You want to buy me one?" Gu Jian raised his head and looked at George eagerly. "Give me your phone, and I'll transfer the money to you." "Okay, brother phone." Gu Jian took out a cell phone with a broken screen from his pocket. George was speechless. "My new phone is broken again. I'll give you one." Gu Jian pulled out an unopened iPhone from behind his chair. 16 Pro Max, 256 gigabytes white titanium. "This is for you for free." George didn't hesitate and took the phone, unpacked it, activated it, and then took out the SIM card from the old phone and put it into the new one. After activating the phone, there was no signal. George looked out the window at the deep mountains and forests and gave up the idea of making a call. Gu Jian bumped George with his shoulder and winked. "You haven't answered my question yet. Aren't you going to divorce Susan? After the divorce, you can be with Grace." George frowned and glanced at Gu Jian, then said indifferently, "There is no relationship between her and me. Please tell her that I saved her once, and she saved me once, and we are even now." George's firm attitude, Gu Jian didn't want to continue persuading him. 2 hours later, Gu Jian brought George to a Chinese restaurant hotel and ordered a table full of dishes. George devoured the food like a homeless man who had been hungry for 10 days or half a month. In less than half an hour, he finished the entire table of food. He touched his stomach and said a little embarrassedly, "Why has my appetite increased so much?" He himself found it unbelievable. Could a normal person's stomach really hold so much food? Gu Jian, holding a tablet computer to monitor George's various physical indicators, quickly came up with the answer. He smiled and explained, "Your body has been genetically modified, and your metabolic rate is several times faster than that of ordinary people. Your energy consumption is high, so naturally you eat more. It's like a high-performance sports car. The more powerful it is, the higher the fuel consumption." He turned the tablet towards George, and the data on the screen kept jumping. "Look, your cell repair speed is even more exaggerated than those genetically modified mice in our lab." George glanced at the tablet computer, which was filled with obscure and complex codes and various jumping values. He couldn't understand it at all, so he looked up and asked, "What genes are you studying in your lab?" Gu Jian smiled awkwardly. "Sorry, brother Feng, this is a core secret. I can't tell you for the time being, but when the time is right, you will know it naturally." "Will it affect my life?" George looked at the dense data on the tablet and felt a little uneasy. What is this genetic modification? He has only seen it in science fiction movies and novels. He is worried that he will be caught as a guinea pig for experiments. Gu Jian patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry about that. We won't interfere with your life unnecessarily. Besides, your special physique may help us make a major breakthrough in genetic research." "I feel relieved with your words." George called Emma on his cell phone. At this time, Emma held Angela and got into a Passat car. Noah closed the door, walked around to the other side of the car, and sat in the driver's seat. Emma asked bewilderedly, "Brother Shaw, do you think should I call my sister?" Bang! Noah slammed the driver's door shut, his dark eyes staring at Emma in the rearview mirror, and said expressionlessly, "If it were a normal wife, she would have gone to the provincial hospital last night." Emma opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but stopped herself before she finally sighed silently and said slowly, "Then let's go." Just as Noah started the car, Emma received a call from her brother-in-law. Her eyes lit up and she quickly answered, "Brother-in-law, Emma, I'm Fine." A steady and powerful voice came from the phone. Hearing the familiar voice and remembering the death notice last night, Emma couldn't help but tear up. "Brother-in-law, Angela and I are about to leave for the provincial hospital to see you." Provincial Hospital? George was stunned for a moment, then looked up at Gu Jian, who was sitting opposite him. The latter explained in a low voice, "Last night, without your family's consent, we secretly took you away in the name of the provincial hospital." George quickly said to Emma, "Emma, you don't have to come. I'll go home tonight." Emma's voice was choked with sobs. "You just had a craniotomy. You probably haven't passed the critical period yet. You should recuperate in the provincial hospital for a while." George scratched his head, not knowing how to explain to his sister-in-law that he was now unharmed. Gu Jian pushed the tablet computer in front of George, and on the screen was a line he had just edited. George cleared his throat and said, "The medical equipment here at the provincial hospital is very advanced. The doctor said that my recovery is much better than expected. All indicators have stabilized, and it will be no problem for me to go home and recuperate. Listen to my voice. Does it sound like someone who is seriously ill?" My brother-in-law's voice was steady and powerful. "He certainly doesn't look like a seriously ill patient who just underwent a craniotomy." Emma smiled happily. "Then Angela and I will come and take you home." George smiled and said, "It's too troublesome to run around. You and Angela can just wait for me at home." "Dad!" Angela's crying voice came from the phone. Her childish voice sounded very hoarse, as if it had been rubbed by sandpaper. George's nose felt sore, and he tried hard to hold back his tears and said softly, "Angela, dear, Daddy is fine now. Daddy will come back and make tiramisu for you, okay?" There was a sniffling sound from the other end of the phone, and Angela said in a baby voice, "Dad, I don't want tiramisu. I just want a hug from Dad." George held the phone, his Adam's apple rolling, 1,000 words stuck in his chest, and finally turned it to just one sentence. "Wait for Dad to come home." After hanging up the phone, George was eager to go home. He looked up at Gu Jian and asked, "When can I go back?" Just as he finished speaking, the sound of helicopter propellers could be heard faintly outside. George turned his head and saw 3 white helicopters approaching from afar. Chapter 28. Something happened to Emma and Angela. "Brother Shaw, my brother-in-law, said he will be back soon, so we don't have to go to the provincial hospital," Emma said to Noah while wiping her tears. "Ha ha ha, I knew this guy had a tough life. Even the king of hell can't do anything to him." Noah grinned, but tears welled up in his eyes. He only found out about George's car accident this morning. Emma told him that the hospital had issued a death notice for George. He almost went to the hospital with a knife to fight David, but Emma stopped him in time and told him that the people in the provincial hospital said George was not dead, so they took George to the provincial hospital for further rescue. Noah was worried, so he contacted the staff of the provincial capital branch and asked them to go to the provincial hospital to inquire about George's condition. The branch staff said that George was receiving treatment in the intensive care unit and the hospital temporarily prohibited anyone from visiting. Noah was really worried because he didn't see George. Coincidentally, Emma and Angela also wanted to go to the provincial hospital to visit George, so he immediately decided to drive them to the provincial hospital. Now that George called, Noah finally felt relieved. Angela twisted and turned in her aunt's arms. She tilted her head back, her thick eyelashes still stained with tears, and said in a soft, childish voice, "Aunt, when Dad comes back, Angela, don't make Dad angry again. Angela will be Dad's best little baby." Emma's eyes reddened again, and she gently rubbed Angela's soft hair with her chin, her voice trembling slightly. "Angela is the most obedient little baby." Noah smiled and said, "Then you guys go upstairs first. I'll go out and buy some food and make a delicious meal for George tonight." Emma carried Angela out of the car. Noah had just driven out of the community when he suddenly caught sight of 3 BYD cars with temporary license plates parked on the side of the road. He curled his lips in disdain, stepped on the accelerator, and the Passamara disappeared at the end of the road like an arrow. "Aunt, let's go buy some flowers for Dad." "Ugh." Emma pinched Angela's pink cheeks, and a gentle smile appeared on her pretty face. "My brother-in-law saved my life at the risk of his own life. Now that he's out of danger, I should really buy him a bouquet of flowers to express my gratitude." The two walked out of the community hand in hand, and Emma suddenly received a call from her father. Thinking of her furious father last night, Emma was still frightened. After answering the phone, she cautiously called out, "Dad." On the other end of the phone, Zhang Pei's voice was slightly tired. "Your mother and I are planning to go to the provincial hospital. Please bring Angela with us." Emma hesitated for a moment and said, "My brother-in-law has already called us. He said he will be back this afternoon." Zhang Pei frowned and asked doubtfully, "Xiaofeng can call so soon?" Emma smiled softly. "Yes, listen to my brother-in-law's voice. It's clear, steady, and powerful, just like nothing happened." Hearing this, Zhang Pei took a deep breath. "Okay, when he comes back, give me a call, and I'll go see him." Jiang Peiyan glanced at the family photo on the table, his eyes welling up. Yeah, okay. Angela. Say. Suddenly, the little daughter screamed on the phone, as if she wanted to call for help, but she only shouted one word and the call was hung up. Emma. Jiang Peiyan's pupils shrank, and he dialed the number with trembling hands, but the phone indicated it was turned off. His daughter and Angela. This was Jiang Peiyan's only thought at the moment. He immediately took out his cell phone and dialed the private number of the head of the Binhai City Police Department. Old Jiang. How do a busy man like you have the time? Old Chi. Something seems to have happened to my daughter and my granddaughter. Ziang Pan in Thup Lauki Hasti. Like, I just talked to my daughter and heard her screaming for help, and then the call was hung up. When I called again, it said the phone was turned off. Jiang Peiyan said anxiously. Is your eldest daughter or your youngest daughter? Little daughter. Where do you live? Where does she live? Where does she live? I don't know where she lives. She lived at her sister's house for a while, but she seems to have moved out in the past 2 days. You have to find out where she lives first, otherwise we can't help you find her. Okay, let me ask. Jiang Peiyan hung up the phone and was about to call Susan when Susan suddenly pushed the door open. She hadn't slept the whole night. Her eyes were dark, her hair was messy, and she looked a little embarrassed. Dad, I'm going to the provincial hospital to see my husband this afternoon. I'll leave the company's affairs to you. Jiang Peiyan said anxiously. Don't go to the provincial hospital yet. Something happened to your sister and Angela. Boom! Susan was struck by lightning. Her eyelashes trembled as she looked at her father. Ew, what did you say? Jiang Peiyan told Susan about his phone call with Emma just now, and then asked her where Emma lived. Susan's face turned pale, and she shook her head. I don't know where she lives. Noah must know. Susan thought about it, and immediately took out her cell phone to call Noah. What's up? Noah's voice was extremely cold. He has decided to cancel his cooperation with Susan S. company, so there's no need to be polite. Susan didn't care about Noah's attitude and asked anxiously, Noah, do you know where my sister and Angela live? Noah sneered and said sarcastically, as a sister and a mother, you don't even know where your sister and daughter are. Don't you feel like a failure? Susan didn't have time to argue with Noah. She just said solemnly, Noah, listen, Emma and Angela are in trouble. My dad has called the police. We need to find out where they are. Susan, we are all adults. Please don't play such childish games, okay? Noah scoffed and hung up the phone. Something happened? I was with them just 5 minutes ago. To be on the safe side, Noah took out his cell phone and called Emma. The user you dialed has turned off the phone. Is the power off? Noah frowned slightly, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed forward. After a moment, he turned around at the U-shaped intersection ahead and returned to Watanju. At the same time, Susan S. phone number was called back. Noah, they are at Watanju. I'm going back to check on them. Noah said and hung up the phone. He was a little uneasy at the moment. Emma and Angela didn't go far away, so their phones wouldn't run out of battery. Susan acted very anxious just now, so she probably wasn't lying to herself. Noah returned to Watanju and knocked on the door. There was no response from the room. He entered the 6-digit password. The door opened and walked into the room and shouted, Emma, Angela. Emma and Angela were not at home, so Noah ran to the property management department anxiously to check the surveillance footage. The property management department did not dare to offend the lawyer, so they immediately helped him retrieve nearly half an hour of surveillance footage. Chapter 29, no clues. According to the surveillance video, after he drove away, Emma and Angela did not enter the community, but walked in the opposite direction. When passing by the 3 unlicensed BYD cars, 2 masked men rushed out of the middle car, dragged Emma and Angela into the car, and then drove away. Noah's face was as gloomy as water. He grabbed the property manager by the collar and yelled, Is this your security system? 3 unlicensed cars were parked at the entrance of the community, and no one asked a question. Cough, cough, cough. The property manager's face flushed red from being pinched, and he gritted his teeth and spoke with difficulty. Wong, Lawyer Wong, please be reasonable. Reason? Noah's forehead veins bulged. My little niece was kidnapped right under your noses. How the hell do you expect me to be rational? As a lawyer, he can remain rational most of the time. Even if his personal safety is threatened, he will only use legal weapons to protect his rights. But when he saw little Angela being kidnapped, he really couldn't control his anger. My good brother George came to me with his daughter. He had a car accident the night before and was almost killed. I should take the responsibility of taking care of Angela, but Angela was kidnapped. How should I explain to George when he comes back? At this time, a clerk in a hip skirt frowned and said, Lawyer Wong, the most urgent thing now is to call the police, not waste time here losing your temper. Noah finally calmed down, slowly let go of the property manager, took out his cell phone and called the police, but before he could dial the number, he received another call from Susan. I'm at Watanju. Noah answered the phone and said in a hoarse voice, Emma and Angela were taken away outside Watanju. I'll be right there. Susan hung up the phone and drove to Watanju, telling her father where her daughter and sister had the accident. Just after she finished talking to her father, David called again. Susan answered the phone automatically. David, are you awake? Ahem, Sister, where are you? David was very weak and could barely speak. Susan pursed her lips and said, I'm out doing something. Don't talk since you just woke up. Just rest well in the hospital. David's voice choked with sobs. My dad said that the person I hit was my brother-in-law. Is he okay? Although he had a close call with death, he felt it was worth it. He already knew what happened the night before. Sister Susan chose him again, which showed that his position in Sister Susan's heart was more important than George's. Susan sighed. Your brother-in-law is fine now. You didn't do it on purpose. Don't blame yourself. Just take care of your injuries. Damn, he's not dead? David's right hand, which was holding the phone, felt veins bulge in his bones. He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, causing him to gasp. Hiss. Susan was about to hang up when she heard David gasp and quickly asked, What's wrong? Headache. David's voice was filled with tears. Sister, can you come to the hospital to accompany me? No. This time, Susan refused directly and explained, Angela and Emma have been kidnapped. I probably don't have time to go to the hospital today. Hearing this, David pretended to be panicked and asked, What? What? Angela was kidnapped. Cough, cough, cough. David coughed hard a few times and said intermittently, Don't worry, Sister Susan. I have a friend who works in a police station. I cough, cough, cough. I'll call him right away. Seeing that David was still concerned about her, even though he couldn't speak clearly, Susan felt a warm current in her cold heart, and her voice softened a bit. No need. My dad contacted Director Chi. They will help me find Angela. You just need to rest and recover. David responded weakly. Well, when you find Angela, remember to call me. Noah came out of the monitoring room and walked back and forth outside the community, holding his mobile phone. After a moment, he stopped and looked at the phone interface. Grace still didn't reply. He felt that calling the police would be less reliable than contacting Grace. So he told Grace the information that Angela was kidnapped. On weekdays, Grace replies to messages almost immediately. But now it's been almost 10 minutes and there's still no movement. How about giving her a call? Thinking of this, Noah found Grace's number and dialed it. Sorry, the user you dialed has turned off the phone. Is the power off? Noah frowned slightly. George had such a serious car accident. Why is Grace's phone turned off at this time? Suddenly, as if he thought of something, Noah's pupils shrank suddenly. But then he shook his head vigorously. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At this moment, a sudden brake sound came from behind. The red Ferrari driven by Susan was parked on the side of the road. Susan, who hadn't slept much in the past 2 days, had dark circles under her eyes, messy hair, and looked a little depressed. She pushed open the car door and walked out, her eyes red as she asked, How long have they been kidnapped? Noah raised his wrist to check the time. About 40 minutes. Did you see who kidnapped you? The kidnappers wore hoods and drove 3 unlicensed BYD cars. Noah unlocked his phone, opened the surveillance video he had just copied, and handed it to Susan. Headgear. 3 unlicensed cars. Susan felt powerless as she watched the surveillance footage on her phone. Half an hour later, Noah and Susan arrived at the public security building. In the office, Song Hui, who was in charge of the kidnapping case, sighed and said, We checked all the nearby surveillance cameras through the Sky system. Those 3 unlicensed cars drove into the blind spot and never appeared again. 10 minutes ago, the alarm center received 3 fire alarms. We immediately arranged for nearby colleagues to go check it out. Those 3 cars on fire were BYDs. After a pause, he looked at Susan and asked, Ms. Jiang, has your family offended anyone in the business world recently? Susan was shocked and quickly took out her cell phone to make a call. Hey, isn't this Mr. Jiang? A sarcastic female voice came from the phone. Why? Do you regret it? Susan gritted her teeth and said, Lin Mingxue, you are so despicable. Lin Mingxue frowned on the other end of the phone. What does Mr. Jiang mean? Susan said emotionally. I'll give you the cooperation with Huaxing Construction, but you release my daughter. Dingtai Building Materials and Xingwan Building Materials, run by Lin Mingxue, have been competitors for many years. Huaxing Construction recently contracted a large project, and 2 building materials companies were fighting fiercely for it. Apart from Lin Mingxue, Susan couldn't think of anyone else who would kidnap her daughter. Lin Mingxue was stunned for a long time before she asked in a deep voice, Your daughter was kidnapped? Susan clenched her phone tightly, her nails almost digging into her palms. Don't play dumb. Who else would kidnap my daughter besides you? You just want Huaxing Construction's cooperation, right? I can just withdraw from the competition. Lin Mingxue also lost her temper and snorted coldly. Susan, stop slandering me here. I, Lin Mingxue, have always been upright and honest. I always do business in a fair way. I don't want to do anything illegal or against discipline. Susan could tell that Lin Mingxue was angry. If she really did it, she should have called her to make conditions. Could it be that she really wronged her? Lin Mingxue continued. We've been dealing with each other for more than a year or 2. You should know exactly what kind of person I am. I'm also a mother, so I understand how you feel. I'll use my connections to help you find someone. Chapter 30. George returns and learns his daughter is missing. Thanks. Susan thanked her. After hanging up the phone, He looked at Song Hui and said, "My biggest competitor is Lin Mingxue, but she's an honest person. My daughter's kidnapping should have nothing to do with her." Song Hui could tell from their conversation that the case had become more difficult. To comfort Susan, he said in a deep voice, "Don't worry too much. Director Chi takes this case very seriously. We'll be sending out a police dog. Go back and collect some items used by Chun, Angela, and Emma." Good. Susan went home and took down pillowcases and some small toys from Angela's room. Noah sent Angela's photo to several wealthy women with whom he had good connections and asked them to use their own resources to find someone. 3 hours later, still no clues. The top floor of Bin Hai Global Building. A helicopter slowly landed on the helipad. George jumped out of the helicopter, turned to look at Gu Jian, and asked with a smile, "Do you want to go see my lovely little cotton-padded jacket?" To avoid suspicion, his head was wrapped in gauze. Gu Jian said dejectedly, "How can a poor ox like me have as much free time as you? I have to go to Beijing to write a report, and I have to be back to the experimental base before midnight." "Okay then, keep in touch when you have time." George waved goodbye. "Almost forgot about this." Gu Jian pulled out his wallet and took out a golden business card, tossing it to George. "If you encounter any problems you can't solve, you can contact this person. Just a reminder, he has a bad temper, so don't contact him for even the smallest matters. Let's go." Gu Jian waved his hand and then closed the cabin door. After watching the helicopter leave, George picked up the business card and took a bite. "Good job. Pure gold. Gold is so expensive now. It should be worth a lot of money, right?" George took a DD downstairs and returned to Watangju. He took out his new phone, turned off airplane mode, and called Emma. "Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off." "Why is it still turned off?" George shook his head and stuffed his phone back into his pocket. There's a traffic police checking cars at the traffic light ahead. It took nearly 10 minutes of traffic to get to George's car. The driver presented his driver's license and vehicle registration. After checking the driver's ID, the traffic police asked George to show his ID card. "I don't have my ID with me. Can I have my ID number?" "Can." George reported his ID number. The traffic police checked George's appearance through the police communication system and nodded, saying, "Thank you for your cooperation. You can go now." The driver drove away, and after passing the traffic light, he couldn't help but complain, "It's different if you have connections. When my brother's child was lost, they didn't even search the whole city like this." George laughed dumbly. "You can't really say that. The police find quite a few missing children every year. They're not gods, so how can they know everything?" After a pause, he asked, "For what you said, you know whose child is missing?" George in the rearview mirror and said calmly, "I've been questioned 3 times this afternoon. It seems the daughter of a corporate CEO has been kidnapped." George shook his head and sighed. These businessmen put all their energy into their work and can't even take care of their own daughters. They are not worthy of being fathers. The driver smiled and said, "You must be unworthy of being a mother. I heard that the CEO of that company is a woman, and a very young and beautiful woman." George asked in a deep voice, "Could it be Lin Mingxue from Dingtai Building Materials?" Looking at the entire Binhai, only Susan and Lin Mingxue could be called young and beautiful female entrepreneurs, and Lin Mingxue happens to have a daughter who is 1 year younger than Angela. The driver shook his head. "I don't know about that. I'm not that nosy." George became uneasy and muttered quietly, "It must be her." There was a roadblock at the intersection ahead, and a police car was parked next to it. The road section with few vehicles was congested again. George fidgeted a little and took out his cell phone to call Noah. "On the phone. Call your father-in-law." "On the phone. Call Susan. It's connected." "Ooh." Susan's voice was filled with alarm. "It's me, George." George's voice was dull. Susan heard the familiar voice and burst into tears of joy. "Hubby, you're still alive?" Huh. George sneered. "Very disappointed, right?" Susan cried and said, "Hubby, what nonsense are you talking about? The night before last, the doctor said you were gone. I almost cried to death." George thought of the surveillance videos that Gu Jian had shown him and tried to calm his anger. He asked in as calm a tone as possible, "Did you take Angela away?" Susan cried even louder. "Hubby, Angela and Emma were kidnapped." Who? Boom. George was struck by lightning, and his face turned pale as paper. Angela was kidnapped? Who would kidnap Angela? Lin Mingxue? After a long while, he finally recovered and asked in a hoarse voice, "How long has it been?" Susan sobbed, "About 5 hours." George closed his eyes and continued to ask, "Have you found any clues?" Susan, "No clues at all." George turned his head and looked out the window. Could it be Lin Mingxue? His voice was very calm. It had been a long time since Susan heard her husband speak to her so gently. A warm feeling washed over her heart. She wiped away her tears and said, "It can't be her." She also used all her connections to help us find Angela. After saying that, Susan suddenly thought of the woman who appeared in the hospital earlier. So she asked cautiously, "Honey, the night you had the car accident, a woman came to donate blood. She said something incomprehensible to me. Do you know her?" "Grace." George hung up the phone. Dingling. Noah called it this time. George answered, "Hello." George. Noah remained silent. I don't know how to face George. I know everything. George's tone was low and subdued. Noah said guiltily, I'm sorry. I didn't take good care of Angela. It has nothing to do with you. George took a deep breath. Where is Grace? Noah was stunned for a moment. You suspect Grace did it? In fact, he had suspected it just now, but he felt it was unlikely. Grace does have a bad reputation in Beijing. For example, her cousins may steal her business. She would come straight to your door and either break your hands or your legs. For example, some ignorant rich second generation drugged her. After being discovered, just let that rich second generation have no descendants. But Grace's love for George is absolutely insane. If George doesn't let her come to Manhwa, then she will just stay in Beijing. Except for the days of George's parents' death, she would not set foot in Manhwa. George needed blood when he was in a car accident and was being rescued. Even though Grace was anemic, she went to the hospital to donate blood without hesitation. Apart from her, I really can't think of anyone else who would kidnap Angela. George didn't want to doubt Grace, but he had heard a little about what Grace had done over the years. What could a female devil like her not do? Noah said with a bitter tone, do you know that the night before last, Grace drew 800 cubic centimeters of blood to save you? She has anemia, and that 800 cubic centimeters of blood almost cost her her life. Chapter 31. Seeking help from the old man. I saved her once. George looked calm and continued. Do you know where she is? I don't know. I just contacted her, but she didn't reply to my WeChat, and her phone is turned off. Hang up first. I'll call you back later. George hung up the phone and pulled a golden business card from his pocket. I didn't expect to use this business card so soon. Enter the number on the business card and call. Ooh, the person on the other end picked up the call instantly, and the voice sounded like it had heavy metal effects added to it. George said, my name is George, and the business card was given to me by Gu Jian. Explain. My daughter has been kidnapped. Can you help me find her? Cannot. The person on the other end was very frugal with words and hung up the phone after finishing speaking. George called again. The other party hung up immediately. Keep fighting. Or hang up. George frowned. This guy is too unreliable. Dingling. At this time, a strange number called. George quickly answered. Hello. Brother phone. Are you okay? A soft and sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. Grace. George asked in a deep voice. Did you kidnap my daughter? Beijing City. Grace, wearing a hospital gown, had a smile on her pale face that reached her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were sparkling, as if containing a starry sky. But after hearing George's indifferent and skeptical question, her smile gradually froze and her eyes dimmed a little. Brother phone, am I a bad person in your heart? George said calmly. You just need to answer me. Yes or no. No. Grace answered firmly. George felt a little relieved. If it's really Grace, I guess we have to ask the old man to rescue Angela. Grace pursed her cracked lips. Brother phone, I can help you find little Angela. Unnecessary. George ruthlessly refused and hung up the phone. He knew Grace had the ability, but I don't want to owe her a favor. 100 meters ahead to reach the destination. The navigation in the car issued a reminder. After the car stopped, George pushed the door and got out. Then I called my grandfather. Xiao Feng. The old man's voice trembled. Are you okay? George hummed. Grandpa, Angela has been kidnapped, and there is no clue at the moment. I may have to trouble you. Damn it. They even dared to kidnap Peter's descendants. Are you tired of living? The old man gritted his teeth in anger and said tremblingly, I'll give you a number. You contact him. George came to the security room and took out a pen from the pen holder to write down the number. Halfway through writing the number, he paused. Isn't this the number on the golden business card? George frowned and said, a friend of mine gave me this number. I just called him, but he didn't agree to help me find Angela. The old man snorted coldly. That's because he didn't tell me my name. Okay, I'll try again. George's patience was wearing thin. After hanging up, I called the number again. However, the other party didn't answer the phone at all. So I sent a message. Hello, my grandfather's name is Peter. In less than 5 seconds, the call came in. It was a northern accent without any special effects. Emma, brother, you are Mr. Chen's grandson. Why didn't you tell me earlier? This matter is. George said impatiently. Hurry up and do it. Do you need me to provide photos or something? No, just wait for my call and we'll be over. The person on the other end hung up the phone after saying that. George didn't go upstairs either. He paced back and forth at the entrance of the community, waiting for a call. After a while, Noah Espasat drove up and stopped on the side of the road. After turning off the car, Noah did not get out immediately. Instead, he rubbed his eyes and then slapped himself hard in the face. Oh, Noah felt a burning pain on his face, and he grimaced, damn it, I'm not dreaming. He was in a car accident the night before yesterday and had to undergo a craniotomy. The hospital even issued a death notice. But just 1 day later, he was able to walk around full of energy. If this were to get out, he would probably be caught and used as a guinea pig for research. Noah got out of the car and walked straight to George. He opened his arms and gave him a big bear hug. He also patted George's back hard, saying with a lump in his throat, I knew you were lucky. George didn't react. Noah let go of George and saw his expressionless face. He felt guilty again. I'm sorry, I didn't take good care of little Angela. Ding dong. George's phone rang with a message alert. He quickly picked up his phone and unlocked it. Your daughter is in Fenghua Village, Wangjiang District. George's eyes suddenly lit up. He opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Angela is in Fenghua Village. Hearing this, Noah immediately got into the driver's seat and started the car. At the same time, a red Ferrari came speeding. Susan turned the steering wheel to slow down and prepare to pull over. Dingling. Another call came in from the company. She hung up the phone in annoyance. Looking up again, Noah's Panamera took off. Beijing City. Su Family Private Hospital. In Grace S. luxurious ward. Su Huion looked at his haggard daughter, smiled bitterly, and said, Silly girl, why are you doing this? Grace opened her bloodshot eyes and looked at her father, then said softly, Brother Feng's daughter has been kidnapped. Su Huion was slightly stunned. Do you doubt me? Grace stared at him without saying anything. Su Huion raised 3 fingers and said, I, Su Huion, swear to heaven, if I did this, I will not die a good death. Bang! The ward door was pushed open forcefully. Miss, I found out. A muscular man in a suit and tie hurried in. Seeing Su Huion standing on the bed, his whole body tensed up, and, Masterin. Su Huion nodded calmly. What did you find out? The muscular man looked at Grace cautiously, not knowing whether to say it or not. Grace raised her eyes to look at him. Who did it? The muscular man scratched his head and said, We didn't find out who did it. We only found out where Angela Chun and Emma were taken. Grace closed her eyes again. Notify the people in Binhai and rescue them at any cost. Yes. The muscular man turned and left the ward. Knock, knock, knock. As soon as the muscular bodyguard left, there was another knock on the door. Su Huion stepped forward to open the door. Fu Qingxiu, dressed in a white suit, was standing outside, holding a large bouquet of blue roses in his arms, with an imperial green diamond ring the size of a pigeon egg hanging in the middle. Uncle Su. Fu Qingxiu greeted with a smile. Su Huion glanced at the diamond ring in the middle of the bouquet. It was the by K. Yao Guang that appeared at the China Guardian auction last week and was bought by Fu Qingxiu for 120 million yuan. Grace is in a bad mood. Take it easy. Su Huion patted Fu Qingxiu on the shoulder and left. Fu Qingxiu muttered to himself, I don't believe that this beak Yao Guang, which is worth 120 million, can't be exchanged for a smile from Grace. He straightened his back and walked into the ward with long steps. Get out. Chapter 32. Going in rashly will lead to death. Grace. Any further, and the consequences will be at your own risk. Grace didn't even look at Fu Qingxiu. Her icy voice was chilling. The 2 iron, tower-like bodyguards standing at the door twisted their necks, making a sound of bones rubbing against each other. As long as the young lady said a word, they would not hesitate to break the legs of the young master of the Fu family in front of them. Fu Qingxiu retracted his leg that was about to enter the ward and forced a stiff smile on his face. Grace, I don't have to come in, but you have to accept the gift I prepared for you, right? I spent a fortune just to make a beautiful woman smile. If this doesn't even get into the ward, won't people in the circle laugh at me if it gets out? Zhang Tai. Miss. A strong man, nearly 2 meters tall, stepped forward. Grace said weakly, Send the guests away. Master Fu. Zhang Tai made a gesture of invitation. Please. Fu Qingxiu turned and left with a look of reluctance on his face. Binhai City. The night was as dark as ink, and a light drizzle began to fall from the sky. The black Passat was speeding on the road. Noah glanced through the rearview mirror at the Ferrari following closely behind him and frowned. Susan S. behind us. Should we get rid of her? George remained silent, but his frown said it all. Noah understood what he meant and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the Passamila shot out like an arrow. In the rearview mirror, the headlights of the red Ferrari were instantly thrown far away, but quickly moved closer again. Susan S.'s driving style was 3 times more aggressive than usual, and the crazy waving of the wipers could not hide her red eyes. 500 meters ahead, turn left at the intersection. There was an intersection ahead. Noah turned on the right turn signal in advance to give Susan a false signal. He accelerated again, squeezed in after a bus, and increased the speed by 120 yards. He then turned left after squeezing in 3 more cars. Where the hell are they going? Susan lost her vision and encountered a red light at the intersection, but she did not stop and instead accelerated to turn right. Fuck. The car that was going straight had just started when it saw a red Ferrari suddenly appearing. It was so scared that it quickly stepped on the brakes, but in return it felt a strong push on its back. Fenghua Village is an urban village that is about to be demolished. It lies on the edge of Wangjiang District like a huge skeleton with its flesh and blood drained away. It is surrounded by green nets, and the entrances to the village are full of obstacles. Old Chun, are you sure Angela is here? Noah parked the car on the side of the road, turned off the engine, and took out his cell phone to call the police. Sure. George opened the car door and was about to get out. Noah grabbed George's arm and asked, What are you doing? Save Angela. Are you crazy? Noah's face turned pale with fear. They're a gang. Who knows how many people there are? There might even be a murderer with a gun. There are only 2 of us. Wouldn't be death if we went in. I can go in alone. You wait for me in the car. George used a little force to break free from Noah's hand. Noah was a little surprised. Didn't this guy just have a craniotomy? How come he's stronger than me? Damn it, I'm going to risk it. Without thinking too much, he took out a large wrench from behind the seat and followed. As soon as George got off the car, he received a call from a number on the golden business card. Don't go in. Wait for me to come over. How long? George asked. About half an hour. I can't wait that long. Every minute I waste puts Angela in more danger. George continued walking in the rain. His daughter is his whole world. He would not allow his daughter to be hurt in the slightest. Hong Lei's tone on the other end of the phone became serious. Don't be impulsive, kid. There are 19 of them, 15 of whom have served in foreign mercenary groups. They also have firearms and 3 VSS silent snipers. Although your physical fitness far exceeds that of ordinary people, you are only slightly stronger and your wound healing ability is better. If you rush in rashly, you will only die. What should we do then? George paused. The veins on the back of his hands bulged. His fingertips turned slightly white. The metal frame of his phone was dented, and dense cracks appeared on the screen. Wait for me to come over. But I've already cracked the surveillance video installed by the criminal gang in Manhwa village. Judging from the situation at the scene, your daughter is not in danger for the time being. On the provincial highway, 7 G-class cars were speeding. In the middle was an extended version of Lincoln that had been converted into a simple office. There were several computers on the desks, which displayed not only surveillance footage of Manhwa village, but also satellite images of Manhwa village. While talking on the phone, Hong Lei stared at the surveillance matrix on the computer screen and said, there are 36 wireless micro cameras installed in Manhwa village. Your current location is also within their monitoring range. They have arranged for someone to come out and check it out. You will handle it on your own. After saying that, he hung up the phone. The young man with glasses sitting in front of the computer pushed up the frame on his nose and asked curiously, Brother Lei, who is this kid Dao? Who should we ask to reimburse the expenses for this mission? Hong Lei pulled a pack of cheap cigarettes from his leather jacket pocket, took out the last wrinkled cigarette, put it between his lips and lit it, then crumpled the cigarette box into a ball and threw it into the trash can at his feet. He took a deep puff and said, You'll have to cover the cost yourself for now. I'll ask that Gaigu Jian to reimburse you in a couple of days. This side of Manhwa village. George turned back to the car and said, Let's get out of here. I'm not going in. Noah had written his last words and even scheduled them to be sent. When he saw George return to the car, he quickly walked over, opened the door, and got into the driver's seat. A tall and strong man walked out of the village. He was wearing a mask and sunglasses, holding half a steel bar in one hand and a high-intensity flashlight in the other. The dazzling light shone through the windshield onto Noah's face. According to your mother, Noah raised his hand to block out the light and cursed under his breath. The tall and strong man came over and asked, What do you do? Noah explained with a smile, I'm an outdoor anchor, and I'm planning to go live in Manhwa village. The burly man glanced at George in the passenger seat and saw that his head was wrapped in gauze. He then averted his gaze and said coldly, Manhwa village has been purchased by our company, and demolition work will begin soon. Outsiders are prohibited from entering. Leave here immediately, or you won't be polite. Is that so? Fine then. Let's go now. Noah inserted the car key into the lock with pretended regret. At this moment, a command suddenly came from the tall and strong man's earphone. Catch them. Hearing this, the tall and strong man suddenly pulled out a Desert Eagle from behind his back, opened the car door with his other hand, pressed the Desert Eagle against Noah's temple, and shouted, Get out of the car. The coolness of the metal passed through his skin and into his heart. Noah's muscles tensed up, and he instantly felt as if he was shrouded in death. His Adam's apple moved, and beads of sweat the size of beans on his forehead slid down his cheeks. Gurgle. Noah swallowed hard, stiffening his neck and saying in a trembling voice, Big brother, be careful of any accidental discharge. Stop talking nonsense. The burly man roughly grabbed Noah's collar and dragged him out of the car. He pointed his Desert Eagle at George and growled, And you, get out of the car now. Brother, my friend just had a craniotomy. Before Noah could finish his words, George opened the car door and walked out. Chapter 33 Noah. Leave me alone. Go away. Tisk. Hong Lei stared at the surveillance footage, his brow furrowed. They seemed to have recognized George and Noah. Lei, I found out. A blonde, blue-eyed foreigner sat at another workstation in front of him. He turned around and said, The boss of this organization received a huge sum of 5 million yuan in his account half a month ago. The remittance account is called Fu Chenwei, the Fu family in Jing City. Hong Lei put the cigarette, but that was about to burn his fingers into his mouth, and took a puff. Then he opened the car window and flicked out the cigarette, but with his fingers. The scarlet spark flew out like a bullet, hitting the highway guardrail and shattering into pieces. Yes, Fu Chenwei was adopted from an orphanage by the Fu family. After graduating from high school, He was sent to study in Mexico. He started a business during college and never came back after graduation. Umph, the Fu family dare to touch the descendants of old Shun. I think they are tired of living. Hong Lei's face was as gloomy as water, and his fists were bulging with blue veins. Fenghua Village. In an abandoned footbath shop, Emma hugged Angela and huddled in the corner, shivering. 5 men wearing masks and sunglasses sat around a massage bed, eating instant noodles and speaking foreign languages. Spanish? Emma is fluent in 6 languages. Just enough to understand Spanish. You don't even have a say on whether to kill him or not. Isn't this just a waste of our time? That little girl has delicate skin and tender flesh. She must taste delicious. You are a piece of shit. Is human flesh so delicious? You don't understand. Kill. Eat people. These words stimulated Emma's heart. She hugged Angela tightly, and even digging her nails deep in her palms could not suppress the fear in her heart. Angela huddled in her aunt's arms and said in a trembling voice, "Aunt, I'm afraid." Emma suppressed her trembling, put her cheek against Angela's head, and comforted her softly. "Don't be afraid. The police will definitely come to rescue us." Angela sniffed and whispered, "If Dad knew we were kidnapped, would he be very anxious?" Emma was about to speak when a bald man with tattoos all over his face suddenly walked in from outside. According to her observation, this bald man was the leader of the entire gang. The bald man twisted his neck, walked to the table, picked up a satellite phone, and dialed a number. Mexico, Latin Building. Fu Chengwei stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the city that had just awakened. Dingling. The phone call I've been waiting for all night finally rang. He picked up the phone and answered, "Dad." Fu Zhongyi's tone was filled with fatigue and guilt. "Wei, the company's business has been tough in recent years. You have to rely on yourself. Dad can't help you." Fu Chengwei's company encountered some troubles and urgently needed 300 million yuan to overcome the difficulties. As his adoptive father, it was reasonable for him to help him, but his wife tried to stop him in every possible way, so he had to find an excuse to refuse. "Understand, Dad. Go to bed early." Fu Chengwei's tone was gentle, and there was no sign of dissatisfaction in his voice. Fu Zhongyi said earnestly, "Wei, you should be down to earth in your work and don't always think of taking shortcuts." Fu Chengwei curled up the corner of his mouth with a sneer, but said respectfully, "Dad is right. I will remember it in my heart." There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, and Fu Zhongyi hung up with a sigh. Fu Chengwei threw his phone hard onto the leather sofa. His eyes were filled with sinister intent. Take a shortcut? If it weren't for your Fu family being wary of me, how could I have come to this point? Dingling. The satellite phone on the desk rang. He took a deep breath and walked quickly to the desk to answer the call. "Explain. How long do we have to wait? Are you sure they won't find out about me?" "Don't worry, Boss Fu. We are professionals." "Then let's do it." A look of madness appeared in Fu Chengwei's eyes. He knew why his adoptive parents were unwilling to help him. Isn't it just for their own son? In order to pursue Grace, Fu Qingshu spent 120 million yuan. I need 300 million to save the company, but they are hiding it. In that case, don't blame yourself for attacking Fu Qingshu. Can Fu Qingshu withstand this trick of killing someone with a borrowed knife? Fenghua Village. After the bald man hung up the phone, he grinned, revealing a mouthful of black and yellow teeth. Emma's shaking became worse, and she felt a surge of despair. "Boss, can we start now? Let's play with that beautiful woman first." The bald man licked his lips, and a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. In their place, there were no such beautiful women. The 2 men immediately walked towards Emma. Emma pressed her back against the wall, her eyes filled with fear. "You don't come over here." "Whoa, Auntie Dad." Angela was so scared that she started crying, and her 2 little hands tightly hugged her aunt's neck. Emma and Angela like wolves and tigers. One of them grabbed Angela's arm roughly and pulled her out of Emma's arms. Angela cried out heartbreakingly, "Andy!" The little body twisted and struggled desperately, and suddenly bit the kidnapper's hand. "Shit!" The kidnapper slapped Angela in the face. 5 bright, red fingerprints instantly appeared on the tender little face. Angela's crying stopped abruptly. Her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed to the ground. "Angela!" Emma screamed at the top of her lungs, desperately trying to pounce on Angela. But he was held tightly by another kidnapper. She kicked and scratched wildly, leaving several bloody marks on the other person's face with her nails. What she got in return was a hard slap in the face, which made her dizzy. The kidnapper dragged Emma straight to the massage bed. The bald man took off his shirt, revealing a terrifying body covered with hideous tattoos. The dark blue pattern looked like a ferocious demon in the dim light. The bald man grabbed Emma's hair and threw her onto the bed. At the same time, inside the speeding Lincoln, Hong Lei stared intently at the computer screen, veins bulging on his forehead. His hands clenched into fists, his knuckles turning white from the exertion. He stiffened his neck and roared, "Faster! Faster!" The man with glasses was sweating profusely. After swallowing hard, he said, "Brother Lei, it looks like they're about to start a fight." It'll take us at least another 20 minutes to get there. Honglei narrowed his eyes and said, report to the higher-ups. We're going to use attack drones. Fenghua Village. George and Noah walked in front, holding their heads. Noah's face was ashen, and even scenes of memories from his childhood to adulthood began to emerge in his mind. No, help! Oh. George faintly heard Emma's cries, and the sound was like a steel knife stabbing into his heart. In an instant, his eyes were bloodshot, and his blood and cells began to boil. The kidnapper behind him heard his companion's instructions through the headset. Kill them. Click. The kidnappers opened the Desert Eagle's safety. George whirled around, put his palm over the muzzle of the gun, and pressed hard. Bang! The kidnapper still pulled the trigger. The bullet passed through George's palm, but became lodged between the bones. George elbowed the kidnapper hard in the jaw. Click, click, click. All the kidnapper's teeth were broken, and he fainted before he could even scream. Puff! George felt a burning pain in his chest. He looked down and saw a bloody hole on his chest as thick as a thumb. Noah exclaimed, there's a sniper. Walk! George picked up the Desert Eagle on the ground and ran forward. Noah fell flat on his face before he could even take 2 steps. George looked back and saw Noah had been shot in the calf. Leave me alone. Go away. Chapter 34. A near miss. Noah roared angrily. George certainly wouldn't abandon his good brother. Rushed over and dragged him into the side alley. Putting the Desert Eagle in Noah's hands, George asked, do you know how to use it? I've been with a rich woman at the shooting range. Noah glanced at George's bleeding hand and said with trembling lips, your hand. I'm Fine. George opened his palm, and the bloody hole was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Noah's pupils contracted. If it weren't for the sharp pain in his calf, he would have thought he was dreaming. You, follow me. George didn't have time to explain as he slammed his shoulder against the collapsed wall. Fuck, Superman. Noah quickly got up and limped after George. Boom, boom, boom. The black brick walls looked like foam in front of George. Noah was horrified. He suddenly understood why George had escaped death. This is probably due to the terrifying healing ability. The other kidnappers have already caught up. Everyone standing next to the collapsed wall was dumbfounded. Oh shit, what the hell? In a footbath shop, Emma's clothes had been torn to shreds. Only bikini left. The skin, as smooth and delicate as mutton fat jade, is full of temptation. She curled up, clutching her chest and sobbing. Sad, upset, desperate, regretful. Countless emotions spread in my heart. She couldn't imagine what kind of inhuman abuse she would suffer next. The bald man looked at the perfect figure and delicate skin of the beauty in front of him and could no longer restrain himself and pounced on her. Just as he was about to tear off the last covering on Emma, the wall in front of him suddenly collapsed and the massage bed was knocked 2 meters away. George's clothes were torn and his shoulders were covered in blood. After crashing into the wall, he met the bald man's eyes and saw Angela lying on the ground with blood coming out of her mouth and nose, and her eyes were bloodshot again. Huh? George rushed forward like a madman, pinched the bald man's neck fiercely, dug his nails deep into the bald man's neck, and his arms with bulging veins felt like steel. The bald man's eyes widened, and he desperately scratched George's arms with his hands, trying to break free from the deadly shackles. A gurgling sound came from his throat, but it seemed pale and powerless under George's almost insane strength. You dare to touch my daughter. I want you to die. I want you to die. George was like a mad beast. His voice was low and hoarse, full of hellish coldness and murderous intent. Bang! He slammed his bald head to the ground. A muffled sound was heard. The bald man's head hit the hard concrete floor hard. A splash of blood. However, George did not give up. He raised his knee and smashed it into the bald man's face again and again. Each blow was filled with anger to completely destroy the other party. The bald man's face soon became bloody and unrecognizable. The kidnapper outside the door heard the angry roar in the house and immediately took out his Desert Eagle and rushed in. Bang, 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 bang. Noah leaned against the wall and fired 5 shots. The 5 kidnappers fell one after another. All of them were shot in the center of the eyebrows. Basic exercises, don't be stupid. Noah blew on the muzzle of the gun and struck a handsome pose. Bang. Noah was shot in the buttocks and fell to the ground screaming. Looking back, he saw that the other dozen kidnappers had already rushed in. His face turned pale, and he said, "It's over. I'm dead. Oh shit. I'll fight you guys." Noah just stood up when he saw another group of people rushing in from the house in front. They were all wearing hoods and holding submachine guns, and they fired at the group of robbers. George carefully held Angela in his arms, his fingertips trembling as he brushed the red and swollen palm prints on his daughter's face. His heart was broken. The little body in his arms was so light and lifeless that his eyes instantly turned red. He let out a suppressed sob from his throat. Angela. Maybe it was his voice that had magical power, but Angela's eyelashes trembled slightly as she slowly opened her eyes. Seeing her father's face covered in blood, she curled her lips, hugged her father's neck with both hands, and burst into tears. Dad. Dad is here! Dad is here! George's voice choked with sobs as he held his daughter tightly in his arms, as if he wanted to melt her into his body, fearing that he would lose her if he let go. He kept kissing his daughter's forehead, tears dripping uncontrollably on Angela's tender face. Auntie, where's Auntie? Angela struggled and turned her head to look for her aunt. George followed his daughter's gaze and saw Emma lying on the ground next to the massage bed, half of her face stained with blood, and her thin body was still trembling slightly with fear. Angela twisted her body to get off the ground. George put her down gently. The little girl stumbled to her aunt and wiped the blood off Emma's face with her little hands clumsily. Aunt, wake up! Dad is here to save us. Emma's eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes when Angela called her in a crying voice. She suddenly hugged Angela in her arms and burst into tears. George came over and took off his shirt to cover Emma, but she was still holding Angela in her arms, so it was not convenient. Angela struggled to break free from Emma's arms, rubbing her tear-blurred eyes with her little hands, and asked in a baby voice, Auntie, where your clothes? George turned his head and handed over the coat in his hand. Where mine? Emma thought about the scene where she was almost bullied by the bald man, and their conversation about killing herself and eating Angela, and she couldn't help but throw herself into George's arms. She burst into tears. Well, brother-in-law, it's all my fault. I didn't protect Angela well. George froze in place, letting Emma hold him tightly. He could feel the person in his arms trembling violently, like a lone boat in the stormy waves. It's not your fault, George soothed in a hoarse voice, raising his hand and then lowering it. They said they wanted to eat Angela. I watched Angela being beaten, but I couldn't do anything. I really felt useless. Emma's voice was broken by sobs. Her nails dug deep into George's back, and her hot tears soaked George's clothes. George took a deep breath and finally raised his hands to hug Emma. His hands were smooth and tender, but he had no extravagant thoughts. It's all over. Feeling the warmth of the man's strong chest and palms, Emma dared to believe that her brother-in-law had really pulled her and Angela back from the brink of hell. There was a faint sound of sirens outside Manhwa village. The battle ahead has also ended. There were corpses lying all over the ground. The group that came out from behind captured 2 people alive and quickly withdrew. 1,000 meters from the high school, the 3 drones turned around and returned. Hong Lei's convoy just got off the highway. The man with glasses stared at the group of people evacuating on the surveillance footage and asked in a deep voice, who sent this group? Hong Lei breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead with 2 tissues. Who cares who sent him? As long as the crisis is resolved, it saves us a lot of trouble. The man with glasses laughed dryly. 8 of them took only 180 seconds to take out a dozen retired mercenaries, and even managed to capture 2 of them alive before they could swallow the poison. Such strength is not something you'd expect from a place like Benhai. Hong Lei took out a satellite phone and dialed Gu Jian's number. Old Hong, George S. daughter was captured. We mobilized all our forces. Now the crisis is over. The mission budget is 4.2 million. When will you transfer the funds? Mr. Duo. Chapter 35. You don't need to worry about my daughter. 4.2 million. I'll give you 4 million. Hong Lei pretended to be generous. Gu Jian laughed dryly. Old Hong, this joke is not funny at all. Do you think the higher-ups can approve 4 million for me? Hong Lei curled his lips and said, I don't care. The satellite lease authorization cost 2.2 million, and they also deployed 2 attack drones. Although they weren't used, the maintenance cost is at least 500,000. There are 13 of us here, so 10,000 per person is not too much, right? Gu Jian sighed. All right, I'll write a note. George is a special case. I'm sure they'll give him special consideration. Okay, that's it. I'm hanging up. Hong Lei hung up the phone and shouted to the driver in front. Stop at the foot massage parlor ahead. I'll stay in Benhai, and you guys go back to base. Manhwa village was surrounded by nearly 100 police cars. George and several others were taken to the city hospital. Noah was taken to the operating room. Emma suffered only minor injuries and was treated in the emergency room. On the way back, George borrowed a knife and picked the bullet out. I thought the wound would be almost healed by the time I got to the hospital, but when I arrived, there was no sign of healing at all. Could it be that the special ability had disappeared? George called Gu Jian to ask the reason. Gu Jian explained that the excessive consumption of energy caused by genetic mutation would cause the patient to enter a short dormant period. 10 o'clock in the evening. Noah was transferred to the ward after the operation. George carried Angela and Emma to the ward. Noah was staring at the ceiling in a daze. Everything that happened today was so fucking surreal. Isn't this what Hollywood crime movies are all about? George walked to the bedside, put Angela down, and asked, Brother Shaw, are you okay? Noah moved his lips and forced a smile. I almost died. How can I be okay? Angela rushed over and smacked Noah on the face. Thank you, Brother Shaw, for saving my life. Noah's mood instantly turned from gloomy to cheerful, and he grinned and said, Hey, you're quite capable, little girl. Brother Shaw, thank you. Emma was still wearing George's coat. Her thin figure was covered tightly by the coat, and the hem was almost below her knees. She pursed her lips and thanked Noah. Noah raised his eyebrows and jokingly said, "Do you want to repay your life-saving grace with your body?" Emma secretly glanced at her brother-in-law, then pouted and muttered, "Brother Shua has so many female confidants. How can I be worthy of you?" Noah could tell Emma wasn't interested in him, so he smiled and said, "Thank your brother-in-law if you want to thank anyone. He's the MVP." If George hadn't knocked down one wall after another, he would have been riddled with hornets' nests. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. George turned his head and saw a plump woman about 35 years old standing at the door. She's about 35 years old, with picturesque eyebrows and eyes, bright red lips, and she's wearing a slim burgundy silk dress that outlines her graceful and plump figure. A dazzling diamond necklace shines brightly around her neck, and paired with high heels of the same color, she looks elegant and noble. The woman walked straight to the bed, stared at the pale Noah, and asked coldly, "Who hurt you? Tell me. I'll help you get revenge." George and Emma subconsciously glanced at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. This woman is no ordinary person. She is Zhao Nishang, a well-known female entrepreneur in Binhai City, with personal assets of 3.5 billion. Unfortunately, her reputation was not very good. There were rumors that she was doomed to be alone and had killed 3 of her husbands. Noah saw Zhao Nishang walk in, looking awkwardly at George and the others, and said, "Well, Mr. Zhao is my client. You guys should go back first." George nodded and said, "Okay, have a good rest. I'll come see you tomorrow." After saying that, he took Angela's hand and walked out of the ward. Angela blinked her big eyes and asked, "Dad, is that Auntie Brother Shua's girlfriend?" George shrugged. "Your brother Shua has a lot of girlfriends. What's so strange about that?" Angela pouted and said, "Brother Shua is a playboy." Ding dong. The elevator door opened and Susan strode out. I saw George and Angela. Tears welled up in my eyes. If it were any other time, the little one would have already run over calling for Mommy. But this time, she ignored Mommy. She just lowered her head and looked at her little shoes. "Husband, Angela." Susan ran over crying, squatted down, and was about to hug Angela. The little guy didn't dodge, but didn't respond either. He put his 2 little hands behind his back. Angela turned her head away and pursed her lips to try not to cry. But the big dark eyes were still filled with a layer of mist. Susan hugged her daughter tightly and cried, "Angela, Mom is so worried about you." Angela in her arms didn't react at all, and Susan just thought her daughter was scared. After hugging Angela for a while, she stood up and hugged George. "Roll." George pushed Susan away, picked up Angela, and left. Susan was pushed and staggered a few steps, her face full of shock and hurt. "Husband." She jogged after him, but was stunned in place by George's cold gaze. Angela lay on her father's shoulder, secretly wiping away her tears, her pink little face full of grievance. "You don't need to worry about my daughter. You should worry more about your foster brother," George said and left without looking back. Susan's face drained of color and she staggered back a few steps. Emma shook her head and walked past Susan with her head down. "Emma." Susan wiped her tears and followed, stopping Emma and asking, "Why are you wearing your brother-in-law's clothes?" Emma pursed her red lips and explained, "My clothes were torn to pieces by the kidnappers, so my brother-in-law lent me some clothes." Susan's face suddenly changed. She put her hands on Emma's shoulders and asked with trembling lips, Then are you okay? They didn't hurt you, did they?" Luckily, my brother-in-law arrived in time. Otherwise, Emma thought about the scene again, shrugged her shoulders, and started crying. Susan quickly hugged Emma and comforted her. It's okay, it's all over." Ding dong. The elevator came down from upstairs. George was about to enter the elevator when he found a man standing in the elevator with crutches in his hands, gauze wrapped around his head, and a neck brace around his neck. "Chun, George." David's pupils trembled violently. "You can walk so soon?" "David." George heard his voice was unclear and he was wrapped like a mummy, so he didn't dare to confirm it. "It's me." David raised his lips and smiled. "Do you want to beat me up?" He stretched out his face and said, "Come and hit me, come and hit me, come and hit me." Susan was outside, and he didn't believe George would dare to hit him. "And it's okay, even if I get beaten." The more George beats himself, the more strained his relationship with Susan becomes. David's provocative look made Angela so angry that she gritted her teeth. "Daddy, give him a beating." "Is that even necessary?" "Must be cut. He's used to." George put Angela down. "Go to your aunt." "Oh." Angela ran towards her aunt happily. David's eyelids twitched wildly, and he took a step back with his crutches. He started screaming before George could do anything. Sister Susan, help me." Bang. George kneed David hard into the elevator. Susan heard David shout and let go of Emma and walked towards the elevator. "Mommy." Angela ran over and hugged her mother's legs, saying in a baby voice, "Brother Shua was shot to save me and my aunt. You go and see him." "Well, Mommy will go see her later." Susan forced a smile and said, "Let go of Mommy first. Mommy will go find her dad first." Angela twisted her body and acted coquettishly. No, no, no. Let's go now. Beating David. Looking at her daughter's adorable appearance of acting coquettishly and cutely, Susan felt conflicted. Angela had just escaped from death, and she ignored her when she held her just now. Now she came to act coquettishly and cutely, and she had no reason to refuse. But David and George seemed to have met in the elevator. Given George's personality, David would definitely be beaten. David's body was so weak, how could he withstand the beating? Angela, be obedient. Mommy will be back soon. Susan rubbed Angela's head and tried her best to sound gentle. I don't. Angela hung on her mother's legs like a koala, as if she was not going to let go. Suddenly, a muffled bang sound was heard in the elevator, mixed with David's heart-wrenching scream. Ah, murder. Help. Susan's heart suddenly tightened, and she subconsciously tried to break free from her daughter to check, but Angela held her fingers tighter. The little one raised his tearful face, and the tears hanging on his eyelashes fell on the back of Susan's hand. Mommy, don't go. Angela is afraid. That's enough. Susan got angry and shook Angela's hand away. Angela was thrown down and sat on the cold ground, crying loudly. She tilted her head back and looked at her mommy with tearful eyes, crying heart-wrenchingly. The mommy who used to hold her gently and tell her stories now had a look of impatience in her eyes. Susan's heart was broken by her daughter's heart-wrenching cry. She stood there, looking at the little body, trembling with tears. The guilt and entanglement in her heart overwhelmed her like a surging tide. Angela. Emma ran forward and picked up Angela from the ground. She raised her eyes full of anger and stared at Susan and yelled, Susan, are you crazy? Angela just escaped from the clutches of the devil, and you still treat her like this. Angela grabbed Aunt Emma's clothes and sobbed, tears leaving crystal-clear streaks on her pink cheeks. Susan's lips trembled. She wanted to explain, but couldn't find the right words. Ding dong. The elevator door opened. David climbed out of the elevator, the bandage on his head stained red with blood. George grabbed David's feet and dragged him into the elevator. Sister Susan, save me. David clutched the elevator door tightly with both hands, his veined fingers almost digging into the metal cracks, and his hoarse cries echoed in the corridor. George exerted force suddenly, and David's fingers were almost broken. He quickly loosened his fingers and was pulled into the elevator. George looked down at David, stepped on his cheek and crushed it hard, and said ferociously, You bastard, do you really think your father is a soft persimmon? Stop. Susan finally reached the elevator. She pushed George away, her eyes reddening as she roared. He's already injured like this, and you still hit him? Do you have any humanity left? David took this opportunity to climb out of the elevator, then held his head and burst into tears. My head hurts. Sister Susan, I'm gonna die. Please save me. George's chest heaved violently. Hearing his daughters crying, he temporarily gave up the idea of beating David. He pushed Susan away and kicked David, who was blocking the door 2 meters away. Then he walked straight towards Angela. Beast! Susan cursed and ran over to support David. George came up to Emma and frowned. What's going on? Emma pursed her lips and explained. Angela just stopped me and asked me to take her to visit Brother Shaw. When I heard David's screams, I pushed Angela to the ground and she fell. George's temples were throbbing as he watched his daughter curled up in Emma's arms and burst into tears. Heartbroken, he took Angela in his arms and comforted her softly. Angela, don't cry. Daddy will make you tiramisu when we get home. Angela leaned her little head against her father's neck, grabbed her father's collar with her 2 little hands, sniffed and nodded. George carried Angela and walked straight to the elevator, while Emma followed her brother-in-law with her head down. At the elevator door, David had already fainted. Susan frantically performed CPR on him, shouting toward the corridor from time to time, Help! Help! Someone has fainted. It was nighttime, and there were not many nurses on duty in the hospital, so no one responded to her for the time being. George walked into the elevator as if nothing had happened, beat up David, and felt much better. Susan grabbed Emma's clothes and said with tears in her eyes, Emma, stay with me. Emma pulled the clothes out without any hesitation, then walked into the elevator without looking back. Looking at the slowly closing elevator door, Susan's tears welled up as she sobbed, Why? Why are you so cruel? Why can't you think about it from my perspective? Ding dong. The elevator door opened again. Susan looked up quickly, Emma, but the person who came out of the elevator was a nurse. Susan's mood hit rock bottom again. As soon as George arrived at the hospital entrance, he saw a Rolls-Royce slowly parked on the side of the road. This was his father-in-law, Jiang Pei's car. Xiaofeng, Angela. Jiang Pei got out of the car and trotted forward. Angela's eyes lit up. She opened her arms and shouted, Grandpa. Jiang Pei took Angela from George's arms and said with tears in his eyes, It's good that you're okay. It's good that you're okay. George with tears in her eyes and asked with trembling lips, Xiaofeng, are you okay? I'm Fine. George smiled slightly. My father-in-law and mother-in-law treat me pretty well. If David hadn't appeared, This family should be very harmonious and happy. But now, everything has changed. Jiang Pan looked at George's head wrapped in gauze and asked in a deep voice, "You just had a craniotomy. Don't you need to stay in the hospital?" "I'm fine. I don't need to be hospitalized." George shook his head. "Dad, Mom, I just got out of the kidnapper's den. Can't you care about me?" Emma walked up to her mother, took her arm, and said coquettishly. Suyume looked her daughter up and down. She saw pinch marks on her neck and was wearing a men's jacket, clearly having been stripped. She couldn't help but ask angrily, her voice trembling, "Emma, what did those beasts do to you?" Emma sobbed and explained, "Those kidnappers were so terrible. They wanted to bully me and even said they wanted to eat Angela. If it weren't for my brother-in-law." Ahem. George turned his head and coughed twice. Emma immediately understood what her brother-in-law meant and quickly changed her words, saying, "If my brother-in-law hadn't arrived with the police in time, you would never see me again." Suyume hugged her little daughter in her arms and choked up, "Emma, you've suffered." Emma pursed her lips, hugged her mother, and said comfortingly, it's okay. I'm fine now, right?" Jiang Pan frowned and asked, "Where's your sister?" Emma pursed her lips and dared not say a word. Jiang Pan looked at George again. Angela pouted and said, "Your good daughter is accompanying her good brother again." When Jiang Pan heard Angela's words, his face instantly darkened. He gently put Angela down and looked at the hospital building with cold eyes. "I want to see what she is up to." Having said that, he strode towards the hospital. George and Emma worriedly and said, "Take Angela home first. I'll go see your dad." Watching the two people walking towards the hospital, George didn't even glance at them. Instead, he picked up Angela and smiled slightly and said, "Angela, let's go home." Chapter 37. He ordered 4 top technicians at once. George hailed a taxi on the side of the road. Emma stepped forward and opened the car door for him. He blocked the car door with his hands and said, "Be careful with your head." George got in the car and asked, "Are you going to wait for your parents?" Emma walked around to the other side and sat in. "Master, let's go to Wutang." "No, don't you need to go home and change clothes?" "My aunt brought some clothes to our house last night," Angela explained in a baby voice. The driver glanced at the rearview mirror in confusion. "What the hell? Aunt, did you bring clothes to their house?" "Holy crap, that's a lot of information." George naturally noticed that the driver was looking in the rearview mirror and quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand, sir. It's not what you think." I understand. The driver gave a meaningful smile. "You know shit." George secretly complained and was too lazy to continue explaining. "Anyway, I'm just a passenger. After today, no one will know each other, so let him think whatever he wants." Back at Watangju, Emma took Angela to take a bath. George took a bottle of beer from the refrigerator and went outside to the private garden. Who is the mastermind behind this? George squinted his eyes and looked out into the night, muttering to himself. The other party's target should be Angela, and Emma is likely to be implicated. David? He wanted to kill Angela and then stop Susan from having any thoughts of her own. But this loser doesn't have that ability. Apart from anything else, he couldn't even afford the appearance fee from the overseas organization. Grace? Not likely. Although Grace is also a little sick. But she won't deceive herself. When I called her, she admitted in person that she was not the culprit of the incident. Could he be Grace's suitor? Do they want me to doubt Grace and make her break up with me completely? But it has been 9 years since I left Beijing, and Grace and I are almost strangers. And since I have a daughter, shouldn't I keep my distance from Grace? George tilted his head back and drank his beer in one gulp. Dingling. At this moment, the cell phone in my pocket rang. Taking out his cell phone and looking at it, George was speechless. My phone screen is broken again. It seems that you can't use a cell phone that is too expensive. There was no note on the caller ID, but George looked familiar. It's the number on the golden business card. Hello? George, where are you? At home. Come to Pingjie Jelly Foot Bath Shop. No. George refused without a second thought, as he never went to those places. Hong Lei said awkwardly, I don't have any money on me, and they only accept cash. I can only find you in Binhai. George couldn't help but frown. Don't you even ask before you enjoy it? After returning from Myanmar, I rushed to save Angela and my sister-in-law. I just got home and have to go out again without even having time to sit down. He was very unhappy. Hong Lei was also speechless. I didn't know they had such a rule. George scoffed. Don't you know how to go to a convenience store outside to exchange cash or withdraw money? Hong Lei said helplessly. First of all, I don't have a smartphone, and secondly, I don't have my bank card with me. After a pause, he continued. Don't anyone know who hired the group that kidnapped your daughter? George's eyes fixed. Come here right now. After hanging up the phone, George returned to the living room. Emma, I'm going out. Don't run around. Ugh. Emma's voice came from the bathroom. George glanced casually and could make out a vague outline. He quickly looked away and hurried out. Ping Street is not far from here, and it only takes 10 minutes by taxi. George found the jelly bath shop and exchanged 2,000 cash at a convenience store outside. While I went to the bathhouse to pay, the cashier asked for 3,000. George said coldly, It costs 3,000 to wash your feet. Why don't you go and rob them? The cashier said calmly while munching on some sunflower seeds. Then you should ask your friend what kind of project he's done. He ordered 4 top technicians at once, so charging him 3,000 is considered low. Awesome. George gave him 2,000 first, and then ran to the convenience store again to exchange it for 1,000 in cash. The cashier finished counting the items and then shouted into the intercom, "Put him down." Not long after, a burly man in a black leather jacket came down from the second floor, followed by several beautiful women in sexy clothes. George, with a smile, shook his hand and said, "Thank you so much, brother. Don't worry, I'll have my brother transfer the money to you later. No need to pay it back. Just consider it my treat." George turned and walked out. How can this be so embarrassing? Hong Lei followed with a smile. George rolled his eyes at him. "I don't think you have anything to be embarrassed about." Hong Lei touched his shriveled stomach and asked, "Are you hungry, brother?" "Can I say I'm not hungry?" George shook his head and took Hong Lei to a decent restaurant. Hong Lei didn't hesitate and directly ordered 3 signature dishes, then handed the menu to George. George was even more exaggerated, ordering more than a dozen dishes in a row. "No." Hong Lei was stunned. "Aren't you hungry? Can you finish all the food you ordered?" George smiled and said, "You helped me so much, of course I have to reward you well." After the waiter left the room, George suddenly asked, "I haven't asked for your name yet." "On Lei." Hong as in flood, Lei as in thunder. "What do you do?" "Keep it a secret." "Who is the murderer behind the arrest of my daughter?" "Fu Qingwei, the Fu family in Beijing." "Fu family." George frowned. "I didn't provoke them. Why did they arrest my daughter?" Hong Lei yawned, swallowed his saliva, and said, "I don't know about this." After saying that, he shouted towards the door, "Waiter!" The waiter outside pushed the door open and came in. "Hello. Is there anything I can help you with?" Hong Lei rubbed his nose and said, "Go get me a bag of huazi." The waiter nodded and turned to leave. George didn't care. It wasn't much money anyway. What made him depressed was the Fu family in Beijing. There are 4 major capital families in Beijing. There are the Fu family, the Bai family, the Jin family, and the Kai family. The market value of the companies under the names of each of their families is as high as hundreds of billions. It is no exaggeration to describe it as extremely powerful. But I didn't provoke them. Why are they targeting me? Is it really for Grace? At the same time, Beijing City, in the basement of a villa, a group of doctors in white coats are dissecting a corpse. The rusty scalpel forcibly cut open the skin of the corpse. It's more like a sawing than a cutting. The 2 foreign men who were tied to the cross stakes nearby widened their eyes. They served in mercenary groups and joined underground organizations after retiring. What kind of scene have you not seen? But at this moment, he was frightened by this seemingly gentle dissecting hand. He now dissects corpses with a rusty scalpel. I'll be dissecting myself as an autopsy later. Which living person can withstand such an autopsy? Stop! One of the tattooed men finally lowered his head in compromise. The dissecting hand came up to the man and stared at him with sharp eyes. Fu Qingwei. The man spoke the name of the financial backer in broken Mandarin. The anatomist took off his mask, revealing a handsome face. He picked up the phone on the table next to him and walked out. "Clean it up." Grace received a call from her subordinate and frowned slightly. Fu Qingwei. Chapter 38. Grace destroys the rich second generation's legs. "Yes, Fu Qingwei." Su Liang responded. Grace's tone instantly turned 8 degrees colder. Then it must be Fu Qingxiu who ordered it. "Go kill him." Su Liang. "Sister, that's the Fu family. Besides, we don't have any definitive evidence to prove that it was Fu Qingxiu who ordered this. Su Liang is not Grace's biological brother, nor even a cousin. He can only be regarded as a close confidant. The Su family's direct lineage is not afraid of the Fu family, but he is afraid. Waste. Grace hung up the phone directly. Iron Tower. Miss. Zhang Tai pushed the door open and walked in. Grace said calmly, "Call someone and go to the Fu family." "Good." Zhang Tai took out his cell phone and started making a call. Half an hour later, nearly 30 Maybachs and Bentleys arrived at the Fu Manor in a mighty procession. Nearly 100 strong men in suits and ties walked out of the car. Zhang Tai came to the front of the young lady's car, bent down and asked, "Young lady, don't you want to go in and ask?" Grace said expressionlessly, "Do it." Zhang Tai's expression stern. He straightened his back and waved his hand. "Go." Half an hour later, the Maybach convoy sped away. Inside, the Fu family manor, bodyguards and security guards were lying all over the floor. But no one was bleeding, they all just fainted. The living room of Fu Qingxiu's private villa was in a mess. Fu Qingxiu, wearing a bathrobe, was lying on the ground with his feet twisted in a strange posture from his knees. After receiving a call from the housekeeper, Fu Zhongyi summoned all the people in his bodyguard company to rush back to the manor. But it was still too late. My son broke both legs. Fu Zhongyi held his son in his arms and roared to the sky, "Grace, I'm not done with you." A muscular man nearby asked in a deep voice, "Chairman, do you want us to take people to seek revenge?" He is the general manager of the bodyguard company. As the saying goes, you raise your soldiers for 1,000 days and use them for a moment. Now that the young master's legs have been broken, he, as the head of the bodyguard company, cannot escape the blame and must avenge the young master. The Fu family is one of the 4 largest capitals in Beijing, so what is there to be afraid of? Send my son to the hospital first. Although Fu Zhongyi was furious, he still knew the seriousness of the matter. He also knew that Grace was showing mercy, otherwise it would not be as simple as breaking both legs. After a 2-hour operation, Fu Qingshu's leg was finally bandaged, but he will have to lie in bed and recuperate for the next few years. Fu Tsunji called Su Huayan. Boss Fu, you're calling me so late. Are you planning to treat me to a midnight snack? Fuck your mother. Fu Tsunji kursid. Vulgar. Su Huayan is nortev coldly. Fu Zhongyi gritted his teeth and said, you must give me an explanation for what happened tonight. He knew that Su Huayan was a reasonable man, so he had to make him give him an explanation no matter what. On the one hand, it was to seek justice for his son, and on the other hand, it was to avoid being too embarrassed in front of the other families. Come, keep drinking. Su Huayan seemed to be urging people to drink. Fu Zhongyi almost bit his back teeth to pieces. Su Huayan, what's the matter? Su Huayan asked. You wouldn't know? Fu Tsunji laughed angrily. Even if he wanted to protect his daughter, he should at least pretend. I really don't know. I'm having dinner with Zhongbu tonight and haven't gone home yet. If you don't believe me, I'll let Zhongbu chat with you. After Su Huayan finished speaking, he handed the phone to another person. Who is it? Zhoubu asked as he picked up the phone. It really is Zhoubu's voice. Fu Zhongyi quickly forced a smile and responded, Minister Zhou, I'm Fu Tsunji. Zhoubu asked with a smile, Boss Fu, do you have time? Come over and have dinner with us. Fu Zhongyi said with a helpless smile, my son was injured and just had surgery. I really can't leave. How about this? I'll treat you another day and we'll get drunk together. Zhoubu said, he's already had surgery and it seems like he's seriously injured. Okay, just spend some time with your son and we'll make an appointment another day. After saying that, he returned the phone to Su Huayan. Am I right? Su Huayan smiled calmly. Fu Zhongyi gritted his teeth and growled, your precious daughter broke my son's legs. Su Huayan was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile, Boss Fu is really a joke. My daughter is a girl. How could she possibly hit someone? Fu Zhongyi was so angry that his teeth ached and his blood pressure was about to rise. He said coldly, so you mean I'm slandering you? After a moment of silence, Su Huayan asked in a deep voice, is this true? Absolutely true. Fu Zhongyi said firmly that he had also noticed that Su Huayan seemed to be unaware of the situation. This stinky girl is simply outrageous. Su Huayan was immediately furious. Well, I'll go check it out later. If it's true, I'll personally tie her up and bring her to your house. Then you can break her legs. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Fu Zhongyi staggered and almost fell. Break Grace's legs? Are you kidding me? You dare to promise. Do I dare to do it? Fu Zhongyi returned to the ward and sat down in front of his son's bed. Fu Qingshu has woken up. He stared at the ceiling, with tears in the corners of his eyes. Xiao Su. Fu Zhongyi choked and cried. Fu Qingwei. Fu Qingsu murmured. Awe. Fu Zhongyi asked, do you want to see your brother? Fu Qingshu slowly turned his head, tears welling up in his eyes. Fu Qingwei wants to harm me. You're talking nonsense, kid. Awe is your brother. How could he hurt you? Fu Zhongyi reached out and touched his son's forehead. The temperature is normal. Fu Qingshu was weak and too lazy to explain. He planned to recuperate before conducting a thorough investigation. Mexico, Latin building. Fu Qingwei called the satellite phone several times, but no one answered. For hours have passed, and it seems that something has probably happened. Fu Qingwei took a deep breath, sat down in the boss chair, shook his head and sighed. Dingling. At this moment, his private number rang. It was my adoptive father calling. Fu Qingwei quickly answered, Dad. Fu Zhongyi's voice was choked with sobs. Your brother is in trouble. Do you want to come back to see him? Fu Qingwei suddenly stood up from his chair and asked excitedly, is he dead? Fu Zhongyi was silent. Fu Qingwei quickly explained, is my brother okay? Fu Zhongyi thought Wei had said the wrong thing out of shock and didn't think much about it. He sighed and said, his legs are broken. I guess I'll have to stay in bed for a long time. Fu Qingwei gritted his teeth and asked, who is the murderer? Grace. So what are you going to do? What can I do? Fu Zhongyi said bitterly, big things can be reduced to small things. Small things can be reduced to nothing. Fu Qingwei slammed the satellite phone on the table to the ground and said angrily, this crazy woman, does she really think no one can deal with her? Fu Zhongyi was quite helpless. The Su family's connections are so complicated. In Beijing, no one can really touch her. Fu Qingwei lowered his voice and asked, what if it's somewhere else? Fu Zhongyi was stunned for a few seconds before smiling bitterly and said, forget it. I wouldn't dare bet the Fu family's century-old foundation on this. So if you have time, come back to see Xiaoxiu. If you don't have time, forget it. Okay, Dad, go to bed early. After ending the call, Fu Chunwei curled up the corners of his lips into a smile. But his smile quickly faded. Since everything is going according to your plan, then why can't we contact those mercenaries? Chapter 39. Hong Lei. I can see you're a daughter slave. In High City, George and Hong Lei haven't finished eating yet. Drink. The two of them clinked their bowls and drank it all in one gulp. George has been upset these days. Last time, Noah collapsed before he even had much to drink. Hong Lei's alcohol tolerance is much better than Noah's. Just to accompany me to have a few drinks. Hong Lei was already dizzy from drinking, seeing people with double vision. He put down the wine bowl in his hand, patted George's shoulder with his broad palm, and said drunkenly, "Chung, hiccup, Brother George, you could drink quite well. Hick, I can't compare to you, Brother Lei." George also drank quite a bit, and he bit his tongue when he spoke. The reason he was able to knock Noah down last time was because Noah drank a lot in the first half. Now, after more than 3 hours of duel with Hong Lei, it was already very good that he didn't fall down. Hong Lei exhaled alcohol and said, "Is Mr. Chin in good health?" "It's going very well. I'm even traveling abroad." George picked up the bottle and poured wine into the bowl, but the bottle was empty, so he shouted towards the door, "Waiter!" The waiter waiting outside came in immediately. "Boss, 2 more bottles of Matai." "Boss, we're out of Matai. What other wine do you have?" "Besides, no." Hong Lei interrupted the waiter, waved his hand and said, "You go out first." "Okay, call me anytime if you need me." After the waitress finished speaking, she walked out of the box with her slender waist twisted. Hong Lei looked at her buttocks for a few times. George said with disgust, "Brother Lei, hiccup, that's not enough?" Hong Lei put a cigarette in George's mouth and lit it with a lighter. Then he lit another cigarette for himself, puffing away and saying, "That's enough. Do you really want to pass out here?" George took a long drag on his cigarette and asked, "Do you know my grandfather?" Hong Lei leaned back in his chair and said slowly, "My grandfather and your grandfather were comrades in arms." "How? As a grandfather? It's been almost 10 years since I left." "So the—" George looked apologetic. "It's a pity that there is no wine. Otherwise we would drink 3 cups as punishment." Hong Lei waved his hand dismissively. "Birth, aging, sickness, and death are just the laws of nature. My grandfather lived to be 98, so it was a happy death." George instantly thought of his grandfather who was already over 90 years old, and his mood suddenly became heavy. He picked up the cigarette, put it in his mouth, and took a deep puff. Hong Lei saw what George was thinking, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't think too much. Your grandfather is in good health. It won't be a problem for him to live another 20 years. Ding dong. George received a message from his sister-in-law. "Brother-in-law, why don't you go home?" "I'm back," George replied and put his phone back in his pocket. Hong Lei smiled and said, "We've almost finished eating, and the restaurant is about to close. Let's leave." George nodded and walked to the front desk with Hong Lei arm in arm to check out. The cashier was a round-faced beauty in her early 20s, with picturesque features and fair skin. She was much prettier than the other waitresses here. She glanced at the bill and said with a smile, "Hello. Your total bill is 39,232 yuan. After rounding off the change, your payment will be 39,000 yuan." George scanned the code and transferred 40,000 yuan. "Give me another 1,000 yuan in cash." The cashier counted out $1,000 in cash from the cash register and gave it to George. George stuffed the cash into Hong Lei's hand and said, "Use this money to stay at the hotel." Hong Lei said awkwardly, 1,000 yuan is not enough." George smiled and said, "Aren't you afraid that I will tell my sister-in-law?" Hong Lei curled his lips. "If I had a wife, why would I do this?" George shook his head and scanned the code again to transfer the money. As soon as I finished transferring the money, I received a message saying that the battery was low and only 1% was left. Click OK, enter the payment password, and the transfer is successful. Fortunately, this restaurant does good business and collects tens of thousands of dollars in cash every day. George handed the money to Hong Lei. "Is this enough?" Hong Lei chuckled and said, "That's enough." After saying that, he raised his eyebrows at the cashier. "Is it almost time for the beautiful lady to get off work?" Holy shit, George wanted to kick him. What's the difference between this guy and those gangsters? Just as George was about to drag Hong Lei away, the pretty cashier glanced at the cash in Hong Lei's hand, pursed her lips and nodded. "There is still 30 minutes left before the end of the shift. Okay, I'll wait for you outside. We can take a walk together and chat about romance." After saying this, Hong Lei put his arm around George's shoulder and walked out. Ox. George secretly gave Hong Lei a thumbs up. "But then again, didn't you just order 4 top-notch technicians at the foot massage parlor?" Hong Lei curled his lips and said, "Oh, those 4 are too dirty. I didn't touch them." George laughed dumbly. "Isn't this dirty? I think she's obsessed with money. I guess she's been with a lot of men, right?" Even though George's daughter is 3.5 years old, she actually knows very little about this matter. After all, he became a full-time dad after graduating from college, and he only interacts with serious people. He knows very little about what's happening in society. Hong Lei curled his lips and smiled. "This is still a rookie. Just blow as hard as you can." George didn't believe that Hong Lei could tell whether a woman was a virgin. Hong Lei grinned and explained, I'm quite sensitive to smells. I can tell if a woman is a virgin by smell. Coming out of the restaurant, George asked, by the way, I displayed inhuman abilities in Fenghua Village. Will I be captured and sliced up for research? Hong Lei shook his head and said, as soon as you were safe, I had our leader inform the public security department here. The surveillance footage of Fenghua Village is classified as top secret. No one except a few people will know about it. As for your concern about being captured and sliced for research, I can tell you very clearly, don't worry. We have 15 geneticists like you on our protection list. Then I feel relieved. George breathed a sigh of relief, then asked, can you help me find out where Fu Chunwei is? Hong Lei narrowed his eyes slightly. You want to kill him? George's eyes gradually turned cold. From the moment I had a daughter, I was ready to go to jail at any time. I can see that you are a daughter slave. Hong Lei sighed. But this Fu Chunwei is abroad. It will be difficult for you to kill him. You saw it last night, too. If they hadn't recognized Noah and me, and we had listened to you and left Fenghua Village, my daughter and my sister-in-law would have been dead. George stared at Hong Lei, as if he would not give up until he achieved his goal. Hong Lei felt uneasy under George's gaze. George was right. He had made a major mistake in his decision today. After thinking for a moment, he said in a deep voice, I'll have someone keep an eye on him. I'll tell you as soon as he returns. Then we'll go get him together. Thank you. George thanked him and left without looking back. Hong Lei stared at the direction where George disappeared for a long time. After a long while, he muttered to himself, this guy has a bright future. George crossed the traffic light as if he was walking on cotton. He ran to the trash can and vomited violently. After entering the Wutangju community, I sat on the stone bench in the park downstairs for a while. As a result, the more I rested, the more dizzy I felt. When I stood up to look for the building, I found that all the buildings were double. Oh shit, which building? George took out his cell phone to call Emma, but found that it was turned off. After a moment's thought, he put his hands to his mouth like a trumpet and yelled, Emma. Chapter 40, Drunken Fight. The stairwells in residential buildings are all equipped with voice-controlled switches. As soon as he shouted, the voice-controlled lights on all floors lit up. An irritable resident poked his head out and yelled, damn it, what time is it? What are you making such a fuss about, BUI? He was a shirtless northern man from Unit 3. He is the owner of a small business and suffers from mild insomnia. I finally felt a little sleepy, but was woken up by the shout from the person downstairs. As we all know, people who drink alcohol tend to get drunk easily. George hadn't been having a good time recently, and when he heard someone scolding him, he immediately flew into a rage. He pointed at the person and yelled, what are you barking about? Come down and fight me if you dare. The shirtless man wanted to scold him and call it a day, but he dared to talk back. He immediately became furious. Who are you talking to, you little bastard? If you have the guts, just stand there. See if I can shave you or not. Come on, come down. Whoever runs away is a grandson. Oh, the shirtless man was so angry that his blood pressure was about to rise. He rushed downstairs without even putting on his shoes. The noise woke up many other residents. They all ran to the window to watch the fun. At the same time, it also attracted the security guards. As the young security guard ran over, he smelled a pungent smell of alcohol. Oh my God, how much alcohol have you drunk? George had just yelled twice, his stomach was churning, and he ran to the side to vomit again. The shirtless man had already come downstairs and trotted over. Where's the little guy? The young security guard quickly stopped the shirtless man and said, brother, calm down. This owner is drunk. The shirtless man's face flushed red as he glared at George with eyes as big as copper bells and cursed. Damn it. You don't know where you are after drinking some horse urine? Try yelling at me again if you dare. After George finished vomiting, he wiped his mouth with his sleeve and stood up shakily. His eyes were a little blurry, but still full of stubbornness. You talk too much nonsense. Let's fight one-on-one. Hey, big brother, please stop. George with some disdain. He also hated this kind of owner who had no drinking habits. But they're the owners after all. And who can live in Wutangju without 3 to 5 million? Get out of here. The shirtless man was furious and struggled to beat George. The young security guard hugged the shirtless man tightly and said, don't be impulsive, brother. Look, there's a bandage on his head. Maybe he's at surgery. What if he goes there and blackmails you? After hearing what the security guard said, the shirtless man did calm down a bit. The security guard continued, there's no need to get angry with a drunk. Bob, bad luck. Spat a mouthful of thick phlegm at George. George twisted away and dodged, grinning and mocking. Are you a woman, spitting in a fight? Oh my God. The shirtless man's anger, which had just subsided, rushed to his head again. George didn't even sit there and wait for death. He just rushed forward and slapped the burly man in the face. The crisp sound of slapping floated in the air. The shirtless man was dumbfounded. The young security guard was also stunned. It's over. There's no hope at all. The security guard let go immediately. Fuck. The shirtless man rushed forward and kicked George backwards into the grass. Immediately afterwards, the shirtless man rushed up and beat him up. George clenched his fist to fight back, but found that his strength had not recovered yet, and he was no match for the shirtless man. He had to cover his head with his hands and took the beating. Large flat on the top floor of Unit 3. Emma opened the window and looked downstairs. I saw two more people fighting downstairs. Are you crazy? Why aren't you sleeping so late? Emma saw that many people in the apartment building opposite were also looking downstairs. Just as she was about to close the window, she suddenly heard the security guard downstairs shout, "Emma, which one of you is Emma? Hurry and take your drunk husband back home." Emma was startled when she heard the security guard's call. Without thinking too much, she quickly put on her shoes and rushed downstairs. At this time, George could only barely protect his vital parts from the beating of the shirtless man, and he had already been hit by several punches. The wound on his hand tore open, blood staining the gauze red. The security guard quickly ran over to the shirtless man and said, "Brother, that's enough. If you keep fighting, someone will die." The big man for Northeast China was also worried about someone getting hurt, so he got up panting. Still feeling unsatisfied, he kicked George in the hips again and sneered coldly, "BY, keep screaming, why don't you scream?" At this time, the elevators were all empty, and Emma quickly reached the first floor. She ran over here barefoot, holding her slippers. Seeing her brother-in-law curled up on the lawn, her eyes suddenly reddened. She stepped forward and pushed the shirtless man away, angrily saying, "Why are you hitting me?" The shirtless man sneered, "You must be Jiang Mengli, right? Your husband drank some horse urine and couldn't find his way home, so he started yelling in the neighborhood. I said a few words to him, and he even cursed me out. Do you think this is my fault?" The young security guard echoed, "Yes, and it was your husband who started it." Emma turned her head to look at her brother-in-law who was curled up on the grass, only to see that he was already sleeping with his legs spread out. She couldn't help but feel distressed. How much alcohol had her brother-in-law drunk? She turned around and explained to the big man, "Brother, I'm so sorry. My husband has been through a lot of troubles these days, so he drank like this. You've already hit me, so let's just let it go. I wanted to say that he was my brother-in-law, but I was worried that these people would spread rumors, so I had to say that he was my husband for the time being. Anyway, no one here knew me and my brother-in-law." The shirtless man had indeed calmed down. Seeing that Emma looked delicate, he showed his manliness and waved his hand, saying, forget it. Let it be more careful. If he has a bad drinking habit, he should just drink less." After saying that, he turned and left, not forgetting to complain. This kind of loser can still find such a beautiful wife. It seems that the good cabbages are eaten by pigs. Emma took great pains to carry George back home. She gently placed him on the sofa and sat on the edge of the bed to catch her breath. She turned her head to look at her brother-in-law and saw that his face was covered with bruises and blood was oozing from the corners of his mouth. She felt a pain as if being pricked by a needle in her heart. After a short break, Emma ran to the bathroom and brought a hot towel to wipe the dirt off George's face. She was extremely careful and complained with a pout, "Look at you. Why did you drink so much and even get into a fight? What if something goes wrong? What will happen to Angela?" As she spoke, Emma suddenly frowned. When her brother-in-law beat that bald guy last night, he left him completely defenseless. Why was he beaten like this now? She saw with her own eyes that her brother-in-law beat the bald man's face into pieces with his fists. George drowsily opened his cloudy eyes, and what he saw was a beautiful woman in suspender pajamas who was touching her face. Just when Emma was distracted, a warm hand suddenly grasped her wrist. Before she could react, the owner of the hand pulled her into his arms, and then he turned over and kissed her. Chapter 41, Susan is here. Emma's eyes widened and her brain froze instantly. This is my first kiss. My first kiss was taken away by my brother-in-law. She subconsciously wanted to push George away. But then I remembered the scene of being rescued last night. At the moment when I was completely desperate, the appearance of my brother-in-law was like a ray of sunshine in the dark world. If my brother-in-law had not arrived in time, I would not even have survived. So, why bother about a kiss? But this man is my brother-in-law. If this gets out, how can I face people in the future? Who cares? No one will know anyway. Besides, my brother-in-law was drunk and probably wouldn't remember anything when he woke up. After a struggle in her heart, Emma closed her eyes. He responded awkwardly, wrapping his arms around George's neck. At this moment, the door of the children's room was suddenly opened. Emma's heart skipped a beat, and she shoved George to the ground. Bang! George landed with a dull thud. My head was already groggy, and after this fall I fell asleep again. Angela just came out of the room, rubbing her eyes, and said sleepily, "Auntie, you haven't slept yet?" Emma felt like her heart was about to jump out of her throat. Her cheeks were so hot that they could fry an egg. She hurriedly tucked the hair scattered on her cheeks behind her ears and stammered, No, and Auntie just finished cleaning." Although she was only 3.5 years old, Emma didn't dare to look at her directly. I was afraid that the little guy would see something from my eyes. Angela walked barefoot to the sofa, looked at George lying on the floor with a puzzled look, then looked at her aunt with a blushing face, blinked her big eyes, and asked curiously, "Why is Daddy sleeping on the floor?" Your father. He drank too much and accidentally fell to the ground. Emma quickly stood up and bent down to pull George's arm, trying to pull him back to the sofa, but she could only move him a little bit with all her strength. "Auntie, let me help you." Angela walked up and pulled her father together with her aunt. It took all the effort for the two of them to get George back to the sofa. Angela put her hands on her hips and stamped her feet. "Stinky dad, drinking so much." Emma turned her back to Angela, took a deep breath, tried to calm her pounding heart, and said in a calm voice, "Angela, be good and go to bed. Children won't grow tall if they stay up late." "But I want to poop." After all, Angela is only 3.5 years old. She can't get on the toilet, and the squat toilet is difficult for her two short legs. "I'll take you there." Emma picked up Angela and walked towards the bathroom. About 5 minutes later, Emma carried Angela to the children's room. 30 minutes later, after coaxing Angela to sleep, I returned to the living room. He glanced at his brother-in-law, lying on the sofa, walked over and pulled the air conditioning blanket draped over the sofa to cover him. Emma didn't dare to look at her brother-in-law any longer. She returned to her room, closed the door, and slumped on the floor against it. She covered her burning face with her hands, her mind full of the kiss just now. Shame overwhelmed her like a tide. "Emma, are you crazy? That's your brother-in-law." But when she recalled George's heroic appearance when he saved her, a strange feeling came over her heart. After a long while, she stood up and walked carefully to the mirror. Looking at myself in the mirror with red ears and slitted eyes, I reached out and touched my still numb lips. She didn't dare to think about how to face her brother-in-law in the future, let alone imagine what would happen if her sister found out. He walked to the bed with heavy steps, fell straight onto it, grabbed a pillow to cover his burning face, and groaned, "It's so embarrassing, so shameful." The next morning, around 7 o'clock, Angela, George woke up from his nightmare in shock, and when he saw that he was in the living room of Wudong residence, he breathed a sigh of relief. I shook my swollen head, staggered to the water dispenser, got a glass of cold water, and drank it. Feeling the coolness reaching my stomach, my mind finally became much clearer. The fragmented memories after last night's blackout quickly reorganized in my mind, like the scenes of a movie played at an accelerated speed. Emma downstairs, then fight with people. Emma carried herself upstairs. I actually pushed Emma onto the sofa and kissed her. George was stunned, his mind suddenly in turmoil. "Oh shit, are you an animal? That's my sister-in-law." Emma has never been in a relationship, so maybe this is someone's first kiss. Wrong. She seemed to respond by hugging her neck from behind. Just as George was standing messily by the water dispenser, Emma opened the door to the second bedroom and walked out sleepily. "Good morning, brother-in-law." Emma greeted him with a lazy morning voice and headed towards the bathroom. "Good morning." George didn't even dare to look back. Emma paused when she heard her brother-in-law's response, and all her sleepiness disappeared instantly. Thinking of the kiss last night, her cheeks became hot, and she hurriedly walked into the bathroom and closed the door. George rubbed his face hard, and the dried blood scabs on the gauze scratched his cheek painfully. When he removed the gauze, he saw that the palm of his hand that was shot had completely healed. Angela woke up at this time, poked her head out of the children's room, and glanced around the living room. Finally, she looked at her father and timidly called out, "Dad." "Good morning, Angela." George turned to look at Angela, smiled, and walked over to hug her, but Angela dodged, blushing and lowering her head, clutching the hem of her clothes, and said shyly, I wet the bed." "TSK, you're so old and still wet the bed. Aren't you ashamed?" George teased the little guy deliberately. Angela pouted and was about to cry. George pinched the little one's rosy cheeks and said, "I'm just kidding. Angela is the best. She didn't wet the bed on purpose. Dad is the best." Angela finally smiled and opened her arms for a hug. "Daddy, hug me." George picked up the little girl and kissed her on the cheek. His sparse stubble rubbed against his daughter's soft cheek. Angela twisted her body and hurriedly pushed her father's face with her chubby little hands. She said in a childish voice, "Zaza, Daddy's beard is like a little hedgehog. Here comes the little hedgehog." George deliberately used the stubble on his chin to poke Angela's soft cheek. Angela laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten her back. Her two short legs kicked wildly, and her giggles were mixed with intermittent protests. Daddy is a bad guy." Ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang. George turned his head to look at the door and asked, "Who is it?" Susan, with dark circles under her eyes, took a deep breath, forced a smile, and replied, "Honey, it's me. I bought you breakfast." George's brows furrowed immediately. Angela in his arms also calmed down. Emma's hand, which was about to open the door, was suspended in midair. "Dad, it's Mommy." Angela's voice was as soft as a mosquito. Thinking of being pushed away by her mommy last night, her little mouth pouted, and she looked like she was about to cry. "Stay in the room and don't come out." George put Angela in the nursery and closed the door. Emma walked out of the bathroom with her head down, then quickly returned to the second bedroom. George knew Susan's nature. If he didn't open the door, she would wait outside. And hiding is not a solution. I have to finalize the divorce with her as soon as possible. Thinking of this, George stepped forward to open the door. Susan was scolded by her father again last night. After the two elders persuaded her for half the night, she finally realized her mistake. Thinking about pushing away my 3.5-year-old daughter, the guilt in my heart was out of control. The father even threatened that if David didn't break off relations with him, he would break off the father-daughter relationship with him. She didn't dare to question her father's words. After all, her father had always been honest and would never take back what he said. This was a well-known fact among Binhai entrepreneurs. The door opened, and Susan looked at her husband, whose head was wrapped in gauze. She bit her lower lip and asked with concern, "Hubby, are you feeling better?" Chapter 42. If you want to die, go away and die. George ignored her, turned around, and walked over to the sofa and sat down. Susan followed him into the house, closed the door, walked to the coffee table, put the breakfast in her hand on the coffee table, then sat next to George, hugged his arm, and said coquettishly, "Husband." George pulled his arm away and said as calmly as possible, "Let's find a time to get a divorce." The smile on Susan's face froze instantly. She stared at George's calm profile, a bitter taste rising in her throat. "Hubby, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have pushed Angela away yesterday, nor should I have protected David. After the divorce, you'll have another chance to see Angela in the future." George interrupted Susan and said expressionlessly, "Otherwise, I will immigrate with Angela and never come back in this life." Emma felt as if struck by lightning, her face turning pale. She looked at the man in front of her in disbelief, the man who had promised her a lifetime at the wedding, and cried in a sobbing voice, "Hubby, you can't joke like this, okay?" George laughed in anger. "Do you think I'm kidding you?" With red eyes, he growled, "Your husband died in the car accident that day. In fact, if Susan had chosen to save me on the day of the car accident, I might have forgiven her. However, her choice was still her so-called foster brother, and I could have died on the operating table at that time. After all, the hospital issued a death notice. Angela do if she really died in that car accident? Angela has a mother who even gave up her husband to fuck her younger brother. What will her future be like?" Susan explained with trembling lips, The doctor said that even if you were rescued, you would most likely become a brain-dead vegetable, so That's enough. I don't want to argue about this now, and your explanation is meaningless." George interrupted Susan's explanation and said firmly, "This marriage must be divorced." Susan burst into tears, holding George's wrist tightly and crying, "Hubby, we still have a daughter. Angela can't be without a complete family. You can't do this." George pushed Susan away and said coldly, "I would rather Angela not have a complete family than have an irresponsible mother like you." Susan completely collapsed and stood up and yelled at George, "I've already fired David from the company. What else do you want? Divorce." George's face remained calm. "Whether you fire David or not doesn't really matter. I still say that the old George died on the operating table." Seeing that George was not moved by her persuasion, Susan also lost her temper. "Forget it. I won't sign it." George sneered and sent a voice message to Noah on his mobile phone in front of her. "Brother Shaw, help me prepare the materials for the divorce lawsuit." Ding dong. Noah replied immediately. George turned up the volume to the maximum and clicked the voice bar. Noah's slightly weak voice came from the phone. "Got it. I'll ask my senior to find you. He's a little more skilled than me. I guarantee you a smooth divorce and guaranteed custody." Susan's vision went dark, and she stumbled and fell to the ground. She bit her lip tightly, staring at George with tears in her eyes and trembling. "Hubby, I've already fired him and deleted his contact information. Can't you give me a chance?" George looked down at Susan, who was slumped on the ground with tears streaming down her face, and said calmly, "I've made my point very clear. I don't want to repeat myself." Susan rolled and crawled to George's feet, holding his trouser legs tightly. "Hubby, I really know I was wrong. I swear I will be a good wife and a good mother in the future. Angela is still young. She can't live without a mother, and I can't lose my daughter. Don't use Angela as a shield." George resisted the urge to kick her away and said in an unquestionable tone, "I'll have my lawyer draft the divorce agreement as soon as possible. Whether you sign it or not, it won't change the outcome." Susan seemed to have lost all her strength and slowly released her hand that was grabbing George's trouser leg. George didn't bother to look at her anymore and walked towards the children's room, ready to take Angela out for breakfast. But just as he raised his leg, Susan suddenly grabbed the fruit knife from the fruit bowl and stabbed herself in the chest. George caught a glimpse of Susan's movements from the corner of his eye, his eyelids twitching wildly, and he quickly leaned sideways to grab the blade. The palm of his hand was instantly cut by the sharp blade, and blood dripped onto the ground through the fingers. Susan's face suddenly changed. She quickly loosened her hands and trembled as she shouted, "Husband, if you want to die, go away and die. If you die here, you will only scare Angela." George threw the fruit knife into the trash can with an expressionless face. He tore off some more napkins and wrapped his palms. A husband and wife for a day are bound by 100 days of grace. He couldn't bear to watch Susan die in front of him. Angela must not be allowed to see this. Otherwise, it will leave a shadow on her for the rest of her life. Susan slowly got up from the ground, stared at George with a determined look, and said, "If my death can earn your forgiveness, I am willing to." After saying that, he walked out without looking back. George frowned slightly. Could this crazy woman really die? Oh shit. Love it or not, I don't care. George ignored it and walked towards the children's room. Susan opened the door and walked out of the room. George walked to the door of the second bedroom. Just as he was about to reach out to open the door, Emma pulled it open from the inside. My sister. Emma lowered her head and didn't dare to look at George. Go and look after her. Don't do anything stupid. Emma nodded and trotted out. George walked into the children's room and saw Angela curled up in the corner, hugging her knees and sobbing. His heart felt like it was being stabbed with needles. He stepped forward and held the little one in his arms and comforted her in a hoarse voice. Don't be afraid, Angela. Daddy is here. The little one was trembling all over, his hands tightly clutching his clothes, his thick eyelashes stained with tears trembling slightly, and he asked with a choked voice, Dad, are you really going to divorce Mommy? George's heart felt like it was pierced by an ice pick. He tightened his arms and rubbed his daughter into his arms, resting his chin on the top of her soft head. Angela, be good. Daddy will always be with you. Susan got into the Ferrari in a daze. As soon as I inserted the key, Emma rushed over and sat in the passenger seat. Susan turned to look at Emma and said expressionlessly, Get out of the car. Sister, are you thinking of doing something stupid? Emma's eyes misted over. Susan's eyes were empty. My home is about to be gone. What's the point of living? Emma suddenly grabbed her sister's wrist and said with tears in her eyes, You still have me and your parents. Susan shook Emma's hand off and broke down crying. But I don't have a husband or a daughter anymore. They are the ones who will stay with me until I die. Chapter 43. Are you afraid that your brother-in-law will do something bad to you? You also know that brother-in-law and Angela are the ones who can accompany you until old age and death. Why did you give up on saving your brother-in-law when he was in a car accident and lying on the operating table? Why did you choose David? Emma has been very emotional since she was a child. When she sees her sister crying, she will cry too. Susan's whole body shuddered, as if someone had stabbed her in the heart. She stopped crying, her eyes filled with pain and regret. I was so confused at the time. The doctor said he would be a vegetable even if he was revived. I panicked for a moment, and all I could think about was David's injuries. I really didn't know what I was doing. She put her head in her hands, curled up in the seat, her voice filled with despair. What's the point of saying this now? George doesn't believe me at all. He's determined to divorce me and take my Angela away. Emma put her hand on her sister's shoulder and comforted her. Brother-in-law is still angry, so he won't listen to anything. Isn't there a 1-month cooling-off period for divorces? As long as you make up your mind to sever ties with David and behave well this month, I believe brother-in-law will forgive you. Susan raised her head, a spark of hope ignited in her eyes. She wiped away her tears and nodded vigorously. Yes, my husband is just angry. I need to behave well. After saying that, she sat up straight, grabbed Emma's hand and said, Don't you live with your brother-in-law? You have to help me persuade him more. I should be moving out in the next 2 days. Emma buried her head and whispered that she was afraid something might happen if she continued to live with her brother-in-law. Why are you moving out? Susan quickly reacted. I know. Emma's heart tightened. No, what? Did you find a job? Susan wrinkled her nose and said, If you leave, it will be inconvenient for your brother-in-law to take care of Angela, and he will have to hire a housekeeper. You might as well stay in Wutangju to help take care of Angela. I will give you a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan. Emma secretly breathed a sigh of relief and shook her head. It's not because of this. Why is that? Are you afraid that your brother-in-law will do something bad to you? Susan pouted and said, It's not the first day you've known your brother-in-law. Don't you know his upright character? He never flirts with other women. Besides, you're my sister. Emma wanted to explain. Okay, if you dare to refuse, I'll be angry. Susan pointed her finger at Emma's nose and said. Emma said helplessly, Okay. Susan finally smiled and drove out of the parking lot. George changed the sheets and bedding for Angela's rocking bed. Angela loves cleanliness and keeps asking to take a shower. George adjusted the water temperature and filled a children's bathtub with hot water. I also checked the water temperature with a thermometer. Okay, wash up. George closed the bathroom door and went to the other bathroom to take a shower. Worried that Angela couldn't find him, George took only 3 minutes to take a shower, change into clean clothes, and immediately felt refreshed. He removed the gauze from his head and looked at the small wound on his hand that had healed to only 1 centimeter left. He still felt that this ability was like a dream. Thinking of the man who punched and kicked him last night, he muttered to himself, Forget it. After all, I was the one who made the mistake first. George dried his hair. Angela had already washed and put on her clothes and came out. Dad, I can wear overalls now. The little guy skipped over to George, tilted his head back, and blinked his big eyes, expecting his father to praise him. Baby is awesome. George rubbed little Angela's head, put down the hairdryer, picked up Angela, and went back to the children's room to comb her hair. Around 9 o'clock, George took Angela out for breakfast. Angela looked up and down at her father's head curiously and asked, "Dad, is your head okay?" George raised his lips slightly. "Dad is Superman. The wound will heal soon." Angela's dark eyes widened. "Really?" George reached out and scratched Angela's nose. "You were kidding." Angela ruffled her father's hair and said, "Dad, you're a liar." George added, "Okay, actually I wasn't lying to you. Otherwise, how come a scar on my head disappeared?" Although Angela is smart, she's only 3.5 years old after all, and her thinking cannot work that quickly. After hearing what her father said, she bit her fingers and murmured, "It seems so, then my father is really a Superman." While having breakfast, George received a call from Noah. "George, do you want to do business?" "Don't do it." George refused without a second thought. "Doing business is risky. My own financial product worth $9 million is very stable, with a conservative return of $30,000 per month. He lives frugally and spends only about 10,000 yuan a month. They can still save 20,000 yuan, which is more than most ordinary families." "Hey, I don't even want to scold you." Noah sighed. George picked up a crab meat bun and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling, "Are you okay?" Noah's voice suddenly turned 8 degrees colder. "Are you planning to sit back and eat all the food? Let me do the math for you. Angela will have to go to school in the future. Not to mention the 9 years of compulsory education. High school tuition is quite high. If she goes to one of the better private high schools, the annual tuition will be around 500,000 yuan. She will also have to sign up for interest classes, such as piano, which will cost tens of thousands of yuan per year. A good piano will cost over 1,000,000 yuan. What if she wants to study abroad for college? At least several million yuan. Also, you need to buy a car to go to college. Kids these days like to compete with each other. Can you afford a car worth hundreds of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of yuan? I have to buy Angela a house in the future. Don't tell me you want her to earn money to buy it herself. Even a commercial house worth 1 or 800,000 yuan won't do. A villa worth at least 10 million yuan is necessary. Tell me, what can your 9 million yuan savings cover? You're only 26, and you're going to lie down? Don't tell me about raising your daughter in poverty. If you don't raise her well, those yellow hair guys will just spend some money and kidnap your daughter in the future. Damn, my mouth is dry. I need a drink of water. Noah grabbed a beer from the bedside table and took a sip. Are you done yet? George asked calmly. Noah's mouth twitched. Are you really indifferent? George said calmly, how I raise my child is my own business. I don't want her to become a vase surrounded by material things. Even if we live a simple life, I can teach her independence and tenacity. His voice was steady, but his eyes unconsciously fell on Angela. The little guy was trying hard to scoop the steamed egg in the bowl with a spoon. The pink face is covered with egg yolk, making it look cute and clumsy. Noah spat. Fine, just ignore it. I'm hanging up. Wait, George suddenly said. I heard what you said just now. Which sentence? I'm only 26. It's the right age to strive. So, tell me, what's the business? George took a bite of the steamed egg with a spoon. Brother Shua is right. Raise sons poorly and daughters well. Daughters are meant to be spoiled, so you have to make her rich, otherwise she will easily be abducted by a male prostitute. Noah grinned and said, Fenghua village is about to be demolished. The developer is Huaxin Construction. I have a client in the cement and tile business. Because he owes high-interest loans, he recently wanted to sell the factory at a low price. We each put up 5 million to acquire the factory, and then become Huaxin Construction's cement and tile supplier. George raised his eyebrows and said, Are you sure that Huaxinjian will cooperate with the trade union? Noah chuckled. The project manager is a woman in her 30s. With your looks, it's easy to negotiate business with her, right? Chapter 44. Father-in-law wants custody of Angela. Come on, I'm a divorced old man with a kid, and you still expect me to use my beauty to lure you into a man? George smiled and said, You, who deal with rich women all day, you can give it a try. Noah was helpless. The doctor said that my injury will take 3 to 5 months to heal. The smile on George's face gradually faded, and he said in a very serious tone, Brother Shaw, thank you. The situation the night before yesterday was extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, you will be doomed. But Brother Shua still followed him to save Angela without hesitation. Such brothers are worth making friends with for a lifetime. Noah said angrily, We're all brothers, so I'm being polite. If you really want to thank me, let's get this deal. After a moment's thought, George nodded and said, Okay, then I'll give it a try while I'm still young. Noah loves money very much and is never vague about making money. If he says you can make money, then you can definitely make money. Otherwise, I wouldn't have started my own business. Seeing George agree, Noah smiled and said, Okay, I'll contact the boss right away. After we've reached an agreement, I'll arrange for a lawyer to go with you to sign the transfer agreement with him. George continued eating his crab meat buns and urged, Don't worry about the company's affairs. Help me get the divorce agreement done first. Clear. Noah responded and hung up the phone. George had just put down his phone when he noticed a missed call. It's Emma's number. Ding dong. My sister-in-law sent me a message. Sister's fine now. George didn't reply and continued eating his breakfast. Before I had taken a few bites, my father-in-law called again. George picked up the phone and answered, "Hello, Uncle Jiang." Jiang Pan on the other end of the phone choked. "Ew, what did you call me?" For years, since the day George changed his address when serving tea at the wedding. Now, suddenly he was calling him uncle, and he felt an indescribable pain in his heart. "She and I are about to get divorced," George said slowly. "Aren't you still divorced now?" Jiang Pan smiled bitterly. George was speechless. "Is there any difference?" Jiang Pan was slightly stunned. "Yes. At this point, divorce is just a matter of going through the motions." After a long silence, Jiang Pan finally spoke. "I have already fired David, and Yao Yao also deleted all of David's contact information in front of me." After a pause, his voice trembled slightly. Can you give her another chance? If there's a next time, I will definitely not stop you from divorcing Yao Yao." George listened to Jiang Pan's cautious voice. "I feel bad. Jiang Pan is a well-known entrepreneur in Binhai City. He was strongly against me and Susan being together. Later, after realizing how deeply in love he was with Susan, he compromised. After marriage, he treated himself as his own child. He is also very good to his parents. My parents praised this couple a lot when they were alive. He also often reminded himself to treat Jiang's father and mother as his own parents. However, this is not going in a good direction." George took a deep breath. "Uncle Jiang, I'm sorry." Thousands of words finally turned into just one apology. He still sticks to his beliefs. "My former self had died on the operating table." Jiang Pan smiled bitterly. "If that's the case, then fine. It's all Yao Yao's fault after all, and it's my fault for not disciplining her properly. I will kick Yao Yao out of the house, and I will give you an extra 100 million. But the prerequisite is that Angela's custody must be given to my daughter." Before he called, he had already guessed that George would never forgive Susan. After all, Susan's choice on the day of the car accident was truly chilling. I'm afraid no man would be able to accept it. Angela is his only granddaughter at present, and he plans to keep her. So after discussing with his wife, he decided to let Susan leave the house. Susan's property after marriage was about 100 million, and she gave George an additional 100 million. 200 million is more than enough for George to start a new family and live a comfortable life for the rest of his life. He felt that George had no reason to refuse. George was very disappointed when he heard that Jiang Pan wanted to use money to buy Angela's custody, but he still maintained a relatively calm tone and said, "Uncle Jiang, I've always respected you. Susan and I got married. You and Aunt Sue treated me like your own child. My parents often praised you when they were alive, and they repeatedly told me to treat you as my own parents and be filial to you." George spoke calmly, his eyes softly looking at Angela, who was playing with other children in the restaurant, and his tone gradually became cold. "But some things can't be solved with money. Angela is my life. I can't give up Angela's custody for money." Jiang Pan took a deep breath. "Have you ever thought about this? When Angela goes to school in the future, other children will be picked up by their mothers, but she will only have her father. Will other children ask her why she doesn't have a mother to pick her up? How should Angela answer?" George's grip on the phone tightened a little. He really hadn't thought about this. When parents divorce, the children are always the ones who get hurt. Since you insist on getting a divorce, you have to make long-term plans for your children. My Jiang family is quite well known in Binhai City. With Angela in our family, no one dares to say anything bad about her at school. Jiang Pei looked at the photo frame on his desk that contained Angela's 100-day photo. The little girl clutched his fingers and smiled with her eyes closed. It was the first time he held his granddaughter, and his wife took the picture. Seeing George on the other end of the phone remain silent for a long time, Jiang Pan knew that George's heart had been shaken and continued calmly. "You should also know the character of you and me, Ansu. We will hold Angela in the palm of our hands and pamper her, and never let her suffer the slightest grievance. You can also start a new family and build a career. Having a child is just a burden, right?" In the breakfast room, George's Adam's apple rolled violently. His knuckles left bluish-white marks on the phone case. He never wanted to start a family again. "I never thought Angela was a burden, but she was worried that Angela would be bullied at school because she had no mother." At this moment, Angela suddenly crawled over with a small pink card in her hand and said with a smile, "Dad, look, Angela wrote this." George looked down at the two crooked, colorful words on the card. "Dad." Each stroke uses a different color. You can see the little guy's intentions. George smiled and rubbed the little guy's head, praising him. "Baby is great. He can even write." Angela really likes being praised, and she said with a babyish laugh, I'm giving it to Daddy as a gift." After saying that, he jumped towards his peers. George looked at his daughter's small figure, then lowered his head to look at the small card in his hand, and the image of Angela holding his thumb tightly when she was just born emerged in his mind. "Uncle Jiang, did you know that the first word Angela learned was Dad? It took me a long time to teach her the word Mom." George's eyes were glistening with tears, but he smiled and said, "I beat up David last night, and her mother was there. This clever little girl knew to stand by me and stop her mother, but her mother pushed her to the ground for David. How sad must Angela have been at that time? As he spoke, George took 2 tissues to wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes, blew his nose, threw the tissues into the trash can, and said in an unquestionable tone, "So, Uncle Jiang, I'm very sorry. I can't agree to your conditions. I must get the custody of Angela. If you think you can use some means to forcibly take away the custody of my daughter, you can give it a try." David S. scheming. Office of the Chairman of Star Crown Group. Jiang Pan, with gray hair on his temples, sighed slightly as he heard the busy tone on the phone. Su Yumei, who was sitting next to him, quickly asked, "What did Xiaofeng say?" Jiang Pan smiled bitterly and shook his head. "A daughter slave." Su Yumei wiped her tears with a handkerchief in her hand. "We only have this one granddaughter. Are we really going to give her away?" Jiang Pan said helplessly. "This kid is very determined and even threatened me to use some means to seize custody." After hesitating for a moment, Su Yumei asked, "What do you think?" Jiang Pan raised his head and closed his eyes. "What else can I think? Xiaofeng is already pitiful enough. I can't bully him. Let's forget about the custody." Knock, knock, knock. There was a sudden knock on the door. Su Yumei quickly stood up. Jiang Pan grabbed her wrist and said, "It should be Yao Yao." "Come in." Susan pushed the door open and walked in. "Dad, I want to take 2 days off to rest." Jiang Pan frowned. "Could it be that he is going to accompany your foster brother?" Susan quickly shook her head. "No, I want to be quiet." Jiang Pan stared at Susan for a while. Susan, who hadn't had much rest in the past few days, had messy hair, dark circles under her eyes, and looked very haggard. He nodded and said, "It's good to take a few days off, reflect on yourself, and write me a 3,000-word self-criticism." "What to review?" Susan looked confused, thinking that she hadn't done anything wrong at work recently. Jiang Pan slammed the table. "Reflect on how you are as a wife, how you are as a mother. Reflect on why you hurt your husband again and again. Do you still need me to teach you?" "I won't write a self-criticism," Susan said seriously. "I will get my husband and Angela back." Jiang Pan said coldly. "Do you still have room for a turnaround?" "Of course I did. He wanted to divorce me, so I agreed. I'm going to use this month's cooling-off period to get him to forgive me." Susan swore confidently, as if she already had an idea in mind. Jiang Pan's eyes flickered. "If you can really get Xiaofeng back, your mother and I will retire to take care of the children, and all the company shares will be given to you and Xiaofeng. It's a deal. I'm going back to catch up on some sleep." Susan turned and left. "Mom, I'm leaving." "Oh, okay." So Yumei responded. Jiang Pan sat back in his chair. Su Yumei looked confused. "Yao Yao, can she really do it?" Jiang Pan shook his head. "It's hard to say." Binhai Wangjiang Hospital. David lay on the hospital bed, staring at the ceiling. My father, who had been planning to return to his hometown, sat at the head of the bed, wiping his tears and complaining with a choked voice. "You're so, Jiang is such a jerk. When she needed you, she treated you like a brother, but when she didn't, she wouldn't even let you stay in the city hospital. Isn't she just killing the donkey after it's done its work?" David's face was bruised and swollen, his head was wrapped in gauze, and his right leg and arm were in plaster. He slowly turned his head to look at his father and said, "Dad, this is not Susan S.'s fault. Susan has been very good to me." Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. But it's more like banging on the door than knocking on it. The king's father frowned and asked, "Who is it?" "It's me, Wang Zijian. Your cousin is here to see you." The king's father got up and opened the door. A man with a cigarette in his mouth and a wisp of yellow hair on his bangs stood outside the door, puffing away as he said, "Second uncle, I'm here to see David." Wang's father glanced at the cigarette in Wang Zijian's hand, frowned and said, "Put out the cigarette for me." Wang Zijian smiled and crushed the cigarette but on the ground. The father's expression was expressionless. David was so badly injured, and you didn't even bring a gift. Wang Zijian pulled out a thick wad of bills from the back pocket of his jeans. "That's right, I just don't know what gift to buy. Uncle, please go buy some nutritional supplements for David." "You have a conscience, kid. I'm going out for a walk. You two can chat." Wang's father's expression eased a lot. He put the money in his pocket and left. Wang Zijian closed the ward door, took out another cigarette, put it in his mouth and lit it, then walked to the bed and sat on a stool and asked, "2 puffs." David hadn't smoked for several days, and he had been eating liquid food these days, so his mouth was almost dry. The smell of smoke instantly made him more energetic. He swallowed his saliva and nodded, "All right." Wang Zijian put a cigarette in David's mouth and lit it with his lighter. "Why did you get into such a mess?" David took a deep breath, and after the smoke passed through his lungs, he squinted his eyes in comfort, slowly exhaled the smoke, and said hoarsely, "The brakes are not working. Damn it, I told you so. But you're awesome too, you just happened to run into Susan S.'s husband." Wang Zijian took a puff of his cigarette, opened his mouth, and let the smoke enter his nostrils before puffing out. "It's a pity you didn't kill him, otherwise you might have been promoted." David gritted his teeth and said, "This bastard is so lucky." The hospital issued a death notice, but he was still resuscitated by the provincial hospital. Only 2 days later, He's even alive and kicking like nothing happened. It's like he's supernatural. Cigarette. David opened his mouth to ask for cigarette. Wang Zijian put the cigarette to David's lips. David bit the cigarette butt and took a deep puff. He choked too hard and started coughing violently, which affected his injuries and made him grimace in pain. Wang Zijian dropped the remaining half of his cigarette into the water glass on the bedside table next to him and asked, "Have they reconciled?" David took a few sharp breaths and smiled smugly. "If they can get along, wouldn't all my efforts during this period be in vain?" Wang Zijian asked suspiciously. "Then why were you driven out of the city and came to this shabby hospital?" David's lips curled up slightly. They should be getting divorced, and Susan still wants to save this marriage. Wang Zijian frowned. "Won't all your efforts be in vain? How could that be?" David looked at Wang Zijian deeply and continued. "Think about it from another perspective. If your wife found a foster brother, and you and your wife's foster brother couldn't swim, and both fell into the water at the same time, and your wife, who could swim, chose to save your foster brother, what would you do? Then I'm dead." Wang Zijian was extremely immersed in the situation, his face looking incredibly dark. David smiled slightly. "But you survived by chance." Wang Zijian. "Then let's get a divorce." David. "Does your wife want to get back together?" Wang Zijian was furious. "To win her back, this kind of woman is spicy next door. If you don't divorce her, will you keep her for the new year?" As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Zijian finally understood. "You mean Susan will fail to save the situation?" David vowed. "I guarantee you'll fail." Wang Zijian took a deep breath and said, "So, you still have a chance?" David smiled and said, "Just wait and see. After they get divorced, Susan will come and take me back home herself." Wang Zijian touched his chin and grinned, saying, "Brother, when you get Susan, don't forget to arrange a good position for me. My target isn't just Susan." David licked his cracked lips and said. Wang Zijian was shocked. He looked deeply at his cousin, who was much younger than him, and gave him a thumbs up, praising him. "You are brave and resourceful. I admire you." David was silent for a moment, then looked at his cousin and said, "Next, you have to help me do a few things." Chapter 46. Encounter with schoolmate Lin Mingxue. After breakfast, George took Angela to the children's playground in the mall that they often went to. Angela was having a great time playing with some other kids of her age in the children's playground. George was sitting outside at the round coffee table watching short videos. He follows bloggers in the field of parenting, child psychologists, child nutritionists, child safety protection experts, and some bloggers who develop children's talents and interests. "Mommy, I'm going to play." A chubby little boy let go of his mother's hand and ran into the children's playground. Lin Mingxue scolded, "Slow down, little brat. Don't fall." Today is her son's birthday. Lin Mingxue turned down all work to celebrate his birthday with her son. Lin Mingxue wore a beige knitted cardigan, a simple white suspenders underneath, and dark blue wide-leg jeans. Her casually tied, low ponytail hung on her shoulders, with a few strands of hair scattered naturally. Her face was only lightly powdered, and the bean paste-colored lipstick made her skin look as white as jade. When several mothers who were chatting together saw Lin Mingxue, they all showed expressions of shame. "Tisk, she's maintained her figure so well, without any extra fat around her waist. How can she look like she's given birth? Yeah, her face is like a peeled egg. I'll go ask her what brand of skincare products she uses later." Exactly. If she were an internet celebrity with that kind of looks, earning 100,000 yuan a month wouldn't be a problem. The man she'd find would definitely be rich too. How could I possibly afford her skincare products? She earns 100,000 yuan a month. Are you cursing her? Don't you know who she is? I don't know him. Who is she? She's the owner of Dingtai Building Materials. My husband works as a project manager for her company. Their products are sold well both domestically and internationally, and their quarterly revenue is several hundred million. This, with his status, you're still taking care of the baby yourself? Lin Mingxue heard the discussion and looked over. Several mothers immediately shut up. Lin Mingxue walked over with a kind smile and asked, "Hello, I'm Lin Hao's mother, Lin Mingxue. Can I meet you?" Seeing that the female boss was so approachable, several mothers immediately smiled and introduced themselves, and soon they were chatting with each other. After a while, they talked about George over there. "Hey, do you think Angela's dad is here?" Of course, he always brings Angela over to play, and I've never even seen what Angela's mother looks like. What's the use of a man who's already living off his wife at such a young age? You can't say that. You got the looks, the body, and maybe even 8-pack abs. If I had money, I'd also keep a pretty face like that. George. A hint of surprise appeared in Lin Mingxue's eyes. Several mothers shut their mouths again. "Do you know him?" A short-haired mother asked cautiously. "Yeah, alumni." Lin Mingxue nodded and walked towards George. George is watching a dad selling goods on live streaming. The title of the live broadcast room is "A Mother Takes Her Twin Daughters to Fight Monsters." Thanks to brother Fengxing Tianxia for the rocket. When the anchor saw the rocket rising into the sky on the screen, he was so excited that he knelt down and kowtowed. George continues to click to send gifts. The anchor knelt on the ground and bowed. Thank you, brother Fengxing Tianxia. Thank you. The barrage in the live broadcast room was full of thank yous. Someone commented, Brother Fengxing, just add the anchor green bubble directly. The platform's commission is too high. Just when George was about to ask the host about green bubble, a queen's voice suddenly came from the front. Little brother, do you still believe this? Lin Mingxue stared at George's phone screen and asked with a pout. Mr. Lin. George was surprised. Why are you in a place like this? Shouldn't I be the one asking you this? Lin Mingxue sat on a chair nearby, legs crossed, and said with a half smile, This is a gathering place for children and their mothers. What man would come to a place like this? George smiled dumbly. They all come with their children. There's no difference. Lin Mingxue smiled and said, You believe those online salespeople too. You have too much money to spend, don't you? How much pocket money does Susan give you every month? George pulled out the anchor's short videos of his life and said in a deep voice, This doesn't seem fake. The father donated his liver to save his twin daughters, who had liver cancer. He posted over 60 short videos in 6 months. There's also footage of his daughters being wheeled into the operating room, and even a record of his life during a consultation with a pediatric oncology specialist. Let me see. Lin Mingxue leaned over and stretched out her slender fingers to scroll through the video. Soon her eyes were moist. She took out her phone and said, I'm a mother now. I can't stand seeing this. Do you have his contact information? I'll go to the live broadcast room and ask. George asked the host green bubble in the live broadcast room. The anchor sent a private message in the background. George added the anchor as a friend through private messages. Then I looked at his circle of friends. More than 200 updates are all related to his daughter's illness. George typed, How much money are you short of? The father of twins battling cancer. I don't know how much money I need. They say this thing is a bottomless pit. George transferred 100,000 yuan. My abilities are limited, so I can only help you this much. George only has about 200,000 yuan in liquid capital. I spent nearly 60,000 last night, and there's only less than 150,000 left in the card. The father of cancer battling twins initiated a voice call. George didn't answer. Lin Mingxue looked at George and said, Give me his green bubble, and I'll donate some too. George nodded and opened the homepage of Green Bubble, the father of cancer-fighting twins, and placed it on the table. The phone screen was shattered, and one number was unclear. Lin Mingxue glanced at George and said disdainfully, What's the number after 325? 1. George touched his nose awkwardly. I've only had the phone for 2 or 3 days. It would be a shame to change it, considering that Angela sometimes has to play games. He decided to take some time to change the screen. Lin Mingxue sighed. Susan is such a face-conscious person. Aren't you embarrassing her by using this broken phone? George retorted. What's broken about the latest top-of-the-line titanium iPhone? Lin Mingxue rolled her eyes and used her mobile phone to transfer 500,000 yuan to the father of her twin daughters. The twins' father's hand was shaking with excitement, and he couldn't even type properly. So he sent a voice message, saying tearfully, Thank you. Thank you. I really don't know how to thank you. Lin Mingxue pressed the voice button and said, You're welcome. I wish your daughter a speedy recovery. After saying that, Lin Mingxue deleted the friend. George was slightly stunned. Why delete it? Lin Mingxue asked back. Why keep it? George explained, At least I can keep an eye on the twins' recovery. If they get better, I'll know my efforts have paid off. Lin Mingxue stared at George with her beautiful eyes. To protect Xiaohu files from piracy, choose Xiaohu when searching for book robots. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into traps. George looked a little embarrassed. Is there a problem? Lin Mingxue pursed her lips and smiled. Junior brother, why do I feel that your mind is still retained in your school days? After a pause, he suddenly realized, that's right. She got married right after graduating from college and has been staying at home to take care of the kids. She lacks social experience and knowledge. Without waiting for George to reply, she continued, It's right to think positively. I also hope that the twin girls have a good outcome. But what if things develop in a bad direction? Anyway, I don't want to see a bad outcome, so I just deleted it. This way, I only have a good outcome in mind. George stared at Lin Mingxue blankly. This was true. If the result developed in a bad direction, he would probably see the obituary issued by this poor father. Parents would hate to see this the most. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion in the children's playground. Angela's crying voice was particularly piercing in the noise. Let me go. Let me go, Daddy. Chapter 47, Daughter Being Bullied. George quickly stood up and looked towards the children's playground, only to see Angela and a little boy playing in the ocean ball pool. The little boy was sitting on Angela and pulling Angela's hair as if she were riding a horse. Hold! George grabbed his phone and ran to the children's playground. Gee. The little boy laughed while sitting on Angela's back. The parents outside were eating melon seeds and looked indifferent. Other mothers nearby advised. Xiao Chang's mother, don't you take care of your son? Angela is only 3.5 years old. Xiao Qiang's mother curled her lips and said, Isn't it normal for children to play and fight? Didn't you fight when you were young? George almost stumbled into the ocean ball pool, blue and white plastic balls tumbling under his feet like waves. He pulled the boy riding on Angela away. His daughter's braids were disheveled. Her red eyes were filled with tears, and the tip of her nose was stained with glistening snot. She sobbed and sobbed in grievance. Dad, I didn't provoke him. Zhao Xiaoqiang, who was pulled apart, rolled around in the ocean ball pool, throwing a tantrum. Oh, Mom, someone hit me. It hurts so much. The woman who was eating melon seeds had already rushed in, dragged her baby son up from the ground, and grabbed George's arm and yelled, "You bastard! How dare you hit my son?" George struggled to break free from the woman's hand and said coldly, "First of all, I didn't hit him, I just pulled him away from my daughter. Secondly, it was your son who bullied my daughter. There are so many eyes watching here, and there are surveillance videos. If you want to make trouble, I'm not afraid of you." "Son, did he hit you?" The woman lowered her head and asked her son. Zhao Xiaoqiang rolled his eyes, covered his stomach, and sobbed, "He beat me and kicked me in the stomach." The woman got furious when she heard that and raised her hand to slap George in the face. Bang! There was a sound of applause. But it wasn't George who got beaten, but it's Xiaoqiang's mother. "You dare to hit me?" Xiaoqiang's mother covered her face and stared at George in disbelief and asked. Seeing his mother being beaten, Xiaoqiang rushed over and punched and kicked George. "You bastard, you poor bastard! How dare you bully my mother? I will beat you to death. I will beat you to death." Roll. George raised his leg to kick out. I just felt a heat in my right leg. It was as if all the blood was flowing and boiling. This is the power of genetic mutation. With this kick, the child is likely to be crippled. George held back. Ada. Suddenly, a fat boy wearing an Ultraman mask rushed over and kicked Zhao Xiaoqiang, who fell to the ground. Xiaoqiang's mother glared at the fat boy. "Little bastard, do you want to die?" "A little bit." Lin Hao turned around and ran towards the spiral slide and went in. Xiaoqiang's mother was so angry that she almost exploded and shouted, "Whose child is this little fat boy?" "My child." Lin Mingxue walked over slowly, glancing at the crying little girl in George's arms. He felt inexplicably distressed. He took out the lollipop he had just bought, peeled one, and handed it to Angela. "Angela, don't cry, have a lollipop." Angela didn't know Lin Mingxue. She stopped crying and looked at the pink lollipop. She swallowed hard, shook her head, and said in a sobbing voice, "Thank you, Auntie." Dad said, "We can't take things from strangers." Lin Mingxue smiled and rubbed Angela's head. "Auntie and your father are schoolmates, so we are not strangers." Angela tilted her little head and looked at her father. George nodded and said, "Eat." Angela smiled through her tears, took the lollipop, and said, "Thank you, beautiful Auntie." Xiaoqiang's mother stamped her feet in anger. "I'm talking to you." Lin Mingxue then looked at Xiaoqiang's mother. "What did you say?" Xiaoqiang's mother thought about it, and seemed to have only asked whose child the little fat boy was. The woman stood up and said it was her child. Xiaoqiang's mother glared at Lin Mingxue and said, "Your son kicked my son." "Oh!" Lin Mingxue shouted towards the spiral slide. "Lin Hao, come here." Lin Hao slid down the slide and came to his mother, shaking off his fat body. Lin Mingxue dragged Lin Hao to her side, stared at Xiaoqiang's mother, and said, "Let your son kick it back." Xiaoqiang's mother pulled her son over and said, "Xiaoqiang, kick him back the same way he kicked you." Lin Hao took off the Ultraman mask and revealed a grinning expression. It's a bit like the food teacher who ate the 9-turn pig intestines. Zhao Xiaoqiang looked at the fat boy who looked a head taller than him and hid timidly behind his mother. I don't dare. Kick it. Your mom is here. What are you afraid of?" Xiaoqiang's mother said angrily. "Help me kick," said Zhao Xiaoqiang. "Let me make it clear first. Parents should not interfere in children's affairs." Lin Mingxue said expressionlessly. "Then why did he interfere in the fight between the children?" Xiaoqiang's mother pointed at George and asked. "Then ask him, what does it have to do with me?" Lin Mingxue said lightly. "Do you have any misunderstanding about playing around? Does my daughter know your son?" "My daughter is only 3.5 years old. Your son must be 6 years old, right? He is not playing around. He is simply bullying my daughter," George argued, staring at the woman with eyes as cold as ice. "You guys ganged up on me, didn't you? Do you really think I don't have a man?" Xiaoqiang's mother took out her cell phone and called her husband. Dingling. The phone rang right at the entrance of the children's playground. Zhao Xiang hurried in carrying a briefcase. "What's going on?" 2 salesmen from a company followed behind him. George's eyes narrowed into slits. What a narrow road for enemies. When Xiaoqiang's mother saw her husband coming, she pouted and started crying. "Oh, husband, your son and your wife were beaten." Zhao Xiang immediately noticed the slap marks on his wife's face and glared at Lin Mingxue and George. Seeing George, he frowned slightly and sneered. "You bastard, you better pray you didn't hit my wife." This man was the strong northern man who had fought with George last night. Xiaoqiang's mother pointed at George and cried. "He was the one who beat me up so badly." Zhao Xiang twisted his neck and said, "Everyone who has nothing to do with you, please get out." The mothers called out their children one after another. Zhao Xiang narrowed his eyes and stared at George, saying, "Tell your child to get out too." I don't want to beat you in front of your daughter. Lin Mingxue frowned and was about to reveal her identity when she heard George say, Boss Lin, please take care of Angela for me. Número 40. Lin Mingxue frowned. Don't be so stubborn. With your skinny body, I can easily take you down with one hand. George put Angela down and said softly, Angela, go to Aunt Lin. Angela thought of her father as Superman, nodded obediently, and then went to Lin Mingxue. Forget it. I'm too lazy to persuade you. It's not me who's going to get beaten up anyway. Lin Mingxue glared at George, then took the two children and walked out. Chapter 48. Kneeling and kowtowed to apology. George stared at Zhao Xiang and said calmly, I was wrong last night, so you beat me up and I didn't bother you. Today, your son bullied my daughter, so it's not my fault. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance. If you really want to do it, don't regret it. Zhao Xiang dropped his briefcase, unbuttoned 2 buttons of his shirt, revealing the tiger head tattoo on his chest. He sneered and said, I only saw my wife being beaten, and you've already admitted it. There's nothing more to say. I beat you up last night, and I'm sure you'll be fine if I don't beat the shit out of you today. You're the one who raised me. After Zhao Xiang finished speaking, he clenched his fist and hit George in the face. George didn't dodge or evade, but raised his leg and kicked Zhao Xiang in the stomach. Bang! Bang! George was punched. Zhao Xiang was kicked. George's lower lip was cut and bleeding. Zhao Xiang flew backwards, and his 200-pound body hit the graffiti wall. Fuck! Zhao Xiang fell from the graffiti wall to the ground, feeling dizzy. What the hell is going on? At such a close distance, you kicked a 200-pound man 5 meters away? Is this reasonable? The mothers outside the isolation net were stunned. Lin Mingxue also showed a surprised expression. Kick someone 5 meters away, face to face. How did George do it? Xiao Qiang's mother was dumbfounded. Xiao Qiang was also confused. My dad has never lost a fight. What happened today? It ended before it even started? Only Angela was quietly licking a lollipop. Dad is Superman. Nothing surprising. The administrator who went to the toilet came back, and the administrator who was talking to the boyfriend on the phone also came back. The two saw that all the children in the children's playground were outside, realized that something had happened, and hurriedly ran into the isolation net to try to stop it. Zhao Xiang had called on 2 of his salesmen to fight 3 against 1, but George was like a mad bull, and he could not be caught at all. Moreover, he was extremely strong, and with one punch he dislocated the jaw of one of the salesmen and made his mouth crooked. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Stop. Stop now. We're going to call the police. 2 administrators of the children's playground were standing not far away, shouting. But it's of no use. So he took out his cell phone and called the police. George's kick at the beginning looked unreasonable. The fight that ensued was similar to a fight between street thugs. Soon 2 of the 3 men were knocked down. Zhao Xiang grabbed George's arm and tried to throw him over his shoulder. George stood firmly on his feet, and Zhao Xiang instantly felt as if the soles of George's feet had taken root. Oh my God, something is wrong. 9 out of 10 things are wrong. George suddenly hit Zhao Xiang's back door with his knee. Zhao Xiang's pupils instantly became bloodshot, and a beast-like roar came from his throat. He let go of George's arm, covered his butt, and fell to the ground. Although George has become stronger, he doesn't know kung fu and rarely fights, so that his face was covered with bruises. Clapping his hands, George looked down at Zhao Xiang and asked, Are you still fighting? Zhao Xiang rolled on the ground, holding his buttocks. No more fighting, you win. At this time, the mall security guard walked in with a baton. The mall manager who was leading the charge saw his business partner being beaten, and his face instantly darkened. Beat him up. What are you beating for? Lin Mingxue suddenly snorted coldly. The manager froze, slowly turning his head to look at Lin Mingxue outside the isolation net, and shuddered. Lin, Mr. Lin. Lin Mingxue is the largest shareholder of this shopping mall and the boss's cousin. Why would she come to such a place? The mall manager said with a smile. Boss Lin, the person who was beaten is the electrical appliance supplier we just negotiated with. The one who hit me was my friend. Lin Mingxue supported her arms with both hands and spoke softly. The mall manager's mouth twitched twice, and he waved his hand, signaling the security guards to disperse. Lin Mingxue continued, There are so many suppliers, just switch to another one. Xiao Qiang's mother couldn't help, but realized she had gotten into big trouble. She quickly pulled her son over and knelt in front of Lin Mingxue. Lin, Boss Lin, we were wrong. Please don't change suppliers. The industry is in serious internal competition these days, and my husband's company has been performing poorly to begin with. They finally managed to secure the cooperation rights for this large shopping mall. If the cooperation falls through because of me, the company will really not be able to hold on. George came out at this time and hugged Angela in his arms. Lin Mingxue thought for a moment, then looked at George and asked, They are a supplier of this mall. I have some shares in this mall, so I can cancel the cooperation with them. What do you think? Xiao Qiang's mother held her son down and kowtowed to Angela. We were wrong. Please forgive us. George sighed slightly. Forget it. We all live in the same apartment complex. We'll see each other sooner or later. As soon as he finished speaking, For uniformed law enforcement officers walked in. The leader looked at Xiao Qiang and his mother kneeling on the ground, frowned and asked, "What's going on with you?" Xiao Qiang's mother quickly pulled her son to his feet, wiped her tears, and forced a smile, saying, "It's okay, it's okay. We were just joking." "Are you kidding?" The leading law enforcement officer snorted coldly. "I don't think so." Zhao Xiang and two salesmen from the company came out. Xiao Qiang's mother is worried that her husband will say something wrong. He quickly went up and whispered something in Zhao Xiang's ear. Zhao Xiang's heart sank, and he looked at Lin Mingxue in surprise. Law enforcement officials investigated the surveillance. Then I asked the mothers what happened. After mediation, both sides shook hands and made peace. The law enforcement officer returned to the car with the surveillance video. I watched the scene again where George kicked the 200-pound burly man 5 meters away. "You said, ding dong." Suddenly a message popped up on the phone. Coastal Patrol Team Headquarters Group. At all members, there was a fight at the Wantai Shopping Center. Who is handling this case? Zhang Bin, leader of Team 2 of Team 3. Me? Ding dong. The captain sent a private message. What was the result? Zhang Bin, réconciliation. Captain, have you seen the surveillance video? Zhang Bin. I've seen it. There's something wrong with someone. Team leader, go and erase the supermarket surveillance footage. No backups are allowed. Anyone who took photos or recorded video at the scene must be found and have them delete any videos or photos from their phones. Zhang Bin swallowed his saliva. Got it. After replying to the message, Zhang Bin pushed the door and got out of the car. He looked at the gloomy sky, and the shock in his heart could not be extinguished for a long time. Lin Mingxue drove a Maybach S680 to take George home. The bruises on George's face have disappeared. George several times through the rearview mirror. Is there something on my face? George noticed Lin Mingxue's gaze and asked with a smile. Lin Mingxue pursed her lips and asked in a low voice, "You can cultivate immortality?" George was speechless. "You've read too many novels, and you even talk about cultivating immortality." Lin Mingxue continued to ask, "How do you explain that kick you just now? And the bruises on your face are now completely gone. And you just called someone to help you clean up the mess." George scratched his brow with his pinky finger. How can I explain it to you? In their words, it's genetic evolution. My injuries can be healed quickly, and my strength has become very great. That's all." Lin Mingxue was skeptical. "Then can you fly?" George's mouth twitched slightly. "No." Lin Mingxue was particularly curious. "Are there any other functions?" George thought for a moment. "Does having strong kidney function count?" Lin Mingxue's hands trembled, and the car body twisted a few times. He quickly steadied the steering wheel, and his earlobes and neck gradually turned red. George thought Lin Mingxue would give up, but she was silent for a moment and then asked, "How powerful is it?" Chapter 49, Sister-in-Law's Misunderstanding. "Well," George looked stunned. "Isn't this a bit too much to ask, senior?" Lin Mingxue graduated from the finance department of Binhai University, but she is 2 years older than me. She was also considered a goddess-level campus beauty at Binhai University. The few interactions between him and Lin Mingxue were in the first 2 years after his marriage, when he accompanied Susan to a business cocktail party. At that time, Lin Mingxue was already a well-known young entrepreneur in Binhai City. Also in the building materials industry, Susan initially humbly asked Lin Mingxue for advice on business experience. However, as the market became saturated and the industry became increasingly competitive in recent years, their relationship began to become distant, and they even had conflicts over bidding for the same project. "You're still so innocent even after getting married." Lin Mingxue chuckled, then changed the subject and asked in confusion, "Shouldn't you be living in Jinqiu Mansion? Why are you living in Wudong?" For years ago, she also received Susan's wedding invitation. At the wedding, Susan's father Jiang Pan gave the couple a villa in Jinqiu Haoding as their wedding house. At that time, I was just a novice, and the villa in Jinqiu Haoding was my goal. Later, when he made enough money, the first thing he did was to buy a villa in Jinqiu Haoding. However, at that time, the relationship between him and Susan became increasingly strained, and the villa in Jinqiu Haoding was left idle and gathering dust. "I'm not used to living in a big villa." George turned his head to look out the window at the receding scenery. George's profile through the rearview mirror. He is worthy of being the campus handsome boy of Bin University back then. His brow bones were as sharp as if they were cut by a knife, his nose was straight, his thin lips were tightly pursed with a hint of coldness and alienation. His jawline was stretched into a sharp arc, and even the arc of his hair blown by the wind leaking in through the car window seemed like a carefully designed picture. "Mom, be careful." Lin Hao suddenly covered his eyes and screamed. Lin Mingxue suddenly came back to her senses and saw a small electric scooter rushing out of the gate of Wutangju in front of her. After all, she had 5 years of driving experience, so Lin Mingxue gripped the steering wheel tightly and slammed on the brakes. The harsh sound of brakes tore through the air, and the car body left a half-meter-long scorch mark on the asphalt road. George was not wearing a seatbelt, and the moment Lin Hao opened his mouth, he instinctively turned over to protect Angela. Bang! Although Lin Mengxue reacted in time, she still had a scratch on the electric scooter. The small electric scooter fell to the ground, and a female electric scooter owner wearing a pink cat ear helmet fell down, and her mobile phone slid several meters away. Emma was a little panicked. She was replying to her best friend's message and didn't pay attention to the car. That car was a Maybach S680. How could she afford to pay for it with her small treasury? What to do? He rolled his eyes and simply lay on the ground, pretending to be unconscious. Lin Mingxue coughed violently from the seatbelt, gasping for breath with lingering fear. She turned her head to look at her son in the passenger seat and asked in a trembling voice, Xiaohao, are you okay? Lin Hao was also frightened. His face turned pale. He shook his head and said, I'm Yufine. Lin Mingxue looked towards the back row again. Are you all okay? George carried Angela back to his seat and looked down at Angela in his arms. Angela, are you okay? The little guy clutched his father's collar tightly with his two chubby hands, pouted, and shook his head with tears in his eyes. It's okay. Lin Mingxue breathed a sigh of relief and got out of the car and ran towards the girl she had knocked over. It was just a scratch on the car body, so it shouldn't be too serious. Coming to Emma, Lin Mingxue squatted down and patted her helmet and asked nervously, Are you okay? Emma felt the voice sounded familiar. She opened one eye and glanced over. Seeing it was Lin Mingxue, she breathed a sigh of relief, sat up, took off her helmet, and patted her chest, saying, Sister Mingxue, why is it you? I was so scared. She and Lin Mingxue met at her sister's wedding. Although her sister and Lin Mingxue broke up later, she has always kept in touch with Lin Mingxue and occasionally make plans to go shopping for clothes together. Lin Mingxue was also stunned. Emma, are you okay? Do you want to go to the hospital? Emma got up and retrieved the phone. She turned around and said with a sweet smile, I'm fine. I'll go check if your car is scratched. Don't go. Lin Mingxue immediately grabbed Emma's wrist. But George is Emma's brother-in-law. Although she and George were innocent, it would have some impact on Susan if the news got out. After all, she even suspected herself of being the one responsible for her daughter's disappearance. This, Emma tutted her words and said with a half-smile, Could there be a wild man hiding in the car? While Lin Mingxue was pregnant, her husband was caught cheating on her, so she decided to divorce him. It is said that women are like wolves at the age of 30 and tigers at the age of 40. It is not surprising that Sister Mingxue has sexual needs at this age. Well, Lin Mingxue's fingertips suddenly tightened. She bet that George had already seen Emma, and in order to avoid her sister-in-law from having wild thoughts, she would not get out of the car. So she took a deep breath, smiled coquettishly, and said, You little bitch, just know it. Why are you telling out loud? Then I have to see which handsome guy can capture the heart of President Lin. Emma was full of curiosity. She broke away from Lin Mingxue's hand and walked toward the Maybach. Lin Mingxue quickly stopped in front of Emma, crossed her arms, and said seriously, If you want to see handsome guys, then you should pay the repair fee for the car door you hit first. Emma curled her lips. Stingy guy, you're afraid I'll snatch it. Snatch it. The voice stopped abruptly, and the eyes widened instantly. Sister, brother-in-law? Lin Mingxue shuddered all over. Her body stiffened, and she turned her head mechanically. Bang! George got out of the car, holding Angela, and closed the door. Auntie! Angela struggled to get down to the ground. George put Angela down, and the little girl ran towards her aunt with her short legs. Emma looked at Lin Mingxue, then at her brother-in-law. No, you guys. Lin Mingxue's cheeks flushed, and she began to explain, Emma, it's not what you think. What's wrong with this little brother? How could he get off the bus? Wouldn't it be impossible to wash yourself clean, even if you jump into the Yellow River? Emma picked up Angela and asked with a smile, Where did Angela and Dad go to play? Angela remembered that Lin Hao said that the mall belonged to them and that they didn't need to buy tickets to play there in the future. So she said happily, My dad and I are playing at Aunt Lin's house. Emma's arms around Angela suddenly froze, and her eyes swept over Lin Mingxue and her brother-in-law like a searchlight. Aunt Lin's house. Lin Mingxue held her forehead and said, It's over. I can't explain it anymore. George came over at this time, stared at Emma and asked, Emma, are you okay? Emma shook her head and forced a smile on her face. Angela said you took her to play at Sister Mingxue's house? George glanced at Angela and explained, The Rainbow Magic Castle Children's Playground is run by Mr. Lin's family. Lin Mingxue quickly stepped forward to explain, Emma, this is what happened. Today is Xiaohao's 5th birthday. He wants to go to the Magic Castle to play, and your brother-in-law happened to be there with Angela. Emma secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She had thought her brother-in-law had gone out with her sister's mortal enemy to deliberately get revenge on her. With her heart not untied, a happy smile blossomed on her face. Oh, I forgot about Xiaohao's birthday. Remember to invite me to dinner tonight. Chapter 50, Questioning Hong Lei's Work Style. Okay. Lin Mingxue smiled slightly, turned her head to look at George, and asked, Junior brother, are you coming? George shook his head. I won't go. He and Susan haven't divorced yet, but he went to his enemy's house. If this gets out, there will definitely be rumors. Lin Mingxue was worried that Susan would come out later, so she smiled and said, Emma, I'll go home first. See you tonight. Well, see you tonight. Emma returned Angela to George and said, Brother-in-law, I'm going out to buy some daily necessities. George was stunned for a moment. You? Emma blushed slightly, lowered her eyelids, and stammered, My sister hired me with a high salary to take care of Angela. George thought of the charming scene last night. If Angela hadn't come out in time, it would be hard to guarantee that something big would not happen. So he shook his head and refused. No, I can take care of Angela. Emma felt a little uncomfortable when she saw her brother-in-law was so straightforward. She bit her lower lip and said, Angela can take a bath by herself, but she still has some difficulty going to the toilet. Just hire a babysitter. George thought that he was going to start a business soon, and there would be no one to take care of Angela, so he really needed to hire a nanny. As soon as she finished speaking, Angela pouted and said, Dad, don't waste money. I want my aunt to sleep with me, and she will tell me stories. George pretended to be unhappy. Dad didn't coax you to sleep and tell you a story? Angela wrinkled her nose and hummed. Dad can only tell Andersen's fairy tales, and my aunt can tell Grimm's fairy tales. Emma was about to cry and said, Angela, don't say anything. Since your father doesn't like me, then I'm leaving. After saying that, he struggled to pick up his electric scooter. Only then did George realize that a child's seat had been installed at the back of Emma's electric scooter. Angela started to have a tantrum, twisting her body and saying with tears in her eyes, Dad. George frowned and finally sighed helplessly. Okay then. As long as I don't drink, the problems I had last night shouldn't have happened. Angela immediately said with a smile. Auntie, Daddy agreed. Emma raised the corner of her lips slightly, sniffed, and asked, Do you want to buy anything else? No. George was already carrying Angela towards the door. Back home. Before George had time to sit down, he received a call from Hong Lei. Brother Lei, next time you get into a fight, be careful. Hiss, be careful, or a bunch of people will have to clean up after you. Hong Lei's tone was intermittent, accompanied by the sound of inhaling. George glanced at Angela, who was sitting on the carpet playing with a toy, then stood up and walked to the balcony. He smiled awkwardly and said, I was so excited that I forgot. Hong Lei continued, My superiors have arranged for me to assign 2 bodyguards to protect you and your daughter. I'd like to ask for your opinion. George thought for a moment and said, Just protect my daughter. I don't need protection. Hong Lei chuckled. Do you think we are monitoring you? George remained silent, seriously suspecting that Hong Lei could read his mind and easily understand his thoughts. Hong Lei smiled and said, It depends on you. If you feel you have enough self-protection ability, then we will only protect your daughter. George then said, Protect my daughter. I still don't understand Fu Qingwei's motives against me and my daughter. Angela really needs protection. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. I'll hang up first. There's another question. George suddenly spoke. Just ask. There's something wrong with your behavior. Fuck, are you sick? Hong Lei cursed. I'm just a second-rate gangster. What kind of style do I need? You don't have a plan? George was surprised. Hong Lei was introduced by Grandpa and Gu Jian. Gu Jian is engaged in genetic research. This kind of laboratory that studies genetic evolution should be the most core secret of the country. Is there no national agency supporting it? Moreover, Hong Lei needs to contact the police for assistance to help him clean up the mess. Without his background and identity, how can he make the police listen to him? Hong Lei said mysteriously, This is hard to explain. It's meaningless for you to know too much now. When the time is right, you will naturally know it. Okay, hang up. George responded and hung up. Angela got up from the carpet and said with a pout, Dad, do you want some tiramisu? George scooped up Angela and placed her on his lap. Daddy doesn't want to eat. Angela immediately pouted her lips so high that it almost blocked her nostrils. George laughed and said, Just keep playing. Dad will go to Angela to make tiramisu. Okay. The little guy's big black gemstone eyes instantly filled with light. George put Angela on the sofa, then went to the kitchen to put on an apron and took out the ingredients for making tiramisu from the storage cabinet. Tiramisu is not difficult to make. I learned it easily by following the short video tutorial. First, add egg yolks and sugar to the hot water and stir until thick. After cooling, add mascarpone cheese and stir evenly. Add granulated sugar to the egg whites and stir with a whisk until hard foam. Then take 1/3 of the egg white and add it to the cheese and egg yolk paste and stir evenly. Then pour it back into the remaining egg white and gently stir to form a fine cheese paste. Then assemble the cake. Place a layer of finger biscuits on the bottom of the mold container. Quickly dip it in the mixture of coffee and rum. Spread a layer of cheese paste after it is covered, and sprinkle a layer of cocoa powder. Finally, seal the mold container with plastic wrap and put in the refrigerator for a while for a better taste. Tiramisu is high in fat and protein and is not recommended as a staple food, so George started making nutritious lunches. At 12 o'clock, Emma came back carrying a lot of shopping bags. Auntie is back. Angela ran over and quickly found a small bag of jelly from the vast shopping bags. She took the jelly bag with a smile and said, Auntie, you have worked hard. Let me help you. Emma chuckled. You have sharp eyes. Angela tilted her head to look at it, biting her fingers and grinning. There's chocolate too. Shoo. Emma made a silent gesture and hid the chocolate in her shopping bag. My brother-in-law was probably brainwashed by some nutrition experts in short videos. He never bought snacks with high sugar content for Angela. He and his sister have had endless chocolates to eat since they were young, and they have never had any problems. Angela, dinner is ready. George walked out of the kitchen carrying the tofu and mushroom soup. Brother-in-law. Emma still didn't dare to look her brother-in-law in the eye. She lowered her head, said hello, and went to the second bedroom with the shopping bags. Angela put her hands behind her back and walked sideways towards the children's room. George narrowed his eyes and asked, What's that in your hand? Angela shook her head with a harmless expression on her face. George's face darkened. Take it out. Angela pursed her lips and took out the jelly bag in her hand. Emma came out of the bedroom and saw that her brother-in-law looked unhappy. She quickly said, Brother-in-law, I bought the jelly. Angela really likes it. George frowned slightly. It seems that you bought jelly for her more than once. Emma pouted and muttered, What's wrong with a kid having some snacks? George didn't bother to explain and went to the kitchen to bring out the other food. Emma took Angela to wash her hands and then held Angela in her arms and sat at the dining table. George then said to Emma, Angela is only 3 years old. It's easy for her to choke on jelly. I've seen more than one case of children choking on jelly in short videos. There was even a 5-year-old child who choked to death. Chapter 51 Bodyguard arranged by Brother Lay. This. Emma doesn't watch many parenting videos, but she has never heard of anyone choking on jelly. After hearing what her brother-in-law said, she suddenly understood why he was so strict with Angela. Angela's eyes were instantly covered with a layer of mist, and crystal tears were swirling on her eyelashes, looking like they were about to roll down. George glanced at his aggrieved daughter. His heart softened, and he said in a gentle tone, Dad is not forbidding you to eat jelly, but there are certain risks for children to eat jelly. If you want to eat jelly, you must eat it under adult supervision, understand? The tears on the little guy's eyelashes finally slid down and hit his chubby cheeks. His voice was nasal, Dad. Angela will be good, and let Annie watch me this time. George reached out and gently wiped the tears from her cheeks. Let's eat first. Angela nodded vigorously, then picked up the spoon and ate the shrimp and vegetable porridge in the bowl. George looked at Emma again and reminded her, Angela, if you want to eat jelly, you have to use a spoon to mash the jelly into jelly cubes. Understand, brother-in-law. I'll pay attention to it. I'll also follow some parenting bloggers to learn about their experience in raising children. Emma picked up a piece of broccoli with her chopsticks and took a small bite. George asked again, You probably bought more than just jelly, right? Emma's eyelashes trembled slightly. Just as she was about to deny it, Angela stared at her father in disbelief and asked, Dad, are you Superman so powerful? Emma. George looked at Emma indifferently, waiting for her explanation. Emma bit her lower lip and stammered awkwardly. I just bought some chocolate. George explained, chocolate is high in sugar, which can affect tooth development and cause picky eating. Furthermore, the caffeine in it can affect sleep. Emma defended herself. Brother-in-law, you must have been brainwashed by the short video. I used to eat chocolate often when I was a child, and it was fine. George's tone became serious. What you can remember is at least after you were 5 years old. Angela is only 3.5 years old now. Can you compare her physique with that of 5-year-old? Emma's face flushed. Can I eat a little less? Angela pouted and looked at her father, her eyes looking eager as if she was about to cry. George sighed inwardly. Of course you can, but you have to strictly control your sugar intake. A 3-year-old child shouldn't consume more than 25 grams of sugar per day. Every 100 grams of chocolate on the market contains 62 grams of sugar. You can only eat 1/3 of that. Emma curled her lips. 1/3 was not even enough to fill the gap between her teeth. Wasn't her brother-in-law going too far? Seeing Emma's nonchalant expression, George pulled out a video from his phone's short video collection about children's sugar intake and handed it to Emma. Take a look. This is a video from a pediatric expert at Hushia Hospital. It says that excessive intake of added sugar by preschoolers increases the risk of obesity, high blood lipids, dental caries, and other diseases. Furthermore, the theobromine in chocolate can increase heart rate, which can easily lead to insomnia and nighttime awakenings. These are all detrimental to Angela's growth and development. Emma took the phone and looked through it carefully before nodding seriously. Then I'll follow the expert's advice and give Angela the right amount of snacks. Angela didn't quite understand what her aunt and father were talking about, but she knew that she seemed to be able to eat chocolate, and her tender little face suddenly broke into a smile. Halfway through his meal, George received a call from an unknown number. Hello, Mr. Chun. I'm Chi Ming from Pioneer Law Firm. I'm in charge of your divorce case. When are you available? I'll come to Pioneer office to find you after dinner. Don't bother me. I'll come find you. That's fine. Wait for me outside with Tanju. After hanging up the phone, George quickened his eating pace. Emma heard her brother-in-law mention Pioneer office. I guessed it was about divorce. Her heart suddenly became extremely tangled and complicated. I comforted my sister this morning and told her to use the cooling off period to win back her brother-in-law. It is actually a delaying tactic. It was to make my sister give up the idea of committing suicide. My sister has hurt my brother-in-law so deeply that he will definitely not look back. After all, she is my own sister. She really hopes that her sister and brother-in-law can go back to the way they were before. But there seems to be a little bit of hope. Emma couldn't help but think of the kiss last night. George received a call from Hong Lei just after he finished his meal. Brother, the bodyguards are here. Can you come out and meet them? So soon. You should be grateful for what you have received. I'll be right down. George put down his chopsticks and said to Emma, I'm going out to pick someone up. I'll be right back. About 10 minutes later, George brought back 5 people. In addition to Hong Lei, there were 4 young men who looked skinny. George's face was stiff. This is the bodyguard you're looking for. Hong Lei picked his nose with his little finger and glanced at one of them nonchalantly. My brother looks down on you. One of them was a skinny young man, only about 1.6 meters tall, with an indifferent expression. I heard that brother phone is very strong. How about we have a competition? George chuckled. You can't. I really can't blame myself for showing off. This guy is 1.6 meters tall, with thin arms and legs. What does he compare himself with? The burly man weighing 200 pounds in the morning was kicked 5 meters away by himself at close range. If you kick this dwarf, won't he be sent flying 10 meters away? The dwarf's face darkened. He stretched out his hand and said coldly, I hate people who pretend to be cool the most. Seeing his sullen look, George didn't hesitate and reached out to shake hands with him. As soon as the 2 men held hands, the short man began to exert force. George's bones cracked instantly. George immediately realized that this guy was much stronger than he had imagined, so he gritted his teeth and exerted force. The burning sensation spread throughout my arm like an electric current. George was wearing a long-sleeved shirt, and it looked like earthworms were wriggling under the white sleeves. The short man raised the corners of his lips slightly and increased his strength again. George only felt a surge of immense power coming from the other person's palm. The pain was so severe that it felt like the bones were being crushed. He gritted his teeth, his arm muscles bulging as he tried to break free from the strange grip. But the short young man's eyes remained indifferent, with his other hand in his trouser pocket. It's as easy as it looks. Oh, George's forehead was covered with sweat, and he abruptly retracted his hand. The short young man smiled slightly. Thank you, Brother Phone. George looked at Hong Lei in surprise. He's the same as me? Hong Lei understood the meaning of George's words and said ambiguously, I don't know about this. Anyway, it was sent by Gu Jian. This guy is so tight-lipped that he refuses to say anything. George said with a dry mouth. What about the others? They were also sent by Gu Jian. Hong Lei pulled out a pack of cigarettes, took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, and prepared to light it. With their protection, your daughter's safety will be absolutely guaranteed. George said in a deep voice, No smoking here. Hong Lei put away the lighter, put the cigarette under his nose, and took a deep breath. George looked at Emma and said, Emma, they are the bodyguard arranged by Brother Lei. Well, hello. Emma smiled and greeted him. When she went out to the supermarket just now, everyone looked like a bad person to her. She even suspected that she was suffering from paranoia. Now that she had bodyguards to protect her, she felt safe instantly. After seeing Hong Lei off, George was about to go to the Pioneer Law Firm. Before leaving, he reminded Emma, there's tiramisu in the refrigerator. You can only give Angela half a piece at most. Chapter 52. Susan wants a divorce. George drove his 2015 limousine to Pioneer Law Firm. He called Susan. Husband. Susan's voice, having just woken up, sounded lazy and charming. George said indifferently, Where are you? I'm in Jinxiu Mansion. Do you want to come over? Well, I'll come to you later to sign the divorce agreement. After a moment of silence, Susan said sadly, Can I not sign it? George said mercilessly, If you don't sign, then we'll go through the legal process and file for divorce. Susan knew her husband was angry, so she compromised and said, Okay, I'll wait for you. Hearing this, George was stunned for a moment. I thought Susan would continue to cry, but I didn't expect her to agree. But that's okay. Filing for divorce is troublesome. When he arrived at Pioneer Law Firm, George met Qin Ming. Qin Ming took out the divorce agreement and placed it on the table. He smiled and said, This divorce agreement was printed from Brother Shua's computer. Please take a look and see if there is anything else you need to add. George took the agreement and took a look at it. It was the same as the one Noah had given him before. The property in each party's personal account belonged to each of them. Angela's custody belonged to him, and Susan had to pay 30,000 yuan per month. She doesn't have to pay child support. I can afford to support my daughter. George pushed the agreement back and asked Qin Ming to revise the contract and reprint it. Qin Ming didn't ask any more questions and went back to his computer to modify the terms of the contract. After printing the contract, George put it in a file bag, said thank you, and prepared to go find Susan. Qin Ming suddenly said, Mr. Chun, please wait a moment. George stopped and looked at him. Anything else? Qiming picked up the phone and dialed. Brother Shua said you want to acquire a company. Shinju will help you with this. She lives next door to me. I asked her to come over and meet you. George nodded and sat back down in his chair. After Qiming finished the call, someone knocked on the door. Guoming. The person who pushed the door open was a woman in a smart white suit and skirt. Her long hair was tied into a low bun, revealing her smooth forehead and delicate eyebrows. She wore a pair of thin-framed glasses on her nose, and the eyes behind the lenses were sharp and capable. She held a laptop in her hand and walked briskly to George. She stretched out her fair right hand and smiled. Hello, Mr. Chun. I'm Shinju, and I'm responsible for assisting you in acquiring the company. Out of politeness, George stood up and shook hands with Shinju. Hello. After Shinju released his hand, he asked, Mr. Chun, do you have time now? I'll first show you around this company and the acquisition plan I've developed. Let's do it another day. I have something else to take care of. All George wants now is to divorce Susan as soon as possible. Shinju glanced at the file bag in Mr. Chen's hand and smiled slightly. Then let's exchange contact information. Good. George and Shinju exchanged phone numbers. Splendid mansion. Susan received a call from her best friend Yi Tong Tong. Yao Yao, I'm here. I'll be right out. Susan went out without even changing her shoes. Come to the outside of Jinshu Mansion. Walk straight toward the Porsche on the side of the road. Yi Tong Tong was Susan's best friend from high school to college. Their love is stronger than gold. After graduating from university, Yi Tong Tong married a foreign student. Just yesterday, Yi Tong Tong returned to China to visit her relatives with a big belly. In the driver's seat of the Porsche, Yi Tong Tong was wearing a long maternity dress. Susan opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat, holding out her hand and asking, Where's the stuff? Yi Tong Tong took out a bottle of pills from her bag and put it in Susan's palm. Susan looked skeptical. Does this thing really work that well? Yi Tong Tong vowed, as long as it functions normally, it will definitely work. After saying that, she stared at her best friend with a complicated expression and sighed. Look at you. You have a successful career and a good man who takes care of the family, but you insist on taking on a foster brother. Susan retorted with tears in her eyes. Others don't understand me, but you don't understand me either. David and I are innocent. They're the ones who have been misunderstanding me. Yi Tong Tong naturally understood her best friend and had deep feelings for George. Perhaps it was because she was under too much pressure from her career that she wanted to adopt a foster brother to find some spiritual comfort, but she used the wrong approach. She patted Susan's hand and said helplessly, Okay, I understand you. Just do as I teach you. I'll make him love you hard later. The pillow will make him miss you for a long time. Susan looked at the medicine bottle in her hand and asked, I've searched online. Isn't it true that people forget about this kind of thing the next day? Yi Tong Tong sneered. Those things you found are all low-grade goods. Not only are they bad for your health, they can also cause side effects. This is high-grade stuff. Such a small bottle costs 100,000 yuan. I'll transfer it to you. Susan took out her cell phone and was about to transfer the money. Yi Tong Tong immediately held Susan's hand and said unhappily, Why are you being so polite to me? Your husband should be here soon. You should go back first. Well, thank you, Tong Tong. Susan pushed the door open and got out of the car waving. Yi Tong Tong drove away. Susan returned home and took a shower. Then she put on a translucent pink ice silk suspender pajamas. It's a vacuum inside. As soon as I dried my hair, George pushed open the door of the villa and walked in. Husband, you're here. Susan walked up to him with her bare feet and a blush on her face. George frowned slightly. Go put on your clothes. He would have gone up long before the change. But now I have no interest at all. Susan gave a charming smile. Isn't this what I'm wearing? George was too lazy to complain. After all, this was Susan's house, and she could wear whatever she wanted. It was none of his business. She walked to the sofa and sat down, took the divorce agreement out of the document bag and placed on the coffee table, her voice without a trace of emotion. Please take a look at the terms and see if there are any problems. If there are no problems, then sign it. Susan sat down next to George, put an arm on his shoulder, and said with a sweet breath, Everyone breaks up with a breakup, so let's do the same with our divorce. Not interested. George shook off Susan's hand and moved aside. Susan scoffed. Are you not interested or can't? Provocation? Don't you know whether I can do it or not? George sneered in his heart and didn't bother to pay attention to her. He took out his mobile phone and started watching short videos. Susan had guessed this would be the result, so she asked Yi Tong Tong to help her with advice. She picked up the contract, glanced at it, and asked with a pout, Where are the child support clauses? George didn't even look up. I can afford it. Susan retorted, That won't work. I'm Angela's mother, and I have to pay child support. You added to the amount 100,000 a month. George was getting impatient. He glared at Susan and said, Just treat it as a fucking plea from me. Just sign it now. The more you torture me like this, the more I hate you. Okay, I'll sign it. Susan glared at George resentfully, but then stood up and walked towards the wine cabinet. She took 2 high-heeled glasses and poured the awakened Romani Connie into them. A moment later, Susan came over with 2 glasses of red wine. She handed the larger glass to George and said gloomily, "You're not going to have a divorce, so the glass of divorce wine is fine, right?" Chapter 53. Husband, I just want you to love me again. Are you fucking done yet? George stared at Susan expressionlessly. Is it really that difficult to sign? After 4 years of marriage, is it difficult to have a farewell drink? Susan looked at George with red eyes. George asked coldly, "Sign after drinking?" Susan held back her tears and nodded. "Sign it after you drink it." George then took the glass. I immediately smelled the scent of black cherry wrapped in a damp forest. There is also a faint scent of violet mixed in. This is Romanicani. George drank it more than once at Jiang Pan's birthday party. The only bottle in the villa was also a birthday gift from Jiang Pan to himself. The market price of Romanicani 2012 is around 430,000 to 500,000 yuan. Cheers to our past love. Susan S.'s voice was choked with sobs, and she was the first to drink the wine in the goblet. After finishing her drink, she looked at George, her beautiful eyes filled with complex emotions. I feel reluctant to leave. There is regret. There is also a subtle hint of expectation. George turned a blind eye to Susan S.'s complex emotions. He tilted his head back and drank half a glass of wine without leaving a drop. It is worthy of being called a top-grade Rambutan wine, with a full and balanced taste, velvety tannins, fresh acidity, distinct flavor layers, and fruity and spicy flavors presented in sequence, with a long aftertaste. In fact, the way to drink this top-grade Rambutan wine is to first gently shake the glass to smell the aroma. Then take small sips, let the wine stay in your mouth for a while, feel the flavor layers of the wine, and then swallow it slowly to experience the lingering aftertaste. But George was not in the mood to taste wine right now. He just wanted Susan to sign the divorce agreement as soon as possible. "Can I sign it now?" George asked calmly, putting down his empty cup. Susan looked at him. "Did you bring a pen?" George skillfully opened the coffee table drawer, took out a gel pen, and put it on the coffee table. "I still need to look at the contract." Susan picked up the contract and leaned back on the sofa, crossing her legs. The lace skirt of her pink ice silk pajamas was so short that it barely covered her hip line. As her crossed legs swayed gently, her fair thighs shone with a delicate luster under the light. Susan glanced at George out of the corner of her eye, but saw that he didn't even look at her. She couldn't help feeling disappointed. If it were in the past, how could he resist such temptation? As time passed, George suddenly felt a little hot, so he unbuttoned 2 buttons on his collar. My phone just happened to see a beautiful dancing anchor, and her smooth thighs that had been beautified were extremely attractive. George felt a little dry in the mouth. Normally, when he saw this kind of video, he would just swipe away, but today he stayed a little longer. "Oh shit, what's going on?" George quickly swiped away the video, then picked up the remote control on the coffee table and adjusted the temperature to 17 degrees. But his eyes couldn't help but look at Susan. Looking from the side, you could see everything at a glance. Gurgle. George swallowed and forced his gaze away. He looked at his phone again to divert his attention. But I saw a double image on the phone screen. It's like drinking 3 pounds of white wine. If you still can't react at this time, you are a fool. George stood up suddenly, glared at Susan and asked, "Did you put drugs in the wine?" Susan knew the drug was taking effect. She slowly stood up and walked over to George, her fingertips gently stroking George's Adam's apple. "Hubby, I just want you to love me again." George's breathing was rapid, his nostrils filled with the scent of her perfume and the mellow aroma of Rambutan wine. He felt that his reason was being devoured by instinct. "Susan, you're crazy." George pushed Susan away suddenly, his voice hoarse and trembling barely perceptibly. "I'm crazy." Susan came closer again, stood on tiptoe, and put her hot lips next to his ear. "I'd be crazy to lose you, and I'd be crazy to want to keep you in this way." As she spoke, tears from the corners of her eyes dripped onto the back of George's hand, burning hot. She grabbed George's hand and placed it on her chest, whispering softly in his ear with her red lips, "Hubby, love me." George's breathing became increasingly rapid, and Susan in front of him gradually became blurry, yet also remarkably clear. He bit the tip of his tongue fiercely, and the intense pain instantly sobered him up a bit. He suddenly pushed Susan away and roared, "Sign." Susan staggered back as George pushed her, and the straps of her pink pajamas completely slipped off, revealing her smooth shoulders. George was sweating profusely, staring at Susan with red eyes. "Susan, don't make me hate you so much." Susan, who was about to move forward, stopped instantly when she heard this. George stiffened his neck and roared, "Do you think that if you sleep with me like this, I will change my mind? You are too naive. You will only make me hate you more if you do this." George's words pierced Susan's heart like an icicle. She suddenly realized that the man in front of her was no longer the husband who would be infinitely tolerant of her. The disgust and coldness in his eyes were a barrier that could not be melted by any means. "Hubby, I..." Susan opened her mouth, but found her throat too dry to make sound. "See yet to you." George gritted his teeth, and even the corners of his eyes turned red. The effects of the medicine surged in my body. Every rapid breath was accompanied by a burning sensation. Susan slowly picked up the contract that had fallen on the ground and signed her name tremblingly. After signing, she pushed the contract to George and said firmly, "Hubby, I will not give up on you and Angela." George picked up the contract and glanced at the scribbled signature. He felt no relief at all, only desolation. He turned and walked towards the door, his steps a little unsteady, but without the slightest reluctance. After running out of the villa area, George held onto the lamppost and breathed in the fresh air, trying to dispel the heat in his body and the stuffiness in his heart. He took out his cell phone and dialed Hong Lei's number with trembling fingers. His voice was hoarse. "Brother Lei? What's up, bro?" Hong Lei asked in a rough voice. George gritted his teeth and said, "I've been drugged. Is there any solution?" "What the hell?" "On Lei panicked. Poison. Poison." George explained, "No, it's not poison. It's that kind of medicine." Hong Lei said seriously, "Which medicine?" George's words were a little slurred. "The kind that increases lust." Hong Lei breathed a sigh of relief. "Hi. Where are you? I'll come find you." George felt his blood boiling and couldn't even speak. He bit his tongue again and took advantage of the brief moment of clarity to send Hong Lei the location of a convenience store in front. After dialing the location, George staggered towards the convenience store in front like a drunk. Myanmar, an underground experimental base. Gu Jian stared at the numbers jumping around on the computer screen, and his eyelids twitched wildly. What is going on? Gu Jian implanted a neural network monitoring chip in George's cerebral cortex. On the computer screen, various values are growing rapidly. Dopamine concentration soared from 50 pg/ml to 180 pg/ml like a rocket. The heart rate reached 140 beats per minute. Blood pressure also soared. The body temperature shows 38.8 degrees Celsius. Gonadotropin-related indicators also showed abnormal fluctuations. Gu Jian pushed the glasses on his nose and said with a strange look, "Brother Feng was drugged. Oh shit. Boys must protect themselves when they are outside." Gu Jian quickly called Hong Lei. "Hello. Brother Feng is in trouble. He called me, and I'm on my way over." Hong Lei replied, "What's going on?" Gu Jian's curiosity was burning. The location he sent was Jinxiu Mansion. It's likely his wife drugged him. Chapter 54. Grace encounters George, who seems a bit strange. Binhai City, Splendid Avenue. Two BMWs, one white and one black, were speeding. A woman in a windbreaker was sitting in the back seat of the white BMW in front. A pair of bottomless eyes are like a cold pond reflecting snow. Eyebrows are like distant mountains with dark black. Long eyelashes cast cold shadows under the eyelids, and the extremely pale cherry-pink lips are lightly pursed, like a winter plum blossom blooming for the first time in the snow. The whole body exudes an icy temperament that keeps people at a distance. Grace glanced out the window, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, her voice icy cold. "Who told you to take this road?" Jinxiu Mansion is the home of Brother Feng and that woman, and she doesn't want to see this place. Zhang Tai broke out in a cold sweat. "Miss, there's a traffic jam on the other road." Grace snorted coldly. "Cut your salary in half." Zhang Tai's facial muscles twitched violently several times. "Too cruel. Just because I took the wrong road, I had 50,000 yuan of salary deducted from me. How inhumane." Grace saw Zhang Tai gritting his teeth through the rearview mirror and sneered. "Are you not convinced?" Zhang Tai's cerebellum shrank a little. "No, I didn't say anything." Although he felt unhappy, he still managed to squeeze out a smile that was uglier than crying. How could this be? I just feel sorry for the young lady's cultivation." Grace said thoughtfully, "To express my apology, please don't take the remaining half of your salary. I'll ask the finance department to donate it to Xiangyang Orphanage for you." Zhang Tai's eyes widened into copper bells. Grace frowned slightly. Zhang Tai's shoulders slumped, and he felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly that had crawled out of the cesspool. "Just because I drove the wrong way, my monthly salary was deducted. The capitalists have such disgusting faces." Grace felt much better when she saw Zhang Tai's expression of inexpressible pain. The car passed by a convenience store. Grace caught a glimpse of a man in a white shirt sitting on a bench outside the store. He was holding a large bottle of mineral water and pouring it over his head. As they passed each other side by side, Grace saw the man's profile clearly. Parking. Grace sat up suddenly, put her hands on the car window, and stared at the man with her cold eyes. Zhang Tai glanced in the rearview mirror, then turned his head to look at the man sitting outside the convenience store. His pupils suddenly lit up, and he quickly turned the steering wheel and pulled over. Grace pushed the door open, got out of the car, and walked straight to the convenience store. George grabbed the bottle and drank the remaining ice water. The coolness was quickly swallowed up by the heat in his body, but his vision was still blurry. His heart was pounding wildly in his chest, and his sanity was crumbling under the dual impact of the drug effect and physiological reaction. The convenience store cashier had just noticed that something was amiss with the customer. She finished her work, hurried over to George, and timidly asked, "Sir, are you okay? Do you want me to call an ambulance for you?" The cashier was very young, with delicate features, red lips and white teeth, and a soft and sweet voice. Boom! George felt a roar in his brain, and his eyes fell uncontrollably on the other person's fair neck. A hot current instantly spread from his lower abdomen to his whole body. He pinched his palm hard, forcing himself to look away, his voice hoarse. "Get out! Don't come near me!" The cashier shuddered at George's fierce tone. She looked at the man's red eyes and the jawline that was tense from forbearance. Although she was a little scared, she was more worried. She twisted the corners of her apron with her fingers and muttered softly, I just want to help you." I felt pity for her frail appearance. Her soft voice was like a feather brushing against George's heart. George suddenly stood up from the stool, approached the cashier step by step, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Do you really want to help me?" The cashier stared at the man's bloodshot eyes and the beads of sweat on his forehead with clear eyes, and nodded firmly. "What do you need?" George walked up to the cashier, put his hot palms on her shoulders, and said in a hoarse voice, "I need brother phone." Grace trotted over and grabbed George's shoulder. George shuddered and looked back at Grace. His consciousness and vision were now as if he was drunk and about to lose consciousness. I couldn't see the person clearly, and I couldn't tell who it was by the voice. Grace reached out and touched George's forehead, which was frighteningly hot. Having a high fever? Just as she was about to pull her hand back, George suddenly grabbed her wrist. George's palm was burning hot, like a branding iron on Grace's slender wrist. "Brother phone. I'll take you to the doctor. Grace didn't finish her words when George held her face and sealed her lips. Zhang Tai and his younger brother Zhang Jin had already walked over. When the two brothers saw the young lady being kissed forcibly, they were instantly petrified and stood there dumbfounded. The cashier was also stunned at this moment. Passers-by stopped to watch. Grace was almost out of breath, so she struggled to push George away. But George was so strong that he even started tearing her clothes. Zhang Tai and Zhang Jin recovered and immediately ran over to forcibly pull George away. There was a sudden sound of brakes coming from the side of the road. Hong Lei, holding a half-smoked cigarette in his mouth, pushed the door open, got out of the car, and ran over. He patted George's face. "Hey, wake up. I'm your brother Lei." George stared at Grace with his eyes fixed like a mad beast. "Roll." He struggled with all his might, but was unable to break free from Zhang Tai and Zhang Jin's restraints. Hong Lei said with a smile, "Excuse me, both of you. This is my younger brother. He has some problems. Please leave him to me." George away from the two men. Grace tidied her clothes and asked calmly, "Why didn't I know he had a brother? Who are you?" Hong Lei turned around and looked at Grace. When he saw her clearly, he shuddered. The half-smoked cigarette in his mouth fell to the ground along his chest. He said with trembling lips, "Sue? Grace." Grace looked surprised. "Do you know me?" Let me go, let me go." The veins on George's forehead bulged, and he suddenly arched his body and slammed the back of his head into Zhang Tai's nose. "Oh my God." Zhang Tai let go in pain, covering his nose and screaming. George took the opportunity to swing his fist and hit Zhang Jin in the cheek. Zhang Jin grabbed George's attacking fist and felt a numbness in his palm. Hong Lei asked Grace, "Do you know George?" Grace pursed her lips and nodded. "I know her." Hong Lei took a deep breath and said, "Let's take him away first. He's been drugged." It took a lot of effort for the Zhang Tai brothers and Hong Lei to lift George into the car. As Grace followed him, she suddenly saw a document on the stool. That's the divorce agreement. She probably guessed why Brother Phone was drugged. The cashier looked at Grace as departing back and sighed somewhat disappointedly. "That man is so handsome. I thought the bloody story of the domineering president being drugged and meeting the heroine was going to happen to me." George was pushed into a white BMW. Grace also wanted to get in, but was stopped by Hong Lei. "He's over-secreting dopamine and adrenaline right now, and his emotions and behavior are out of control. It's safer for you to get in another car." Grace's voice returned to its usual coolness. "How should we deal with this?" Hong Lei grinned with a lewd smile. "I ordered a few young models for him. You can go now." Grace closed the car door and said to Zhang Tai in the driver's seat, "Let's go to Binhai University Affiliated Hospital." Chapter 55. The lady says to go to the hotel. The two BMWs sped away. Hong Lei stood by the road, looking disheveled in the wind. "Damn it, give me a ride." Susan curled up on the sofa and called Yi Tong Tong. "Don't tell me it's over." He ran away. Susan took a sip of Romanicani, and the wine flowed from the corner of her mouth to her chin, and then dripped from her chin into the groove of her cleavage. Yi Tong Tong didn't quite understand. Run away? She knows this drug very well. When the drug takes effect, it will affect the hypothalamic pituitary gonadal axis, prompting the pituitary gland to secrete gonadotropin, thereby promoting a surge in male hormones. Moreover, the drug itself contains male hormone components. Under the dual effects, almost no normal man can suppress the impulse. Moreover, Susan is a beauty among beauties. Any stimulation can make George's desire explode. She really can't understand why George ran away. He knew I had drugged my drink, forced me to sign the divorce agreement, and then ran away with the contract. Susan's tear-stained face showed a wry smile, and she seemed to be a little drunk. She murmured unconsciously, "He can't even touch me after drugging me. Tong Tong, do you think I still have a chance?" "Oh my God, the sky is falling." Yi Tong Tong's eyes went dark, and then she said seriously, "Susan, you have to find George quickly. If he takes this medicine, he will lose 95% of his sanity within 5 minutes. If he forces himself on other women, not only will your reputations be ruined, but George might even go to jail, and I'll be finished too." Hearing this, Susan sat up straight. "Where will George go? Hospital? Or go back to Watangju?" "It's okay to go to the hospital. If I go back to Watang..." She couldn't bear to think of the consequences. I'll call him." Susan hung up the phone and immediately dialed George's number with trembling fingers, whispering with trembling lips, "Don't turn off the phone. Don't turn it off. Sorry, the user you dialed has turned off the phone." Susan listened to the cold notification tone on her phone. The rosy face lost its color in an instant. She stood up suddenly from the sofa, not even noticing that her shoulder strap had slipped down again. "Watangju. Will he return to Watangju? Emma and Angela both live in Watangju. He is now out of control with his medication. Just in case, if he did something to Emma." Susan didn't dare to think about it any further. She grabbed the car keys and prepared to go out, but staggered back to the sofa and dialed Emma's number with trembling hands. The phone rang for several seconds before being picked up. Susan quickly asked, "Emma, are you at Watangju?" "No, Angela and I are playing outside." Emma responded, then asked cautiously, "Sister, what's wrong?" Susan breathed a sigh of relief. "Emma, please don't go back to Watangju." Emma looked confused. "You and your brother-in-law." Susan had nothing to hide from her sister, so she said bluntly, "I drugged your brother-in-law, but he ran away." Emma's eyelashes trembled. "Drugged? Isn't my sister too cruel?" Susan continued to remind him, "You and Angela must not go back to Watangju. I will go over and take a look first." After saying that, he hung up the phone and crawled back to the bedroom to change clothes. Emma on the other end of the phone felt mixed emotions as she heard the busy tone. "My brother-in-law was drugged, but he was still able to control his impulses when facing my sister. This shows that he hates his sister very much. During this 1-month cooling-off period, can his sister really win back her brother-in-law? Then again, what would it look like if my brother-in-law was drugged? Will it be like what is written in romance novels, where a woman is needed to help him detoxify?" Emma's mind once again flashed back to the ridiculous scene from last night. Lin Mingxue came to the balcony to hang clothes, glanced at Emma, and asked with concern, "Emma, why is your face so red?" "No, it's okay." Emma covered her face and returned to the living room. Lin Mingxue sighed. She must be thinking about man. In a white BMW, George was held down by the shoulders and arms by Zhang Tai and Zhang Jin, one on each side. George struggled continuously, growling like a wild beast in his throat. Zhang Tai and Zhang Jin blushed and sweated profusely. The two looked at each other, and both saw shock in each other's eyes. 23 years ago, the first snow in Beijing came a little earlier than usual. The two brothers were begging on the street, suffering from hunger and cold. His life was hanging by a thread. There was only a thin blanket that was frozen hard to protect us from the wind and snow. Just when they were about to lose consciousness, a little girl holding a piggy bank walked against the light. She placed the piggy bank in front of the brothers and then turned and left. The brothers were reborn. After 2 years of searching, they finally found out the girl's identity. The eldest daughter of the Su family in Beijing. The Su family is entrenched in the Su Garden Villa area. The two found Su Yuan and Nell outside for 3 days and 3 nights. The girl finally showed up and took them in. The girl's father sent them to school, but unfortunately they were not good at studying. "I gave up after junior high school." Su Huayan asked them what their dreams were. The two brothers just want to follow Grace and protect her for the rest of their lives. Su Huayan sent them to the Su family's bodyguard company for training. After 6 years of devilish training, the two brothers have no rivals in the bodyguard company. Grace also officially began. But before that, Su Huayan sent them to a foreign laboratory. There they were injected with a genetic enhancement drug. Grace was kept in the dark about this matter. From then on, they discovered that they had great strength, even wrestling with a bull. But now they find that even if they work together, it is difficult to completely control George. This shows that George had also been injected with that genetic enhancement drug. Bang, bang, bang. As George continued to struggle, the white BMW shook. Zhang Tai and Zhang Jin bumped into the car door from time to time. The glass was shattered and the car door was bulging. The traffic police on the roadside noticed something was wrong and immediately stopped the car. The driver stared at Zhang Tai in a rearview mirror and asked, "Brother Tai, what should we do?" Zhang Tai said solemnly, "Speed up. Miss will handle it herself." Hearing this, the driver swerved the steering wheel and stepped on the accelerator to the floor. Seeing this, the traffic police quickly picked up the intercom and said, "Command Center, this is the Jinsho Avenue Patrol Team. We've spotted a white BMW X5 driving erratically. The license plate number is Beijing A. Command Center, this car has just been reported. There is a mentally ill person in the car, but we haven't had time to notify you yet." In the black BMW behind, after a struggle between her conscience and her own desires, Grace said to the driver in front, "Su Wu, ask Su Lu to drive to the Universal Hotel." Su Wu pressed the Bluetooth headset on his ear and said in a low voice, "The lady said to go to the Universal Hotel. Aren't you going to the hospital? So much bullshit." The Global Building is the tallest building in Binhai, built by multiple shareholders including the Su family of Beijing at a cost of tens of billions of yuan. The main building is 436 meters high and has 82 floors above ground. It was completed in 2014. It integrates a large shopping and entertainment center, high-end office buildings, service departments, and an international platinum 5-star hotel. The floors above the 60th floor of the Global Building belong to the Global International 5-star Hotel, which is operated by a subsidiary of the Su Group. Zhang Tai and Zhang Jin tied George tightly with nylon rope and sealed his mouth with transparent tape. The two men carried George on their shoulders and walked towards the elevator. Passers-by stopped to watch, and some even took out their phones to call the police. Grace got out of the black BMW and glanced at the severely deformed white BMW. A look of heartache appeared in her cold eyes. Brother Feng must be feeling very uncomfortable, right? Su Wu walked out of the car, took a look at the damaged exterior, and said with a distressed look, "Miss, don't forget to ask the guy to compensate us for the money we spent on repairing the car." Chapter 56. Sinking into the Abyss. Grace glanced at Su Wu lightly, then walked towards the elevator without looking back. "Yes, it's in a Global Building. I suspect it's a kidnapping. Please send the police immediately." Psychosis. "Oh, I told you, there's no such thing as kidnapping in broad daylight." The righteous man hung up the phone with a smile. Then he said to the onlookers, "Don't look anymore. The police said he's a mentally ill person, and his family has already reported it." The onlookers immediately dispersed with laughter. The elevator reaches the first floor. Brother Zhang Tai carried George into the elevator. Grace followed in. Wait a moment. Just as the elevator door was about to close, a young man in a white suit quickly ran over and pressed the door. Lu Tianxi got into the elevator and pressed the door close button. As the elevator door slowly closed, Lu Tianxi saw the image reflected in the mirror panel. He saw two burly men carrying a person who was tied up from head to toe. What the hell, kidnapping? Lu Tianxi's heart tightened, and he quickly lowered his head to look at the tip of his shoes. What a coincidence! Suddenly a cold voice came from the side. Lu Tianxi was stunned for a moment and looked up at the person next to him in the mirror. When he saw the woman's face clearly, his legs went weak and he almost fell down. Isn't this the woman who beat me up in the cafe last time? Oh shit, what a narrow road for enemies. Did the man who was tied up also offend her? From this perspective, the beating I received was considered a light punishment. What a coincidence. Lu Tianxi leaned against the wall, sweating profusely, and tried hard to force a smile on his face. Grace took off her sunglasses and looked at him. You said last time that if beating you makes me happy, you don't mind, right? Lu Tianxi's pupils trembled violently. I'm not. I didn't. 41st floor. Lu Tianxi stumbled and fell flat on his face. The glasses I just got cracked again after being dropped. Oh, Lu Tianxi clenched his fist and pounded the floor. This is intolerable. I was the one who teased her last time, so I didn't call the police. This time I didn't offend her, but she still beat me. Call the police. Must call the police. After all, I'm one of the best lawyers in Binhai City. If we don't use legal means to punish him, do you really think you're easy to bully? And they dare to kidnap. A sentence of 5 years is a light punishment for multiple crimes. Lu Tianxi picked up his glasses and put them on. He took out his cell phone, hesitated for a moment, and then backed off again. Global Group has tight security. How could a kidnapping happen? If it was really a kidnapping, it would prove that the woman was not simple. Calculate and ask. It's better to have less trouble than more. 81st floor. 81A01 Family Suite. Grace unlocked the door with her fingerprint, pushed it open, and said softly, "Put it on the sofa." Zhang Tai and Zhang Jin threw George on the sofa. Then he left the room without looking back. Grace immediately closed the door. Zhang Tai lowered his voice and asked Zhang Jin, "Do you think the young lady would?" Grace suddenly opened the door when he was speaking, and Zhang Tai coughed twice. Grace poked her head out and said coldly, "You two go to the corridor and watch. No one is allowed to come to the 81st floor. There are 10 rooms on the 81st floor, all of which are where the core senior executives of the Su family stay when they come to Binhai on business trips." Her face felt hot when she thought about what was going to happen next. Zhang Tai stiffened his neck and said, "Miss, you're not really going to devote yourself to that boy, are you? I have been guarding Miss for almost 5 years, and she has never even held a boy's hand. Now he has to devote himself to a married man, and he feels really upset. Grace with a stubborn look on his face. Miss, I protest. Roll. Okay. The two turned and left. Grace slammed the door shut and locked it, then leaned against it and breathed deeply. George on the sofa was twisting and struggling like an earthworm, making whimpering sounds in his throat, and he seemed to be in great pain. Grace took a deep breath and then went into the bathroom to take a shower. About 10 minutes later, the bathroom door opened and hot steam spread out like clouds. Grace, wrapped in a bath towel, walked out of the bathroom barefoot. Her silky hair was freely draped over her snow-white and delicate neck. Her originally pale and cold face was now slightly rosy, like bamboo shoots after spring rain. Her white, jade-like body exuded a charming luster under the light. Grace walked lightly to the sofa and sat down. Looking at George, whose body was covered with sweat, she stretched out her delicate hand and gently stroked his cheek. Her rosy lips moved slightly. Brother Foam, I've been waiting for you for a long, long time. George snapped his bloodshot eyes open. His pupils contracted violently due to the drugs and the temptation before him. He could clearly feel the coolness of the woman's fingertips. It was in stark contrast to his own burning skin. The faint scent of gardenia, mixed with the woman's body fragrance, penetrated into the nostrils along with the breath. Like a fire, it completely ignited the desire, surging wildly in the blood. George let out a low growl from his throat like a trapped animal, and with his wrists he exerted force, so hard that the nylon ropes that could tie up the elephant rattled. Grace's fingertips trembled slightly, but she did not withdraw her hand. Instead, she slowly slid down along his tense jawline and stopped at the man's violently heaving chest. Her voice trembled slightly. Brother Foam, don't be afraid. After saying that, she reached out her other hand, fumbled for the slipknot on George's wrist, and pulled it. George jumped up like a wild beast that had escaped from a cage. His hot arms suddenly wrapped around her waist and pulled her into his arms. The bath towel suddenly spread apart as he pulled it, and her fair skin clung to his sweaty shirt. The scent of gardenia and hormones collided violently in the air. Grace closed her eyes and let the man drag her into the bottomless vortex of emotions under the control of drugs. Susan came to Watangju. She gave some money to the property manager and checked the surveillance video and found that George had not returned to Watangju at all. Then we can only stay in the hospital. But there are so many hospitals in Binhai City. Which hospital will George go to? Susan thought of calling the police. I was also afraid that George had already made a big mistake by now. If I call the police, wouldn't that be harmful to him? Susan called Yi Tong Tong in a daze. Yi Tong Tong was even more anxious than her. As soon as she answered the phone, she hurriedly asked, "How is it? Did you find it?" Susan said in a tearful voice, "I didn't find it." Yi Tong Tong felt her head buzzing. That was a banned drug. If something went wrong and it was traced back to her, she would be in big trouble. After forcing herself to calm down, she asked in a deep voice, "Have you checked the surveillance outside the villa?" "Without. Go check and see which direction he went." Yi Tong Tong almost yelled. After all, he is the president of the company. Why does your brain stop working when it comes to the critical moment? Susan immediately asked the taxi driver to speed up. After returning to Jinshio Mansion, she went straight to the property management office. After checking the surveillance footage, we finally found George. Surveillance footage showed George going to the convenience store. After a while, two cars stopped on the side of the road. A woman got out of one of the cars. Because the distance was too far, I couldn't see the woman's appearance clearly. I could only vaguely see that she was wearing a tweed windbreaker that did not reach her knees. Chapter 57. Susan looking for a husband. Susan's head buzzed. Kneesy windbreaker. That was the woman who was bleeding in the hospital last time. She seemed to know George. George rushed towards the woman uncontrollably, hugged her, and kissed her. Susan clenched her fingertips, and a deep sense of bitterness appeared in her eyes. The property manager scratched his eyebrow with his pinky finger. Good guy. President Zhang's man actually kissed another woman, still next to the main road. The surveillance footage continues to play. Two burly men restrained George. But at this time, another strong man came. After discussing for a while, they carried George into the BMW. Susan took a deep breath and asked, "Can you see the license plate number?" The security guard paused the video and enlarged the license plate number. I can barely see it clearly. Susan took out a pen from the pen holder and wrote down the license plate number. Then he took out his cell phone and made a call. "Hey, Mr. Jiang, the sun is setting in the west. Yang Xiao, do me a favor." Susan interrupted Yang Zhan. Yang Xiao is a highly skilled hacker, and she plans to track the white BMW through Yang Xiao. "What help?" Yang Xiao asked. "Help me find a car with a license plate number of Beijing." Susan told Yang Xiao the license plate number and the time when the BMW appeared on Jinshou Avenue. "Oh, I just made an appointment with my friends to play billiards, and they're waiting for me downstairs now." Yang Xiao was a little embarrassed. Susan said calmly, 50,000. Yang Xiao was at a loss for words. "This isn't a matter of money. 100,000. Give me 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, Yang Xiao called. Susan asked hurriedly, "Did you find it?" Yang Xiao asked in a trembling voice. Old classmate, I can't help you with this. Susan's brows knitted tightly together. What's wrong? Yang Xiao explained sadly. The GPS track of that car is encrypted. The anti-tracking program was triggered as soon as I tried to access it. Susan's face turned pale. How could this happen? Yang Xiao took a deep breath. Their anti-tracking program is very expensive, and the vehicle registration information associated with the license plate number shows that it is a security vehicle of the Beijing Shadow Blade Special Security Group. I just looked up Shadow Blade Special Security online. It's the largest bodyguard company in the country, even with branches in multiple countries. Such a behemoth. Bang! Before Yang Xiao could finish his words, the door was forced open. Who are you? A terrified voice came from Yang Xiao. Susan trembled with fear. The next second, a strange voice came from the other end of the phone. Are you going to track down our clients? Susan was terrified, but she still said, I just want to find my husband. Your client took my husband away. The voice on the other end of the phone said coldly, Do you have any evidence? I have surveillance footage here. Oh, not anymore. The voice on the other end of the line sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, the computer screens in the entire monitoring room suddenly went black. The monitoring room staff tapped the monitor. What's going on? Susan guessed that it was the other party's doing, and the surveillance video might have been deleted. The power of this group of people was far beyond her imagination. Even if they kidnapped someone on the street, they could easily erase all surveillance traces. Let me ask my clients for you. The voice on the other end of the phone spoke softly. Susan swallowed hard. Is my friend going to be okay? Once we confirm there's no threat to our clients, everything will be fine. After saying that, he hung up the phone. A rental house. Yang Xiao was pressed on the computer desk by two men in suits. After finding out the reason, they let him go. The leader took out his cell phone and dialed a number. It was Zhang Tai who answered the phone. What's up? Brother Tai, someone is tracking your car through hacking. Ooh, a woman said you took her husband away. Oh, that's my friend, just catching up. Zhang Tai explained, then added, Tell her that the young lady sent her husband to the hospital. Receive. The leading man hung up the phone, picked up Yang Xiao's phone, and said, This client is a friend of your husband's. They sent your husband to the hospital. Which hospital was he sent to? No. Then ask. Sorry, we have no right to ask about our customers' private affairs. After saying that, the leading man hung up the phone and threw his phone on the computer desk. With a wave of his hand, he took his people away. Yang Xiao was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and lay on the bed, gasping for breath. Oh shit. Is it easy to make some money? Ding dong. Green Bubble received a message. It is Susan S. transfer information. 100,000 yuan. Yang Xiao felt better now. Susan returned to the villa upset. She called Yi Tong Tong and told her everything that had just happened. Yi Tong Tong breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad there's no problem. Susan curled up on the sofa, looking bewildered, and asked, Tong Tong, do you think that woman would sleep with my husband? Yi Tong Tong was silent for a moment, then analyzed, since she's George's friend, she must know that George has a wife and children. She shouldn't be so ignorant as to take advantage of others, right? Susan thought her best friend's analysis made sense, but then she thought of what the woman said when she donated blood in the hospital. Susan, I hated you for 6 years, but today, I don't hate you anymore. Thank you for making this choice. 6 years. Isn't that the time I spend with George? Why does she hate herself? Because George. She was with George, so she hated herself. She likes George. Susan suddenly sat up from the sofa and asked in panic, Tong Tong, what if that woman liked George long before he and I were together? Do you think she would take the opportunity to have sex with George? This. Yi Tong Tong was stunned for a moment. That's hard to say. First of all, you have to understand the past between that woman and George. Susan felt a sharp pain in her heart. She couldn't accept George having sex with other women, right? Investigate George's past. Susan took out her cell phone and called Noah. Considering that Noah might not pick up the phone, we drove directly to the hospital. The ward where Noah is. Noah was leaning against the headboard, a laptop on the quilt. His 10 fingers were typing away on the keyboard, editing the contract. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Noah stopped what he was doing. Susan came in carrying a fruit basket. Noah, are you feeling better? Susan forced a smile. Noah said calmly, much better. After all, he came to visit me. It's not good to kick them out directly. Susan placed the fruit basket on the table by the window, then sat on the stool next to the bed and said gratefully, thank you for saving Angela and Emma. Noah said thoughtfully, you came to see me not just to say thank you, right? Chapter 58. I've killed 3 husbands. Aren't you afraid? Susan asked softly. On the day George had the accident, a woman came to the hospital to donate blood. You should know her, right? Noah and George have known each other since freshman year, and the relationship is very strong. They occasionally talk about their high school days. So Noah must know that woman. I was away on the day he had the accident, and when I rushed to the hospital, he was gone. How would I know who donated blood to him? Noah said indifferently, paused, and then asked with a half smile. Besides, even if I knew him, there's no need to tell you, right? Susan stared at Noah. Then we know each other. Noah didn't respond and continued typing on the keyboard to edit the document. Susan pursed her lips, her eyes red as she said, I fired David and blacklisted all his contact information. I really can't lose George. Noah still ignored her. George gave her countless chances, but she hurt George again and again, until I kill this love with my own hands. Unfortunately, it's too late. Seeing that Noah still ignored her, Susan said anxiously, when you first started your business, I helped you a lot. I lent you money and introduced you to clients. If it weren't for my unwavering support, would you have been able to grow Pioneer Law Firm to its current size in such a short time? Noah paused typing, staring at her with sharp eyes. He said in a cold tone, Susan, you've helped me, but most of my clients are earned through the hard work of myself and my colleagues. In the past few years, I've also helped Xinguan fight many lawsuits and help you recover nearly 100 million in direct economic losses. So, I don't feel I owe you anything. Susan was startled by the coldness in Noah's eyes, but she still didn't give up. She burst into tears and said, Don't you like Angela very much? Are you going to watch Angela live in a single-parent family? Isn't this your fault? Noah sneered, his face full of sarcasm. If you hadn't chosen your worthless brother over and over again, would you and George have ended up in this situation today? After a pause, he continued in a cold voice. You not only hurt George, but also hurt Angela. Noah's words were heartbreaking. Susan felt a pang of pain in her heart. She lowered her head and cried. I already know I was wrong. Can't you forgive me this time? Noah calmed down his agitated emotions and shook his head helplessly. You don't know you're wrong. You just know that this family is going to be completely broken. What you regret is not hurting George, but the loss of his tolerance and indulgence towards you. No, it's not like that. Susan raised her tear-stained face and said in a trembling voice, I really love him. Before him, I had never had a boyfriend before. The first time I saw him, I fell in love with him. I didn't care whether he was rich or not. My parents were against me, but I still chose to marry him against all odds. Knock, knock, knock. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Noah answered while looking out the door. The ward door was pushed open. A graceful figure walked in. She was wearing a neatly tailored Chanel tweed suit, and her long burgundy hair was slightly curled and draped over her shoulders. The person who came was Zhao Nishang. She was 35 years old, but there was no sign of aging on her face. Only the fine lines at the corners of her eyes added a touch of mature, feminine charm to her. Zhao Nishang walked in wearing high heels, her eyes lightly sweeping over Susan's red eyes and Noah's bandaged arm. A playful smile curled up the corners of her rosy lips. Lawyer Wong, it seems I'm here at the wrong time. Noah rolled his eyes. Mr. Zhao is teasing me again. It's not like you don't know Mr. Jiang. Zhao Nishang glanced at Susan again, then smiled and said, So, it's Mr. Jiang from Xinguan Group, with his disheveled hair. I almost didn't recognize him. Zhao Nishang, 35 years old, is the chairman of Binhai Shuko Biotechnology Company, Limited. Founded in 2010, Shuko Bio is an innovative company focusing on the research and development of high-end beauty and skincare products and biotechnology, with annual revenue of approximately 1 billion. Susan turned her head away and wiped away her tears. She stood up and tried to force a smile. Hello, Mr. Zhao. Even before graduating from university, Zhao Nishang had already gained fame. Every press conference was packed. She even appeared on the cover of Fortune and was named one of the top 10 outstanding young female entrepreneurs in China. When Susan first started working, she aimed to be like Zhao Nishang, but now the gap is widening. It's not her fault for not working hard, but rather the sheer profits in the cosmetics industry. Zhao Nishang asked with a smile, Have you finished talking? No, we're done talking. Susan and Noah said in unison. Noah frowned. Susan, Mr. Zhao and I still have work to discuss. I have no comment on Grace's matter. As soon as he finished speaking, Noah wanted to slap himself. Depend on. My tongue slipped. Susan really caught the key words. That woman's name is Grace. Beijing City. Grace. It's not difficult to find her if you know her name. You should take good care of yourself. Susan looked at Noah with gratitude. Then he turned around and walked out. Noah sighed helplessly. He really didn't mean to say that name. It was a complete slip of the tongue. This is a big taboo in the legal profession. Zhao Nishang closed the ward door, went to sit in front of the bed, and dragged the stool forward a little distance. She leaned forward, her long wine-red hair cascading over her shoulders. Her slender fingertips gently stroked Noah's Adam's apple, and a frivolous smile curled the corners of her lips. Brother Xiaoshu also has his moments of tongue slipping. Noah grabbed Zhao Nishang's hand and brought it to his lips, kissing it. He stared at her charming face and whispered in a magnetic voice, Isn't it because you're here, Sister Nishang, that I've lost my mind? Little brother Xiaoshua's words are getting sweeter and sweeter. Zhao Nishang was amused and chuckled. She retracted her hand, leaned back in the chair, took out a slender lady's cigarette from her Chanel handbag, lit it, and puffed out a smoke. Noah smiled and said, Sister Nishang, this is a hospital. Smoking is prohibited. Before she could finish her words, Zhao Nishang kissed him and passed the smoke in her mouth into Noah's mouth. Noah was not polite either. He put one hand around Zhao Nishang's slender waist and the other hand on the back of her head. As the kiss deepened, Noah wanted to take further action, but was stopped by Zhao Nishang. Noah looked at her with burning eyes, his Adam's apple rolling, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Sister Nishang, is it still not working? You little rascal, your injury hasn't healed yet." Zhao Nishang stroked the corner of Noah's lips with her fingertips and asked with a smile, "Besides, I have killed 3 husbands. Aren't you afraid?" Oh. Noah unbuttoned the 2 buttons on his collar, pulled Zhao Nishang into his arms, lifted her chin, and kissed her. "I, Noah, never believe in fate." Zhao Nishang's eyelashes trembled slightly, and her heart was touched. She responded by wrapping her arms around Noah's neck. Noah turned over and placed Zhao Nishang on the hospital bed. As soon as he turned over, his injuries were affected and he fell back heavily. Zhao Nishang pursed her lips and smiled, turning the passive position into the active one. "Let me do it." Chapter 59. Refusing to touch my abdominal muscles, I was really embarrassed to be criticized. Night completely enveloped Binhai City. The global building's sharp outline is outlined by bright lights. The main building reaches into the sky, and the glass curtain wall reflects thousands of lights and shadows in the night. The exterior walls of the Universal Hotel above the 60th floor use LED light strips to create abstract light and shadow patterns, which sometimes turn into leaping waves, sometimes into blooming petals, performing a silent rhythm in the night sky. The commercial center at the bottom of the building was still bustling with people, and the giant LED screen was playing celebrity-endorsed advertisements for Shuka Cosmetics. In room 81A01, the heavy curtains block out the hustle and bustle of the outside world. There were scattered bloodstains on the messy sofa. The pleated curtains. It swayed gently in the night breeze that came through the window. Half of a bath towel was visible from the half-open door of the master bedroom. On a 2-meter-wide bed, George suddenly opened his eyes. Headache. A dull hangover-like ache spread from deep within my skull, mixed with an indescribable feeling of fatigue. George turned his head stiffly, as if he had thought of something. What came into view was a curled-up woman, her long, silky hair spread messily on the pillow, her fair shoulders and back exposed, with several red marks of varying depths that were particularly glaring. Memories suddenly pieced together like broken pieces of glass. Splendid mansion. Susan. Divorce agreement. Romane e Conti. Grace. Onlay. Universal Hotel. Grace untied her fingertips from the rope. A beautiful picture when the bath towels are scattered, and the uncontrollable impulses under the influence of drugs. George sat up suddenly. My heart felt like it was being gripped by an invisible hand. The feeling of suffocation was overwhelming. Damn it, did you sleep with Grace yourself? After a long while, George took a deep breath. He leaned heavily against the headboard of the bed. He turned his head and looked at Grace's back, which was covered with bruises. I feel mixed emotions. He went to bed with another woman right after signing the divorce papers. If this gets out, how will others view me? But then again, if Grace hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid I'll have to attack the convenience store cashier. The consequences are unimaginable. But how should I face Grace? In the memory scene, Grace bleeds a lot. It's her first time, after 10 minutes of inner struggle. George tilted his head back and let out a breath. You don't have to blame yourself. Grace's voice is gentle and tender. She was awake the moment George sat up. She knew that brother phone must be filled with self-blame and guilt at this moment. And I feel overwhelmed. Go away. Grace's hoarse voice was full of fatigue. It took nearly 3 hours. Now I don't even have the strength to move my fingers. Furthermore, George lost control and was unable to control his strength. She wanted to get rid of George and go to the hospital. George silently threw back the covers, got out of bed, and walked barefoot into the bathroom to take a shower. He turned on the faucet, and the freezing water instantly poured over his whole body from the tips of his hair. But I couldn't get rid of the chaotic thoughts in my mind. Oh, George was so upset that he punched the wall. With a dull thud, the fist collided with the wall, and the white tile shattered. Several pieces of broken tiles fell to the ground with a crisp sound. What he didn't notice was that his fist was completely unharmed. A full half-hour passed. George came out of the bathroom with mixed feelings. He went to the sofa, picked up his pants, and put them on. The clothes were torn to shreds. I had no choice but to go out with my upper body naked, and took out the room card when I reached the door. Zhang Tai and Zhang Jin, as well as Su Wu and Su Lu, were guarding the 4 entrances and exits of the 81st floor respectively. Zhang Tai pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. There was only 1 cigarette left in the box. He took out the cigarette and put it under his nose and sniffed it a few times, but he couldn't bear to smoke it. He heard footsteps approaching in the corridor and immediately turned his head to see George, shirtless and with a gloomy face, walking towards him. Zhang Tai was extremely angry. What the fuck is that expression? If you don't know, you would think he has suffered a great loss. Does he know that some of the top rich second generations in Beijing can't even get within 10 meters of a girl? George pressed the elevator door. A moment later, the elevator arrived at the floor and the metal door slowly opened. Zhang Tai stretched out his arm, as thick as an adult's thigh, and leaned against the doorframe. He narrowed his eyes and threatened, "Keep this to yourself. If you dare to spread it, I'll tear your mouth apart." "Get lost." George reached out and pushed Zhang Tai's arm away and walked into the elevator. Zhang Tai stumbled and almost fell. Holy shit, he seems to have become stronger? Or was it that he simply wasn't using his full strength when he was in the car? George pulled his phone out of his trouser pocket and checked the time. But the phone was turned off, and when I tried to turn it on, it just showed that the battery was too low. George borrowed an Apple charger from the front desk clerk to charge his phone. After charging enough power to start the phone, I scanned the QR code and rented a power bank. It's 8 o'clock in the evening, and the business center is very busy. George followed the navigation and headed towards a pharmacy about 1,000 meters ahead. He was shirtless, attracting a lot of attention from the opposite sex on the roadside. Wow, there's a handsome guy and abs. You have a nice figure, a male model? You haven't seen the world, have you? Male models have more than just 4-pack abs. Male models aren't necessarily as handsome as him. If I touch his abs, he won't be angry, right? Shouldn't it be? Several young and energetic girls walked straight towards the shirtless man. As they passed each other, one of the girls stretched out her delicate hand and touched the man's abdomen. George slapped the girl's hand, making a crisp sound. Huh? No, is he sick? The girl rubbed the back of her red hand, almost crying with grievance, and said angrily, "You look like a decent person, but you have such a bad temper. Why are you pretending to be noble?" Tang Xin is Emma's classmate. Department of Chinese Language and Literature. I have accumulated a lot of fans by shooting short videos at school. After graduating from university, he started live streaming to sell goods. The friends she made around her also revolved around her. Seeing that Tang Xin was a little angry, her girlfriends all complained indignantly and agreed. This guy is so rude. The more I look at him, the more disgusting he becomes. That's right, he's showing off his abs without any clothes on. So what's wrong with touching them? A grown man is so stingy. Yeah, I think so too. He seems to have some serious illness. I recorded it all. I'll post it online and have people cyberbully him. Let's go quickly. Don't bother with this kind of person. It's really detrimental to our mood. Tang Xin felt a lot better when she heard her friends complaining about the man. Send me the video you recorded. If you don't teach him a lesson, do you really think I'm easy to bully? George naturally had no idea what the girls were discussing. He first bought a shirt at a clothing store on the street and then went to the drugstore to buy some medicine. As soon as I came out of the pharmacy, I received a call from Susan. George hung up without hesitation and blocked the number. But soon another landline call came. George continued to hang up and block. The divorce agreement has been signed. Just wait a month and go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the marriage certificate. This marriage is completely over. As for drugging yourself, I'm too lazy to pursue it. George doesn't want to have anything to do with Susan anymore. Universal Hotel 81 a 01. Grace finally climbed out of the bed, and the severe pain made her gasp. Drop. George swiped his card to enter the room, and after inserting the room card, the warm light in the room came on. Grace was about to reach out to turn on the light when she heard the door open. Her heart tightened, and she quickly got into bed, wrapping herself up, leaving only her eyes exposed. Chapter 60. Grace, did you do this on purpose? George walked into the bedroom, took out the medicine he had bought, and placed it on the bedside table. Grace turned her head and saw antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, and Uding. George sat on the edge of the bed with his back to Grace and said slowly, "Get up and take the medicine." Grace pouted and asked, "You don't recognize me after putting on pants?" George said indifferently, "You could have taken me to the hospital. Then go get me a glass of water." Grace didn't care about George's attitude towards her. After 6 years, why would she care about this time? George got up and went to the living room to get a glass of warm water. Grace sat up and took the glass of water. The silk quilt slipped off the smooth skin. George was immediately able to see the boundless spring scenery. A feeling of heat suddenly rose in the abdomen. He suspected that the effect of the medicine in his body had not completely dissipated. Quickly turn your head and avert your gaze. Give me the medicine, Grace whispered softly. George turned his head away and handed Uding over. Grace peeled out the pill and flicked it toward the window. The pills hit the curtains and fell onto the floor. Not a sound. Grace drank half a cup of warm water and said, "I'm done." George leaned over and took the glass of water from her hand and placed it on the bedside table. Grace looked at the other medicines on the bedside table and pretended to be puzzled. What are those antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs for? George swallowed hard. It's for external application, to prevent inflammation and infection. Is it for the bruises on my body? George's mouth twitched violently. He didn't believe that Grace knew nothing, although it was Grace's first time. But she is only 1 year younger than me. How could a 25-year-old woman know nothing? Have you ever eaten pork or seen a pig run? Grace chuckled. Just kidding. George's face was gloomy and he was about to walk out. Wait a moment. Grace called out to him. George stood still, waiting for what was to come. Grace blushed and stammered. You caused my injury. I want you to apply the medicine on me. Apply it on yourself. George left with a gloomy face. I just looked at it twice, and I was ready to do something. If she were to be given this medicine, she might not be able to control herself. Grace raised the corner of her lips. What a cold and heartless man. George sat on the sofa in the living room. My mind is full of the beautiful scenery I just saw. The scene of last night's chaos even came to mind. Oh shit, the effect of the medicine must not have worn off yet. George took off his clothes and went to the bathroom to take another cold shower. Even cold water couldn't calm the restlessness in my heart. It seems that I can only use my ancestral skills. 10 minutes later, George finally gave up. Turn on the tap to rinse off the foam on your body. Then he put on his bathrobe and walked out of the bathroom. Grace was seen leaning against the wall with her arms folded. George S. I twitched. How long have you been here? Grace couldn't help laughing and said, about 8 minutes. George, the female devil in the Beijing circle? A female sex maniac in the Beijing circle? Grace was only wrapped in a bath towel. George didn't dare to look any further and walked towards the sofa with a dark face. Grace was also preparing to go into the bathroom to take a shower, but as soon as she stood up, her wound was affected, and her legs softened and she fell backwards. Ah. George subconsciously put his arm around her waist. The bath towel broke and scattered, revealing glaring red marks on her fair skin. His Adam's apple rolled suddenly, and he quickly straightened her up. However, as soon as Grace was straightened up, the bath towel on her body fell to the ground. The fire that George had finally calmed down was instantly ignited. He pinched Grace's chin with his backhand, stared at her with a very dangerous look, and asked coldly, Grace, did you do this on purpose? Grace was pinched by George's chin and was forced to look up at him. However, there was no fear in her eyes. Instead, a sly smile appeared on her face. Did I do this on purpose? Brother phone, don't you know? George lowered his eyes and looked at Grace, who was flawless, without a single flaw. He then pulled her into the bathroom and closed the door. Villa number 8 of Lanshan Royal Mansion. Lin Mingxue celebrates her son's birthday. 3 tables of guests gathered in the open-air garden, except for business partners. There are also several internet celebrities in Binhai City who have tens of millions of fans. There are tens of thousands of drones performing in the sky. The atmosphere on the scene was very lively. Emma couldn't laugh at this moment. She saw a video of her brother-in-law being cyberbullied. My brother-in-law's account has been hacked. They were all insulting him. What a lowly man. Poor loser. Some of the language is extremely foul. Lin Mingxue came over holding Angela and asked with a smile, Emma, what's wrong with you? Emma handed her phone to Lin Mingxue. Look. Lin Mingxue put Angela on the ground, took the phone and looked at it, and the smile on her face gradually faded. Junior brother is acting like a hooligan in the street. Lin Mingxue sneered. With George's honest and upright character, how could he act like a hooligan in the street? Emma sneered. I know the blogger behind the original video. She was my classmate in college. She's a sycophant, despises the poor, and often confuses right and wrong. There's definitely something fishy going on here. Lin Mingxue found a short video posted by blogger Shinya through the video search bar. In the video, George was shirtless, and when he passed by several girls, he suddenly reached out to touch their chests. The blogger raised her hand to block it, but George slapped her away, and her hand turned red. Lin Mingxue took out her phone and called the general manager of the company's technical department. Manager Xiang opened the audio wave and searched for the blogger the Xian and Xin smile and see if there's anything wrong with the first video she posted. Okay, Mr. Lin. After about 30 seconds, Manager Xiang said, Director Lin, this video has obvious frame sequence anomalies. It's obvious without any testing that it was tampered with by AI. Lin Mingxue's eyes narrowed. Can it be restored? To the manager. Just having hands is enough. I'll send you the original video in a moment. Lin Mingxue hung up the phone, looked at Emma, and said, This video has been tampered with by AI technology. Emma breathed a sigh of relief. I told you. How can my brother-in-law do such a thing? It's not narcissism. I'm much more beautiful than Tang Xian. Normally, my brother-in-law won't even look at me straight in the eye. How could he possibly act like a hooligan on the street? Emma found Tang Xian in the green bubble, edited the message, and sent it. Emma, are you there? At this time, Tang Xian was broadcasting live from her single apartment. With red eyes, she said, Brothers in a live broadcast room, don't learn from that humble guy. There are 2,000 people online in a live broadcast room. The entire screen was filled with comments cursing the man below. Ding dong. Tang Xian suddenly received a message from Emma. Suddenly my whole body was shocked. Emma is a real rich second generation. But after graduation, he didn't pay much attention to me. However, she still claimed to the public that she was best friends with the daughter of the chairman of Star Crown Group. He also posted many photos with Emma during his college days. Now that Emma took the initiative to find her, she was naturally happy. Here I am. Tang Xian's fingers were shaking with excitement. Emma, please delete the video you just posted. Tang Xian, Emma, That guy is so disgusting. I must make him receive the punishment he deserves. Emma, he is my brother-in-law. Tansin, who? Emma, delete. Tansin, Emma, I'm sorry. Although we are best friends, I can't hide the truth just because he's your brother-in-law. Otherwise, more sisters will suffer. Chapter 61. Public Opinion Storm. The parties involved are completely unaware. Emma sighed secretly and put Tang Xian on the blacklist. Tang Xian was still unaware of the situation. Seeing that Emma hadn't replied, she continued to edit the message and sent it. It's not impossible to discuss. See the red exclamation mark on the screen. Tang Xian was stunned for a moment. Emma deleted me? Is it a big deal to have some dirty money? It's still up to your parents. What are you pretending for? Tang Xian's face turned gloomy. Emma, since you are ruthless, don't blame me for being unjust. Tang Xian removed herself from the live broadcast screen, grabbed a chopped onion, and smoked it in front of her eyes for a while. A moment later, she reappeared in the live broadcast room, tears streaming down her face. Family, just now, I was abandoned by my best friend. After that, she showed the chat interface between herself and Emma in the live broadcast room. See, that guy is actually my best friend's brother-in-law. She asked me to delete the video, and when I refused, she blocked me. Tang Xian's assistant sent her a message at this time. Assistant, Sister Xian, we can use this opportunity to get a lot of traffic. Tang Xian, how to operate? Assistant, first, change the name of the live broadcast room to the son-in-law of the chairman of Xinguan Group is a hooligan on the street. Tang Xian, will there be any problems with our video? Assistant, don't worry, my brother's AI technology is amazing. Nothing will go wrong. Tang Xian, okay then. Tang Xian changed the name of the live broadcast room. As expected, traffic to the live broadcast room surged, and the number of online users quickly exceeded 100,000. Tang Xian's fans also increased from 400,000 to 420,000. George in the live broadcast room. Jiang Pan learned about this matter after being informed by his subordinates, so he registered an account and entered the live broadcast room. Jiang's mother called Susan. Susan entered the live broadcast room with a max-level account. Splendid mansion. Susan's eyes narrowed into slits. George is acting like a hooligan in the street. If he'd just been drugged, it might still be possible. But the whole afternoon had passed, and the effect of the medicine had almost worn off. How could he act like a hooligan when he was sober? Another 10 minutes passed. The number of people in Tang Xian's live broadcast room exceeded 1 million. The assistant behind the live broadcast station was dancing with excitement. 1 million people online. Sister Xian is going to be very popular. Tang Xian was also very excited at this moment. She clenched her fists and her eyes turned red. Are we finally going to make it through? However, the hundreds of thousands of viewers who came in later were watching the video at random. Rubbish anchor, confusing right and wrong. Rubbish anchor, confusing right and wrong. The entire screen is filled with these 8 big characters. Tang Xian's smile froze as she spoke calmly and confidently. Don't be fooled, family members. I have evidence on my homepage. The assistant suddenly stood up from the chair. Sister Xian is in trouble. Tang Xian turned off the microphone, raised her eyes and asked, what's wrong? The assistant said in a trembling voice, these big anchors in Binhai City released the original video we recorded. At this moment, a system prompt suddenly popped up in the live broadcast room. This account has been permanently banned for spreading false information and malicious defamation. Belmanoban. Tang Xian was struck by lightning and the blood instantly disappeared from her face. My whole body felt limp as if all the strength had been drained out of me. The assistant came over with a cell phone. The top of the city's hot search list was a female anchor who used AI to tamper with videos and maliciously slandered and spread rumors. Almost all the top anchors in Binhai City, with tens of millions of followers, have released the original video. At the end of the video, there's a man named Xiangyang who analyzes and provides evidence frame by frame. Everyone, don't rush to criticize me. We've already got the surveillance footage from the scene. I'll show you the footage and the video I reconstructed later, and the truth will naturally come out. Tang Xian's eyes went dark, and she fainted on the spot. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. The assistant went forward to open the door with trembling legs. 2 uniformed law enforcement officers said calmly, we receive a report that you're suspected of using AI technology to tamper with videos and maliciously slander others. We're summoning you in accordance with the law. The assistant fell to the ground, pointing at Tang Xian, who was unconscious in front of the computer, and hesitantly said, she is the anchor. 11 o'clock at night. Universidad. In the master bedroom of 81A01. George looked at Grace, who was sleeping soundly in his arms. My mood is extremely complicated. After a busy night, I feel a little hungry. George tiptoed out of bed. Just put on your clothes and go out to eat. Chinese restaurant downstairs. George ordered a whole table full of food. While waiting for the food to be served, he called Hong Lei. When Hong Lei heard that there was wine to drink, he immediately ran over. Brother, you're really good. You can even hook up with Grace. Let's not talk about this. We're still good friends. George took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and put on the table. Hong Lei grabbed the cigarette box without hesitation, took out a cigarette, and handed it to George, then lit a cigarette for himself and put the cigarette box back into his pocket. George rolled his eyes. Are you embarrassed? Hong Lei smiled shamelessly. You were smoking fake cigarettes, what a waste. After saying that, he changed the subject again. By the way, you are famous, do you know? George was stunned. What do you mean? Hong Lei raised his eyebrows and asked, didn't you check your phone? George was puzzled. What's wrong with the phone? Hong Lei curled his lips and said, you're on the hot search list in the city tonight. George opened the Yinling app. The message bar was 99 plus, and when he clicked on the message section, the list was full of apology messages. He frowned and asked, why are so many people apologizing to me? I randomly opened the chat box and found that everyone was cursing me. George's face instantly darkened, and he typed back, fuck you, are you cursing again? Swan people. Brother, I just saw the message. Didn't I apologize to you? George saw a reposted video in the chat box. When I clicked on it, I was reminded that the video had been removed. What on earth happened? George looked up and asked Hong Lei. Hong Lei was speechless. There was a commotion outside. George didn't receive any news at all. It's like this. Hong Lei recounted the entire incident in detail. George recalled the time when he went out to buy medicine for Grace. A girl wanted to touch her own abdominal muscles, but she slapped her away. Such a small matter caused such a stir. But then again, that woman did go a bit too far. She actually used AI to tamper with the video and confuse right and wrong to slander herself. Hong Lei puffed out smoke and said, that female anchor brought this upon herself. There are surveillance cameras everywhere in the city center. Any camera could capture her to death. George stubbed out the remaining half of his cigarette in the ashtray, stared at Hong Lei with resentment, and asked, aren't you so awesome? Why didn't you get rid of me this afternoon? If Hong Lei had taken me away and sent me to the hospital, perhaps the barrier between me and Grace would not have been broken. Hong Lei looked surprised. Do you still remember what happened? George nodded. Hong Lei took a deep breath and said, then you should know Grace as 2 bodyguards. They should have been injected with body-strengthening genes, just like you. George's eyes narrowed slightly. He always suspected that it was the Su family who injected him with the drug. Now that I heard that the Su family had a genetically modified person, my guess was further confirmed. I'll have to ask Grace about this later. After the food was served, George and Hong Lei began to eat it voraciously. Half an hour later, George had finished more than a dozen dishes and had a pot of rice. Hong Lei is not surprised by this situation. He had also seen people drink 10 kilograms of strong liquor, but still have no detectable alcohol content in their blood. The hotel waiter was quite shocked. He looked at Hong Lei with admiration. Hong Lei picked his teeth with a toothpick and jokingly said, are you interested in me? Want a date tonight? Chapter 62. Borrowing money to pay the bill and being ridiculed? Don't indulge it. George went to the cashier to pay the bill. Insufficient card balance. So I called Noah to borrow money. Fuck, what kind of food do you eat to earn 260,000 hiss? Noah roared at the top of his lungs on the other end of the line. It must have been related to the wound. He took a deep breath. George was still waiting at the cashier to pay. Listening to Noah's roar, he said with an embarrassed look on his face, I was in a bad mood and drank 2 extra bottles of foreign wine. Noah gnashed his teeth in anger. You're so mean to not invite me to your dinner. George smiled and said, aren't you still in the hospital? What's wrong with being hospitalized? Can't I eat while I'm in the hospital? Noah said unhappily, then seemed to remember something. His tone changed, and he said in a mean way, hey, what did you and Grace do? Seeing a woman dressed in luxury brands looking at him with disdain, George walked over and said in a low voice, stop talking nonsense and transfer the money to me first. We can talk about the rest later. I used my backup phone to transfer 500,000 yuan to you. You should see it's in your account. Why are you turning so much? Use it first and return it to me when you have enough money. Why don't you return it, good brother? Get lost. Even brothers have to settle accounts. Hang up first. Let's talk later. George hung up the phone and went back to the cashier. Just then, the extravagant woman finished paying the bill and signed her name on the credit card statement. She turned and glanced at George, saying with undisguised sarcasm, you dare to eat at a place like this when you have no money? You're just trying to look rich. George frowned and said, did I dig up your ancestral grave? I didn't provoke her. Is this guy's brain stuck in the door? The extravagant woman was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting this person to talk back. She raised her eyebrows and sneered. Am I wrong? I have to borrow money to eat a meal. If you can't afford it, don't come and embarrass yourself. George sneered. You paid for a 60,000 yuan meal with a credit card? Where the hell do you get your sense of superiority from? The extravagant woman's face darkened, and she clenched the bill in her hand. 60,000 yuan is not a lot. A meal of 60,000 yuan is your whole life. George smiled and took out his phone to scan a code. How much is it? 260,000, right? The cashier nodded and said, yes, sir. Mr. Chun, wait a moment. At this moment, the hotel manager rushed over, snatched the payment code, and said breathlessly, "Mr. Chun, you don't have to pay." George looked puzzled. "I was just about to pay $260,000 to show off. Why don't I have to pay the bill?" The hotel manager pulled a platinum membership card from his suit pocket and handed it over with both hands, saying flatteringly, "This is a platinum membership card given to you by our general manager. It comes with a 3 million yuan credit and 15% discount on all purchases." George asked puzzledly, "Who is your general manager?" The hotel manager smiled and said, "Our general manager is Su E. Last name Su? Could it be someone from the Su family?" George wanted to refuse. After all, he rarely spent money in five-star hotels, but he also wanted to provoke this pretentious woman, so he took the platinum membership card and smiled nonchalantly. 3 million credit limit, barely enough for me to eat 10 meals. After saying that, he looked at the luxury woman and asked, "Rich woman, don't you want to apply for a platinum membership card?" The luxury lady's face flushed crimson. She could never have imagined that this person who was wearing something that cost less than 1,000 yuan could get a platinum membership card for free and spend 260,000 yuan on a meal. "It was obvious that I had hit a wall." George sneered. "Why aren't you talking? Don't you like talking? Weren't you quite chatty just now?" The hotel manager was no fool, as he had been able to sit in this position. He immediately guessed what had just happened and said to the luxury woman with a sullen face, "Madam, it's all right for you to come here to package yourself, but please watch your mouth. You're talking nonsense. What do you mean by, I'm packaging myself? I'm just making normal purchases. What's your employee number? I want to file a complaint against you." When the luxury lady saw that the hotel manager stood up to accuse her, she was so angry that she trembled all over. The hotel manager sneered. "Isn't a whole set of knockoffs considered packaging? Every time you make a purchase, don't you take dozens of photos beforehand? And what about that credit card of yours? Last month, you treated people to 100,000 yuan and still had to pay it off in 24 installments. Don't you have any idea of your own worth?" After the extravagant woman's true identity was exposed, her carefully maintained false eyelashes were almost fallen off due to her eyelid twitching. She trembled as she pulled her phone out of her high-end Chanel bag. After swiping her finger across the screen for a long time, she finally pulled up her photo album and screamed at the hotel manager, "Who do you think you are? My best friend is the wife of a shareholder of this hotel. I only need to make a phone call, and you'll have to get out." The hotel manager glanced at the photo in the album. It was a picture of the woman in front of him and the mistress of Zhongjida, the smallest shareholder of the Universal Hotel. He sneered, "It's so obvious that it's been cropped. You must have photoshopped it yourself using Meitu Xiaoxiao. You couldn't even afford to hire someone who knows how to do it. This little trick might be enough to fool the elderly and children." After a pause, he narrowed his eyes and continued, "Also, don't even think about you and Mr. Zhong's mistress being best friends. Even if you were Mr. Zhong's original wife, Mr. Chun is not someone you can afford to offend. Universal Hotel has 5 shareholders, among which Tianyi Hotel Management Group holds a 60% stake, and the other 4 shareholders hold 15%, 10%, 8%, and 7% stakes respectively. Zhongjida is the shareholder who holds a 7% stake. Mr. Chen's platinum membership card was personally sent by Su E, the chairman of Tianyi Group. The value of Mr. Chen's platinum membership card is self-evident. The hotel manager's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting the luxury girl's heart hard. She opened her mouth and wanted to refute, but found that her throat was too dry to make any sound. The arrogant words she had prepared were now blocked in her chest, turning into a severe feeling of suffocation. "If you don't have money, then you don't have money. Why do you have to act so high and mighty? The Universal Hotel doesn't have a minimum spending limit. The regular cost is about the same as those chain restaurants. It's not like you can't afford it. I've seen this kind of people many times. They think they're celebrities just because they rent a high-end imitation bag. Do they really think others can't see it? Isn't this the socialite who showed off her Dubai vacation last time? I was wondering why the Burj Al Arab in her background looked weird. Turns out it was photoshopped. Young people these days, why are they so vain? They have a good life, but they have to pretend to be rich. Aren't they tired of that?" The whispers and vague, mocking glances of the surrounding guests were like countless fine needles, densely piercing the luxurious woman's body. She knew the hotel manager was not trying to scare her. Her face turned from red to pale, and finally to gray, as if all her strength had been drained away in an instant, and she staggered and fell to the ground. George no longer argued with the extravagant woman, looked at the cashier and asked, "I still have some takeaway meals. Can you help me rush them?" The cashier recovered from the shock and nervously picked up the intercom, but the hotel manager snatched it away. "Let me do it." At the urging of the hotel manager, the kitchen quickly delivered 5 packaged meals. The hotel manager walked George to the elevator and helped him open the elevator door. At the elevator entrance on the 81st floor, Zhang Tai patted his rumbling stomach and said dejectedly, "That bastard George didn't even bother to buy some food. It's okay for us workers to go hungry, but we can't let the young lady go hungry." Ding dong. The elevator door opened. George came out with packed food. I brought you food. Seeing this, Zhang Tai immediately smiled brightly. Oh, you were so polite, sir. Don't shout. George frowned slightly. He and Susan hadn't even gotten their divorce certificate yet, and now this person was calling him son-in-law. Zhang Tai's smile froze. What? You want to take advantage of everything and be irresponsible? George naturally didn't mean that, but he didn't deny it either. Instead, he smiled faintly. It's something we both agreed on. Does it have anything to do with you? Fuck. Zhang Tai raised his fist and almost attacked, but was afraid of spilling the food and wasting it. So he took the food and snorted coldly. Just wait until I'm full. George bought 5 meals, gave 4 to Zhang Tai, and then returned to the room with the remaining 1. When George opened the door, Grace opened her eyes, but then slowly closed them again. George put the food on the coffee table, opened the bedroom door, and walked straight to the bed. He cleared his throat and asked, do you want to get up and eat something? Grace's breathing was even, and she looked like she was sleeping soundly. After a moment's silence, George sat down beside the bed. Grace involuntarily. She was lying on her side, her silky black hair spread on the pillow, a few strands of hair draped over her cheeks. She had thick eyelashes, a small and straight nose, and her thin cherry-pink lips were slightly pursed, presenting a tranquil beauty. I have to say, Grace is really beautiful. Even if she is just lying quietly like this, she has a breathtaking charm. George looked at her like a sleeping beauty. I feel more and more conflicted. I had sex with her in the afternoon because I was drugged. Consciousness is out of control. But those times at night, my mind is very clear. What should I do next? With Grace? But the incident of being injected with drugs as a child. It is very likely that the Su family planned it. George took a deep breath, slowly reached out to brush the hair away from her cheek. His fingertips touched her smooth cheek, but then he suddenly withdrew his hand, as if afraid of disturbing her sweet dream. As soon as George's fingertips left her cheek, Grace let out a soft moan and opened her eyes. George quickly retracted his gaze and said calmly, I bought you some food. Get up and eat something. There was still some sleepiness on Grace's eyelashes, but there was a cunning light in her eyes. Like a cat that had just woken up, she slowly stood up, and the silk quilt slid down her shoulders, revealing the marks left by George on her body. George hurriedly looked away, stood up, turned his back to Grace, and said nervously, You put on your clothes first. Grace rubbed her eyes, yawned deliberately, and slowly wrapped herself in the quilt, but there was a sly glint in her eyes. You're already a married man, and you're still so shy? Old man, I'm only 26, okay? George was speechless for a moment, but he didn't argue with her. Grace said softly, in the bathroom at night, I didn't see Brother Fong being shy. The scene of him and Grace making love in the bathroom resurfaced in George's mind. He suddenly felt dry in the mouth and fled from the bedroom. Poochie, Brother Fong is still so cute. Grace smiled directly into her eyes. She stood up, picked out a white silk suspender pajamas from the closet, put them on, and walked out. George was groping in his pocket for cigarettes on the balcony. Then he remembered that Hong Lei had taken them away, leaving only a lighter in his pocket. Grace leaned against the wall and went to the bathroom to wash up before walking to the coffee table, sitting on a small cloth stool and unpacking the food. This meal comes with 3 dishes: braised sea cucumber with abalone sauce, crab meat with crab roe, seasonal vegetables and soup, and a bowl of pumpkin porridge and rice. Although none of the dishes were what Grace liked, she still ate them with relish. After all, they were bought by the man she had loved for more than 10 years. George called Emma on the balcony and told her that he probably wouldn't be returning to Watanja tonight. Emma asked in a low voice, Brother-in-law, are you with Grace? George was slightly surprised. How did you know this name? When I was in high school, Grace was very clingy, but I had no feelings for her and even felt annoyed. After reporting to Benhai University, Grace also followed him. In order to completely make her give up, he hardened his heart and slapped her in the face, just to make her hate him and draw a clear line between them. Grace was indeed stunned by the slap at that time, but she was not angry. She just said that she would not come to Benhai to disturb George's life in the future and would wait for him obediently in Jingshi. George thought it was just the ignorance of youth, and that Grace would not think that way when she grew up. However, he never expected that Grace would still be waiting for him even after he got married and had children. The reason why George was surprised was that Grace rarely showed up in Benhai, and the power of the Su family was very terrifying. Grace wanted to hide her identity. At least, not someone of Emma's level could find out. The only time Emma saw Grace was when she took her and Angela to Fuse Cemetery to burn incense for their parents. Grace and I were like strangers. Emma shouldn't have noticed. And you shouldn't even know the name Grace. My sister told me. Emma responded quietly, then asked, Isn't that the woman we met at Fuse Cemetery? She's here to pay her respects to your parents, right? After hesitating for a moment, George admitted, She's my high school classmate. That's all. That's all. What now? Emma's voice was trembling. George's mouth twitched slightly. Emma, are you okay? Emma was stunned for a moment, then realized that she seemed to be meddling too much. She immediately made an excuse and said, I'm asking for my sister. Susan wasn't mentioned, but when Susan was mentioned, George got furious. Then you should go ask your good sister what she did. If Susan hadn't drugged me, would I be with Grace now? Susan thought about her sister drugging her brother-in-law and sighed in her heart. Sister, do you know how big a mistake you made? After a moment of silence, she whispered, Angela said she missed you, brother-in-law. Come back and sleep. George said in a deep voice, the medicine your sister got is very strong. For your safety, I have to wait until the effect of the medicine has completely dissipated before going back. Well, okay then. Emma's mood became depressed. George gave a few words of advice about Angela and then hung up the phone. Listening to the hang-up tone on the phone, Emma stared at the ceiling. For some reason, thinking of my brother-in-law being with that Grace, my heart becomes empty. It's like I've lost something very important. Could it be that I've fallen in love with my brother-in-law? Emma suddenly had a terrible thought. She quickly shook her head and put the thought behind her. Sister-in-law falls in love with brother-in-law. Even novels don't dare to write like this. Splendid mansion. Susan still couldn't find any information about the person named Grace. She sat decadently on the computer chair, as if she had lost her soul. Dingling. Emma called at this time. Susan answered immediately. Emma, are you still awake? Emma said calmly. My brother-in-law just called me. Chapter 64. Susan, I was the one who gave him the drug. Why should I blame him? Didn't he go back to Watangju? Susan frowned slightly. My brother-in-law said that the medicine you bought is very strong. For my safety, he wants to wait until the effect of the medicine has completely dissipated before coming back. Emma repeated her brother-in-law's original words. Susan remained silent. Tong Tong did say that the medicine was very strong and had a long-lasting effect. George did not lie. That means George will be with Grace all night long. Susan felt her heart ache at the thought of her husband sleeping with another woman. She clutched her chest and took a deep breath, then asked in a trembling voice, Did he say where it was? No. Emma answered truthfully, with a complicated tone. Sister, will you blame your brother-in-law? Susan wiped away her tears. I was the one who gave him the medicine. Why should I blame him? After all of this was caused by myself. As long as my husband is willing to come back to me, I don't mind if he has had relationships with other women. Emma was silent for a moment, then slowly said, What if he wants to be with that woman? No. Susan murmured to herself, more like trying to convince herself. I am Angela's biological mother. He will not abandon me and Angela. I hope so. Emma on the other end of the phone laughed in silence, thinking that if her brother-in-law really cared about this relationship, he would not have divorced her so resolutely. Universality. George stood on the balcony overlooking the night view of Benhai City. The prosperous city night view is pleasing to the eye. But George was in a state of confusion. Grace had come behind George without him noticing. She hugged him from behind, resting her cheek on his back, and whispered, What are you thinking about, Brother Fong? George's muscles tensed up reflexively, but soon relaxed. He said a hoarse voice, I'm not thinking about anything. Grace slid her jade hand down to George's heart and smiled. My heart is beating faster. Brother Fong is lying. George rolled his eyes. Being held like this by you, any normal man's heart would beat faster, right? Grace opened her red lips slightly. Brother Fong is wondering whether he should be responsible for me and how to explain it to Angela. George's heartbeat quickened again. Grace actually guessed it right. He didn't know how to get along with Grace. I don't know how to explain it to Angela. I don't know if Angela can accept me finding her a stepmother. I don't know if Grace's family can accept her finding a divorced man with children. Brother Fong, actually you don't have to think about anything. Grace let go of George and walked to George's right side and stood side by side with him. The night was as dark as ink. Grace stood quietly on the edge of the balcony. The evening breeze blew the lace hem of her pajamas backwards, outlining the slender curves of her waist and legs. A few strands of hair were blown across her cheeks, revealing her smooth jawline and delicate collarbone. George stared at Grace for a long time until he felt his abdomen getting hot. Then he looked away with a dry mouth and gazed into the distance. Grace smoothed her hair by her ears, looked at the bustling traffic under the night sky, and said softly, From the moment you got married, I secretly swore that I would give you a child. Even if I can't be with you, even if you start a family with another woman, I will not give up easily. George. Grace has a bit of a Yander mentality. George's Adam's apple moved, and his voice was dry as he said, There are so many men who are better than me. You really don't have to do this. Grace shook her head and said, They are either greedy for the power of the Su family, or they are greedy for my beauty. Only you, Brother Fong. The more you hate me, the more I like you. George. Could it be that he still has a DM mentality? Grace continued. So, Brother Fong, you don't need to feel any pressure. No matter what choice you make, I won't be angry or blame you. I will continue to love you as always. George looked at Grace, who was so humble, and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. He reached out and stroked Grace's face with a cold and beautiful feeling, stroking it gently with his thumb, and said with a complicated expression, Grace, You are really stupid. Grace squinted her eyes like a kitten, feeling the warmth of the man's palm. A breeze blew, covering half of her face with her black hair, making her look even more beautiful and charming. George was so fascinated that he couldn't help but move closer to Grace's tulip-like pink lips, but just when he was about to kiss her, he restrained himself. Grace saw George stop moving and took the initiative to stand on tiptoe and kiss him. The effect of the drug in George's body had not yet completely dissipated, so he could not withstand such a test. He hugged her palm-wide waist and deepened a kiss. After a long time, the lips parted. A thin silver thread is pulled out from the middle. Grace's beautiful eyes were wet. She hooked her arm around George's neck, lowered her eyelids, and said shyly, "Brother phone, I don't feel any pain anymore." George was skeptical. "I'm fine. I'll just take a cold shower later. You need to rest for a few days." From afternoon to evening, she was tortured at least 7 times. If this continues, it will really make people miserable. Grace refused to give in and reached out to pull off one of the shoulder straps. George took a deep breath, picked up Grace by the waist, and rushed into the bedroom. The next day, George woke up from his sleep, looked down at the warm and soft jade in his arms, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. But soon, the smile on George's face faded and his brows gradually furrowed. Grace's face was pale, her brows were slightly furrowed, tears were hanging on her eyelashes, and her body temperature was very high. George's heart tightened. "Grace! Grace!" Grace opened her eyes with difficulty and said weakly, "Brother phone, you are sick. I will take you to the hospital." George quickly put on his pants and clothes. Grace's throat was dry, and she frowned and said weakly, "Water." George, wearing only his shorts, crawled outside to get water. He came over with a cup of warm water, helped Grace up, and fed her. Grace leaned against the headboard and said with difficulty, "Give me the phone." George found Grace's cell phone on the bedside table. The moment the screen lit up, George was stunned. The screensaver turned out to be a photo of himself dunking in high school. George handed the phone to Grace. "Don't you need to go to the hospital?" Grace didn't answer George, but unlocked her phone and dialed number. "Grace, you're up so early?" "Lu Su, come to room 81A01 of the Universal Hotel." "Are you sick?" What are the symptoms?" "Fever and..." Grace nodded and glanced at George, biting her lip, and said, "Brother phone, please step aside." George took his clothes and went to the living room to put them on. He sat on the sofa in distress. "It must be because I was so emotional last night that I couldn't control myself, which made Grace's trauma worse. Will this damn drug effect end?" Ask Gujian. He studies bioinformatics and should be very familiar with these things. Thinking of this, George took out his cell phone and called Gujian. "Aha! Good morning, brother phone." Gujian answered the phone yawning. George said in a deep voice, "I was drugged." Gujian was so frightened that he trembled all over. "Oh my God, you were drugged again?" Chapter 65 Noah. She took the initiative, and the bed was shaken apart. "What do you mean again?" George didn't know that Gujian already knew what happened yesterday. Gujian swallowed his saliva. "Weren't you drugged yesterday?" George explained, "It's the drug that was given to me yesterday." "Aren't you a bioinformatics researcher? How long do you think it will take for the effects of this drug to completely wear off?" Gujian breathed a sigh of relief, cleared his throat, and said seriously, "Generally speaking, the metabolic cycle of this type of drug is greatly affected by dosage and individual liver function. If it's a high-potency drug, it will usually be metabolized within 72 hours. However, special circumstances cannot be ruled out. Your metabolic function is several times that of an average person, so the residual drug effect should be gone in about 12 hours. You were drugged yesterday afternoon, and it's already been 12 hours now. The drug's effect in your body should have completely dissipated." After a pause, Gujian asked cautiously, "Sister Grace, is she okay?" George asked with a dark face, "Did you install a surveillance camera on me?" Gujian immediately explained, "No, I just implanted a chip in your cerebral cortex. This chip can only detect your various physical data." George remembered the question in his mind and continued to ask, "Do you know that the Su family also has a laboratory like yours?" Gujian said, "I know. They started secretly researching human genetics 20 years ago, but they only scratched the surface before being shut down by the higher-ups. Researching this kind of technology is prohibited in our country. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to Myanmar to set up an experimental base." George took a deep breath, stood up, and went to the balcony, then continued to ask, "I suspect that the person who injected me with the genetic drug was from the Su family." Gujian chuckled. "Brother phone, stop messing around. According to our team's research over the past few days, the genetic modification technology in your body is absolutely top-notch. The technology developed by the Su family is just a drop in the bucket compared to your genetic modification technology. I have something else to do. I'll talk to you later." George didn't have time to chat with Gujian, so he hung up the phone and went back to his room. Grace had finished her call and was lying down, biting her cracked lips as if in pain. George walked over and sat on the edge of the bed and asked softly, "Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Grace shook her head and forced a smile. I'm fine. Ding dong. The doorbell rang outside. George quickly put the toilet paper on the floor and bed into the trash can and tidied the sheets and sofa before opening the door. The door opened, and outside stood a tall woman in a white coat, about 35 years old, wearing a pair of frameless glasses. She exuded a unique temperament that was between intellectual and cold. Behind the woman followed a slightly younger girl with a baby face and big dark eyes that looked around. The woman in the white coat smiled slightly. Hello? We are here to see Miss Sue. George quickly stepped aside and made a gesture of invitation. The doctor in a white coat picked up a large medical box on the ground and walked into the entrance. Let me get it for you. George reached out to take the medical kit from the doctor. The woman waved her hand and said, No need. George lost his temper and led the two to the door of Grace's bedroom. The man in the white coat and the baby-faced man walked into the room and closed the door. George then received a call from Noah. Brother George walked towards the balcony. Noah said bluntly, That client is in urgent need of money. If you have time, sign a contract today. George sighed. Grace is sick. Noah was silent for a moment, then said, All right then. Transfer $5 million to me, and I'll sign a contract. This can't be delayed. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. George ended the call, then used his phone to sell $6 million worth of financial products and transferred another $5.5 million to Noah's bank account. Noah received the transfer and sent a WeChat message to George. Why is there an extra $500,000? George, didn't I borrow $500,000 from you last night? Noah, I suddenly remembered that you're with Grace now. If you just ask, Grace will give you $100 million or $200 million to spend. Otherwise, let's not do business anymore. Doghead slash. George, I don't eat free rice. Noah, okay, actually, I want to retire. I had sex with Zhao Nishang yesterday. George, I see you're really hungry. Zhao Nishang, rumored to have killed 3 husbands. And she's already 35 years old. Noah is 1 year older than herself. That is 27 years old. And Zhao Nishang is 8 years older than Noah. Noah, age is not a big deal. She's not one of those 50 or 60-year-old babies. I can still accept that. George, by the way, aren't you still in the hospital? Noah, in the ward, she took the initiative and the bed was shaken to pieces. George, let's change the subject. Do you still want to start a business? Noah, Brother Chuang, I'm just kidding. I don't like to live off women. Without money, I'll just be a woman's plaything. Grace's bedroom. Lu Su finished examining Grace. She gritted her teeth and said, This bastard has no sympathy for women. He came to you so many times, even though he knew you just lost your virginity. Stop talking. Grace pulled the quilt over her head. In front of Brother Phone, she can indulge herself without restraint. But in front of her best friend, she only felt ashamed. Especially Lu Su brought a student with him. Zhou Lingling is ready for the infusion. Lu Su stuck a hook on the wall and hung the medicine bottle on the hook to give Grace an infusion. Then I was given 2 fever-reducing pills. Zhou Lingling stood by like a fool. Is there really anyone who can do it 10 times a day? This is 2. Lu Su looked at Zhou Lingling and scolded her. What are you standing there for? Go get a basin of warm water. Okay. Zhou Lingling came to her senses and immediately went to the bathroom to get some water. After Zhou Lingling left the room, Lu Su immediately approached Grace and asked in a low voice, Is he on drugs? Grace curled her lips and said, Can we not talk about this? Lu Su asked curiously, I've been a doctor for 10 years, and I've never heard of any medicine that can make people have sex 10 times a day. Zhou Lingling came in with a basin of warm water. Lu Su quickly sat up straight and resumed his serious look. Lu Su was about to lift the quilt to clean Grace. Grace curled up into a ball and said in a muffled voice, Sister Lu Su, that's not necessary. Liu Su Wen, the tear is serious. How can we not use medicine? Grace hesitated and said, Just leave the medicine here. I'll do it myself later. Lu Su took out a box of Yuding from the medical box and asked, Do you want to take medicine? Grace shook her head. No. After all, Lu Su was an experienced person, and she immediately understood Grace's thoughts. She smiled and took the medicine back. About half an hour later, Grace's body temperature finally returned to normal. Lu Su put away the thermometer and began to pack up the medical supplies. I have 2 more operations to perform later, so I can't accompany you. Thanks. Grace's face regained some of its rosiness. You're being so distant with me. Grace, unhappily, then picked up the medical kit and left with Zhou Lingling. George, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room, saw the doctor come out and immediately stood up and walked over to ask, How is Grace? Chapter 66. Addicted to the Land of Tenderness. The fever has subsided. Remember to give her more hot water. Also, Lu Su paused and said in a cold voice, Be more restrained. George was so embarrassed that he nodded and said, I'll pay attention. Lu Su asked curiously, What medicine are you using? George was confused. What? Zhou Lingling also came over. Lu Su glared at her and said, Go out and wait for me. Oh. Zhou Lingling went outside with a pout. Lu Su's expression softened a bit, and she cleared her throat, her cheeks slightly red as she spoke. My husband isn't doing well, and both Western and Chinese medicine are helpless. Do you still have a medicine you used? The kind that takes 10 times a night. George's mouth twitched slightly. To be honest, I was drugged. I don't even know what brand it was. Lu Su rolled her eyes. Such a lame excuse. Do you think I would believe it? She had seen patients who had been drugged, but those drugs only increase desire, not frequency. Believe it or not. George shrugged, looking nonchalant. He felt his frequency surge. It is probably related to the powerful kidney function. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably be completely overdrawn after 2 or 3 times at most. Lu Su didn't want to get to the bottom of the matter, so she glared at George and left without looking back. George pushed the door open and walked into Grace's room. He came to the bed and touched Grace's forehead. The temperature did drop. George exclaimed, "This doctor is amazing. He brought down your fever so quickly. Whenever Angela got sick with a fever before, it would take at least 3 to 5 hours for it to go away." Grace explained, "She's the vice president of Manhwa University Hospital, and her medical skills are among the best." Such a young vice president. George was stunned. "When I was in college, I often went to the affiliated hospital, but I never saw her." Grace smiled and said, "You went to college 4 years ago. Back then, she should have been our family's personal doctor." George didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Are all the doctors with good medical skills working as private doctors in big families like yours? Grace said gently, "Most of them have their own medical teams, but most of them are trained at their own expense. Sister Lu Su is an exception. She graduated from the School of Medicine at Stanford University and worked at Massachusetts General Hospital for 2 years after graduation. Later, she was poached by our family with a high salary. However, everyone in our family is in good health, and Lu Su felt that she would be wasting her medical skills by staying idle at our house. So she resigned and came to Banhai." Hearing this, George was filled with respect for Lu Su. She's quite professional. However, he did not expect that such a big name in the medical field would actually ask him about that kind of medication. Grace said sleepily, "Brother Fong, go do your own thing. I want to sleep." She knew that she couldn't get what she wanted in a hurry, and if she kept sticking to Brother Fong, it would only backfire. George took off his shoes and lay in bed, holding Grace in his arms, and said softly, "I'll accompany you. I tortured Grace like this, and if I just walked away, I would be a real CS." Grace listened to the man's gentle voice and the warmth in his embrace, and tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. This was a heartwarming scene that she had only seen countless times in her fantasies, but now it felt like a dream. George caught a glimpse of tears in Grace's eyes. He kissed her fair and smooth forehead with his thin lips and said, "Do you regret it?" "No regrets." Grace sniffed, wrapped her white arms around George's waist, buried her face in his chest, and said in a muffled voice, "As long as I can be with you, I'm willing to do anything." George sighed inwardly and gently combed her silky black hair with his fingers. "Go to sleep." Grace soon fell asleep in George's arms. The next few days, George and Grace are always together, just like a couple in love. The air seemed to be soaked in honey. Every morning, George always wakes up first. His eyes gently fell on Grace's peaceful sleeping face beside him for a long time. George suppressed his inner throbbing and approached cautiously, placing a soft kiss on the top of her head, fearing that he would wake her from this beautiful scene. Grace seemed to sense it and would always whisper softly at this time, snuggling tighter in his arms, stretching out her arms to wrap around his waist, and saying coquettishly, "Brother Fong, please sleep with me for a while." The voice was as soft as a ball of cotton, which made George's heart melt instantly. He willingly lay back down in bed and held her tightly in his arms. He felt like he was having a second life. While dining, the atmosphere at the table is also warm and cozy. George carefully peeled the shrimp shells and put the tender shrimp meat into Grace's bowl, not forgetting to carefully pick out the fish bones. Grace smiled and picked up a piece of exquisite dessert with a fork. She waved it playfully in front of George and quickly fed it into his mouth when he opened it. Their eyes met, and love surged like a tide. No words are needed. Sweetness is already flowing freely between the eyebrows and eyes. Zhang Tai and his companions, who were sitting far away, still found it incredible. Su Lu was stunned. "Is this still our young lady?" Su Wu was filled with emotion. "Maybe this is the power of love." Zhang Tai drank a sip of wine in silence. "I really don't understand why the young lady is so obsessed with this boy." Zhang Jin laughed dumbly. "Maybe he's more handsome." After dinner, George and Grace held hands and went to the internet cafe or game hall downstairs to play. The Beijing Circle's female devil, who usually has an iceberg temperament and always gives off an aura that keeps people away, is now like a lively child, excitedly pulling George around between various game devices. When playing racing games, she was fully focused, her little hands tightly gripping the steering wheel and shouting loudly to win the race. When playing shooting games, she hid behind George and nervously pulled at the corner of his clothes when she met the enemy. George always had a doting smile on his face, cooperating with her patiently, and occasionally helping her at critical moments, which attracted Grace's admiring and delighted gaze. Zhang Tai and the others looked hopeless. They are all bachelors and not young anymore. How can I be happy now that I'm being forced to feed dog food? Zhang Jin shrugged. Shakespeare said that love is blind. People in love cannot see the foolish things they do. Zhang Tai was slightly taken aback. Are you kidding me? You've already started reading Shakespeare. As night falls, the lights come on. George and Grace walked hand in hand along the beach. Grace changed her previous trench coat image and put on a beautiful French dress. Her soft hair was draped behind her, like a fairy walking out of a painting. The sea breeze blew gently, making her hair and skirt flutter in the wind, adding a sense of lively and ethereal aura to her. George wore a white shirt with his sleeves rolled up to his elbows. His rather thick hair was blown a little messy, which made him look more casual. The two of them walking together are like a pair of immortal lovers. In front, a charming and mature woman in home clothes was pushing a wheelchair slowly forward. The person sitting in the wheelchair was Noah. Soon, Noah and George looked at each other. Noah looked at George and Grace's intertwined hands and said with a half smile, "No wonder I couldn't get in touch with you these past few days. So you've been indulging in some sweet time, huh?" Chapter 67. Changes in the Fu family. Grace returns to Beijing. Seeing an acquaintance, Grace tried to pull her hand back awkwardly, but George held it tightly, and she couldn't break free at all. George looked at the charming woman behind Noah and smiled as well. "Hello, Mr. Zhao." Zhao Nishang smiled and said, "This isn't a work situation. Just call me Sister Zhao, like Xiao Shua does." After saying that, she glanced at Grace, who was next to George. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Grace, known as the female devil in the Beijing circle, looks like a good girl who just graduated from school. Could it be that her friends in the circle spread rumors? Noah introduced Sister Nishang. You should all know them, so I won't introduce them in detail. After that, he introduced Zhao Nishang to Grace. "Grace, this is Zhao Nishang, the chairman of Shuku Group. You should know Shuku, a well-known brand in the domestic cosmetics industry. In the past 2 years, they have been expanding into overseas markets and are expected to become a major international brand." Zhao Nishang tightened her grip on the wheelchair pusher and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Noah is putting himself up in front of Grace. Isn't this just showing off one's skills in front of Guangdong? Ordinary people may not know the value of the Su family in Beijing, but I have heard a little about it. The Su family is one of the few open server level capital families. It controls a vast business empire spanning energy, finance, and technology. Its overseas subsidiaries alone cover 5 continents. Even the financial giants on Wall Street have to show courtesy when meeting the helmsman of the Su family. What is even more frightening is that the Su family secretly controls many unknown forces, and the seemingly gentle Grace in front of him is the most favored daughter of the Su family. What Zhao Nishang didn't know was that Noah and George didn't know as much as she did. Noah and George only knew that the Su family was very rich, but they didn't know how much money they had. Noah once guessed that the Su family's assets were at least over 10 billion. After listening to Noah's introduction, Grace extended her hand and gave a perfect and appropriate smile. "Hello, sister." Zhao Nishang started her business at the age of 20. During the past 15 years, she has participated in many high-end events and met many big names in the business and political circles. However, when meeting those big names, she was able to remain calm and composed. But at this moment, Grace wanted to take the initiative to shake hands with her, and she felt a little nervous. "Sister Nishang?" Seeing that Zhao Nishang was unmoved, Noah shouted, "Ah!" Zhao Nishang came back to her senses and realized that she had lost her composure. She immediately stepped forward and held Grace's jade white hand. She couldn't help laughing and said, "Sister Su is so beautiful. Even a woman like me can easily get distracted when she sees her." After saying that, he looked at George and praised him with a smile. "Mr. Chun is handsome, and Miss Su is stunningly beautiful. You two are simply a match made in heaven." Noah opened his thin lips slightly. This was the first time he saw Sister Nishang flattering someone, and she did it so bluntly, which was not in line with her identity as a billionaire president. "Thank you for the compliment, Sister Nishang. You and Noah are a good match." Grace arched her eyebrows and smiled. In fact, she really hates flattery. Those partners flatter her. She would even kick people out directly. But Zhao Nishang praised her and Brother Feng as a perfect match. "Could you please give me more flattery like this?" Zhao Nishang smiled awkwardly. "I'm thankful that Xiao Shua doesn't mind that I'm older than her." Grace burst out laughing. Brother Shua's dream is to be with a rich woman. How could he dislike Sister Nishang? Noah's Adam's apple moved unnaturally after hearing this. He said with a sly smile on his face, "It's not my fault. When I was 8 years old, my dad asked a fortune teller to tell me my fortune. The fortune teller said that I was doomed to have bad luck with love and that I had to find a woman with good fortune in order to break it. That's why I had that dream." He paused, then said seriously, "I was just joking back then, but I never imagined my luck with romance would get worse and worse over the years. It wasn't until I met Sister Nishang that I realized that fortune teller was truly capable." George looked at Noah as serious expression and couldn't help but sigh. This guy's ability to pick up girls is undeniable. He can even make up fortune-telling stories that sound very convincing. Zhao Nishang's cheeks flushed slightly. She smoothed the hair by her ears and said softly, "There's a beach cafe up ahead. Let's go over there and have a cup of coffee." At this moment, Zhang Tai hurriedly came to Grace, glanced at George, and said nothing. George said tactfully, "We'll wait for you up front." Grace nodded, and then followed Zhang Tai to the side. Zhang Tai then lowered his voice and said, "Fu Chengxiu is dead." Grace's eyebrows were raised. "Who killed him?" Zhang Tai shook his head. "It's not clear yet. The chairman asked you to return to Beijing as soon as possible." Grace hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "I'll go say goodbye to him." Fu Chengxiu's legs being crippled can be turned into a small matter, a big matter into nothing. But when Fu Chengxiu lost his life, the situation changed. If the murderer is not found, the Fu family will definitely suspect me. In Beijing, the Fu family may not be able to touch me. But in Binhai City, if the Fu family really wants to fight to the death, Brother Feng might be implicated. Lianfeng 1 takes off in an hour. You only have 10 minutes. Zhang Tai raised his wrist to check the time and set a 10-minute countdown. Grace has 2 private jets, Lianfeng number 1 and Lianfeng number 2. It is managed by Lianfeng Airlines, which is controlled by the Su family. Hearing that there was only 10 minutes left, Grace hurried to George. Noah and a few others were waiting for Grace at the corner. George saw Grace jogging over and instantly realized that something big might have happened to the Su family. He took 2 steps at a time and went forward. Grace rushed into George's arms with the scent of gardenias and hugged him tightly. George hugged Grace and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Grace said in a muffled voice, "Something happened in Beijing. I have to go back." George's heart tightened. "Is it serious?" Grace shook her head. "Let's not talk about this. I only have 10 minutes. Among the 4 major families in Beijing, only the Fu family has an only son. Fu Qingxiu's death will surely cause the Fu family to be furious. In a short term, I probably won't leave Beijing." George's Adam's apple rolled, and he whispered, "Grace, don't talk, kiss me." Grace stood on tiptoe to interrupt George. George was slightly startled. Then he took the initiative, hugged Grace's slender waist tightly with his arms, and responded deeply to this kiss full of attachment and reluctance. The noise around them seemed to freeze, leaving only each other's heartbeats. This kiss lasted for 8 minutes. Grace was almost out of breath when she finally pushed George away, blushing. She stared at the solemn-looking man with wet eyes and whispered, "Don't worry. No one can touch me in Beijing." Without waiting for George to speak, she stood on tiptoe again and kissed the corner of the man's lips lightly, then turned around and left without looking back. George stood there for a long time. He knew that this kind of super family struggle was not something he could participate in. At this moment, he could do nothing but pray silently for Grace. Zhao Nishang pushed Noah to George's side. Noah asked in confusion, "Why did Grace leave so suddenly?" George loosened his clenched fist and asked in a deep voice, "Is the company's acquisition process complete?" Chapter 68. Being threatened to hand over Angela's custody. We finished it yesterday. According to the company structure, you're the chairman. The Huaxing Labor Union will officially open for bidding in 3 days. We just need to get the person in charge out for a talk before the bidding begins. Speaking of which, Grace. After Noah answered George's question, he wanted to continue asking Grace, but George had already walked away. Zhao Nishang said meaningfully, "Brother Xiaoshua, do you think your brother and Miss Su will have any future?" Noah's eyes showed hesitation, but then they became firm. "Of course there's no problem. Grace and her childhood sweethearts. She's been dependent on George since she was very young. She was even more blatantly fond of George in high school, but George didn't like her. Later, George came to Binhai to study and met Susan. They got married after graduating from college, but even so, Grace didn't give up. She kept waiting for George." Noah tucked the blanket covering his legs and continued with a faint smile, "Now that they're finally together, do you think Grace will give up?" Zhao Nishang smiled and said, "How much do you know about Grace's family?" Noah shook his head and said, "I don't know much, but I guess the Su family's strength should be catching up with the 4 major families in Beijing." Zhao Nishang's eyes flickered, revealing an expression of as expected. She guessed that Noah and George might not know as much about Grace's family background as she did. George hailed a taxi and returned to Watangju. George through the rearview mirror. "Looks a little familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere." George noticed something was wrong and asked, "What are you looking at, buddy?" The taxi driver's eyes lit up. "Brother, are you the one who was on the hot search in the city a few days ago? Are you the son-in-law of the chairman of Xinguan Group?" "It's true that I'm the one on the trending search, but I'm no longer Jiang Payne's son-in-law." George felt depressed. No one recognized him after 4 years of marriage. Now, they are divorced, but he has become known to everyone in the city because of a trending search. The taxi driver was stunned for a moment. "Divorced?" George closed his eyes and ignored him. "Got kicked." The driver persisted, his eyes filled with deep sympathy. "That's why men still have to be rich, and they have to find a wife of equal status. If the strengths aren't equal, Married life will just be about submitting to fate and swallowing one's anger. The driver was a bit of a chatterbox, escalating his voice as he spoke. Have you read the popular novels, Sue a while ago? It's the fantasy of countless losers. They always think they are the protagonist, that they can achieve a comeback and get their reputation slapped. But in reality, imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. You should be able to empathize with me now, right? Are you done yet? George couldn't stand it any longer and yelled angrily with a dark face. Ahem, calm down, I won't say anything more. The driver saw through the rearview mirror that the passenger looked unhappy. I thought I must have touched his sore spot. The navigation shows that there is a traffic jam at the traffic light ahead. The driver turned off the navigation and took a detour from another intersection. When the taxi was driving on a remote road, a dump truck suddenly accelerated and cut in. The driver stepped on the brakes, stuck his head out, and cursed. Are you fucking sick? As soon as he finished speaking, a van drove up from behind and stopped side by side with the taxi. A group of thugs with colorful hair rushed out of the van. The taxi driver instantly became obedient, retracted his head, and cold sweat broke out on his back. A dozen thugs surrounded the taxi. The white-haired leader came to the back seat while chewing gum and patted the car window. George had seen big scenes in Manhwa village, so he was not afraid of these gangsters at all. He reached out and pressed the window button. The car window slowly lowered, and his deep eyes stared at him. Bai Mao crossed his arms on the windowsill, chewing gum in his mouth and smiling. Don't be nervous, buddy. We're just here to pass on a message. George sneered calmly. You think I'm nervous? The taxi driver was almost scared to death. Did this guy's head get stuck in the door? The other party has more people and more power, so why don't you just give in? If you want to die, don't take me with you. Bai Mao didn't get angry either. He grinned and said, Our boss said that you'd better give up the custody of Angela, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Hearing this, George's face suddenly darkened. Who is your boss, Susan or Jiangpan? Bai Mao said arrogantly. You don't need to know this. You just need to remember my words. If you insist on fighting for Angela's custody, I will destroy you. After saying this, Bai Mao turned and left. A cold glint flashed in George's eyes. Susan is still trying to redeem herself. She shouldn't be stupid. Jiangpan? George took a deep breath and remembered that Jiangpan had spent $200 million to buy Angela's custody. The taxi driver was still in shock and said with a sad face, Brother, please get out of the car. I don't want the fare. This is too fucking horrible. We live in a harmonious society now. I have been driving a taxi for 5 years and have never encountered such a situation. I'm so unlucky tonight. George took out his phone, scanned the code, and paid 50 yuan. Then he pushed the door, got out of the car, and walked forward. Walked to the entrance of Watangju. George couldn't help but call Jiangpan. Xiaofeng. Jiangpan's steady voice came from the other end of the phone. George's voice was cold and distant. Someone just threatened to kill me if I don't give up the custody of Angela. Jiangpan's breathing stagnated. Is this true? George sneered. Uncle Jiang doesn't know? Apart from Jiangpan, he really didn't know who to suspect. Jiangpan felt very uncomfortable when he heard George's tone that sounded like an enemy. He said bitterly, Xiaofeng, you should know what kind of person Uncle Jiang is. If I really want the custody of Angela, I will only fight for it through legal means and will never use such despicable means. George heard the sincerity in Jiangpan's tone and felt a little relieved. I hope Uncle Jiang won't lie to me. I will use my life to protect Angela. No one can take her away from me. Jiangpan said slowly, I thought it through after I called you last time. You've been raising Angela since she was just 1 month old. That little girl only recognizes you. Even if we take Angela home, she won't be happy. So don't worry, Uncle Jiang will never have any thoughts about Angela's custody. Thank you, Uncle Jiang. George thanked him and hung up the phone. At this time, Hong Lei called him. Hong Lei had just received his salary today, and his tone couldn't hide his happiness. Brother, come out for a drink or two. Your brother Lei will treat you. Angela for several days. George responded, and then said, By the way, Brother Lei, I have something I want to trouble you with. Hong Lei said unhappily, Why are you being polite to your brother Lei? George recounted what had just happened when he was singled out. He wanted to nip any threat to Angela in the bud. Hong Lei said disapprovingly, I thought it was a small matter. Just wait, I'll give you an answer in half an hour at most. After ending the call, George returned to Watangju. It was Emma who opened the door. Angela, there was also Susan in the room. The mother and daughter were sitting on the carpet playing with building blocks. Chapter 69. Emma, remember to wear clothes next time. Brother-in-law. Emma's eyes lit up and a happy smile appeared on her pretty face. Dad is back. When Angela heard her aunt calling her brother-in-law, she immediately put down the building blocks in her hand. He ran towards the entrance with his short legs. George picked up Angela, a smile on his face. Angela, have you been good these days? Angela nodded vigorously and said in a baby voice, Angela is very good. She hasn't wet the bed in the past few days. George smiled leisurely. Angela is awesome. Angela hugged her father's neck and said happily, Dad, Mommy bought me so many toys and took Angela to the amusement park to ride the carousel. Daddy, Please don't be angry with mommy, okay? After all, they're children with simple minds. They can forget all their worries if they get a little benefit. Seeing Angela's happy expression, George didn't want to spoil her fun, so he changed the subject and asked, "Have you finished eating all the tiramisu in the refrigerator?" Angela pouted and said, "My aunt ate them all." "What? Tiramisu has a very short shelf life. If I don't eat it, won't it be wasted if it goes bad?" Emma retorted with a pout as she took a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet for George. Angela said jokingly, "Then I'll let Dad continue to make tiramisu for us." Emma pursed her lips and chuckled. "That's a good idea." George took off his leather shoes by pushing his heels on his toes, put on his slippers, and walked into the room. Susan stood up from the ground and stared at George with red eyes. Emma knew that the two were probably going to quarrel again, so she opened her arms and said to Angela, "Angela, be obedient. Annie will take you to take a bath." Angela hadn't seen her father for several days and wanted her father to hug her for a while longer, but she was afraid of being labeled as disobedient, so she nodded and threw herself into her aunt's arms. Emma carried Angela into her bedroom and closed the door. Susan stammered, "Husband, we're divorced." George walked to the water dispenser with an expressionless face, took a disposable cup, filled it with water, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one gulp. Susan argued, "Until we get the divorce certificate, we are still legally married." George walked over to the sofa and sat down, expressionless. "Anything else?" Susan pursed her lips and lowered her head and said, "Hubby, it's my fault that you had sex with Grace. I won't blame you. Can we go back to the way we were?" George scoffed. "Why do you think we can go back to the way things were?" Susan's eyes slid open with crystal tears. "I didn't cheat. David and I are innocent, and you had sex with Grace. I think we are even." George gave him an idiotic look. "You just kept saying that Grace and I had a relationship because of you, and now you're comparing it to what happened between you and David. So I still have to take the blame, right?" Susan was choked and speechless, tears falling on the back of her hand, holding her handbag. George took a deep breath, pointed towards the door, and said coldly, "Get out before I lose my temper." Seeing George's cold and heartless look, Susan felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife. She wiped away her tears and turned away. "Angela, without my permission." George's cold voice came from behind. Susan wanted to refuse, but she held back. "My husband is still angry." The more he refuted, the tougher he became. Thinking of this, Susan opened the door and walked out. Emma took her change of clothes and went into the bathroom with Angela to take a shower. George leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes. After a while, Hong Lei called. George asked hurriedly, "Did you find out?" "We found out. The group that surrounded you are watching over the Dihao bar." Hong Lei started shaking the cup and yelled at the top of his lungs, "5 6s." A girl's laughter came from his side. 9 6s. That's it. George's face darkened. "That's it," Hong Lei said. "I've only arranged for someone to check the nearby surveillance footage. If you want to know who ordered them to surround you, I'm afraid you can only find them and interrogate them." George said helplessly, "Okay, then I'll go to the Dihao bar. On la road, 12 6s." George hung up the phone with a gloomy face. Emma gave Angela a bath, put on a set of cute cartoon pajamas for her, and came out. "Go to Daddy. Annie's going to take a bath, too." Angela ran towards her father obediently. George played with Angela building blocks for a while and then took her to bed. Angela pouted and said, "Dad, Angela is not sleepy yet." George said seriously, "Children need to rest early. Otherwise, they won't grow tall." Angela stammered, "That's fine." George carried Angela towards the children's room. Angela said, "I sleep with my aunt." George carried Angela to the door of the second bedroom. Just as I was about to push the door open, I felt something was wrong. After some hesitation, he put Angela on the ground. "Why don't you play for a while longer and wait for your aunt to come out, and then let her take you to bed?" Angela said happily, "Okay, okay." George accompanied Angela to build a castle with building blocks. A moment later, Emma came out after taking a shower. She was wearing a purple silk pajamas. Her hair was loosely tied up with a pink headband. Her wet hair was scattered on her white shoulders, and her rosy cheeks were like a ripe peach. "Brother-in-law, go take a shower too." Emma came to her brother-in-law and Angela, intending to take over and help Angela build blocks. George subconsciously looked at Emma, then immediately looked away as if he had received an electric shock. He said with a dark face, "Emma, remember to put on your clothes next time." "Huh?" Emma quickly covered her chest and rushed into the bedroom. 5 minutes later, she came out with a red face and said in a mosquito-like voice, "Sorry, I forgot. I usually don't wear that after taking a shower. I'm going out for a while. You guys should get some rest early." George said as he walked out. Emma asked, "Going to see Grace again?" George rolled his eyes. "She has already returned to Beijing City. I have other things to do outside." Angela said unhappily, "Dad." George paused again. Angela pouted and said, "I have to go home at night." George took out his phone and checked the time. It was 9:30 in the evening, so he vowed, "Dad, be home on time before 12 o'clock. Angela then smiled happily and said to her aunt, "Aunt, please help me supervise Dad. If he doesn't come back by 12 o'clock, Tell me tomorrow. Emma pinched Angela's rosy little face and said with a smile, Okay, your aunt will definitely help you supervise your dad. Outside the D-Howe bar, George was wandering around wearing a baseball cap. It would definitely not be appropriate to just break into the D-Howe bar to look for that white-haired guy. He planned to wait for Bai Mao to get off work. Then he controlled Bai Mao and asked who was behind the scenes. Around 10 o'clock, the white-haired man walked out of the bar holding a girl in a dress. There were 4 younger brothers following behind him. Bai Mao stuffed the beautiful woman in the dress into a Mercedes-Benz. Then he got in the driver's seat and drove away. The rest of the younger brothers followed behind in a white BMW. George stopped the taxi and said in a deep voice, Catch up with the white BMW in front. The driver felt the voice sounded familiar, looked up at the rearview mirror, and suddenly twitched his mouth. No, buddy. Drive. George growled under his breath. The driver swallowed, started the car, and chased after him. Half an hour later, the white BMW and the black Mercedes drove out of the suburbs. The driver's expression became increasingly nervous, and his voice trembled as he said, Brother, we seem to be being followed. George looked in the rearview mirror and saw a black Toyota following behind him. Chapter 70. Finding Wang Zijin's lair. Don't worry about it. George said calmly that as long as these people didn't have hot weapons, he was sure he could beat 10 of them. The driver said with a sad face, Brother, please forgive me. I was just surrounded by those big brothers, and I peed my pants. I just changed into a clean pair of clothes, and you dragged me into this again. George's tone softened a bit. Wait until I finish dealing with this matter, and then I'll compensate you for your losses. The driver gritted his teeth and said angrily, Is this a matter of money? Do you think money is omnipotent? George took a deep breath. 5,000. Buzz. The driver shifted gears and stepped on the accelerator, instantly closing the distance to the BMW in front. 5,000 yuan is equivalent to 1 month's salary. It's a waste not to make money. Another half an hour passed, and the 2 cars in front turned and drove into a dark country road. The driver swallowed his saliva and said, Brother, do you still want to go in? George nodded and said, Follow. The driver rolled his eyes and said, You have to pay more. George snorted coldly. If you don't follow, I won't give you a penny. Driver, isn't that how the script is written? In the novels you read, didn't the guys who added money to the salary get it? So novels cannot reflect reality. He decided to uninstall the app when he got home. 10 minutes later, BMWs and Mercedes-Benzes drove into a new rural village. The taxi driver turned off all the lights and drove on the narrow village roads, relying entirely on his superb driving skills. George glanced at the rearview mirror and saw that the Toyota behind him had also turned off all its lights. But it was less than 20 meters away from his taxi. He took out his cell phone and called Hong Lei. Brother, are you in the car behind? I'm touched, right? I'm a loyal and righteous person. I'll treat you to a nice meal someday. George was really touched. This old pervert gave up playing with women to help him. He had half the loyalty of Noah. The BMW and Mercedes-Benz in front stopped next to a country villa in the village. After getting out of the car, Bai Mao carried the girl into the villa. Hong Lei had already gotten out of the car. He ran up and tapped on George's window. George pushed the door open and got out. The driver asked, Brother, wait for me here. After George finished speaking, he followed Hong Lei towards the country villa. Wang Zijin spent 3 million to build this country villa. A chess and card room was built next to the yard for the younger brothers to play. There are mahjong tables and game consoles inside. The space, separated by barbed wire, is the billiard room. There is also a convenience store at the back. Bai Mao carried the girl into the yard. Seeing this, the younger brothers nodded and bowed, calling him Brother Bai Mao. In the living room of the villa, Wang Zijin was leaning on the sofa in a bathrobe. There were various pipes on the coffee table. Wang Zijin tilted his head back with a look of contentment, as if he was in ecstasy. The younger brother outside pushed the door open, and Bai Mao walked in holding the girl. He glanced at the tools on the table and grinned. Brother Jian, I brought you the little Lolita you asked for. Wang Zijin was too lazy to move and pointed to the sofa opposite. Bai Mao understood and put the girl in the dress on the sofa. How much? Asked one of the prince's younger brothers after he had worked out. Bai Mao held up 5 fingers and said with a playful smile, 50,000. The younger brother frowned and said, White hair, do you really think I don't understand the market? Bai Mao brushed the girl's hair away from her cheeks and said with a smile, Brother Ma, look, this is the freshman beauty from Binhai University. Where else can you find such a thing? Wang Zijin slowly opened his eyes, rolling his eyes like a drunk, and said with difficulty, Give me money. Scan the code or pay cash? Asked Ma Ge. Cash. Brother Ma took out 50,000 from the drawer of the coffee table and threw it on the table. Bai Mao added, There are still 200,000. Ma Ge stared at him without saying anything. Bai Mao quickly took out his cell phone, opened a video, and handed it to Ma Ge. The video showed them threatening George just now. Ma Ge wants to forward the video to his mobile phone. Bai Mao snatched the phone away. Brother Ma, you're being disrespectful. The video contains evidence of my own crime. If they ever have a falling out, they'll take this video to the police station and sue them for sure, right? Maga narrowed his eyes slightly and said, our boss hasn't seen it yet. How about you wait until he recovers? Bai Mao smiled and said, okay, then I'll. Before he could finish his words, he heard the sounds of fighting and cursing coming from outside. Who the hell are you? Huh? Brothers, come on. Bai Mao and Ma Gu immediately stood up and went to the door. I saw a young man wearing a baseball cap and a burly man wearing a peeling leather jacket fighting with the people on my side. In less than 20 seconds, half of the 20 or so people on his side had fallen down. George grabbed a baseball bat and hit a gangster who rushed towards him on the forehead. The gangster's head was bleeding and he lay straight on the ground with his hands covering his head. Hong Lei reached out to catch the falling steel bar and kicked the man in the calf. Then he turned around and yelled at George, damn it, don't hit him in the head. If you can't control your strength, someone might get killed. George was hit on the arm with a stick, but it didn't hurt much. He then turned around and hit the man in the face with the stick. The thug's jaw was dislocated and most of his teeth fell out. Hong Lei felt like he was talking to a cow, so he gritted his teeth and sped up to knock the others to the ground. There were 35 people, and Hong Lei knocked down 30 of them alone. The 5 people George knocked down either had bloody scalps or broken arms and legs. The most serious one had his knee bones exposed. Woof, woof, woof. George like crazy. George accidentally dropped the baseball bat from his hand. The wolfhound pounced from the front. George raised his hand and punched the dog hard, causing its head to explode. Warm blood mixed with brain matter splashed all over George's face. Fuck. Hong Lei couldn't help but swear. The thugs who were lying on the ground, screaming, stopped. Bai Mao fell to the ground with a thud. Brother Ma even knelt down. George licked the iron-smelling blood at the corner of his mouth, a bloodthirsty smile forming on his lips. He walked towards Bai Mao step by step, wanting to tear to pieces the people who wanted to take his daughter away. Hong Lei rushed forward and grabbed George's arm, yelling, George! George shuddered and snapped back to his senses. What's wrong, Brother Lei? George's face with his sleeve and said in a deep voice, do you know what you just did? George thought about it, and the scene of smashing the dog's head with a punch quickly emerged in his mind. Blood and brain matter were splattered all over his face, and he even stretched out his tongue to lick some of the blood mixed with brain matter. Vomit! George bent over and retched. Hong Lei went to the convenience store refrigerator and took out 2 bottles of mineral water. He unscrewed the caps and poured them on George's head. He then rubbed his face with his hands to thoroughly wash away the blood. George's restless heart calmed down completely, but his stomach was still churning with nausea. He asked with confusion, Brother Lei, what happened to me just now? Hong Lei forced a smile and said, we'll talk about this later. Let's get down to business first. Chapter 71. David is the mastermind. George took a few sips of ice water to rinse his mouth, and then he felt better. Hong Lei stood in the yard, staring at the group of people lying down, and said, get down right there. Dare not move. I dare not move at all. 2 men beat 35 of them. He also smashed the wolf dog's head into pieces with 1 punch. Can this guy be a fucking human? The little brothers lying all over the yard didn't dare to move at all. George came to Bai Mao, squatted down and asked, do you remember me? Bai Mao was so scared that he wet his pants. He nodded with a sad face. I remember. George continued to ask, who ordered it? Without hesitation, Bai Mao pointed to Ma Gu beside him and said, they asked me to find you. Fuck you, you white-haired fellow. How dare you betray us? Ma Ji's temples were throbbing and he roared with gritted teeth. George turned around and asked Ma Gu, did you order this? Ma Gu shook his head vigorously and pointed at Wang Zijian, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room. It was our boss who ordered it. Bai Mao secretly complained in his heart, damn, he's talking about me. I only betray my partners, but you even betrayed your boss. George stood up and walked to the sofa, patting Wang Zijian's face in fear. Wake up. Ma Gu came over and said, brother, our boss is going crazy. George glanced at the pipes on the table and without hesitation took out his cell phone to call the police. Hello, this is the emergency center. I want to report. George told the person on the other side what happened and asked about the location. George stared at Ma Gu and asked, where is this? Fu village. Ma Gu sat on the ground with a look of despair. Wealthy village. George repeated the name of the village into the phone. The other side claimed that the police would be dispatched immediately. The girl on the sofa in the back slowly woke up. The amber pupils were still misty. Her long, curled eyelashes trembled slightly like a frightened butterfly. After seeing the scene around her clearly, she covered her lips in horror. George continued to look at Ma Gu. When will he recover? Ma Gu replied with trembling lips, about 3 hours. George narrowed his eyes and continued to ask, who instructed you to threaten me? Ma Gu said with a sad face, I just said, he is our boss. George snorted coldly. I'm asking, who ordered your boss? Ma Gu shook his head and said, I don't know about that. Before he could finish his words, George grabbed his neck and lifted him up with his feet dangling in the air. Ma Gu kicked his legs wildly, his face turned purple, and he desperately pulled George's wrist with both hands, making a struggling sound of gurgling in his throat. I'll give you another chance. George's voice was as cold as ice. If you don't tell me who is behind this, I will crush your throat right now. I really don't know. Magu used all his strength to squeeze out a sentence. George could tell he really didn't know, so he let go and threw at his side. About 20 minutes passed. More than a dozen police cars drove over. Hong Lei and the team leader whispered for a while. Then he made another call and gave the phone to the captain. After answering the phone, the captain became much more respectful to Hong Lei. George and the girl in the dress were called outside to take a statement. George S. hand eagerly. Mr. Chun, you've done us a great favor. Hong Lei came over and asked, is there a bonus? The captain smiled slightly. At least 400,000. Hong Lei rubbed his hands together excitedly, looked at George and said, I have half of it. George didn't care about the bonus. Instead, he said, this group of people threatened me and asked me to hand over the custody of my daughter. I need to find out who is behind this from them. The captain's face was serious. Is there such a thing? Hong Lei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why else do you think we came to your house? Hearing this, the captain vowed, I'll take care of this matter. I'll give you an answer tomorrow. George shook his head. I want to know tonight. The captain thought about it and nodded. Okay, let's go back to the city first. At this moment, Ma Gu suddenly yelled, I want to make a contribution. I want to report. There's a laboratory under this villa. It was already 12 o'clock in the evening when Wang Zijian recovered. In a solitary holding cell, Wang Zijian climbed up from the narrow bed, shook his head, and cursed. Fuck, where did this come from? George sat on the stainless steel stool opposite and said calmly, awake. Wang Zijian looked around and realized that he was in the detention room. His face suddenly changed. Damn, what's going on? Aren't I happy in the big villa? Why am I locked up here? Was he investigated? George started to explain. I reported you. Wang Zijian's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. He suddenly stood up from the bed and angrily said, Are you fucking sick? Did I provoke you? George's eyes were as cold as lightning. Who instructed you to find someone to threaten me to hand over the custody of Angela? Wang Zijian was stunned for a moment, then rushed towards George with a ferocious look in his eyes. I'm going to kill you first. Bang! George kicked Wang Zijian back onto the bed. Wang Zijian slammed heavily against the wall, feeling as if his internal organs were about to be shattered. He tossed and turned on the bed, screaming in agony. George stood up and walked over, grabbed Wang Zijian's hand, and broke his thumb. Huh? Wang Zijian screamed hysterically. The prisoners in other detention cells nearby were trembling. You won't tell me? George said as he held Wang Zijian's other finger. I say. Wang Zijian was sweating profusely from the pain and compromised instantly. Damn, George is the devil. I can actually torture myself in such a place. How tough is this relationship? George let go of Wang Zijian and stared down at him condescendingly. Wang Zijian curled up in bed, clutching his severely deformed thumb and trembling. He said, It's Jiang Pan. He gave me 3 million and told me to make sure it's absolutely flawless. I want to hear the truth. George's voice became colder again. This is the truth. I didn't lie to you. Wang Zijian burst into tears and said, I can't get out of here in my lifetime. Why should I lie to you? George walked over and broke one of Wang Zijian's fingers again. Will you tell me? Snap. Will you tell me? I didn't lie to you. Snap. You still haven't said it yet. Snap. I didn't lie to you. George broke 5 of Wang Zijian's fingers. Wang Zijian fainted from the pain. You are so stubborn. George sighed secretly. At this moment, Hong Lei came to the door and said, Brother, we have found Wang Zijian's personal information. This guy is David's cousin. George was stunned. Wang Zijian. David. How could I have missed David? So, David wants to frame Jiang Pan? A chill flashed in George's eyes. David, it seems that you haven't learned your lesson from last time. 2 o'clock in the morning. George first went to the hotel where Hong Lei was staying to take a shower. Then he returned to Watangju. The light was still on in the room. Emma fell asleep on the sofa. The hem of her pajamas climbed up to her belly button, revealing her creamy waist and abdomen. The slender and straight legs emit a warm luster under the warm light. George's throat tightened, and he immediately looked away. Oh shit, Emma can't stay at home. Get rid of her tomorrow. Chapter 72. The Su family's famous mansion. The Fu family seeks justice. George pulled the blanket from another sofa and covered Emma with it. When he was about to go back to the room to sleep, Emma suddenly called him. Brother-in-law, go back to your room and sleep. George said calmly without turning around. Emma continued to mumble in her sleep. Brother-in-law, don't want. What don't you want? George turned to look at Emma, but saw that she had her eyes closed and kept shaking her head. No, Angela is still. George, depend on. Could this girl be having that kind of dream? The object or yourself? George's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He turned around and strode into the master bedroom. Beijing City, the famous residence of the Su family. There were endless black cars parked on the road outside the manor. There There were even a dozen dark green G-Class cars. The manor house has a special reception room. There are 4 seats on the left and 4 seats on the right. There are 2 seats in the first position of the hall. Su Huaiyan, wearing a traditional Chinese long gown, sat in the first chair on the left. He had no beard on his face and exuded a refined temperament. Grace was still wearing the French dress. She stood behind Su Huaiyan and played King of Glory. But the phone was on silent. Opposite Su Huaiyan was Fu Zhongyi, dressed in a suit and tie, with a face as gloomy as water. The seats at the back were occupied by powerful figures from both families, some in business, some in politics, and even some in the military. Su Huaiyan took out a pocket watch and glanced at it, then yawned and said, "Master Fu, why don't we talk about this tomorrow? Your father has come all the way from Suzhou and Hangzhou, so let him rest for a night. I have such a huge family business. How can I really run away with it?" Bang! Fu Zhongyi slammed the coffee table. "This matter must be resolved today, otherwise my son will die with regrets." Su Huaiyan tilted his head slightly and asked Grace, "Are you sleepy, girl? If you are, go to bed first. Staying up late is not good for girls' skin." Bang! Fu Zhongyi slapped the coffee table again, causing the teacup to jump up and the spilled tea to soak the tablecloth. "Su Huaiyan, your daughter is the murderer. She can't go anywhere. His own sons are dead." Su Huaiyan is still concerned about her daughter's skin. Several important figures of the Fu family also cast cold glances at Su Huaiyan. Su Huaiyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay, then I will sacrifice my life to accompany you." Fu Zhongyi tilted his head slightly and asked a cousin behind him, "Go ask how the clues are going." Lin Hao nodded and went outside to make a phone call. After a moment, he returned to Fu Zhongyi, leaned over and said, "No clues yet." Fu Zhongyi clenched his hands on the armrest in fists, and his temples were throbbing. "Without evidence, there is no way to get justice for my son today, and he will never rest in peace. But it doesn't matter. The old man will be here soon. Let's see how arrogant Su Huaiyan can still be." Grace crippled Xiaoshu's legs, and this account must be settled. Su Huaiyan picked up the teacup and gently blew on the tea leaves floating on it. Just as I was about to take a sip, I suddenly heard a series of footsteps outside. The old man of the Fu family has arrived. Mr. Fu is about 90 years old, with sparse silver hair and a wrinkled face covered with age spots. The old man was wearing cloth shoes and an extremely simple cloth shirt. The ebony cane in his hand made a dull sound as it hit the ground. Although the old man was trembling, his aged face was majestic without even being angry. That was the aura cultivated from being the head of a province for many years. Mr. Fu. Mr. Fu. People from the Fu family and the Su family stood up and greeted them. Su Huaiyan walked forward with a diligent look on his face to support the old man. "Mr. Fu, please slow down." Fu Zhongyi also hurried over to support his father, tears welling his eyes as he said, "Dad, you're finally here." Su Huaiyan helped the old man to the first seat on the right, bent down and patted the dust-free cushion, and said flatteringly, "Mr. Fu, please take a seat." Fu Tianming sat tremblingly on the chair and handed the crutch in his hand to Fu Zhongyi. Then he glanced at the people on both sides and raised his hand to press them. "Sit down." Su Huaiyan poured a cup of hot tea for Mr. Fu. "Mr. Fu, have some tea." Although Mr. Fu has retired for more than 30 years, his disciples are everywhere. Such people must be treated well. Fu Tianming pushed the teacup away and waved his hand. "You guys sit down too." Fu Zhongyi and Su Huaiyan returned to their seats and sat down. Fu Tianming began to close his eyes and rest. Fu Zhongyi said in a deep voice, "Dad, what are you doing?" "I called out the pillar of my family to uphold justice." "Is this where the old man sleeps?" Fu Tianming said slowly, "Wait for someone." Fu Zhongyi was stunned for a moment. "Who else are you waiting for?" Fu Tianming pointed to the empty seat next to him. The manor faces north and south. The left side is east, representing the host. The right side is west, representing rare guests. In ancient etiquette, there's a saying that the left is superior and the right is inferior. However, modern society has abandoned this traditional concept. But the Su family has a long history and is likely to have preserved these traditions. Su Huaiyan guided himself to sit on the right side. This means there are people on the same level as me. Even more important figures are coming. Fu Zhongyi narrowed his eyes and stared at Su Huaiyan. "You didn't ask Zhangbu to come and support you, did you?" Su Huaiyan took a sip of tea gracefully, put down the teacup and said with a smile, "Zhangbu is busy with all kinds of affairs, and he has no time to meddle in the affairs of our two families." As soon as he finished speaking, there was another burst of noise outside. Everyone looked and saw an old man with silver hair but vigorous spirit walking slowly towards them. The old man was wearing a gray Chinese gown, walking steadily, with a simple cloth belt tied around his waist. Although he had a head full of silver hair, he looked tougher than Mr. Fu. Behind him followed 2 young men in black Zhongshan suits. They had solemn expressions, walked slowly, and had lightning-like eyes that made people dare not look at them a second time. "Mr. Chun, The gloom on Fu Zhongyi's face was instantly replaced by shock. Even the voice was trembling. Wasn't this person rumored to have passed away a long time ago? How are you still alive? And he looks full of energy, even more energetic than his father. Mr. Chun. Chief. Everyone present stood up again and looked at the old man with awe. The uniformed personnel on both sides raised their hands to their eyebrows. Su Huion finally put away the cynicism on his face and stood up to greet him. Uncle Chun. Compared with the previous courtesy, the current respectfulness comes from heart. Grandpa Chun. Grace stopped playing games and went to greet him with a smile. The father and daughter supported Mr. Chun on both sides and led him to sit in the first seat in the middle hall. You guys, you really make me worry. Peter glanced at the father and daughter with a gloomy look. Su Huion smiled awkwardly. You can't blame us for this. It's the Fu family who's going too far. Fu Zhongyi almost vomited blood. What do you mean I'm going too far? Who is bullying whom? Don't you know what's going on? Shut up. Fu Tianming spoke lightly, and Fu Zhongyi immediately stopped. Peter came to the front, and his eyes fell on Fu Tianming's wrinkled face. Fu Tianming pressed the armrest of the sofa and tried to get up. Peter raised his hand and held it down. Sit down. You're already half buried in the ground. No need to be polite. Fu Tianming took a breath and looked at Mr. Chun with a complicated look in his eyes. You are more energetic than me. He couldn't figure it out. I am 10 years younger than Peter, but this Peter seemed more energetic than himself. Judging from his current mental state, he could easily live another 10 years. Peter sat at the side, picked up the teacup, blew away the foam on it, and drank it without rushing. He said slowly, if you have something to say, just say it. My old bones can't stand staying up all night. Chapter 73. Let Grace be buried with my son. Fu Zhongyi looked at his father and seemed a little hesitant. Fu Tianming's dry hands trembled as he picked up the teacup and took a sip. He then looked at his son and said, Brother Chun has always been upright and honest. I believe he will not favor any side. Hearing this, Fu Zhongyi calmed down and said with a face full of grief and indignation, as everyone knows, my Fu family is a single-line family. Due to an accident in my early years, I was unable to conceive again. I only have one son, Fu Qingxiu. But just yesterday Xiaoxiu died. Fu Tianming frowned and said, get to the point. The most painful thing in life is to see a loved one die. As Fu Qingxiu's grandfather, Fu Tianming also felt very uncomfortable. When he first heard the news, he was struck by lightning and his blood pressure soared. The son said the murderer was in the Su family, so he rushed to Beijing from his retirement home overnight. He wanted to see how the Su family, a powerful family in the business world, would give him an explanation. Fu Zhongyi pointed at Grace and gritted his teeth. It was her. Grace, she killed my son. Everyone in the Fu family cast cold glances at Grace. Without waiting for Grace and Su Huion to refute, Fu Tianming asked, is there any evidence? Fu Zhongyi's forehead was bulging with veins. Last week, Grace brought people to the Fu manor and broke Xiaoxiu's legs. Grace is to blame for Xiaoxiu's death. In fact, Fu Qingxiu had an accident in the Fu family's private hospital. Private hospitals have tight security, and it's difficult for anyone to sneak in. No one dared to harm their own son. But tragedy still happened. Someone injected poison into Fu Qingxiu's medicine. The Fu family immediately joined forces with the police to conduct an extremely detailed investigation of the hospital. But no clues were found. Fu Zhongyi was so angry that he had no place to vent his anger, so he directed his anger at Grace. Fu Qingxiu is usually not high profile, and it does not cause trouble outside. Grace crippled Fu Qingxiu's legs. Apart from Grace, he really couldn't think of anyone else who would kill his own son. Fu Tianming said calmly, in recent years, there's been a saying circulating in the Beijing circle. It's better to provoke the Yama king of hell than the female devil of the Beijing circle. This female devil of the Beijing circle. Grace with his gaze like a needle. You are referring to you, Miss Su, right? Grace met Fu Tianming's gaze with her deep eyes and said calmly, Mr. Fu is very understanding. He wouldn't really believe those groundless rumors, right? Grace, don't be rude. Su Huion frowned and scolded. This rebellious girl has really been spoiled by herself. It's okay to be disrespectful to your peers. It's okay to be disrespectful to Fu Zhongyi. After all, they're all in the business world. The Su family's huge business empire can still suppress them. What is the identity of Mr. Fu in front of me? He was already a powerful figure in the political arena 40 or 50 years ago. It even has a high influence in central departments. Although there is Mr. Chun in charge, Mr. Chin's surname is Chun after all. Grace pursed her lips, lowered her head, and stopped talking. Peter put down the teacup in his hand, turned to look at Grace, and said slowly, Grace, come out. Grace walked straight to the two first seats in the hall and stood in front of them. She began to explain, Grandpa Chun, I beat Fu Qingxiu because... Kneel down. Peter interrupted Grace's explanation. Grace bit her lip and knelt in front of Peter reluctantly. Peter added, Don't kneel down. Grace instantly lost her temper and stood up and said, Then I won't kneel. I treat Peter as my grandfather, so kneeling down to him is both reasonable and moral. But I can't make myself kneel down to others. Bang! Peter slammed his hand on the coffee table and glared. Kneel down. Grace had never seen Grandpa Chun so angry since she was a child. Only then did she realize that things seemed to be more serious than she had imagined. After taking a deep breath, he knelt in front of Fu Tianming. Peter looked at Fu Tianming and said, "Brother Fu, what do you think we should do?" Without waiting for Fu Tianming to speak, Fu Zhongyi stood up from his chair and said excitedly, "I want her Xiaoxiu to be buried with me." "Sit down." Fu Tianming cast a cold look at Fu Zhongyi. Fu Zhongyi was panting heavily, his eyes bloodshot. He glanced at his father and then sat back down. Fu Tianming retracted his gaze and fell on Grace again. "Why did you hit Fu Qingxiu?" Grace straightened her back and said, "He kidnapped Brother Feng's daughter and sister-in-law." Fu Tianming frowned slightly. "Is this Brother Feng you're talking about?" Grace glanced at Grandpa Chun, then stared at Fu Tianming and explained, "George." Su Huaiyan added, "Mr. Chin's grandson." Fu Tianming frowned even more tightly and asked Fu Zhongyi, "Is this true?" "That's not true. Old Chun hit his grandson so well. How many people in Beijing knew about it?" Fu Zhongyi argued, "Xiaosu never causes trouble outside, and it's even more impossible for him to do anything illegal." Fu Tianming waved his hand. "Without evidence, people naturally wouldn't say that." After saying that, he looked at Grace's father, Su Huaiyan. "Bring out the evidence. Let's see it. Today we're only talking about evidence, not family affection." Hearing this, Su Huaiyan clapped his hands. Following the sound of mechanical operation, a square four-sided display slowly descended from above the hall. At the same time, two middle-aged men in executive jackets walked in. The two of them first came up to Fu Tianming and Peter to greet them, then showed their credentials, and finally said to everyone, "The video we're about to play involves SS-level top-secret content. You all need to sign a confidentiality agreement first." Everyone at the scene was suddenly in an uproar. "What video? It's actually SSS-level top-secret. Confidentiality is generally divided into 3 levels. Secret, confidential, top secret. Even the development of mushroom bombs was top secret. This SSS level top secret, they have never heard of it." The staff gave everyone on site a confidentiality agreement. After everyone signed the agreement, the staff closed the door again, then pressed the remote control to turn on the display. The video played scenes of George and Noah in Fenghua village. Then they saw George smashing wall after wall with his shoulder. Fu Zhongyi's pupils suddenly shrank. How is this possible? The walls of Fenghua village are made of blue bricks. The hardness of blue bricks in the past was much higher than that of modern red bricks. Even a cow would find it difficult to break down a wall made of blue bricks. But the young man in the picture continuously smashed more than a dozen walls. Obviously, this is beyond the scope of ordinary people. No wonder it's SSS level top secret. The video continues to play, and George enters the kidnapper's den and rescues a woman and a little girl. The scene switches to a basement. The 4 men covered in tattoos told the truth after being tortured. They were hired by Fu Qingwei to kill George's daughter. The video subtitles are in both Mandarin and Spanish. Peter's youth and a young man in the video and asked in a deep voice, "Brother Chun, is the young man in the video your grandson?" Peter picked up the teacup and took a sip. "Brother Fu, you almost made my Chun family's incense disappear." Chapter 74. I'll give you an explanation. Fu Tianming's face was gloomy and uncertain. Peter is a man who came from the anti-Japanese war era. In terms of contribution and influence, he is much greater than me. If this is true, where can I put my old face? Fu Zhongyi stood up and roared, "Impossible! Xiaowei has been living abroad since he started studying abroad. How could he possibly hire someone to kidnap Mr. Chin's descendants?" After saying that, he glared at the 2 special department staff members. This video is obviously fake. It was synthesized by the Su family using technical means to confuse the audience. The special department staff member said calmly, "Mr. Fu, this is the original scene of the surveillance video. There is no fraud." After that, the 2 of them disconnected the device on their laptops and left the living room. Fu Zhongyi recovered and angrily asked, stiffening his neck, "Even if Xiaowei did it, what does that have to do with Xiaoxiu?" Grace then began to explain, "Fu Chengxiu has been pursuing me recently, but the person I love in my heart has always been George. I think Fu Chengxiu has found out something about the entanglement between George and me. So he wants to kill George's daughter and put the blame on me, so that George and I will become complete enemies." "You fart." Fu Zhongyi flew into a rage and said, "One moment you say it's Xiaowei, the next moment you say it's Xiaoxiu. Do you really want both of my sons to die?" Grace didn't even bother to look at Fu Zhongyi and continued, "Fu Qingxiu is timid. He naturally wouldn't handle this matter himself. So he asked Fu Qingwei to solve it." Fu Tianming narrowed his eyes and asked, "Is there any evidence?" Grace shook her head. "Fu Qingxiu is dead. Now we can only ask Fu Qingwei." Fu Tianming looked at his son again. "Call Xiaowei." Fu Zhongyi took out his cell phone and called his adopted son. After dialing, I turned on the hands-free speakerphone. Fu Qingwei's slightly apologetic voice came from the phone. Dad, my flight is delayed and I can't leave until tomorrow morning. Fu Zhongyi asked in a trembling voice. Let me ask you, who instructed you to kidnap George's daughter? Fu Qingwei was silent for a few seconds, then laughed dryly and said, Dad, what are you talking about? What George, what daughter? I don't understand. Give me the phone. Fu Tianming waved to Fu Zhongyi, and Fu Zhongyi handed the phone to the old man. Fu Tianming said slowly, Xiaowei, I'm your grandpa. Now I want you to tell the truth. Who ordered you to kidnap George's daughter? Grandpa. Fu Qingwei's voice suddenly changed, and he stammered in a trembling voice. No one ordered me to do it. I did it myself. The tone of voice gives people the feeling of only two words. Guilty. Fu Qingwei is lying. Fu Tianming's voice faded a little. Xiao Su is already dead, and the people you arrange have already betrayed you. So just admit it openly. Fu Qingwei fell silent again. After a long moment, she burst into tears as if her psychological defenses had collapsed. Grandpa, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have listened to Asu. He said he liked Grace and asked me to help him, but Grace was aloof and had someone else in her heart. I really couldn't think of a good solution. Then Asu came up with a solution. He told me that George didn't like Grace, but Grace had an obsession with George. Asu asked me to solve the problem from the source, which was to kill George's daughter and make George and Grace complete enemies. Dad, Grandpa, it's all my fault. Ihamet, Asu. I deserve to die. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of Fu Qingshu slapping someone came from the phone. Fu Tianming's heart finally settled down. His wrinkled eyelids drooped closed. The phone slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. Two turbid tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. Fu Zhongyi also collapsed on the ground, his face as pale as paper. It was really done by a way. It was also Axu's order. They actually wanted to harm Mr. Chen's great-granddaughter. Fu Zhongyi glared at Su Huayan. Then my son's crime doesn't deserve death. Su Huayan sneered and said nothing. Killing the descendants of meritorious servicemen. Death is not a pity. Fu Zhongyi knelt tremblingly in front of the old man and kowtowed. Dad, Asu is guilty, and the law will determine the outcome. The Su family has no right to deprive Asu of his life. Please, father, seek justice for Asu. Fu Qianming's hands on the coffee table clenched the tablecloth at some point. He only had this one grandson, and now that he was gone, it meant that the Fu family's lineage would be cut off. Peter leaned back. Xiaolong, go find a sturdy stick. Xiaolong walked outside. Su Huayan's face darkened. He stood up and said, Uncle Chun. Peter waved his hand, motioning him to sit down. Su Huayan sat back in his chair with a sullen face. He roughly guessed what Uncle Chun was going to do. Uncle Chun wants to break Grace's legs to give justice to the Fu family. If this is not done, with Mr. Fu's influence, the entire Su family will collapse. Su Huayan placed one hand on the coffee table and clenched it into a fist. He looked down at the black jade ring on his thumb and made a decision in his heart. If Uncle Chun really broke Grace's legs, I wouldn't blame Uncle Chun. But the Fu family will inevitably be extinct. After a while, Xiaolong took out a baseball bat. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became solemn. Everyone in the Fu family and the Su family frowned. However, he didn't dare to make any sound in front of the two old antiques. Xiaolong handed the baseball bat to Mr. Chun. Peter took the baseball bat and pounded it into the ground, squinting his eyes and staring at Grace. Grace, although your grandfather and I are brothers in life and death, wrong is wrong. The younger generation of the Fu family is targeting my younger generation. This matter has nothing to do with you. You crippled Fu Qingshu's legs. I have to give the Fu family an explanation for this matter. Grace knew that Grandpa Chun was protecting the Su family and thinking about the overall situation, so she smiled and said, Everyone is responsible for their own actions. This matter has nothing to do with the rest of the Su family. Peter threw the baseball bat in front of Fu Zhongyi. Fu Zhongyi, you can now cripple Grace's legs to avenge your son. Grace changed from kneeling to sitting, stretched out her straight and slender legs, and slowly closed her eyes. Fu Zhongyi originally wanted Grace to be buried with his son, but he had no conclusive evidence to prove that Grace was the cause of his son's death. But it would be better if Grace's legs could be crippled. At least I could vent my anger on my son. With that in mind, he grabbed the handle of the baseball bat and climbed up. Peter calmly picked up the teacup and took a sip of the already cold tea. Fu Zhongyi raised the baseball bat high in his hands and said frantically, Asu, Daddy will avenge you now. Grace turned her head to the side. Her two small hands tightly grasped the ground, and she gritted her teeth, ready to endure the pain. The air seemed to be grasped tightly by an invisible giant hand. The stagnation is suffocating. Everyone in the living room held their breath unconsciously. His eyes were focused on Fu Zhongyi's raised baseball bat and Grace's tense legs. The Su family members clenched their fists so tightly that they almost pinched into their palms. Su Huayan tilted his head back and closed his eyes, his Adam's apple rolling. The eyes of the Fu family were filled with a mixture of the pleasure of revenge and inexplicable tension. Slow, Fu Tianming slowly uttered a word. Fu Zhongyi turned to look at his father, his eyes revealing confusion. Dad. Fu Tianming waved his hand. Step back. Two followers immediately went over and pulled Fu Zhongyi back to the chair and pushed him down. Chapter 75. Ah Su's death was his own fault. Fu Tianming stood up shakily, holding on to the armrest of the chair. He turned around and stared at Peter and said, "It's my fault for not disciplining him properly. Ah Su's death is his own fault. Let's just forget about this." Hearing this, Fu Zhongyi was struck by lightning. He stumbled to his father's side and knelt down, grabbing his father's hands and roaring, "Dad, Ah Su's body is still warm, and you're actually going to let the murderer go?" Turbid tears slid down his twisted cheeks. It dripped onto the back of Fu Tianming's hand, which was covered with age spots. Fu Zhongyi felt heartbroken at this moment, his eyes filled with anger and confusion. There is no evidence to prove that Grace was the murderer of Aksu, but there is solid evidence that Grace crippled Aksu's legs. Not to mention letting Grace be buried with him. At least she should experience the feeling of having her legs broken, right? But my father let bygones be bygones and even took the blame on himself. How can Ah Su rest in peace in the afterlife? Fu Tianming waved his hand tiredly. "Take him away." The two men carried Fu Tianming on both sides and walked out of the reception room. Fu Zhongyi stiffened his neck and roared hysterically. "Fu Tianming, you can't be so cowardly. Ah Su is your only grandson, the only child of our Fu family." Fu Zhongyi's voice of protest gradually faded away. Fu Tianming seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. Peter finally raised his head and met Fu Tianming's cloudy eyes. After a long while, he nodded. Fu Tianming bowed to Peter and then left tremblingly. The Fu family members followed closely behind. Su Huaiyan quickly stepped forward to help Grace up from the ground. "Nguyen, are you scared?" Then he shouted to his trusted butler. "Butler, quickly prepare the calming tea." Grace breathed a sigh of relief and smiled slightly. "Dad, I'm fine." Su Huaiyan added, "Hurry up and kowtow to your grandpa Chun. If it weren't for old Chun, you wouldn't be able to escape today." Grace immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Peter. "Thank you, Grandpa Chun." Peter waved his hand. "It's getting late. Let's all go to bed." Fu Tianming and his son came to the hospital morgue to visit Fu Qingshu. The morgue was quite cold, and Fu Tianming left with red eyes after just one look. Fu Zhongyi chased out and asked, "Dad, why?" Fu Tianming leaned on his crutches and nodded, saying, "You have no evidence to prove that Grace is the murderer." Fu Zhongyi roared. "There's surveillance footage to prove he crippled Ah Su's legs. I could have vented my anger on Ah Su." Fu Tianming narrowed his eyes and asked, "What about Ah Wei and Ah Su's fault for kidnapping George's daughter?" Fu Zhongyi was stunned for a moment and staggered back 2 steps. Fu Tianming said coldly, "You can seek justice for Ah Su today, but Peter will dare to seek justice for his great-granddaughter tomorrow. As long as Peter takes action, the Su family will immediately suppress your business. By then, Ah Wei will be dead, and your business empire will no longer exist." Fu Zhongyi was struck by lightning, his face turning pale in an instant. He finally understood his father's difficulties, but the hatred and grief in his heart were difficult to calm down. He gritted his teeth and said, "Are we just going to let it go like this? Ah Su's death cannot be in vain." Fu Tianming said calmly, "If you don't want Ah Su's death to be in vain, you have to find evidence. Without solid evidence, it will be useless even if I go to the Central Command." After saying this, the old man walked forward with difficulty, step by step, leaning on his cane. His back was hunched and desolate, as if it would be blown away by the night wind at any time. The famous residence of the Su family. In Su Huaiyan se detached villa. Su Huaiyan was serving tea to Mr. Chun. Grace squatted beside Peter and massaged the old man's legs. Peter drank his hot tea and suddenly asked seriously, "Fu Qingshu's death really has nothing to do with you?" Su Huaiyan's expression was solemn. "Uncle Chun, Mr. Fu's status is there. No matter how brave we are, we dare not kill him." Peter nodded. "That's good, as long as you are the murderer. Otherwise, if Fu Tianming makes a scene at the center, it will be difficult for me to protect you." After saying that, he raised his hand and knocked Grace's forehead. "And you, little girl, restrain yourself in the future. The water in the Beijing Circle is very deep and fierce. If you are not careful, you will drown in it." "Ouch!" Grace covered her forehead and cried out in pain, then muttered aggrievedly, "I know, Grandpa Chun, I will pay more attention next time." She secretly observed Grandpa Chen's expression and saw that the corners of the old man's tight mouth had relaxed slightly. Then she continued to pound his legs with her fists, pouting and saying unhappily, "Grandpa Chun, you're too cruel. What if Fu Zhongyi really breaks my legs?" Su Huaiyan smiled and said, "Your Grandpa Chun had long calculated that the Fu family wouldn't dare touch you. Breaking Fu Qingshu's legs is one thing, and the Fu Qingshu brothers killing George's daughter is another. If we really settle the matter one way or the other, the Fu family can't afford the consequences. Grace's eyes rolled, and she realized belatedly, oh, I think I understand. If old man Fu breaks my legs tonight, Grandpa Chan will go to the Fu family to ask for justice for little Angela tomorrow. That's right. Su Huion smiled and poured tea for Mr. Chun. Peter blew on his teacup and said, we've passed Fu Tianming's test, but I'm sure Fu Zhongyi will make some more moves. You'll have to stay in Beijing for the time being. You're not allowed to go anywhere, okay? I know. Grace pouted her pink lips and spoke with a long tail tone. Peter's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Is it my illusion? Why do I feel that you have become a lot more lively? After saying that, his sharp eyes saw a few light red marks on Grace's neck, and he smiled meaningfully. So that's it. Su Huion also noticed it, frowned and asked, Grace, have you been with George and been high these days? Grace knew that the truth would come out sooner or later, and since she had already slept with Brother Feng, there was nothing to hide. Su Huion's face instantly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. You slept with him? Grace blushed and nodded. Su Huion stood up angrily. George is already married and has children. She actually went to bed with George. Isn't this the case of knowing 3 and taking 3 as the responsibility? To put it bluntly, it's shameless. How come a Su family came up with something like this? Peter's eyes were a little complicated. Grace, don't you regret it? Grace bit her lip and said stubbornly, Grandpa Chun, I know what you want to say, but I will not regret it. No matter what choice Brother Feng makes, I will respect his opinion. Even if there's no status, I am willing. Confused. Su Huion was so angry that he almost vomited blood. If this gets out, where will I put my old face? Peter sighed. Okay, I heard that Xiaofeng and that woman are divorced. If you don't mind, I will let Xiaofeng marry Grace openly. Su Huion clutched his chest and said in pain, Uncle Chun, our Su family has never had a precedent of marrying someone who has been married twice. Peter frowned and scolded. What era is this? We're still talking about those old rules. According to you, divorced people should stay single for life, right? After a pause, he smiled meaningfully. Or, do you think my grandson is poor and unworthy of the daughter of your Su family? Chapter 76 Emma, I'm going to die. I won't wet the bed anymore, right? Su Huion naturally didn't care whether George was rich or not. What he cared about was that George had taken the wrong path. If George takes the civil service exam or is sent to the army, he will definitely become a powerful person in the future. But this guy neither took the civil service exam, nor served in the army, nor even did business. Su Huion felt that he could not see any shining points in George. Back then, the old man insisted on arranging a marriage between Grace and George. It's settled. After all, Mr. Chin's status and position are there. With the support of the Su family's business connections and the Chun family's network of relationships, even if George cannot hold power, he can still hold wealth. But that guy didn't know what was good for him and came to cancel the engagement, giving the Su family a slap in the face. Later, after getting married and having children, he became the house husband of the Bin Hai Jiang family. In Su Huion's eyes, he was a complete loser. But what he never expected was that his precious daughter, knowing that George had a wife and children, would go and have an affair with George. It's really a misfortune for the family. Facing Mr. Chen's question, Su Huion could only wave his hands as if he had lost his parents. Forget it. I don't care about young people's affairs anymore. Wudong residence. It was already 6 in the morning when Emma woke up. After dreaming all night, I felt sore and weak all over. Emma thought of a shameful dream she had last night. He pulled the blanket over his head. I'm going to die. How could I have a dream like that? After a long while, Emma finally poked her head out from under the blanket. Her face was as red as a ripe apple. I sat up holding the blanket and suddenly felt the hem of my skirt was wet. He instantly realized something, stood up, and looked at the sofa. There was only a small water stain on the sofa cushion. You won't wet the bed anymore, right? Emma's face was burning. Just as I was about to put away the sofa cushions, George came out of the master bedroom yawning. Good morning. George's hair is messy, but he doesn't look sloppy. Instead, he has a messy and casual handsomeness. Huh? Emma exclaimed, and hurriedly sat down on the water-stained area, covering her legs with a blanket, and stammered, Brother-in-law. Good morning. Good morning. You slept on the couch all night? George had gone to the bathroom in the morning, shirtless, but wearing a pair of loose knee-length pajamas. Beneath the wheat-colored skin, the 4 abdominal muscles are clearly defined, with lines as sharp as if carved by a knife. The mermaid lines on both sides are hidden in the beach pants, and the slight undulations reveal an extreme sense of temptation. Emma blushed at the mere glance, and last night's dream resurfaced in her mind. She subconsciously closed her legs and hummed softly. It's still early, go back to the bedroom and get some sleep. George yawned again and went into the bathroom to use the toilet. Emma slapped her cheeks hard, bit her lips, and said shamefully, Emma, he is your brother-in-law. Can you please stop imagining it? After George finished using the bathroom and flushed the toilet, he came out and saw Emma still sitting on the sofa. He didn't bother to say anything and went back to the bedroom to continue sleeping. Emma went back to the bedroom to find a set of pajamas, went to the bathroom to take a shower, and then threw the pajamas and sofa cushions into the washing machine to wash. After doing all this, Emma went back to the bedroom and looked at Angela. Angela just woke up and wanted to go to the toilet. So Emma took the little one to the bathroom. George slept too late last night and stayed in bed until 9 o'clock today. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to Grace. Are you up yet? After waiting for a while, I didn't get a reply from Grace, but I got a call from Noah. Brother are you free today? There's time. Then you have to go to the company today. Shinju said there are a few troublemakers in the company. She's a girl, and I'm worried she can't handle it. Okay, I'll have breakfast and then come over. George got up, put on his clothes, washed up and took Emma and Angela out for breakfast. In the breakfast room, George wolfed down his breakfast quickly, wiped his mouth with a few napkins, and said, Emma, I opened a company and now I have to go to the company to do some things. I'll leave Angela to you. Yeah, brother-in-law, go get busy. Emma held Angela and fed her porridge. George walked up to Emma and reached out to touch Angela's head. Emma subconsciously covered her chest. Seeing that her brother-in-law was touching Angela's head, her face instantly felt hot. Oh my God, what on earth am I doing? What kind of reaction is this? Brother-in-law won't misunderstand, right? George rubbed Angela's little head and said softly, Be good, Angela. You have to listen to your aunt at home, okay? Angela pouted and asked in a baby voice, Where are we going, Daddy? George pinched Angela's chubby cheeks and said, Daddy has to go to work to earn money to support you. Angela said with a smile, Angela is rich. She doesn't need Dad to support her. Angela can support Dad. George was stunned for a moment. Where did you get the money? Angela said crisply, Mommy gave it to me. Mommy gave Angela so much money. George looked at Emma puzzledly. Did your sister give Angela money? Emma pouted and said, I gave you $3 million. George's face darkened. You should return it to her sometime. Susan always thinks that everything can be bought with money. But she was wrong. I have never spent a penny of her money. Emma opened her mouth, but held back her objection, nodded, and said, Then I'll call her later. Angela didn't understand and said aggrievedly, Why doesn't Daddy want the money Mommy gave me? George patiently explained, Because Angela is Daddy's. Daddy has hands and feet and can support you. Don't ask that woman for money anymore, understand? Angela nodded her head. Okay, I'll listen to Dad. George grinned, leaned over and kissed Angela on the cheek, then put his face close to Angela's mouth. Daddy's gonna work. Kiss Daddy. Emma was wearing a thin, long skirt, and she could clearly feel the hot breath from her brother-in-law when he spoke on her chest, and 2 blushes quickly appeared on her face. Angela kissed her father on the face. George curled the corners of his lips, straightened up, and turned to leave. George stopped a taxi on the side of the road. As soon as he got into the back seat, the taxi driver grinned and said, Hey man, we are so destined to meet. Since we are so destined to meet, let's do it for free this time. George said calmly, Okay. Where are you going this time? Bin Bay Industrial Zone. George said the destination. Half an hour later, the taxi arrived at the destination. George was about to get off the bus when the driver quickly said, Dude, you haven't paid yet. George frowned and said, Isn't it free? It's not that I'm greedy. I gave this guy 5,000 yuan last night. What happened to getting a ride today? The driver said with a smile. Next time, my wife is pregnant and I'm waiting for the money. George scanned the code and paid 15 yuan, then walked straight into the industrial area. There are more than 30 factories in the Bin Bay Industrial Zone, and at first glance, they are all blue iron greenhouses. It took George about 10 minutes to walk to the company. The company is called Hongsheng Ceramic Tile and Cement Factory. It has a total of 4 production areas and a comprehensive office area. George walked straight into the office without anyone stopping him. The security can't be said to be bad. It can only be said to be completely non-existent. Shinju was busy sorting documents in the office. When she heard footsteps, she looked up and saw Mr. Chen coming. She immediately stood up and greeted him. Mr. Chen. George nodded and said expressionlessly, Where's the troublemaker? Chapter 77. You are fired. Shinju was shocked by the cold aura emanating from George. In her impression, George was just a house husband who took care of the kids at home. These troublemakers in the company were very troublesome, and 2 of them were prisoners in labor camps. Brother Shua said that George could solve the problem, but she firmly didn't believe it. As a lawyer, she felt that she still had to use legal means to convince those people. Unexpectedly, the first thing George did when he first came to the company was to find those troublemakers. What does he want? What can he do? Seeing Shunju staring at him blankly, George frowned slightly. What's wrong with you? Huh? Shunju recovered. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she stammered. They haven't come to work yet. Today I want to see how tough these troublemakers are. George walked into the office with an expressionless face, sat on the chair next to the coffee table, and crossed his legs. Shinju swallowed, made a cup of tea for George, and placed it on the coffee table. She asked cautiously, Mr. Chun, are you planning to use force to solve this? George said calmly. Tell me how they got into trouble first. Shenju sat on a chair opposite the coffee table, straightened the hair that had fallen by her ears, and slowly said, the original boss of the company was Zhao Kong. Most of the company's management was Zhao Kang's relatives. Zhao Kong signed the contract with us and got paid, then ran away overnight. Although these relatives who stayed behind obeyed the new management on the surface, they were actually secretly sabotaging us, especially Zhao Kang's cousin Zhao Meng and his two friends Sun Ke and Ma Biao, who were released from labor camps. Zhao Meng, relying on his position as vice president, would sleep in the office every day after arriving. When he woke up, he would go to the cafeteria and find fault. He would flip tables and throw bowls if he was dissatisfied. If the cafeteria chef didn't cook the food to his taste, he would pour the entire pot of soup on him and threaten to make him unable to find a job in the Binbei industrial zone. Sun Kuei was in charge of purchasing raw materials, but he colluded with external suppliers to pass off inferior goods as good ones. Most of the materials in the raw material warehouse were substandard. Ma Biao is in charge of scheduling the production area. He often deliberately arranges for workers to work overtime for free. If the workers complain, he will lead others to beat them up. Just yesterday, a young worker confronted him and was beaten black and blue. He also falsely accused him of stealing and was fired by the Human Resources Department without receiving a cent of his salary. Besides that, the three of them often gather in the company to gamble. They're in the warehouse next to the production area. The air is so smoky, and the sounds of dice rolling and yelling are so deafening that the workers can't even work. And when they get frustrated with their losses, they'll go to the finance office and cause trouble, demanding money. They've scared Xiao Li from the finance department so much that he doesn't dare come to work. The worst part is, they've even started a protection racket in the company, requiring workers in every workshop to pay a third of their monthly salary as a tribute, claiming it's to ensure everyone's safety. If anyone doesn't pay, they'll try to make things difficult for them at work, either by breaking their tools or deliberately finding fault with their work arrangements. Shenju finished speaking and sighed deeply, his eyes filled with helplessness and worry. These people have committed countless evil deeds in the company. The workers dare not speak out. Now the company's production has almost come to a standstill. I think the reason why Zhao Kong sold the company a low price is not to pay off his gambling debts, but because he is worried that his company will be taken over by them. George took a sip of tea and asked in confusion, will calling the police be of no use? Shenju shook his head. The factory workers are uneducated, with elderly parents and young children to support. No one wants to offend them. The police can't get any information out of them. I called the police once during my stay, and they blocked me at the factory gate and threatened me when I got off work that night. Since soft tactics don't work, let's use hard tactics. George picked up the teacup, drank the remaining tea, stood up, stretched his muscles, and asked gloomily, when do they usually come to the company? Shenju looked at George deeply and said solemnly, I'm collecting evidence of their crimes. I think it is better to resolve this through legal means. George lowered his eyes and glanced at Shenju, then said calmly, the things they did won't last long, and can you guarantee that they won't retaliate even more fiercely after they get out? Upon hearing this, Shenju fell silent. She had certainly thought of this, but apart from that, she couldn't think of a better way. At this time, there was a sound of talking and laughing outside. Brother Biao, don't you owe me 30,000 yuan? If you give Shenju to me, I don't want the 30,000 yuan. You have a pretty good plan, kid. I'm determined to get Shenju. Whoever dares to compete with me for her, I'll kill him. Hearing the voices of Sun Kuei and Ma Biao, Shenju's face changed slightly. They are coming. George searched the office, but couldn't find any cameras, so he said to Shenju, remember to record the video? After saying that, he opened the office door and walked out. Shenju probably guessed what would happen next, so he immediately took out his mobile phone from his workstation, turned on the recording function, and followed him out. Behind Sun Kuei and Ma Biao were a few lazy workers. They had dyed blonde hair, smoked cigarettes, and had tattoos all over their arms. George walked out of the office, stood at the door with his arms folded, and shouted, what time is it? Why are you coming to work now? The sudden scolding startled Sun Kuei and Ma Biao. Sun Kuei frowned and looked at George. Who the hell are you? Ma Biao took 2 steps forward with a few followers, ready to take action at any time. Shenju had already propped her phone up against the windowsill, just enough to take a picture of them all. She opened the window and introduced, this is George, the company's new chairman. It turns out to be Director Chun. Ma Biao waved his hand, signaling Sun Kuei and the others to retreat, and glared at them and roared, what the hell do you want to do? Do you want to attack the chairman? Sun Kuei sneered, I dare not. Ma Biao threw the cigarette in his hand to the ground, squinted his eyes, and looked at George, saying with a smile, the workers are not well educated. Please forgive us if we have offended Mr. Chun. George frowned slightly. He had just yelled at them deliberately in order to provoke them to attack. This way, he could defend himself. But he didn't expect that they knew how to judge the situation. Since you retreat, I will advance. Thinking of this, George asked coldly. I asked you why you were late. Brothers, we worked overtime until midnight last night. We went home to take a shower and have a midnight snack. It's already 2 in the morning. Is it okay to come in late today? Ma Biao answered fluently, then took 2 steps forward. His face, thick with flesh, stared at George with a strong sense of oppression, and said meaningfully, Mr. Chun, are you planning to make a big move as a new official? It's a pity that you're not doing it right. Really? That might not be the case. George sneered, then tilted his head and asked, Lawyer Shun, can I fire them? Shenju, hiding behind a window, responded, according to Article 39 of the labor contract law, if an employer seriously violates its rules and regulations, the company has the right to terminate the labor contract. Sun Kuei and Ma Biao's long-term absences, threats to employees, and disruption of production order fully meet the conditions for dismissal. George nodded, meeting Ma Biao's gaze, and said calmly, You are fired. Chapter 78. I'm waiting for you to take action. Lawyer Shun, please be responsible for what you say. Ma Biao stared at Shinju and said threateningly, When did we threaten our employees? Sun Kuei echoed, Exactly. We were just a little late for work at most, and it was because we worked overtime too late at night. How could you see us absent from work? Shinju was choked and speechless. Those employees did not dare to offend Sun Kuei and Ma Biao, and it was impossible to ask them to come out and testify. They were absent from work because they played cards in the warehouse until midnight for overtime pay, and sometimes even played all night. All these times were counted as overtime hours. There was no surveillance in the company, and unless they secretly took videos as evidence, there was nothing they could do to them. Seeing Shunju remain silent, Ma Biao curled up a smug smile at the corner of his lips. He patted George on the shoulder and said, Mr. Chun, go to the workshop and ask around. We are all excellent employees of the company. We don't have the problems that Lawyer Shin mentioned. Oh, George pushed away Ma Biao's hand that was patting his shoulder. Seeing George's reaction, Ma Biao thought he had compromised, and the smile on his face widened a little. If Director Chun has nothing else to do, then we will. Then just unilaterally terminate the labor contract. George interrupted Ma Biao and said arrogantly, The company is mine. I don't believe I can't get rid of a few termites. Damn, I gave you face, didn't I? Sun Kuei couldn't help it any longer and stepped forward and shouted angrily. George looked over with disdain. What kind of jerk are you? Do you want me to give you face? Court death. Sun Kuei had never been humiliated like this before, so he clenched his fists and rushed forward. Ma Biao grabbed Sun Kuei's arm and pulled him back. What the hell do you want to do? Sun Kuei staggered. His face flushed crimson, and he stared at Ma Biao with wide eyes. Brother Biao? This guy is already riding on our heads and shitting, and you're still trying to stop me? Ma Biao snorted coldly. He's the boss, and we're the employees. Isn't it normal for the boss to shit on the workers' heads? It is already difficult for people like them who can barely read to find a job, not to mention that they've been in prison. Now this job can earn them 30,000 to 50,000 yuan a month. If they lose this job, they will have to live a hard life in the future. Brother Ming once said that if you want to gain a foothold in the company, you must learn to judge the situation and offend no one but the boss. Otherwise, both sides will be in trouble and no one will have an easy life. Sun Kuei also calmed down at this moment. He glared at George, snorted coldly, and stepped aside. Ma Biao said to George with a smile, Mr. Chun, you are right. We're just a bunch of idiots. If you want to ride on our heads and shit, you can do it. After you're done, I can even give you some paper. This, Ma Biao was indeed very clever, making George feel like he had punched cotton. However, he didn't intend to give up. He said sarcastically, I thought they were tough, but it turns out they're just a bunch of cowards. George with his red eyes, his fists clenched so tightly that they made a creaking sound. He didn't understand why Brother Biao was so cowardly. Before, Zhao Kong didn't even dare to breathe in front of them. Why, you still want to do it? George tilted his head and looked at Sun Kuei, who was full of resentment, and sneered disdainfully. If you have the guts, try to touch me. If you don't have the guts, don't look at me like that. Trash is trash. You only dare to bully the honest people in the factory. In front of me, what are you? Fuck you, I'm going to kill you. The veins on Sun Kuei's forehead popped up instantly, and before Ma Biao next to him could stop him, he roared and swung his fist. George didn't dodge or evade and took Sun Kuei's punch head on. The punch was so powerful that George felt dizzy, his ears tinnitus, and blood coming out his mouth and nose. Shinju was so frightened that her face turned pale. She quickly picked up her phone and walked out to take a video. She said tremblingly, You guys don't mess around. I've recorded it all. Sun Kuei looked at his younger brothers and ordered, Go and confiscate her phone. After saying that, he grabbed George by the collar, pushed him against the wall, and said viciously, Damn, you were so arrogant. Why aren't you arrogant anymore? George spat a mouthful of blood foam on Sun Kuei's face. You bastard, haven't you eaten? Is this all you can do? Oh, George in the face again. George slammed his head into Sun Kuei's forehead. Bang! There was only a muffled sound. Sun Kuei felt as if his head was hit hard by a hammer. I even heard the sound of bones breaking. Before he could scream, George punched him in the jaw again. Snap! Sun Kuei's jaw was dislocated, his bones were broken, and he fell straight to the ground. From a moment, George started to fight back. He didn't even have time to scream. Ma Biao stared blankly at Sun Kuei, whose forehead was sunken, and glared at George, saying, Boss Chun, are you planning to break off relations with us? Isn't it obvious? George asked with a smile, and then continued to shout, Stop talking nonsense, come on together. Ma Biao knew that he could no longer stay in this company. The new boss was a tough guy. In that case, he decided to avenge Sun Kuei. He waved his hand and said, Kill him for me. Several younger brothers behind him immediately rushed forward to surround George. Bang! 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 George grabbed the man and started beating him, ignoring the punches and kicks from the others, until the man was unconscious, and then he moved on to the next target. In less than a minute, all 5 little brothers were knocked down. George suffered some minor injuries and his clothes were torn. Ma Biao was dumbfounded. If you say that this new boss is a martial artist, the way he fights is almost the same as that of a gangster, and he fights with a completely reckless style. Even though he had never practiced before, he knocked down 5 people in less than 10 seconds. George walked straight up to Ma Biao and said in a cold tone, That's it. Ma Biao was already sweating profusely. He wiped the sweat off his face with trembling hands and said with a forced smile, Chun, who the hell dares to cause trouble in Hongshang? At this moment, Zhao Ming's voice came from not far away. He was followed by workers number 2 and 3. He brought all these workers from the village. Zhao Ming is a big guy, 1.8 meters tall, with muscles all over his body. The people behind him were all holding stool legs, or bricks. Ma Biao breathed a sigh of relief, turned around, and ran towards Zhao Ming. Brother Ming, this new boss wants to fire us. Seeing this, Shenju thought something was wrong and quickly closed and bolted the doors and windows of the office. Then, trembling, he called the police. Zhao Ming glanced at Sun Kuei and the others lying on the ground, then squinted at George and asked, Are you Noah or George? George. George replied, Great, I was just about to look for you. Call Noah over too. Zhao Ming took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. You must be wondering why I called Noah over. I'm not afraid to tell you. I want this company. You have to sign a free transfer contract. George glanced at the 30 or so people behind Zhao Ming, squinted his eyes, and asked, You're going to rob me now, right? You can think so. Zhao Ming exhaled a puff of smoke and said calmly, This company was originally founded by our Zhao family. Zhao Kong secretly sold the company without discussing it with us. If you want to take this company away, you have to ask the Zhao family members behind me for their consent. Disagree. I don't agree. The 30 or so people behind Zhao Ming protested loudly. Chapter 79. I introduced my sister to you, and you called the police to arrest me? George wasn't sure he could handle over 30 people, so he argued, We've acquired 100% of the company's shares. If you have any questions, you should go to Zhao Kong. Zhao Ming took a long drag on his cigarette and said a little excitedly, That guy's already left the country with his family. Where the hell am I going to find him? George sighed helplessly. It seems you have your reasons. How about this? Noah and I discussed giving you some shares. He had suffered some minor injuries when dealing with the 5 energetic young men just now. If he were to fight these 30 armed men, he would definitely be the one to suffer. So he planned to find an excuse to call for reinforcements. Zhao Ming patted George on the shoulder and said, I repeat, I want the entire company, not the shares you gave me. He can only be named Zhao at Hongsheng Company. Let me call Noah over first. George said as he took out his cell phone and made a call. He looked up at Zhao Ming and asked, Aren't you afraid that I'll call the police? Zhao Ming laughed heartily. Do you know why I dare to be so arrogant? George stared at him with interest. Zhao Ming leaned close to George's ear and spoke slowly and clearly. Because my father is Zhao Jingang. George was stunned for a moment. Who is Zhao Jingang? Zhao Ming cast a look at Ma Biao as if he were a fool, then stretched out his hand to hook Ma Biao's shoulder and said nonchalantly, Come on, tell him who Zhao Jingang is. Ma Biao sneered. You don't even know Zhao Jingang, the mayor of Binbei district? It turns out he has an official background. No wonder he is so arrogant. Okay, I admit defeat. George deliberately pretended to be angry and then dialed Hong Lei's number. Hey, Brother Chun. Hong Lei was still sleepy and responded vaguely. George said, Brother Shaw, come to Hongsheng Company in Binbei Industrial Zone. Hong Lei's eyes gradually focused, and he lowered his voice and asked, Are you causing trouble again? George continued, There's nothing I can do. His father is the district chief, and he's bringing over 30 people to block me. Hong Lei said in a deep voice, Okay, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, he sighed helplessly. Can't this kid just be quiet? Binbei District, Hongsheng Company, the district chief's son. Hong Lei shook his head and called the municipal office directly. After George finished talking to Hong Lei on the phone, he smiled and said to Zhao Ming, You Zhao family are quite united. Zhao Ming asked expressionlessly. How long will it take for Noah to arrive? George thought for a moment and said, about 40 minutes. Zhao Ming took out another cigarette and handed it to George. Want to smoke? George was not polite and took the cigarette and put it in his mouth. Zhao Ming personally took out a lighter to light it for him. Actually, I'm a very easy person to talk to. As long as you cooperate well, we can get along as friends. George took a deep drag on his cigarette and asked with a smile, Brother Ming is quite influential in Binbei district, right? Zhao Ming puffed out smoke and said, it's okay. I say one thing, and no one dares to say another. What a fucking pretentious guy. George grumbled in his heart. But on the surface, he gave Zhao Ming a thumbs up without showing any emotion. It's different when you have status. Unlike us, powerless people, most of the time, we can only suffer in silence. Zhao Ming smiled and said, don't feel like you're at a disadvantage. Transfer the company to me, and we'll be friends from now on. If you still want to do business in Binbei District, I guarantee that no one will dare to cause you any trouble. Just as George and Zhao Ming were chatting and laughing, there was a sudden commotion in the crowd. Zhao Ming turned around and scolded, what are you arguing about? A younger brother came over with a cell phone and said to Zhao Ming, look, Brother Ming, this guy's identity is not simple. Zhao Ming took the phone and took a look. It was the video of George that had been trending in the city a few days ago. Son-in-law of the chairman of Star Crown Group? Zhao Ming's face darkened a little. He stared at George and asked, are you the son-in-law of Jiang Pan, chairman of Xinguan Group? George nodded. Yes. Zhao Ming's expression changed again and again. Xinguan Group is a large enterprise. Jiang Pan must have a lot of connections in municipal government. If this guy asked his father-in-law for help, not to mention myself, I'm afraid even my father will be finished. George noticed that Zhao Ming was afraid, so he smiled and said, but that was in the past. I've signed a divorce agreement with my wife, and now I have nothing to do with the Jiang family. Susan, the president of Xinguan Group, is a beautiful woman, the dream of countless men. Why do you want to divorce her? I can't make it anymore, George said casually. George's shoulder sympathetically. Don't be discouraged, there are many good women. You have beauty and money, so picking up girls is easy. If all else fails, I can introduce my sister to you. George quickly waved his hand. No, women will only slow down my ability to make money. I just want to make money. Hearing this, Zhao Ming admired George even more. He took out his phone, unlocked it, and opened a photo in the album. It's not too late to take a look at my sister's appearance before making a decision. George glanced at the photo, and his expression suddenly changed. Is Zhao Ruo your sister? Zhao Ming's eyes lit up. Do you know Ruo? She's my college classmate. The look on George's face was kind of interesting. Zhao Ruo is usually very low-key, but I didn't expect that she is the daughter of the mayor of Binbei District. Zhao Ming grinned and said, what a coincidence. My sister hasn't found a boyfriend yet, and my dad is so anxious. I think you two might get along well, you guys. Before he could finish his words, Zhao Ming's cell phone rang. It was Zhao Jinggang who called. George patted Zhao Ming on the shoulder. You answer the phone first, I'm going to the bathroom. Okay, go ahead. Zhao Ming answered the phone after he finished speaking. Old man, is there anything wrong? Asshole. Zhao Jinggang angrily yelled on the phone. Have you gotten into trouble again? Zhao Ming's Adam's apple rolled. What kind of trouble could I possibly get into? Zhao Jinggang took a deep breath and said, someone is here to take you away. Run away. Zhao Ming laughed dumbly. Dad, what are you talking about? Who dares to take me in? Ming, brother. Suddenly, a little brother came running over, panicking. Outside, there are a lot of police cars outside. What are you afraid of? Zhao Ming frowned. How many years have my father and the director been friends? Zhao Jinggang roared on the phone. You rebellious son. Those are from the city hall. Oh, Zhao Ming's face suddenly changed, and he ran to the back of the factory. But it's no use. The city hall has surrounded the entire industrial area. Zhao Ming and others were all arrested. While being escorted, Zhao Ming glared at George and cursed. You son of a bitch. I introduced my sister to you, and you actually called the police to arrest me. Hongxin Company office. George and Hong Lei were drinking tea. Hong Lei put down his teacup and said unhappily, can you please behave yourself? Do you think it's fun to have me clean up your mess every day? George smiled sheepishly. I can only blame my bad luck for being accepted by such a company. Hong Lei's eyelids twitched a few times. You mean you bought this company? This company is not small, with more than 200 workers, and the monthly salary is over 1 million. George is really rich. George raised his eyebrows. Do you want to invest? I'll give you half of the shares. Hong Lei drank the tea in the cup in one gulp. I want if it's free. I don't want a penny. What the hell are you thinking? Chapter 80 Grace. Do you want to ravage me? Zhao Ming's verdict came out quickly. He was sentenced to 15 years in prison for multiple crimes, including extortion, gang fighting, and forced transactions. Sun Kuei, Ma Biao, and others also received the legal sanctions they deserved. Even Zhao Jinggang was implicated and retired early. The cancer that once ran rampant in Hongsheng Company was eradicated. After the workers learned the news, they spontaneously set off firecrackers at the company gate to celebrate. George and Noah overhauled the company's management. Without the termites, the company quickly resumed production. Busy and fulfilling time always passes quickly. A week passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, George worked diligently at Hongsheng during the day. In the evening, I went to Noah and Hong Lei to have barbecue and drinks. Barbecue stall. George had a cold draft beer. A comfortable expression appeared on his face. It's so fucking cool. Emma took Angela to a travel class 5 days ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't have time to come out for a drink. Noah smiled and asked, Emma and Angela haven't come back yet? Not yet. It should be soon. George picked up a roasted chicken drumstick and took a bite. Ding dong. The phone screen suddenly lit up. It was a voice message from Grace. George clicked on a speech-to-text function, but accidentally clicked on play instead. Brother phone, didn't you want to see a photo of his legs? I sent it to you. Although George turned down the volume as quickly as possible, Noah and Hong Lei still heard it. Hong Lei was shocked. That's Grace, the female devil in the Beijing circle. She actually sent a photo of her legs to George. Who would believe this if it got out? Noah chuckled. Old Chun, you're quite the shy one. You actually asked Grace for a photo of her legs. George's old face was a little hot, and he glared at Noah fiercely. No one will think you are dumb if you don't speak. Hong Lei placed a skewer of lamb kidneys on the plate in front of Noah. Don't talk about me, Brother Chun. I think you're almost drained of energy. Eat more lamb kidneys to replenish your energy. These are all mine. Don't fight with me. Noah picked up the lamb kidney and took a big bite. He was really being drained dry by Zhao Nishang recently. At least 3 times every night for a week. Even a cow can't stand it. Hong Lei laughed heartily and said, Eat slowly. It's all yours. No one will snatch it from you. George put his phone under the table before clicking on the photo. In the photo, Grace is wearing a pair of white lace mid-calf socks. The delicate bow at the sock opening creates a shallow mark, making her calves look even smoother like jade. The fair skin glows softly under the warm yellow light, as if covered with a hazy veil, which is very imaginative. Especially that pair of crazy driving feet, small and exquisite, with round and neat toes, painted with light pink nail polish. The arch of the foot bulges gracefully, and the heel is delicate and smooth, as if water could be squeezed out of it. George's breathing became a little faster, and his heart beat faster. I wish I could fly to Beijing right away and love her hard. Ding dong. Grace sent another photo. Maid outfit. Still translucent. George clicked on the photo with trembling fingers. In the picture, Grace was wearing a semi-transparent black maid outfit. The lace outlined her graceful curves, and the bow hung lazily on her shoulders. Her faintly visible white skin exuded a fatal temptation. She bit her lower lip, and her eyes seemed to contain thousands of words. Ding dong. Grace, want to watch more? George, I won't watch this anymore. My nose is bleeding. Grace, want to ravage me? George, Grace, do you want to? George, yes. Grazie. Universal Hotel 8101. Crash. George stood up suddenly. You guys eat. I have something to do. After saying that, he went to the side of the road and stopped the taxi without looking back. Where are you going? The Universal Hotel. It's you. The driver raised his eyebrows. Why you again? George seemed a little disgusted. The driver cleared his throat and sang an imitation of Henry Zhang's voice. It must be his special fate. Shut up. Oh. The driver kept his mouth shut. George looked at the sexy photos on his phone and his throat rolled unconsciously. Oh shit. When did I become so horny? When I was in college, I was still a shy and innocent boy. George closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair, his mind full of those beautiful legs and feet. 10 minutes later, the car stopped in front of the Global building. George asked, how much? Driver, let's forget it this time. George, so kind. The driver grinned and said, my son was born this morning, weighing 8.62 caddies. George was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, congratulations. Let's go. The driver waved his hand, stepped on the accelerator, and sped away. George took the elevator to the 81st floor. There are no bodyguards on the 81st floor today. I guess Grace sent him away. George couldn't wait to run to room A01 and rang the doorbell. Grace, wearing a maid outfit, ran barefoot to open the door. George squeezed in the moment the door opened. The rose scent of Grace, mixed with her unique body fragrance, hit me in the face. Under the dual stimulation of smell and vision, George pushed Grace against the wall and started biting her without even closing the door. Grace also drank 2 glasses of red wine tonight. At this moment, she is slightly drunk, and her rosy face is full of charm. The passionate and lingering kisses fell one after another. Grace raised her head and closed her eyes, inserting her hands into George's hair. 3 hours later, Grace fell into a deep sleep. George leaned against the bed and lit a cigarette. As he puffed out his smoke, he suddenly thought, if I hadn't come to been high, but had married Grace, what will your life be like? Grace's fantasy of love is the kind that lasts until death. She will stay away from any opposite sex except the one she likes. It's a pity that I didn't give him the best years of my youth. George smiled bitterly, stubbed out his cigarette, lay down beside Grace, and fell asleep hugging her from behind. 7 o'clock the next day. Grace woke up from her sleep. When she looked up, she saw Brother Fang's slightly protruding Adam's apple. Out of boredom, she poked it gently with her fingertips. Woke up. George suddenly tightened his arms and hugged her tightly, his voice still lingering with hoarseness, like a barbed string, stirring up ripples in Grace's heart again. Grace swallowed her saliva and said softly, "I want to drink some water." George sat up and took a few sips of the bottle of water from the bedside table. Then he kept a sip of water and turned over to feed Grace. After doing morning exercises, Grace will return to Beijing. This time she ran out secretly. "If I don't go back for too long, my old father will get anxious again." Grace was tired of taking private cars and suddenly wanted to experience taking taxi. So George waved down a familiar taxi on the side of the road. Oh my God. Is it such a coincidence? No one would dare to write like this, right? It's still the same taxi driver. The first order today is to pick up a guest from the airport and bring him to the Global building. I just turned around and ran into George and Grace. George opened the car door and blocked the door frame to let Grace get in first, and then he got it himself. Grace, wearing a mask and sunglasses, smiled and asked, "Did you take this car last night?" Before George could say anything, the taxi driver spoke up. "Let me count. He's taken my car about 5 times in the past week. I'm almost like his personal driver." Grace smiled and said, "Since we're so destined to be together, why don't you be his private driver?" The taxi driver was stunned for a moment, then said a little embarrassedly, "If you need anything, I have no problem with that." Grace grabbed George's hand and asked, "Brother Phone, what do you think?" George was speechless. "I only have a 2015 Luzon car. I have to hire a private driver for this car. Wouldn't people laugh at me?" Grace smiled and said, "Brother Phone, what car do you like? I'll give it to you." Chapter 81. Am I born to be a son-in-law? That's not necessary. If I really want to buy a car, it's not like I can't afford it. George's left hand was clasped with Grace's fingers. The thumb gently stroked the hand that was as smooth as warm jade. Susan also takes care of her skin on a regular basis and uses a lot of high-end skincare products. But it's not even a little bit worse than Grace's skin. He really liked playing with Grace's delicate hands. Dingling, dingling. Grace and George's phones rang at the same time. The two took out their phones and looked at them. The caller ID on Grace's phone is Zhang Tai. The caller ID on George's phone was Jiang Pan. Grace didn't answer the phone. George also hung up the phone. Grace leaned in George's arms, feeling the warmth of anxiety and fear. George put his arm around Grace's delicate shoulders and gently sniffed the fragrance of her hair. After arriving at the airport, Grace and George hugged each other for a while longer. It was not until Zhang Tai came over that Grace reluctantly said goodbye to George. George watched Grace disappear through the security checkpoint. Then he turned around, took out his cell phone, and called Jiang Pan. "Uncle Jiang, Xiaofeng, tomorrow is Grandpa's 80th birthday. I hope you can bring Angela to attend the birthday party." The old man Jiang Pan mentioned is Susan's grandfather, Jiang Changchun. The old man was very kind and often asked George to go fishing with him in the past 2 years. In the first half of this year, the old man lost his appetite and became increasingly thin. He was sent to the hospital and was diagnosed with mid-stage cancer. Since then, he has been receiving treatment at the best cancer hospital in Binhai City. George remained silent. With Susan, he wanted to sever all ties with the Jiang family, but Mr. Jiang had treated him well, and now that he was dying, he felt it was reasonable for him to see him for the last time. Jiang Pan then continued, "Your grandfather called me, and he will also attend the birthday party." "Okay, I understand." George answered casually and hung up the phone. Back at Hongsheng, George received another video call from Emma. In the video, Emma hugged Angela with a happy smile on her face. "Brother-in-law, we are back. Dad, Dad, Dad." Angela misses Dad. Angela wore children's sunglasses and danced towards her father in the video. George sat on the sofa chair in the office with a smile on his face. "Did you have fun with your aunt?" Angela nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "It was so fun. We went to so many places, met so many children, and ate so many delicious foods." George narrowed his eyes and asked, "Tell me the truth. Did your aunt give you spicy noodles?" Angela lowered her head, poked her 2 index fingers, and said in a mosquito-like voice, "No, no." George snorted and laughed. "Dad is Superman. He can tell at a glance that you are lying." Angela quickly reached out to cover the camera and said in a baby voice, "Then don't let Daddy see Angela." "Okay, Angela. Daddy is just teasing you." Emma pushed Angela's hand away and asked George nervously, Brother-in-law, my grandfather's 80th birthday is tomorrow. Do you want to attend the birthday party?" George put away the smile on his face and sighed slightly. "Your father just called me, and I agreed to go." Emma pursed her pink lips and said, "Grandpa doesn't know about your divorce with your sister yet. Can you too? Let's talk about this later." George knew what Emma meant and interrupted her directly. Emma pouted. "Okay, I'll take Angela home first." After hanging up the phone, George took out a cigarette and lit it. Before I could even take a puff, my grandfather called again. Most likely it was because of Jiang Changchun's 80th birthday. George answered the phone. Grandpa. Peter got straight to the point and said, tomorrow is your Grandpa Jiang's 80th birthday. Don't miss it. Well, Uncle Jiang told me. George responded with a smile, then asked, when will you and Grandma arrive? Will you take the high-speed train or a plane? Your grandma is sick, so I came here alone. What happened to Grandma? George felt nervous. Grandma had always been in good health and never even had a cold. How could she suddenly fall ill? Peter said dismissively, it's just because of age. He's already over 90 years old. Isn't it normal to get sick a little bit? What's the illness? Is it serious? George was extremely nervous. Grandpa and Grandma had 4 children in total. The first 3 died in the line of duty when they were young. They had not yet married when they died. In order to leave a descendant for the Chen family, Grandma gave birth to another son at the age of 40, who was George's father, Chen Yintian. Chen Yintian and his wife gave birth to George when they were 30 years old. Now George is 27 years old, and his grandmother is already 97 years old. For the elderly at this age, a slight cold or a fall can cause big problems. It's just a sprained ankle. I just need to rest in the hospital for a while. Don't worry. Peter's tone was quite annoyed. After a perfunctory remark, he changed the subject and asked, what are your plans after you and Susan divorce? I started a company. Where's little Angela? Her aunt is taken care of. If you ask me, you should marry into a wealthy family. Su Huiyan and I have already discussed it. When the time comes, we will let Grace give birth to a few more sons. 2 of them will take the surname Su from their family, and the other 2 will take the surname Chun from our family. Stop. George quickly interrupted the old man. I just divorced from a wealthy family, and you want me to marry into a wealthy family. Am I born to be a son-in-law? What's the matter? Peter laughed heartily on the other end of the phone, but with an unquestionable stubbornness in his voice. The Su family has deep roots in Binhai City. Grace is an only child, and she's also a love-brain person. If you 2 get together, wouldn't the huge Su family be in your hands? George held his forehead and sighed. Grandpa, have you forgotten what you taught me? What did I teach you? Peter's old voice revealed confusion. George said loudly, you said that people should be upright and work hard with their own hands. You know that was in the past. Peter interrupted George angrily. How can that era be compared to today? What young man these days doesn't want to find a rich woman to support him? Especially a beautiful, fair-skinned, rich young woman. Do you understand how to keep up with the times? Come on, stop watching short videos. I won't talk to you anymore. I have to go to work moving bricks. By the way, what time is your flight? I'll pick you up. You don't have to come and pick me up. Jiang Pan will come and pick me up when the time comes. After ending the call, George leaned back on the sofa and let out a long sigh. Knock, knock, knock. There was a sudden knock on the door. George sat up straight and responded, come in. Business manager Gao Wen pushed the door open and said solemnly, Mr. Chun, the project manager for Fenghua New City has been replaced. George's expression changed slightly. When was it replaced? The developer of Fenghua New City is Huaxing Construction, and the person in charge of this project is Qin Lan. Brother Shuo and Qin Lan have worked together before and can barely get along. Now that the person in charge has been temporarily replaced, can Hongxing still win the bid? Chapter 82. Susan completely repents. It was today. I asked around, and they said Qin Lan was transferred back to headquarters and got a promotion. Gowan had a look of despair on his face. Mr. Wang has made an appointment with Mr. Qin to have dinner together tonight. It just so happened that President Qin was transferred at this time. Does it mean that the cooperation has failed? I understand. You go ahead and do your work. George waved his hand. Gowan turned and left the office. George picked up his phone and called Noah. Noah answered the phone immediately. Hello. George said weakly. Brother Shaw, tonight's dinner may have to be canceled. Noah's voice was slightly hoarse. It seems you have heard about it too. George knew from Noah's tone that he was helpless, and he couldn't help but say dejectedly, we're halfway through our business and it's collapsing midway. That may not be the case. Noah smiled and said, have you forgotten who the largest building materials supplier in Binhai City is? You mean cooperating with Star Crown Group? George's face gradually darkened. Star Crown Group covers all building materials. This includes cement and tiles. Cooperating with Star Crown Group is indeed a way out. But Star Crown Group belongs to Susan's family. We just signed a divorce agreement. And then immediately go to others with a shameless face to ask for cooperation? Then I would rather lose this money. If all else fails, then look for Ding Tai. Noah said excitedly. Isn't the president of Ding Tai Lin Mingxue? She's our senior. Oh, and she's also divorced and raising a child now. Let me tell you. Stop talking. George knew this guy was about to start something unruly, so he quickly interrupted him. It's still unknown who will win the cooperation rights between Ding Tai and Xinguan. Besides, these two companies are sworn enemies. If I cooperate with Ding Tai, there will inevitably be some gossip. Then there's nothing we can do. Noah sighed helplessly and said with a guilty conscience, I'm sorry, Brother Feng, I really didn't know that Qinlan would be temporarily transferred. George laughed dumbly. Plans can't keep up with changes. This has nothing to do with you. Doing business means taking risks. Time quickly came to the afternoon. George received a call from Hong Lei just after he got off work. Brother Chun, I found David. He's in Ward 602 of Wangjiang Hospital. Do you need me to go with you? Need not. George came to the side of the road and stopped the car. Soon a taxi stopped by the side of the road. This time it wasn't the destined taxi. The driver was a man in his 50s. George opened the car door and sat in the back seat. Let's go to Wangjiang Hospital. Last week, Wang Zijian hired someone to threaten him and put the blame on Jiang Pan. Wang Zijian is David's cousin, so David is the mastermind behind that incident. I didn't go to find David, but he actually came to me on his own initiative. After a week of recuperation, the injury must have healed a lot. Shouldn't it be able to withstand a few more punches? On the streets of Wangjiang District, a red Ferrari was driving slowly. The young female driver sitting in the driver's seat was wearing a professional suit and a pair of sunglasses, attracting the attention of many men. While the Ferrari was stuck in traffic and waiting for the traffic light, a tall young man in his 20s ran over and threw a note full of words into the passenger seat of the car. Susan frowned slightly, glanced at the red light, which showed more than 50 seconds left, picked up the note, and opened it. Hello, sister. I'm sorry to greet you in this way. My name is Song Wenfeng, and I'm a sophomore athlete at Binhai University. I'm 180 centimeters tall, weigh 140 kilograms, and have 8-pack abs. I hope we can meet. My green bubble is... Susan rolled her eyes, crumpled the note into a ball, and threw it next to the trash can on the side of the road. At such a young age, he's already thinking about hooking up with a rich woman. Nausea. In the milk tea shop not far away, the sports student named Song Wenfeng hung his head dejectedly. The few friends around him burst into laughter. Fuck, old Song, you really dare. Haha, we were just joking. Actually took it seriously? I told you to read less novels. Do you really think anyone can marry a rich woman? Brother Song, don't be discouraged. There's so many rich women in the world. If this one doesn't work, let's try another one. But she's really beautiful, and the other rich women are old and ugly. I can't really find an old girl, right? In front of Wangjiang Hospital, George was about to get out of the car when he suddenly saw a red-hot Ferrari turning into the hospital. Even at a quick glance, he recognized it as Susan S.'s car. Oh, is this what she meant by saying she had cut ties with David? Too. After all, in her heart, David is more important than her husband and daughter. How can it be cut off cleanly? If it were in the past, George would definitely be furious. But now, he has been able to remain calm. Ward 602. David's head was still wrapped in gauze. Even after taking care of it for almost half a month, it is still difficult for me to walk. The old father was taken good care of in the ward. I found out that your cousin was arrested for selling drugs. Your uncle has made a lot of connections, but it's all for nothing. Death penalty. The king's father said with tears in his eyes. This kind of person who is more likely to cause trouble than to do good should just die. David leaned against the headboard and slowly closed his eyes. I just don't know if he did what I asked him to do. The king's father was displeased and said, How can you talk like that? He's still your cousin after all. He's almost dead. Can't you say something nice? David snorted coldly. I admire his courage and boldness in the gray product business, but when it comes to those powdery things, I just feel disgusted. Knock, knock, knock. There was a sudden knock on the door. The king's father hurried over to open the door. Susan was wearing a mask and sunglasses, so Wang's father couldn't recognize her. Who are you? Uncle Wang, it's me. Susan took off her sunglasses and mask and smiled. It's Mr. Jiang, please come in. The king's father excitedly made way. David's eyes were filled with tears. Sister Susan. Susan walked straight into the ward, took out a bank card from her LV bag, and placed it on the bedside table. She said indifferently, Here is 1 million. Go back to your hometown to recuperate, and don't show up in Binhai anymore. David looked stunned. Sister Susan, what are you doing? Susan nodded and said, As you can see, I'm here to draw a line between us. The previous deletion and blocking of all David's contact information and sending him to Wangjiang Hospital was actually out of selfish motives. She hopes to get through this period and be able to take David back. But since she signed the divorce agreement with her husband, she has completely regretted it. This relationship with David must be severed completely, without any trace of softness or nostalgia. To protect your Xiaohu documents from piracy, choose Xiaohu, a stable and reliable robot that won't let you fall into traps. Sister Susan, do you think I'm after your money? David glanced at the bank card on the bedside table and sneered. Susan's expression was complicated. I never thought you were after money. It's just, because of our relationship as siblings, my husband and daughter left me. We can't go on like this anymore. That means he doesn't love you at all. David was a little emotional. He struggled to sit up straight, but the pain from a wound made his face pale. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and said, There's nothing innocent between us. George used this as a reason to divorce you. It's just his excuse. He just wants to make you feel guilty and get a bigger share of the marital property. Susan shook her head and sighed. It's not what you think. We've already signed the divorce agreement. In the agreement, He didn't ask for a single cent from our Jiang family. Even if I left the house empty-handed, he wouldn't agree. Chapter 83, Brother-in-Law. I think. Didn't ask the Jiang family for a penny? He wouldn't even agree to let Susan leave the house. Is George a fool? David was stunned for a long time before he recovered. He said with a gloomy face, that means he has a bigger conspiracy. Why doesn't he give up the custody of Angela? Isn't it because he wants Angela to inherit the Star Crown Group in the future? How do you know he hasn't given up the custody of Angela? Susan narrowed her eyes slightly. She suddenly felt that her brother David was a little strange. He actually included Angela, who was only 3.5 years old, in the conspiracy theory. David's heart tightened, and he quickly explained, that's obvious. George has been taking care of Angela at home. How could he be willing to give up her custody? Susan laughed dumbly. This shows that he's a responsible father. As for those conspiracy theories you mentioned, I don't believe my husband would come up with them. Sister Susan. Okay. Susan turned around, closed her eyes, and said resolutely, you should take good care of yourself. From now on, we won't know each other. After saying that, he walked out of the ward without looking back. No, Sister Susan. David struggled and fell off the bed, his face full of pain as he said, Sister Susan, it hurts so much. Susan paused but didn't come back. She strode towards the elevator. The next ward. George stood between the two beds, his back against the wall. He was in a very complicated mood at this moment. Susan claimed that she and David were innocent in front of him. That could be deceiving yourself. Susan and David in the next ward. Now even David is talking about the innocence between them. That means the relationship between them hasn't reached the point I imagined. Susan really only treats David as her younger brother. It's just that she didn't maintain a good sense of boundaries. George suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Suzanne, Suzanne, you should realize this sooner. Would things have developed to this point today? But can I go back? George asked himself in his heart. Then he shook his head. There's no going back. There's no going back. Just as George was feeling emotional, the old man in the bed next to him was struggling violently. George quickly leaned over and asked, Old man, what's wrong with you? The old man stretched out his dry hands with trembling hands to take off the oxygen mask. George said with concern, Old man, you can't pick this. Damn it, you stepped on someone's oxygen tube. The old man in the bed next to me was cursing. George looked down, quickly let go of his feet, and said embarrassedly, Sorry, I didn't pay attention. The old man then stopped trembling and took big gulps of oxygen. Ward 602. The nurse carried David onto the bed. David struggled like crazy. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Just let me die. David had many stitches on his head and legs. After his struggle, the wounds burst and the gauze turned red. George withdrew his hand from the door handle, turned around, and left sadly. Wudong residence. Emma made 4 dishes and a soup. George was a little distracted while eating. Emma blinked her bright eyes and asked, Brother-in-law, what's wrong with you? George did not hide anything and told his sister-in-law about his recent visit to Wangjiang Hospital. Aren't you still in the divorce cooling-off period? Emma smiled brightly. If you don't want a divorce, you can tear up the divorce agreement at any time. I can't go back. George smiled wryly and shook his head. Emma didn't continue to persuade him, but went to the wine cabinet to get a bottle of Rambutan wine. Then don't think about it. I'll have a couple of drinks with you. George was too lazy to think about it and clinked glasses with Emma. Emma rarely drinks, but today she drank one glass after another. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. Emma's face flushed slightly with drunkenness. She stood up with a burp and said, Burp, I'll get another bottle. George glanced at Emma's drunken face and said nonchalantly, That's enough. You can drink so little, you'll be really drunk if you drink more. Emma rubbed her temples. It seems like I'm really a little drunk. If you're drunk, go to bed early. George picked up his chopsticks and poured the remaining food into his bowl, then ate a few more mouthfuls of rice with relish. Brother-in-law, Emma yelled unconsciously. George continued to pick at his food. I have to say, Emma's cooking skills are pretty good. It tastes better than the food her sister cooks. You were drunk that day. Emma rested her right hand on the table, supporting her forehead. Her words were a little unclear, and hiccup and took away my first kiss. Snap. George's eating stopped abruptly. The chopsticks in his hand also fell on the table. Angela blinked and asked, Dad, what do you mean by first kiss? Why did you want to steal my aunt's first kiss? George was already sweating profusely. He reached out and poked Emma's arm. Emma, you are really drunk. Go to bed quickly. I'm not drunk yet. Emma raised her head and looked at George, her eyes full of drunkenness. Brother-in-law, I think. What are you thinking about? Want to? George thought evilly. Then he slapped himself. Oh shit. How could I come up with such an evil idea? That's my sister-in-law. I want to watch TV. Emma finally finished a complete sentence. George breathed a sigh of relief. If you want to watch it, go ahead. I'm not stopping you. I want to see it too. I want to see Mei Yang Yang. Angela chirped beside her. George went to the living room, turned on the TV, and tuned into the cartoon Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. Emma took Angela's hand and walked to the sofa and sat down. Angela climbed onto her aunt's legs and let her hold her and look at her. George went back to the living room to clean up the mess. Don't let her drink so much next time, George said to himself. Fortunately, this is in Witangju. If he let the secret slip outside, wouldn't his reputation in this life be ruined? After cleaning the kitchen, George went into the bathroom to smoke a cigarette and then came to the living room to watch TV with Angela. Seeing that Emma's upper and lower eyelids were fighting, George reached out to hug Angela. Angela, come here and see me. Your aunt is going to bed. Dad is smoking. Little Angela smelled the smoke and slapped her father's hand in disgust. Angela, stop making trouble. Go to Daddy. Emma mumbled in her sleep. Angela then reluctantly went in her father's arms. George held Angela in one hand and took out his mobile phone with the other hand to watch short videos. Emma sat back on the sofa, motionless. George frowned and said, Aren't you going to bed yet? Emma sniffed and leaned over to fall on top of George. Hey. George shook his shoulders. Angela pouted and said, Stingy Dad, what's wrong with letting my aunt go to bed? George's facial muscles twitched. This little girl never stops saying something shocking. You should have said, What's wrong with lending your shoulder to your aunt? George seriously corrected little Angela's expression. Angela reorganized her words and said, Stingy Dad, what's wrong with you lending your shoulder to your aunt? George sighed slightly and looked up at the TV. Watch TV. As soon as she finished speaking, Emma's left hand reached out to George's chest dishonestly. Chapter 84. Kind Sister-in-Law. George was wearing a shirt. He felt a little hot while eating, so he unbuttoned the top two buttons. Now a cold little hand reached into his shirt, and his scalp suddenly went numb. Emma. George raised his voice through gritted teeth. Angela was a little angry and raised her little head and said fiercely, Dad, why are you yelling so loudly? It's disturbing my aunt's sleep. George shook his shoulders again. Emma, wake up. Sleep. Emma rested her head on George's shoulder, her left hand tucked into George's clothes, unconsciously stroking his firm chest muscles. George suppressed his inner panic, carefully grabbed Emma's restless wrist, and tried to pull her hand out of her clothes. But Emma was so drunk that her body was limp, and she was completely stuck to him, mumbling incoherent words and showing no intention of letting go. Brother-in-law, you have acne. Shit. George stood up from the sofa, holding Angela. Emma, losing her support, fell onto the sofa. Angela patted her father's shoulder and muttered, Dad, you bully your aunt. George rubbed his burning chest muscles and said with a grin, Shut up. Oh. Angela immediately became well-behaved. She hasn't had tiramisu for several days. Make Dad angry equals no tiramisu. George put Angela on the ground and said gently, You continue watching TV. I'll take your aunt to her bed first. Good. Angela sat obediently on the small stool and nodded. George picked up Emma by the waist and walked towards the second bedroom. Emma was wearing a fairly conservative purple silk nightgown. The nightgown clung to her slender curves, and the open neckline revealed her swan-like neck. A few strands of hair hung down between her delicate legs, adding a touch of hazy beauty. The hem of the skirt barely covered her thighs, and her fair skin glowed with an alluring luster under the light. George's Adam's apple rolled, and he forced himself to look away, but he could still feel the warmth and fragrance coming from the soft body in his arms, and his heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. Emma opened her misty eyes in George's arms, raised her delicate hand to touch George's cheek, and a silly smile appeared on her rosy face. Brother-in-law, you are so handsome. Don't move. George's voice was low and slightly angry. Men are at their most passionate age when they are 25 or 26, and are more likely to become distracted and passionate after drinking. Emma is already beautiful. She was a campus belle when she was in college. Now, this drunken look combines the charm of being cute, innocent, pure, and charming. George feels that he can hardly control himself. Emma's slender fingers gently brushed across George's face, her warm breath spraying on George's neck. She said coquettishly, Brother-in-law, you are so fierce. After saying that, she hugged George, rubbing her hot cheeks against George's tense chest. George walked to the second bedroom with somewhat unsteady steps and put Emma on the bed. Just as Emma was about to get up and leave, she suddenly stretched out her hands and grabbed his collar and refused to let go. Her purple nightgown slipped off with the movement, and a large area of delicate skin was exposed to the air without reservation. Emma, stop it. George's voice cracked as he tried to pry her hands apart. I'm not making a fuss. I just want to spend some more time with my brother-in-law. Emma buried her head in his chest, mumbling incoherently. Her drunken words were a mixture of 3 parts of grievance, 6 parts of coquettishness, and 1 part of emotion that she was not even aware of. George's throat tightened, and the veins on his forehead throbbed slightly. His inner reason and impulse were in fierce conflict. He felt that the drug Susan had given him had not yet worn off. Dad, the cartoon is over. Angela's childish voice came from the living room. It was like a bucket of cold water, causing George's rationality to take over instantly. He jerked away from Emma, turned, and stalked out of the room. Bang! George slammed the door shut, leaned against the cold wall, and gasped for breath. He raised his hands and unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt, trying to calm himself down. Emma's appearance kept appearing in his mind, her sweet smile, her soft touch, and the intimacy in a drunken state, which made him feel upset. Dad, what's wrong with you? Angela stood in front of him at some point, looking up at him curiously. George looked down at his daughter's innocent eyes and forced a smile. Dad is fine. Angela should go to sleep too. Angela nodded and said, I want Daddy to tell me a story. George took Angela to the children's room. I put Angela in the crib, covered her with a small blanket, then picked up a copy of Andersen's fairy tales and picked a story at random. After coaxing Angela to sleep, George went to the balcony and lit a cigarette. The charming scene just now and the passionate kiss a week ago reappeared in his mind. Call. George raised his head and blew out a smoke ring, his heart in a mess. Ding dong. Noah. Want to go out for a drink? George, who are they? Noah. Just me and Lego. George. Wait. There's a surveillance camera in Angela's room. The camera is facing Angela. If Angela gets up or something, the app will have an alarm. George came to the barbecue stall where he often drank with Noah and the others. Noah and Hong Lei had already drunk 2 bottles of beer each. Dragged a chair out for George and asked, How's it going? Did you not beat David to death? Noah opened a beer for George and asked in surprise, Has your feud with David not been resolved yet? Hong Lei rolled his eyes. How can the hatred of having your wife stolen be resolved so easily? Noah nodded. That's true. If Lego were in your place, what would you do? Hong Lei waved his hands and said, I'm a non-marriage advocate. This won't happen to me. Ha ha ha. Noah. George. George grabbed the glass and drank it all, then responded, I met Susan at Wangjiang Hospital. Noah and Hong Lei looked at George at the same time. Hong Lei stuffed a cigarette into his mouth and lit it. Tell me in detail. George recounted everything he had heard in Wangjiang Hospital that afternoon. After hearing George's words, Noah's expression was extremely complicated. But after all, when both your lives were hanging by a thread, she chose David. George lit a cigarette, a hint of self-mockery on his lips. So this marriage still needs to be divorced. Even if she hasn't been touched by David, it's over between her and me. Noah poured wine into George's glass. Let bygones be bygones. You slept with Grace, so you have to be responsible for her. George's hand holding the wine glass trembled slightly, and his mind couldn't help but think of Emma's words just now. Brother-in-law, you took my first kiss. George had a hunch that this girl might like him a little. Do you know any psychiatrists? George put down his glass and looked at the two of them. Hong Lei frowned. Are you mentally ill? George scratched his head and stammered. It's just, I have a friend whose sister seems to have fallen in love with her brother-in-law. I'm thinking of finding a psychologist to see her sister. Noah instantly understood George's unfounded friendship and raised his glass with a half-smile. So you're my kind sister-in-law? Chapter 85. Only children make choices. Fuse Cemetery. The moon and stars are sparse. The cemetery was filled with the croaking of frogs and the chirping of crickets. Countless moths kept flying into the dim streetlights. Although it was night, there were still many people burning paper outside the cemetery. The firelight illuminated their solemn and sad faces. Wisps of green smoke rose up, blend into the night. In front of the tomb of Chun Yun Tian and his wife, Jiang Peiyan and his wife, along with Susan, accompanied Peter in burning paper. Susan knelt in front of the grave with tears in her eyes, as if confessing. Peter sat cross-legged beside him, stirring the fire with a dry branch. Looking at the 2 black and white photos on the tombstone, Peter felt very uncomfortable. He poked the dry branch in his hand in the fire, sparks flew, and burned several holes in his gray gown. Susan, standing next to him, trembled with fear and said with tears in her eyes, Grandpa, if you really can't get rid of your anger, just hit me and scold me. The old man didn't say a word for a whole hour. She was worried that he would get sick from being angry, and George would be even less likely to forgive her. Peter withdrew his gaze from the tombstone, turned his head to look at Susan, and said with a smile, I'm not mad at you. Why are you crying? After a pause, he looked at the portraits of his son and daughter-in-law on the tombstone again, and said, holding back tears, I'm angry at them. Their deaths were completely worthless and a disgrace to my Chun family. Jiang Peiyan's face was filled with guilt. It's my fault, actually. If I had arranged more bodyguards for them, maybe my father-in-law and mother-in-law wouldn't have gotten into trouble. No one could be blamed for this. This is the fate of my Chun family. Peter propped himself up and tried to stand up. Jiang Peiyan and his wife hurried forward to support him. After standing up, he brushed off the dust on his gown, then stared at the 2 portraits on the tombstone and said calmly, Fortunately, you gave birth to a good son. I forgive you. Gave birth to a good son? A big question mark appeared in the minds of Jiang Peiyan and his wife. They didn't know Mr. Chen's identity. There is not even such a person. But they heard from their grandfather that Peter was a very great and important person. Jiang Peiyan naturally believed what his grandfather said, Otherwise, with the strength of their Jiang family, they would not be able to find any identity information about Mr. Chun. However, such a big shot. But he praised the late Chun Yun-tian and his wife for having a good son. How is George? His character and moral qualities are really good. But what Mr. Chin said is right. Is it really just this aspect? Peter raised his head and sighed. Let's find an auspicious day to dig up their ashes. I want to take them back to Beijing for burial. Okay, Mr. Chun. Jiang Pan couldn't see through Mr. Chun, but after hearing the last sentence, he felt that Mr. Chun was probably trying to give Chun Yun-tian and his wife a way out. Su Yumei looked at her daughter distressfully, then said cautiously, Mr. Chun, about Yao Yao and Xiao Feng. Let the young people solve their own problems. Peter walked away slowly with his hands behind his back. Barbecue stall. Children make choices, adults just want it all. Noah didn't know whether to be envious or jealous. Or maybe it's sympathy. Susan, Emma, Grace. Any one of them is at the peak of beauty. Why am I not so lucky? George said angrily. What's the difference between that and an animal? Bang! Hong Lei slammed the table, frowning and glaring. Just chat. Don't scold me. Noah touched his nose and said with a wry smile, Brother Lei, you misunderstood. Lao Chen might be implying something to me. Hong Lei was stunned. Fuck. You're a lawyer and you're so frivolous. You're simply a beast in human skin, a scoundrel. Noah took a hard bite of the lamb kidney, tears welling in his eyes as he said, How can I be the same? I'm just forced by life. Who doesn't want to find someone they understand and love and spend their life with? Hong Lei felt like he had found a kindred spirit, and he looked at Noah with a touch of respect. I completely agree with you. I also want to give those women who have fallen into misfortune some warmth. I hope they can make enough money to get out of poverty sooner rather than later. It's not easy for them. Bang! George slammed the empty beer bottle down on the table. Noah and Hong Lei immediately shut up. George looked at Noah and asked, What do you say a Huaxing Construction has a new person in charge taken office? Oh my God, how could I have forgotten about this? I called you out for this very thing. Noah lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and blew out smoke rings. The new person in charge has indeed taken over. There's good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Good news. George opened another bottle of beer and filled Noah's empty glass. He glanced at Hong Lei's glass, which was barely touched, and then filled his own empty glass. The good news is that the new person in charge is a beautiful woman who is much younger than Qin Lan, and she was your classmate in college. Who is it? George's face lit up with joy. When he was in college, he had a pretty good network of connections in his class. It wasn't that everyone responded to his calls, but as long as he asked, almost no one would refuse. If this person was really a classmate, then it would be easy. Noah picked up his glass and drank it all, a bitter smile on his face. This is the bad news. The new project director is Zhao Ruo. Depend on. George glared at Noah speechlessly. You might as well not say it. Zhao Ruo is Zhao Meng's biological sister, and she had just sent Zhao Meng to prison and sentenced him to 15 years not long ago. Judging from how excited Zhao Meng was when he mentioned his sister, the relationship between the two siblings should be very good, so this cooperation basically fell through. Noah smiled and said, After all, we're classmates. Let's ask her out for a chat someday. Just treat it as. Dingling. A video call suddenly came into George's phone, and the note was Phone Pan. Jo, Fen Pan. Noah raised an eyebrow and smiled. Isn't this your university class monitor? I bet you're having a class reunion soon, under the pretext of celebrating Zhao Ruo's promotion. Not so fast. George picked up the phone and answered it. Hello, squad leader. Hey, brother phone, how are you these days? A very polite greeting came from the other end of the phone. George was pursuing the most beautiful girl in the department at that time. He was also a school idol and had a high status in the entire School of Economics and Management. Especially after Susan's identity was revealed, George's status in the hearts of his classmates rose sharply. George smiled and replied, I was drinking outside and hadn't had time to look. Is there something wrong? Feng Pan chuckled. Then I'll be frank. You still remember Zhao Ruo? She's been transferred to the Binhai branch of Huaxing Construction and has been promoted to project director. I thought it's been a while since we've all gotten together. So I'm going to use this as an excuse to set up a table at the Universal Hotel. Zhao Ruo has also agreed to treat us, so we just need to show up. It's the weekend. George stroked the sparse stubble on his chin, wondering whether he should find an excuse to decline. After all, he had sent her brother to prison, and she must hate him to the core. Wouldn't it be a spoiler if he went? Feng Pan heard George's hesitation and quickly said, You can't refuse. Zhao Ruo has already asked you to come over. Name names? George was stunned for a moment. Could it be that he wanted to publicly execute him in front of all his old classmates? George was silent. Feng Pan deliberately said in a sarcastic tone, Brother Feng, you wouldn't be so disrespectful, would you? George wasn't angry either. Back in school, he and Feng Pan had a good relationship, and they often joked with each other. Just send me the time and place. Chapter 86. Blackmail? You're out of luck, bro. Okay, I won't bother you anymore, Brother Feng. Feng Pan responded and hung up the phone. George put down his phone, looked up at Noah, and laughed. You're right. It's a class reunion, and Jiao is treating. Isn't this her promotion party? Noah's eyes became clearer. Isn't this my chance? If I have a few more drinks with Jiao at the class reunion, I might even be able to secure the partnership. Do your best. George picked up the glass and took a sip. Bang! Hong Lei, who had been playing with his mobile phone, suddenly stood up with a serious expression, causing the dining table to shake and the beer bottles on the table to fall to the ground. A drunk behind him turned around and yelled, "And I'm Ala Jebi, you're full, right?" George frowned and asked, "What's wrong, brother?" Hong Lei said in a deep voice, "I have something to take care of. You guys continue drinking." Without waiting for the two men to respond, Hong Lei turned around and walked away, talking on the phone as he walked. After a few steps, he suddenly turned back and stopped in front of the drunk man who had just scolded him. He slapped him hard in the face and knocked him to the ground. The drunk man fainted without even a chance to react. The others were dumbfounded, and no one dared to stand up and shout. Noah swallowed and whispered, "Let's go." George nodded and called the boss to settle the bill. Noah called Zhao Nishang. The drunk woke up with the help of his friends. His cheeks were swollen and veins on his forehead were bulging. He stared at George and Noah drunkenly and asked, "Damn, where's the guy who hit me just now?" Noah explained with a smile. "If I said we don't know him, would you believe me? Do you think I believe it?" The drunk man was furious and staggered to grab a beer bottle and was ready to attack. George took the initiative and slapped the drunk man in the face. The drunk man turned around twice and several teeth were spit out, then fainted on the ground again. The drunk's drinking buddies began to get restless. One of them, a man with a crew cut, stood up and glared at George, demanding, How? How could you hit someone?" George sneered. "He can hit me, so why can't I fight back?" The bald man shook the phone in his hand and said, "Dude, there's no point in being tough. I recorded everything just now. My friend just grabbed a bottle of wine, and you started fighting. My friend just wanted to stand up and drink. Right? That's right." The others also turned over and stood up to testify. George narrowed his eyes slightly. "So what do you mean?" The man with the flat head said calmly, 8,000 yuan. I'll delete the video, and we'll pretend we don't know anything about this." It turned out to be blackmail. The expression on George's face was wonderful. "There's a gold medal lawyer behind me. Didn't this guy hit the steel plate?" Noah stood up, holding onto the table. He limped over to George's side and pulled out a black, gold-stamped business card from his pocket, handing it over. With a professional smile, he said, "I'm Noah, the founder of Pioneer Law Firm. I suggest you resolve this matter through legal means." Pioneer Law Firm? Or the founder? The man with the flat head suddenly looked as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. He had just been released from prison. "Of course, I have heard of the name of Pioneer Law Firm. Banhai Pizza Hut. It is almost impossible to lose a lawsuit if you ask them to do so. They won't take a case they can't win. I came here with the intention of blackmailing you. If you really want to sue me, do you want to send yourself to jail?" Noah spoke up at this point. He was already much taller than the man with the flat head, and now he leaned forward slightly, saying with a half smile, "Looking at your sallow, flat head, you must have just been out of the cell not long ago, right?" With the flat head felt a sense of oppression from Noah. I couldn't help but take a step back, but his eyes were still fixed on Noah. "I guess you were blackmailed into getting in before." A faint smile appeared on Noah's slightly evil face. The man with the flat head's pupils contracted, and he took another step back. In terms of momentum and psychology, he has already lost. "Oh," Noah laughed nonchalantly. "According to Article 65 of the criminal law, repeat offenses like yours within 5 years constitute common recidivism. If you're convicted of extortion this time, your sentence will be increased by at least 20%. At this point, he suddenly leaned close to the man's ear and lowered his voice very low. "Besides, repeat offenders are considered aggravating circumstances by law. The judge won't even give you a chance for probation." Bang! The guy with the flat head almost couldn't stand steadily, and he had to hold on to the table behind him with one hand to barely keep his balance. Noah smiled crookedly. Article 74 of the criminal law clearly states that repeat offenders are not eligible for probation, and Article 81 further stipulates that parole is not permitted. If you go in again, I'd conservatively estimate it'd be over 3 years. After saying that, Noah squinted at the cell phone of the man with the flat head. "How about you let me see your phone? If, subjectively speaking, it's really my friend's fault, I'll pay the $8,000 for him." The bald man was sweating profusely and trembling as he deleted the video he had just recorded. He snorted coldly, "Don't try to fool me. Don't think I don't know. I gave you my phone, and that video will become your evidence. You want to send me to jail? Oh, you're not stupid at all." Noah smiled, then put it away and patted the flat-headed man's shoulder seriously. "Brother, now that you're out, behave yourself. It's not worth it to go to jail for a few years just for a few $1,000s. In 3 to 5 years, you could just find a job moving bricks at a construction site and earn more than 8,000. I just had bad luck today." The man with the flat head turned and left after saying that. The others paid the bill and carried the drunk man along. Not long after, Zhao Nishang arrived at the food street in a Porsche. Zhao Nishang sent George to the door of Watangju. Noah grinned and said, Boss Zhao and I are going on a business trip these next 2 days. I'll leave Hongshang to you. George didn't even turn his head, but raised his hand to make an okay sign. Noah watched George walk into the residential complex before turning to Zhao Nishang and saying, Mr. Zhao, let's go. Zhao Nishang curled her red lips slightly. Let's go to your house or mine. Noah shrugged. If Mr. Zhao doesn't mind my small apartment, I don't mind it. Zhao Nishang chuckled and said, You're quite disgusted. Why don't you go to my house? I'll just try out the waterbed you bought online. George returned home, took a cold shower, and lay on the bed to browse the chat history of the university class group. He usually turned on the Do Not Disturb function and put the group in the folder, so he rarely paid attention to the group messages. The group announcement stated the time and location of the dinner. 7 p.m. Sunday, box 6808 of the Universal Hotel. Another reason why George didn't want to go was that Susan would probably go too. For the sake of career, a man should have a vision. We must focus on the overall situation. George mentally encouraged himself. Ding dong. The mobile monitoring app sounded an alarm. George went to the children's room and saw Angela had already crawled out. The little fellow rubbed his sleepy eyes and said in a baby voice, I need to poop. George took Angela to the bathroom. After Angela went to the toilet, George spent another 10 minutes telling her stories. When Angela fell asleep, George felt sleepy and his eyelids began to droop. I went back to my room and fell asleep. What he didn't know was that not long after he fell asleep, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open. Chapter 87. Emma, I think you were playing with fire. The next morning. Buzz. The phone vibrates and the alarm goes off. What a damn alarm clock, it's so noisy. Emma was still asleep and was just touching her phone by the pillow out of habit, but she felt a warm skin. Her fingertips trembled slightly, and then she opened her eyes suddenly, and what came into view was George's angular jaw and chest close at hand. She was curled up in her brother-in-law's arms with one leg resting on him. Emma's face turned red like a ripe apple. Carefully lift your legs and evacuate. Grace, George mumbled incoherently in his sleep. Under Emma's neck pulled her completely into his arms. Warm breath sprayed on the top of Emma's hair. She was so frightened that she dare not move. My heart was beating wildly in my chest, as if it was about to burst through my throat. Oh my God, what is going on? Emma closed her eyes and carefully recalled what happened last night. She just remembered being drunk. Then my brother-in-law carried me into the room and put me on the bed. It seemed like she was still holding her brother-in-law and not letting him leave. But my brother-in-law still left the room indifferently. But why did I find myself in my brother-in-law's room when I opened my eyes? Grace. George held Emma in his arms but called Grace's name. Xiaohubot protects files from piracy. When looking for books or robots, choose Xiaohu. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into any traps. Emma's eyelashes trembled slightly. She naturally knew who Grace was. It seems that my brother-in-law can't forget Grace. Even if he and my sister divorce, he will choose to be with Grace. Emma suddenly felt inexplicably uncomfortable. No, the one who is close to the water gets the moon first. We must not let Grace steal her brother-in-law. Dingling. The alarm rang again. Grace noticed that her brother-in-law frowned slightly and knew that he was about to wake up, so she closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. George was woken up by the alarm clock and felt the smooth skin in his hands. It seems, girl's shoulders? Holy shit. George opened his eyes suddenly, and what came into view was Emma's beautiful face with a rosy glow. Suddenly, his pupils trembled violently and his muscles tensed. He looked around the room. This is your room, for sure. When did Emma come into my room? George took a deep breath and tried to pull his arm back carefully, but the person in his arms whimpered and burrowed deeper into his arms like a lazy cat. Her pink lips exuded an alluring luster, and her warm breath made his heart tremble. Emma's eyelashes trembled slightly, but she still closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. Her pink lips moved against George's collarbone, and her voice was soft and coquettish. Brother-in-law. George's Adam's apple rolled, his mouth was dry, and his breathing became heavier. It seemed that the alcohol from last night had not completely dissipated, making his sanity a little shaky. Emma's soft, boneless little hands slid down the lines of her abdominal muscles. George felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. He grabbed Emma's wrist and asked in a cold voice, still pretending? Emma realized she couldn't pretend anymore, so she opened her eyes. Her misty eyes were full of grievance. Brother-in-law, do you really hate me? George struggled to get up, but Emma lifted her legs and pressed them against his abdomen. George instantly lay back down and said in a hoarse voice, Emma, I think you were playing with fire. I'm just playing with fire. What can you do to me? Emma held George's neck tightly with her arms, and she could never forget this man after he saved her life. This time I went out for a trip just to relax. I thought I could get along with my brother-in-law normally after I came back, but I didn't expect that the feelings buried in my heart became stronger. Especially when she heard her brother-in-law calling her Grace just now. She was so jealous that she decided to go all out. Well, George forced himself to calm down and said in a deep voice, Emma, why don't you find a class to attend? Angela is 3.5 years old, which is negligible. It is very easy for a single man and a single woman to be in the same room, and things can get out of hand. A trace of hurt flashed in Emma's eyes. She loosened her arms around George, sat up, and pulled the quilt over herself. Her voice was muffled. Brother-in-law, have you wanted to drive me away for a long time? George found his pants and put them on under the quilt, trying to make his tones sound calm. Emma, don't let your imagination run wild. This won't be good for you or me. You have your own life. I don't want it. Emma suddenly raised her voice, staring at George with red eyes, and said in a tearful voice, From the moment you saved me, your name has been engraved in my heart. I know this is not good, but I just can't help but like you. I tried to forget you. I went out to travel and meet new people, but when I came back and saw you, I found that I like you more and more. Her shoulders kept shaking and her tears fell on the quilt. George's throat tightened. He wanted to say something, but didn't know where to start. Emma moved behind George, hugged him from behind, and whispered softly, Brother-in-law, please don't reject me, okay? Feeling the warmth from behind and breathing in the orchid-like fragrance of Emma, George's Adam's apple rolled with difficulty, his voice hoarse as if he had smoked all night. You're Susan S.'s sister, even if I divorce her. After saying that, George took a deep breath, his eyes became clearer, and he forcibly reached out and pried open her hands that were wrapped around his waist. Emma hugged George tightly, her voice trembling with despair. Brother-in-law, I know I'm willful, but I really can't control my feelings. You're the first man I've fallen in love with, and you'll be the last. George felt like he was struck by lightning. He couldn't help but think of Grace. Grace said the same thing. Then, Grace waited for him for 10 years. How many decades are there in a lifetime? What's more, she's a girl. George thought again about what Noah and Hong Lei said last night. Noah, relationships aren't so restrictive. According to the civil code, you can marry your sister-in-law after a divorce. We're not blood relatives, and it's consensual. This minor ethical issue can be completely ignored. But then again, would Grace accept that? Online, BFF50. I think if Grace were Emma, she wouldn't be much better. Noah, that's true. After all, Grace has been waiting for him for 10 years. Noah, life is short. Enjoy it while you can, and don't leave any regrets. Don't forget, you've already died once. Emma's hot tears had soaked George's shoulders. Seeing that George was still motionless, her heart ached, and she slowly loosened her arms around George. Brother-in-law, I'm sorry. Emma's voice was a little hoarse. She apologized and got out of bed and left. Just as Emma turned around, George suddenly reached out and grabbed her wrist. Emma froze in place, her heart nearly jumping out her chest. She didn't dare look back. She was afraid that if she turned around, she would reveal the anticipation and panic in her eyes. Emma's throat seemed to be blocked by a ball of cotton, and her voice trembled. Brother-in-law, you... Chapter 88. Do you also think your daughter is right? George pulled Emma into his arms with a little force, and without saying anything, he pinched Emma's chin and kissed her tempting red lips. Emma was stunned at first, then tears welled up in her eyes again. This time, they were tears of joy. She stretched out her white arms and hugged George's neck, responding softly. Their breaths intertwined, and their heartbeats rose and fell in the silent room. George felt that what Brother Shua said made sense. Life is short. Enjoy it while you can. You've already died once, so why bother about those bullshit rules and regulations? George turned over and laid Emma on the bed, kissing her fair and smooth neck and collarbone passionately. Just when George and Emma were unable to control their emotions, the phone beside their pillow suddenly rang urgently. The caller's note is Grandpa. Emma pushed George away obediently and said in a whisper, Brother-in-law, you answer the phone first. Don't call me brother-in-law anymore. George glared at Emma, then lay down beside her and picked up his phone to answer the call. Grandpa, good morning. Peter on the other end of the phone said unhappily, it's still early. Hurry up and get up and open the door. I want to see my little great-granddaughter. George put his arm around Emma, looked down at Emma's lips which were moistened by his kiss, and asked with a smile, Open the door if you know where I live. Peter said calmly, I don't know. Doesn't Yao Yao know yet? Ding dong. The doorbell rang outside. George's smile froze, and he sat up suddenly from the bed. Susan is here too? What else? Peter snorted coldly. Okay, I'll open the door right away. George lowered his head and winked at Emma in his arms. Emma was lying in George's arms, so she naturally heard what Grandpa Chin said. She quickly jumped out of bed, crawled out of the room, and returned to her bedroom. George hung up the phone, made the bed, gathered up a few long hairs on the sheets, rolled them into a ball, and threw them out the window. Outside the door, Peter, Jiang Peian, Su Yumei, Susan. There was also a man wearing a neat suit and with a slightly sinister look in his eyes, Jiang Shiheo. Emma lives with him too? Jiang Shiheo asked suddenly. Jiang Peian and his wife also frowned and looked at Susan. Susan pursed her red lips and said softly, It's inconvenient for my husband to take care of Angela alone, so I hired Emma to help take care of Angela. You're so careless. You let your husband and sister stay in the same room. Aren't you afraid that something might happen? Susan expressionlessly then said coldly, a single man and a single woman being together day and night. If it gets out, people will think our Jiang family has bad morals. Jiang Shihao is Susan's cousin, 30 years old this year. His father, Jiang Peidong, runs 3 listed companies and is a very famous entrepreneur in the Suzhou and Hangzhou areas. As a result, Jiang Shihao has developed an arrogant and self-righteous character. Jiang Pan secretly glanced at old Chun, and seeing that old Chin's brows were slightly furrowed, he quickly said, Shihao, we all know what kind of person Xiaofeng is. You'd better stop making random assumptions. Jiang Shihao sneered. You can only know a person's face, not his heart. People's hearts are hidden in their belly. Who knows what George is thinking? That's enough. Susan's eyes suddenly turned cold. It's not someone else's turn to point fingers at my man. Jiang Shihao's face instantly darkened, and the look behind his gold-rimmed glasses grew colder. He sneered and was about to mock George when George opened the door. Grandfather. George greeted his grandfather with a smile, then looked at Jiang Pan and his wife, Uncle Jiang, Aunt May. When his eyes fell on Jiang Shihao, he was slightly surprised. Who is this? Jiang Pan introduced. This is my eldest brother's son, Jiang Shihao. George nodded, stepped aside, and gestured for them to come in. Everyone, please come in. Peter walked into the room first, followed by Jiang Pan and his wife, and then Jiang Shihao. Susan walked into the room before Jiang Shihao and closed the door. Jiang Shihao almost hit his nose, his face gloomy, and he banged on the door with his fists clenched. George, open the door for me. After all, Grandpa was here. George was about to open the door based on the principle of treating guests as guests, but Susan grabbed his wrist and said indignantly, Husband, don't open the door for him. He's just here to annoy us. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Shihao, who was outside, slammed the door angrily. Susan, who are you calling annoying? Do you still have my cousin in your eyes? Looking around Suzhou and Hangzhou, whoever sees him would not respectfully call him Master Jiang. Binhai is only a third-tier city, while Suzhou and Hangzhou are first-tier cities. There are many companies of the same level as Xinguan Group in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Where does Susan get the courage to turn herself away? George didn't know what Jiang Shihao had just said. He only heard Susan saying that her husband didn't need others to point fingers at him. He thought Jiang Shihao had just said something unpleasant to him. After all, she's a member of their Jiang family. When Grandpa blames her later, Susan can just take the blame. Thinking of this, George ignored Susan, shook off her hand, and turned back to the living room. Ding dong. Zing dong ding dong. Jiang Shihao continued to ring the doorbell outside. After waiting for a while and seeing that no one paid any attention to him, he left with a gloomy face. Peter and Jiang Pan sat on the sofa and didn't say anything about George locking Jiang Shihao out. Suyumei, wearing a cheongsam, looked dignified and elegant. She smiled and asked, Xiaofeng, which room will Emma sleep in? George pointed to the second bedroom. She's in the second bedroom. This child just likes to sleep in. I'll go wake her up. Suyumei smiled and walked towards the second bedroom. George couldn't help but think of the charming scene with his sister-in-law in the room just now. He felt a little uneasy and quickly picked up the kettle to boil water for tea. I'm going to see Angela. Susan hadn't seen her daughter for several days and couldn't wait to go to the children's room. Jiang Pan glanced at George, who was busy in the kitchen, and said to Peter with a sad face, Mr. Chun, regarding Xiaofeng and Susan's divorce, I still hope you can help and persuade them. I heard that Xiaofeng recently started a company and has little time to accompany Angela. You don't want Angela to lack the love of her father and mother since she was a child, right? A faint smile appeared on Peter's wrinkled, old face. Marriage is a matter between two people. Once there's a rift, it's like a broken mirror that can't be mended. How long can it last? Jiang Pan smiled bitterly. You may not understand the cause and effect of the matter. Xiaofeng mistakenly thought that Yao Yao betrayed her. In fact, Yao Yao only regarded the third party as a younger brother. In fact, between them, I know all these things. Peter sighed slightly. Even when Xiaofeng got into a car accident, Yao Yao chose her brothers between Xiaofeng and her brothers. Jiang Pan hurriedly explained, that's because the hospital claimed that Xiaofeng would be in a vegetative state even if he was resuscitated. To be frank, if it were you, would you choose to save someone who would be in a vegetative state even if he woke up, or someone who had hope? Peter smiled slightly. So, you also think your daughter is right? Jiang Pan waved his hands repeatedly. That's not what I meant. I just think that Yao Yao came to the company as president directly after graduating from university. She has never been to the grassroots to train, nor has she suffered any hardship, so she may have made mistakes in judgment on certain things. The situation was urgent at the time, and Yao Yao had no choice but to act. We can't put all the blame on her. Chapter 89. Jiang Shihao's failed revenge attempt. Jiang Pan didn't want to clear his daughter's name. He just wanted to save her marriage as much as possible. Although he still didn't know Mr. Chen's true identity, his father always seemed very reserved and respectful when he saw Mr. Chen. He even secretly saw his father saluting Mr. Chen. You know, his father was a veteran who participated in the Korean War and 2 counterattacks. He suffered from war traumatic stress disorder in the last battle and has been recuperating in anonymity since then. It was not until 10 years ago that my father's condition improved. Since then, many important figures in the political arena have come to visit him, and all of them treated him with great respect. The only person who could make my father sit up from his sickbed and salute was the old man in front of him, Mr. Chun. Jiang Payne guessed that Mr. Chun was most likely his father's former superior commander. However, after checking countless materials, I couldn't find the name Peter, so I guessed that Mr. Chun might have changed his name. Considering George's Beijing household registration, Jiang Payne felt that Mr. Chun was most likely a retired general. Therefore, Jiang Payne did not want to lose his son-in-law George. Even though he was unknown, he was still the descendant of a hero of the times. It's a helpless act. After listening to Jiang Payne's words, Peter couldn't help but look out the window. You're right to think so. If it were me, maybe I would do the same. Jiang Payne breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his efforts were not in vain. Peter smiled and said, but if it were Xiaofeng's parents, they probably wouldn't give up even a shred of hope. You asked me to put myself in their shoes, so why don't you put yourself in their shoes and think about it? Jiang Payne couldn't help but shudder after hearing the latter part of the story. He tried to put himself in George's shoes and imagined that George had adopted a godsister. George's godsister and Susan were in a car accident at the same time. In the choice of only being able to save one of the two, George gave up Susan and chose to save his godsister. He was afraid that he would never forgive him. Don't even mention being my sister. Even my own sister can't. This is the most basic human nature. If a person does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. Human nature can't stand the test. Jiang Payne took a deep breath. The spine seemed to be bent slightly by an invisible pressure. People may stumble, and horses may stumble. A misstep will lead to eternal regret. Once you choose something, you can never go back. At this time, Susan came out holding Angela, who was dressed. With a smile on his face, he said, Angela, look who's here. Angela looked at her great-grandfather who was sitting on the sofa. His dark eyes suddenly lit up. He called out in a baby voice, Great-grandpa, it's like great-grandpa. Oh, my little Angela has grown so big. Come and give Grandpa a hug. When Peter heard his great-granddaughter's childish voice, the wrinkles on his face relaxed a little. Susan handed Angela to the old man. Grandpa, please be careful. Angela is very heavy now. Oh, it's okay, I'm still strong. Peter took Angela and put the little girl on his lap, a smile reaching his eyes. Little darling, do you miss your great-grandfather? I want to. Angela nodded like a little chicken pecking at rice, her voice so sweet that it made people sick. Angela thinks about great-grandfather every day. Huh, you little guy really knows how to coax people. Peter couldn't stop laughing, but as he laughed, sand got into his eyes. If my son and daughter-in-law were still alive, seeing Angela being so well-behaved and sensible, how happy they must be. George came over with a teapot to make tea. Susan quickly stood up to take the teapot and said gently, Honey, let me do it. Need not. George refused coldly. Susan retracted her hand, wrinkled her nose, and said coquettishly, Then I'll go cut some fruit. Susan took some fruit from the refrigerator and went to the kitchen. She didn't care about her husband's current indifference. There were still more than 20 days left in the divorce cooling-off period. As long as she persisted, George would definitely change his mind. Second bedroom. Suyume sat on the edge of the bed and lowered her voice, saying, Emma, you'd better move out. It's bad for you and your brother-in-law's reputation if a man and a woman stay in the same room together. Emma turned sideways with her back to her mother and said in a muffled voice, Mom, my brother-in-law recently opened a company, and Angela has no one to take care of her. I have to stay and take care of Angela. Suyume glanced at her daughter's huddled back, her eyes filled with worry. You can hire a nanny to take care of Angela. Besides, you're still a child yourself. How would you know how to take care of Angela? Emma turned around and stared at her mother, pouting and saying, Who said I can't take care of children? When I was doing my internship, I helped take care of Angela at my sister's house every time I had a holiday. These days, I took Angela out for a trip, and didn't I take good care of her? You always refuse to listen, kid. I'll ask your dad to scold you later. Suyume was a little angry and got up and left the room. Outside the gate of Wutangju community, Jiang Shiheo was sitting in his Porsche and making a phone call. Wang Hongbing, right? Bosca should have contacted you, right? Yes, Master Jiang. Please tell me what you need. I want you to help me teach a few people a lesson. No problem. Just tell me your name. Jiang Payne, Suyume, Susan George, and an old man. Jiang Shiheo had never suffered such injustice as today. He decided to take revenge on Jiang Payne's family. As for Emma and the little guy, he planned to let them go. Who are you talking about? Wang Hongbing screamed in surprise and almost thought he had heard it wrong. Jiang Shiheo frowned slightly. Jiang Payne's family. Wang Hongbing chuckled. Young Master Jiang, This Jiang Pan is a big entrepreneur in our Binhai city. You want to touch him? Jiang Shaheo snorted coldly. Is this the courage of the person Bosco introduced? After a moment of silence, Wang Hongbing said with a playful smile, No, Mr. Jiang, you misunderstood. I mean, I have to pay more. Jiang Shaheo is not short of money. He squinted his eyes and said, Give each of them a slap and take a picture of it. I will give you 3 million. 3 million. Hissed. Wang Hongbing took a deep breath and immediately agreed. Deal. I'll arrange it right away. Jiang Shaheo's lips curled up into a sinister smile. They're at Wutong residence now. Please make arrangements as soon as possible. There's a Hongbing chess and card room near Binhai City Cultural Square. The person in charge is Wang Hongbing, who is a popular figure around the leader of the Binhai underground forces. Small groups like Wang Zijian and Zhao Meng are like ants in front of him. After hanging up the phone, Wang Hongbing went to the mahjong parlor upstairs and called down a dozen people. Do you want to make money? I want to. Everyone said in unison. Okay, now there's a mission. Go to Watangju and beat up a few people. I'll give you 50,000 each. As soon as Wang Hongbing finished speaking, he received another call from Jiang Shaheo. Young Master Jiang. Cancel the cooperation. Stop fighting. Wang Hongbing looked puzzled. No, I've already called everyone here, and you're telling me to cancel the cooperation? A rough voice came from the phone. Not all money can be earned. You better be careful. Wang Hongbing was amused by the words on the phone. Oh my God. Who the hell are you? Do you know who your grandfather is? I have never seen anyone as arrogant as you in my entire life. The voice on the phone also got angry and shouted. Come on, tell me where you are. I want to talk to you. Hongbing Chess and Card Room. If you don't come, you'll be my support. Wang Hongbing gave his address without hesitation. Okay, you wait for me. On the other end of the line, Hong Lei, who was in the Porsche, returned the phone to Jiang Shaheo, patted his face, and warned him, Kid, I'll let you go this time. If you dare to have that kind of idea again, I guarantee that your entire Suzhou and Hangzhou business will go bankrupt, and your whole family will be thrown into jail. Chapter 90. Jiang's Mother's Concerns. After saying that, Hong Lei took Jiang Shaheo's half pack of cigarettes and a very exquisite lighter. This lighter is nice. How much did you buy it for? 30,000. Jiang Shaheo answered while covering his swollen face. Damn, it's so expensive. Hong Lei put the lighter back in its place and got out of the car cursing. Jiang Shaheo was as if pardoned and drove away at lightning speed in his Porsche. As soon as the Porsche left, a black car drove up and an ordinary-looking man with a crew cut sat in the back seat. Hong Lei opened the car door and got in the back seat. He turned to look at the man with a buzz cut and asked, Any clues? The man with the buzz cut pulled out an autopsy report from a nearby briefcase and handed it over. These killers are foreign nationals. Their vocal cords are severely damaged, they have no tongues, and their tooth sockets contain a deadly poison that can kill in 3 seconds. They must be assassins trained by foreign forces. Other than that, there's no other information. Hong Lei said thoughtfully, Mr. Fu devoted his entire life to the country and the people. It's unlikely that the Fu family did it. Fu Zhongyi certainly doesn't have the courage to do it. It seems that it can only be the work of foreign forces. Wudong residence. Jiang Peian asked Susan to book a private room at the Universal Hotel for lunch. Just as Susan took out her phone to make a call, Peter suddenly looked at George and said kindly, Xiaofeng, Grandpa hasn't eaten your cooking in a long time. Go buy some vegetables and have a drink with Grandpa later. What would you like to eat, Grandpa? George quickly stood up and asked since he got married. He had met his grandfather only a few times, and the number of times they sat down to eat and drink together was no more than 3 times. He once asked his grandparents to move to Binhai so that he could take care of them in their old age, but the 2 old people refused to agree. Peter smiled and said, Just 2 dishes will do. We need to save our stomachs for dinner tonight. Okay, then I'll go out and buy some groceries. George smiled and responded and prepared to go out. Brother-in-law, I'll go help you carry the vegetables. Emma also stood up. She really couldn't stand her mother's scrutinizing gaze from time to time, as if she was a bad child. Suyume frowned, but soon returned to normal, smiling and saying, Emma, stay and chat with Mom for a while. Susan, who was sitting next to him and teasing Angela, with his knee and said in a commanding tone, Susan, you and Xiaofeng go buy some groceries. Emma, just go. I want to be with my baby daughter. Susan said this without even looking up, thinking that she had finally managed to restore some of her feelings for Angela. And now that Angela was clinging to her, she couldn't push her away again. Su Yume felt a surge of anger in her heart. But because Mr. Chun was here, she couldn't vent her anger. Mom, I've never been to the market before. If I go, I'll only cause trouble for Brother Feng. Emma used to go to the market with her brother-in-law to buy vegetables. Only by letting her go with them can I help Brother Feng. Susan knew very well that her husband still didn't like her. Even if she went out with him, they would probably be speechless. Instead of being embarrassed and making things worse, she might as well hug her daughter at home. After she finished speaking, she looked up at Emma and said, Emma, why are you standing there? Go quickly. Okay. Emma nodded and quickly turned around to follow him out. Suyume sighed secretly in her heart. I hope I'm just overthinking it. In fact, Susan knew what her mother was thinking. It's because that bastard Jiang Shiheo just talked nonsense. So the mother began to worry whether there might be something wrong with George and Emma. The phone in Peter's pocket vibrated a few times. He took it out and looked at it, then said with a smile, I'll go answer a call. After saying that, he stood up and walked towards the balcony. Suyume leaned over to her husband and whispered something in his ear. Jiang Peng glanced at Suyume and saw her determined expression, so he nodded. Then he smiled and said to Angela, Angela, Grandpa hasn't hugged you for a long time. Come here and let Grandpa hug you. Uh-huh. Grandpa, hold me. The little girl opened her chubby little arms and pounced on Jiang Peng. Suyume stood up from the sofa, stared at Susan and said, Susan, come with me. Susan reluctantly followed her mother to the kitchen. Suyume didn't hide it. Although what your cousin said just now was unpleasant, it's not completely unreasonable. I knew it. Susan sighed helplessly. George and I have slept in the same bed for so many years. Don't I know what kind of person he is? When I was in college, George was known as the cool, aloof man in our school. He couldn't tolerate anyone except me. At that time, many girls in school tried every possible way to get close to him, but he didn't even look at them. Susan's eyes flashed with nostalgia, a happy smile on her face. One time at a school anniversary party, the beauty from the journalism department carefully prepared roses to confess her love to Brother Feng. But Brother Feng, taking advantage of the situation, gave the roses to me and even mentioned my name in front of everyone. To put things right once and for all, Brother Feng and I announced our relationship that day. Seeing her mother still frowning, Susan put away her smile and continued. In the past few years since we got married, I've taken him to many business cocktail parties. Those internet celebrities and socialites were all beautiful, and there were also many scheming bitches who tried their best to hook up with Brother Feng. But Brother Feng always just nodded and smiled politely, and never exchanged contact information with anyone of the opposite sex. Brother Feng is a person who knows how to maintain boundaries. After saying this, Emma suddenly felt uncomfortable. If she hadn't drugged George, that woman named Grace would never have had the chance to get close to her husband. However, this was all her own fault, and she couldn't blame anyone else. After hearing what her daughter said, Suyume began to waver and wondered if she was really thinking too much. Seeing her mother remain silent, Susan struck while the iron was hot. Let's not talk about the distant past. Take the trending topic from a few days ago. That internet celebrity blogger named Tang Xin was Emma's classmate, and she's not much worse than Emma in terms of appearance. She wanted to touch Brother Feng's abdominal muscles. What did Brother Feng do then? He slapped her hand away. If it were any other man, they would definitely be happy to do it. But he's not some other man. He's George, the husband Susan chose. Susan raised her chin with immense pride. Seeing this, Suyume sighed helplessly. Susan, you are still too young. Susan smiled and said, Mom, you're just overthinking it. Emma has been coming to Jinxiu Mansion quite often over the years, but George has always been polite to her, just like he treats you and father. This is because he treats Emma as his sister. After a pause, she lowered her voice and said, Besides, it was me who arranged for Emma to be with George. I need her to speak well of me in front of George. I have to get him back before the divorce cooling off period ends. After hearing Susan's last words, Suyume felt relieved. After thinking for a moment, she said with some guilt, It seems I really thought too much. Susan held her mother's arm affectionately. Brother Feng is still mad at me. I can't find anyone else to help me except Emma. Please stop overthinking it, okay? Suyume nodded and whispered, I've discussed this with your dad. We're going to tell George later. Your grandfather doesn't know about your divorce yet. We want him to not act too distant with you in front of the old man. You have to seize this opportunity. Chapter 91. Grocery shopping with my sister-in-law. Vegetable market. George bargained very skillfully with the vegetable seller. Your garlic sprouts can make you immortal, and you're selling them for 5 yuan? Hey boy, my garlic sprouts are grown with pure natural organic fertilizer. Look how beautiful they are growing. Will you sell it for $2? Are you here to buy groceries or to cause trouble? Just kidding, I'm in a hurry. Give me 2 kilograms for $2.50. George had just moved to Wutangju and was not yet familiar with the vendors in the vegetable market, so it was inevitable that he would be ripped off. But after all, he's been a house husband for several years, so he has a basic understanding of the prices in the vegetable market. The woman at the vegetable stall glared at him and said, Go buy it somewhere else for 2.50. I don't sell it here. George was too lazy to harass Lai and just turned and left. The woman at the vegetable stall said sarcastically, He looks like a decent person, but he's so stingy when buying vegetables worth a few dollars. How can a man like this find a girlfriend? He's really blind. Emma's cheeks flushed slightly, but she felt a little sweet in her heart. She quickened her pace to catch up, turned her head to look at George, blinked her big eyes, and asked softly, Brother-in-law, aren't you going to buy garlic sprouts? Buy it. George looked around at the other vegetable stalls. My grandpa loves stir-fried pork with garlic sprouts, so of course I have to buy garlic sprouts. Emma whispered, I think the garlic sprouts from her store look better. Do we really need to buy from another store? That's why she sells it at such a high price. George smiled faintly. The price in the vegetable market can be adjusted at any time. If it can't be sold later, the price will naturally drop. Otherwise, if it can't be sold today, it will be even harder to sell tomorrow. You see, we'll go around and come back and buy it for 3 yuan. I see. Emma's eyes lit up with admiration. Brother-in-law, you are so awesome. George rolled his eyes. Buying some vegetables is so impressive. Emma said sweetly and coyly, it's really amazing. When I bought groceries before, I always gave them whatever they asked for. George smiled and said, actually, there aren't that many scams in the vegetable market. I won't bargain if the price is reasonable. That woman just now was asking for an exorbitant price. She was taking advantage of me. After shopping for about half an hour, George and Emma were ready to go home, carrying bags of garlic sprouts. As they passed the garlic sprout stall, the woman called out, young man, would you like some garlic sprouts for 3.50 yuan? No, I just made an agreement with the old man at the door. He'll give me 2 kilograms of good stuff for 2.8 yuan. George smiled and continued walking. The vegetable vendor stamped her feet anxiously and shouted at the top of her voice, 3 yuan, 3 yuan. The garlic sprouts from Old Man Wang's shop at the door are all leftovers from the mall, and they're all grown with low-quality chemical fertilizers. They definitely don't taste as good as the garlic sprouts I grow at home with pure natural organic fertilizer. George returned to the vegetable stall and said, 2 pounds, please. The vegetable seller skillfully filled the bag with garlic sprouts and said to Emma with a smile, girl, you have really good taste. These days, it's easy to find a man, but it's hard to find a man who knows how to live. You have to cherish him. Well, I will cherish it. Emma buried her head and spoke in a mosquito-like voice. George took over the conversation and said calmly, Andy, if you want to say that I'm stingy, just say it directly. Why are you beating around the bush? The vegetable vendor's smile froze for a moment, but soon grew even brighter. Young man, I don't mean anything by that. Being a bit stingy isn't necessarily a bad thing. My husband is a spendthrift, always trying to save every penny he has. If he were as good at living as you, I wouldn't have to sell vegetables long ago. After saying that, the aunt put the packed garlic sprouts on the scale. 2 pounds and 6 ounces. I'll give you 2.5 pounds, $7.50. George took out his mobile phone, scanned the code, and paid 7.5 yuan. It was already 11:30 when we returned to Watanju. George went into the kitchen and started working. Emma helps out in the kitchen. Jiang Pan also sent Susan to the kitchen to help. 12:30. George prepared 8 dishes and 1 soup. Jiang Pan praised George's cooking skills endlessly. As if remembering something, he suddenly asked, by the way, Xiaofeng, have you finished the bottle of Romani Connie that I gave you last time? His original intention was to tell Mr. Chan that he was very good to George, and the wine he sent him was Romani Connie. But Susan's heart tightened. She clenched the chopsticks in her hand a little tighter, and her knuckles turned slightly white. She gave George a pitiful look, afraid that George would tell her that she had drugged him. But her worries were unnecessary. George was too embarrassed to bring up such a matter, so he just nodded and said, I'm done drinking. Jiang Pan smiled slightly. Come to my place tonight and get 2 more bottles. George smiled and shook his head. Uncle Jiang, this wine is too expensive. It would be more appropriate for you to keep it for entertaining important guests. Okay, then whenever you want to drink, you can come to me and get some. Jiang Pan also knew George's character. Last time he was given a bottle of Romani Connie for his birthday, he refused it. Now that he was divorcing Susan, it was even more impossible for him to accept a gift from him. George used his serving chopsticks to put a piece of braised pork that was cooked in a pressure cooker until it was fat but not greasy into his grandfather's bowl. Grandpa, try this. Peter picked up the braised pork and took a bite, a glimmer of light appearing in his cloudy eyes. This recipe was taught to you by your mother, right? George smiled and nodded. Mom said you like this flavor. Peter's eyes dimmed a bit, and he stuffed the whole bite of braised pork into his mouth and chewed it, mumbling, You little brat, it's been 3 years and I haven't seen you cook for me. George curled his lips. You are always in a hurry. I don't even have a chance to cook for you. In fact, he didn't understand it. His grandfather was so old and should have retired long ago, but his grandfather always seemed to be very busy. As for what he was busy with, he never told him. He also asked his father, but his father didn't know the answer. Grandpa is sorry for you, always taking care of things outside. Peter's eyes wrinkled into a ball, his expression slightly bitter and guilty. Then he changed the subject and said with a smile, It will be soon, though. When Grandpa finishes his work, I'll eat your cooking every day. Don't find Grandpa annoying then. George couldn't help but roll his eyes. What are you talking about? As long as you want to eat, even if you order a full banquet every day, I will find a way to make it for you. The meal went quite harmoniously, but from beginning to end, George never spoke a word to Susan. Susan was tactful and did not dare to talk to George actively. She just chatted with her sister intermittently. She learned from Emma that George recently opened a company in Binbei Industrial Zone. What's the name of the company? I didn't ask. What for? It seems to be producing cement and tiles. Then I understand. It should be Zhao Kang's Hongsheng Company. After all, Susan is engaged in the building materials industry and is familiar with all the companies involved in the building materials industry in Binhai City. Su Yumei suddenly put down her chopsticks, looked at George, and said softly, Xiaofeng, there's something I need to discuss with you. Chapter 92. Grace returns to Binhai. Aunt May, you said. George put down his teacup and looked at his former mother-in-law calmly. Su Yumei first glanced at Jiang Pan, and when she saw Jiang Pan nod slightly, she slowly spoke. You know about Susan's grandfather's health condition. After all, today is his 80th birthday. He doesn't know about your divorce with Susan yet. Aunt May hopes you can keep this a secret from the old man. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the Jiang family looked at George, except Peter, who was holding the teacup and blowing gently on the scalding tea. George frowned slightly. He naturally understood what Aunt May meant. She wanted him to pretend to be a couple with Susan at the birthday party tonight. This request was somewhat like moral blackmail, but he really couldn't bring himself to refuse. He has a good relationship with Mr. Jiang. In the past few years of taking care of the children at home, Mr. Jiang would go to Jinsho outing every now and then to chat with him and play chess to relieve his boredom. Today is Mr. Jiang's 80th birthday, and his health condition is not very optimistic. If Mr. Jiang knew about my divorce with Susan, I'm afraid he would be upset and even die with regrets. One more thing, Grandpa and Mr. Jiang have a very special relationship. Otherwise, I wouldn't have stayed in Binhai for so long. After weighing the pros and cons, George nodded and said, I won't tell him. As soon as the words fell, everyone in the Jiang family breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Pan's eyes showed gratitude. Xiaofeng, thank you. George forced a smile. Mr. Jiang has been very kind to me, and I don't want him to be upset on his 80th birthday. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone in George's pocket vibrated. I took out my cell phone and saw that it was Hong Lei calling. Brother Lei, I was beaten, come and help. George only felt that his cerebellum was shrinking. Can Hong Lei be beaten? Why is he so unconvinced? That day in Fugue village, Hong Lei knocked down more than 20 people by himself. With his fighting ability, he can handle 10 more without any problem, right? Did you hear that? Hong Lei roared on the other end of the phone. George lowered his voice and asked, Is it crowded? More than 50. Then I'll call the police for you. George was speechless. If he remained restrained, he could only fight 10 people at most. There were more than 50 people on the other side. It would be useless if he went over. Hong Lei said coldly, I took the initiative to come to your door. They want to touch your grandfather. Boom. George was immediately furious. Location. Red Soldier Chess and Card Room. Come right over here. George hung up the phone and stood up. I have to go out and do something. Seeing that her brother-in-law looked unhappy, Emma hurriedly asked, What are you going to do? George ignored her, turned around, and strode out. Su Yumei quickly tugged at her husband's sleeve and said worriedly, Xiaofeng just said he couldn't beat them and called the police. Could something have happened to him? Jiang Pan took out his phone and unlocked it. I'll have someone follow him to check. Peter smiled and said, I think it's probably his friends out there who are causing trouble. Let him deal with it himself. After hearing what Mr. Chen said, Susan couldn't help but curl her lips, thinking that Brother Feng would never make friends with bad people. She glanced at the door with a little worry, then took out her mobile phone and sent a message to her own security department. George drove the 2015 Lu Xun to the Hongbing Chess and Card Room. At the first traffic light, he suddenly received a call from Grace. Grace! George put his phone on speakerphone. Grace's voice was sweet. Brother Feng, I'm a bit high again. George was stunned for a moment. Didn't you just go back yesterday? Grace explained with a smile. My dad is going to the Jiang family to celebrate his birthday. So, I came along. Hearing this, George's hair almost stood on end. Grace's father is actually coming to Binhai to celebrate Mr. Jiang's birthday. Doesn't that mean Grace is going to meet Susan? And there is Emma next to it. Oh shit, it's creepy just thinking about it. George suddenly had the urge to escape from this city. Beep beep. The cars behind kept honking their horns. George looked up and saw that the light was green, so he immediately stepped on the accelerator and drove forward. Seeing George was silent, Grace deliberately smiled evilly and said, Brother Feng, why are you silent? Don't you like talking? After all, Grace was known as the devil girl in Beijing circles. She dared to do whatever she wanted in Beijing, let alone a third-tier city like Binhai. To be on the safe side, George confessed to Grace, Grace, Mr. Zhang's health is not very good. He doesn't know about my divorce from Susan yet. So, at the birthday party today, I should pretend to be a married couple with Susan. George gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands. His ears perked up, waiting for Grace's response. After a moment of silence, Grace sniffed and said in a tearful voice, You still can't let her go. George hurriedly explained, Mr. Jiang has always been very good to me. He's old and in poor health. If he knew Susan and I were getting divorced, he would definitely be sad, and it might even affect his health. I did this just to avoid upsetting him on his 80th birthday. Grace burst out laughing. Okay, I'm just kidding. Changing the subject, she continued in an ambiguous tone. Brother Foam, don't worry. I will be very good. You haven't told me where you are yet. I'll go find you. I'm out on business. Please wait for me at the Universal Hotel. After hanging up the phone, George felt complicated again. He has always valued feelings. The view of love is to love only one person in a lifetime. But now, his view of love seems to have been completely distorted. The affectionate and aloof male god of Binhai University is now turning into a scumbag. Bang! George slapped himself hard across the face. Suddenly he said, the George of the past is dead. What are you worrying about? A convenience store near the Hongbing chess and card room. Hong Lei, with a bruised face and nose, sat outside, smoking and eating betel nuts. George got out of the car and saw Hong Lei's bruised face. He forced himself to look at his aunt and frowned. Brother Lei, what's going on? Hong Lei spat out the betel nut residue in his mouth and said expressionlessly, you know Jiang Shiheo, right? Susan asked cousin. Did your family bully him? I just went to Watangju with Susan's family, and I didn't let him in. So he held a grudge and spent 3 million seek revenge on Wang Hongbing and beat up all of you. Hong Lei recounted how he beat up Jiang Shiheo. After hearing the cause, George frowned and said, in other words, you stopped Jiang Shiheo while he was still on the phone with Wang Hongbing. Hong Lei raised his eyebrows. That's called efficiency. We have a technical team that can eavesdrop on all calls within a 2-kilometer radius. George asked, then why are you still looking for Wang Hongbing? He's just taking money and helping people get rid of disasters. Haven't you already cut off the crisis at the source? George was no stranger to the name Wang Hongbing, the right-hand man of Qin Yi, the leader of the Binhai underground forces. When I was in college, if I had a conflict with a classmate, I would just say that I was hanging out with soldiers, and the other party would definitely not dare to attack me. This is the oppressive feeling Wang Hongbing feels. Hong Lei clenched his fist and said, that guy's too arrogant. I can't stand him. George took a cigarette from a box on the table and lit it. He narrowed his eyes and asked, so what do you want to do? Fight back? Just the two of us. Chapter 93. Calling Grace for help in a fight. In the past, George would tremble when he heard the name Wang Hongbing. But today is different from the past. With my physical fitness, I can easily beat 10 people alone. Whether a man can be tough or not depends entirely on his fists and wealth. Hong Lei sighed, forget it. There's an underground boxing gym underneath this chess and card room. There are over 20 boxers in there. They're all muscular and incredibly powerful. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been beaten so badly. George patted Hong Lei on the shoulder and said earnestly, you are very brave. I have lived in Binhai for so many years, and this is the first time I have seen someone take the initiative to provoke Wang Hongbing. Hong Lei rubbed his swollen cheek and said indignantly, it's a pity that I can't use department resources, otherwise I would have to eradicate them completely. Seeing Hong Lei's unhappy expression, George sighed secretly and said in a deep voice, do you really want revenge? Hong Lei laughed bitterly. It's just a rant. We can't beat them, and they have Mr. Qin behind them. I just made some inquiries. Mr. Qin has deep roots in Binhai and had a large team of boxers. If we really anger Mr. Qin, we will have no place in Binhai anymore. George continued, do you want revenge? Hong Lei suddenly looked up at George and asked, do you have a solution? George took out his cell phone and called Grace. Grace answered the phone immediately. Brother Phone, are you done? Help me fight. Ah. Grace was stunned for a moment. Then she said softly and coquettishly, I'm a girl. How can I fight? George's tone turned cold. Just tell me whether you will help or not. Grace sniffed. Where? Red Soldier Chess and Card Room. George gave the address and hung up the phone. Hong Lei asked cautiously, who is it? George raised the corners of his lips slightly. Beijing Circle Female Devil. Universal Hotel. 81st floor. The corridor was filled with bodyguards in black with their hands behind their backs. Several senior executives of the Su family were sitting in room A09. Grace stood up from the sofa and walked out. Su Huayan asked, Grace, where are you going? Fight. Grace uttered 2 words lightly. Su Huayan frowned slightly. Don't go. Many big names from the political and business circles came to Binhai City today. Even someone like Mr. Chun came in person. The public security system of the entire Binhai City is operating at a high level. In such an environment, she still wants to go out and fight? Bang! The sound of a door slamming shut was Su Huayan's response. Bang! Su Huayan suddenly smashed the teacup in his hand to the ground and said angrily, this rebellious girl is simply lawless. Everyone present looked at Su Huayan meaningfully. I thought to myself, it's all because of you. I wasn't angry just now. Now that everyone is gone, why are you still pretending here? Su Huayan took out a mobile phone with an antenna and pressed a few numbers, then put it to his ear and said, Grace is going to fight. Go and persuade her. On the outskirts of Binan District, Shanshui Manor is hidden in the lush mountains and forests, with red walls, black tiles, and winding paths. The manor is full of colorful flowers, luxurious villas are scattered around, and gurgling streams surround it, creating a peaceful and harmonious scene. At this time, in the garden deep in the manor, a middle-aged man in a gray coat was holding a watering can and watering the white roses he had carefully cultivated. He has a tall figure, a peaceful face, and wears a pair of reading glasses. He looks like a middle-aged teacher. You must grow up well. Don't let my hard work go to waste. The middle-aged man moved gently, as if he was protecting a rare treasure, and his eyes were full of tenderness. At this moment, a young man in a suit and tie with a crew cut ran over in a panic and accidentally kicked over a pot of white roses, breaking the originally tender buds. The young man said respectfully, "Master Qin, something happened to the Hongbing chess and card room." Qin Shiqiang glanced at the potted plant that the young man accidentally kicked over, and the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. The young man followed Master Qin's gaze and glanced at the overturned potted plant at his feet. His face immediately lost all color, and he quickly apologized in a trembling voice. "Qin, Master Qin, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it." Qin Shiqiang pushed his glasses up on his nose and sighed softly. "Forget it. You didn't mean it." He squatted down, lifted the flower pot, and stuck the broken flower bud back into the soil. "You said something happened to the Red Army?" The young man breathed a sigh of relief, nodded, and said, "Yes, someone just went to the Red Soldier chess and card room to cause trouble and injured more than a dozen of our brothers." Qin Shiqiang asked without even looking up. "Are there many of them?" The young man said in a deep voice. "Just one." Qin Shiqiang laughed dumbly. "Interesting, it seems he's a martial artist." The young man continued, "I don't think he's just a martial artist. Of the 15 people he injured, 5 were gold medal boxers who were awarded prizes by you personally." Qin Shiqiang narrowed his eyes slightly. "Is that guy really that powerful?" The young man said firmly, "It's absolutely true. People like this can only be used by me." Qin Shiqiang licked his dry lips and said, "The boxing match is about to begin. If he's really that good, then the 1 billion bet belongs to me." The young man smiled and asked, "Then I'll go check his information first." Qin Shiqiang shook his head. "You don't have to go. I will arrange other people." The smile on the young man's face gradually froze. "Mr. Qin, Mr. Qin." Qin Shiqiang snapped his fingers, and the bodyguard standing guard nearby rushed over instantly. "Take off his right leg and chop it up and feed it to the dogs." "No, don't." Hongbing chess and card room. More than a dozen Mercedes-Benz S-Class cars were parked outside, and more than 30 people got out of the cars. They were all dressed in suits and ties, with tall postures and eyes as sharp as hawks. At the second-floor window, Wang Hongbing, who had served in a foreign mercenary group, was frightened. He could see that these people were definitely not ordinary bodyguards. A younger brother beside him sneered, "I've never seen such a thing before. There are actually people who are not afraid of death and dare to challenge Master Qin. I just don't know which unlucky guy dares to help him." Wang Hongbing took a deep breath and said, "Come with me to pick them up. Be polite." After saying that, he led a group of people downstairs. Grace was wearing a neatly cut light white French dress today, with her slightly curly long hair casually draped over her shoulders. Her fiery red lips formed a sharp contrast with her fair skin, and there was an innate pride between her eyebrows. George and Hong Lei had already arrived in front of Grace's car. Zhang Tai opened the door and Grace got out of the car, wearing silver white high heels. Her white instep was as crystal as jade, and a platinum anklet was hanging on her ankle. George couldn't help but take a few more glances. Just the night before, he was still holding this beautiful white ankle and charging forward. Grace walked out of the car, her pretty face as cold as ice, exuding an aura that kept strangers away. George was secretly shocked. Grace at this moment was completely different from when she was alone with him. Grace glanced at George and Hong Lei with cold eyes, her voice as cold as a knife. "Lead the way." Hong Lei swallowed and hurriedly walked ahead to lead the way. Grace didn't even glance at George. In front of her own power, she had to maintain her image as the devil in the Beijing circle. Wang Hongbing brought a few of his men to the door. He first glanced at the bruised Hong Lei, then set his sights on Grace, who was in the center position at the back, and said in a low voice, "Beauty, this is Master Qin's territory." This group of people looked unfamiliar and were obviously not from the local Benhai forces. His own name might not be enough to intimidate them, so he could only bring in Master Qin. Hong Lei was full of confidence at this moment and said arrogantly like a gangster, "Master Qin is just a jerk. Do you know who the person behind me is? You dare to scold Master Qin? I think you are tired of living." The younger brother behind, Wang Hongbing, stood up and angrily retorted, "Bang!" Wang Hongbing let go and slapped him aside. Then he looked at Grace and asked, "What kind of business are you in?" Chapter 94. Wang Hongbing surrenders without a fight. We're in the Beijing circle. Zhang Tai folded his arms, his eyes full of contempt. He usually bullies the big families, but today he bullies the underground forces in a third-tier city. He even feels a little ashamed. Damn it, people from Beijing come to Benhai and act wildly. I think you really don't know how to spell the word death. Haven't you heard that a strong dragon can't defeat a local snake? The little brother who was slapped just now covered his face and cursed. As soon as the words fell, bang, Wang Hongbing slapped him again. The younger brother was completely confused and said aggrievedly, "Brother Bing, you roll." Wang Hongbing roared angrily with his neck stiffened. "I've seen stupid people, but I've never seen anyone as stupid as this. What is the Beijing Circle? How terrifying must the power behind someone be to be able to make it in the Beijing Circle?" Grace then walked over to Hong Lei, stared at Wang Hongbing with cold eyes, and asked who hit him. Wang Hongbing's Adam's apple rolled twice, and he explained with a stiff upper lip, "He came to us on his own initiative. Even if we end up in police custody, it's still self-defense." Zhang Tai said with a half smile, "Our Lady always asks questions only once. I advise you to answer again." "Brother Bing, they're going too far. Let's fight them." The younger brother, his cheeks red and swollen, could no longer bear it. He clenched his fists and made a cracking sound. "I just counted them. There are only 36 of them in total. We have more than 50 people. We have the advantage." Wang Hongbing didn't attack again this time. Instead, he squinted his eyes and looked at Grace. "We are on the underworld, so we have to be reasonable, right?" Swish, swish, swish. More than 30 eyes behind Grace looked at Wang Hongbing. The emotionless gaze was like the gaze of a poisonous snake. Wang Hongbing was terrified and his scalp felt like it was about to explode. He had experienced this feeling 10 years ago, because the mercenary group he belonged to accidentally injured the direct descendant of a Chable family. The Chable family threatened to destroy their entire company. Not long after, a team of 50 people wiped out their mercenary group of nearly 300 people in just half an hour. Wang Hongbing escaped the disaster by hiding in a pit and became the only survivor. He later learned that those people were all death warriors trained by the Chable families at huge expense. Those people were not afraid of death and would not give up until they achieved their goals. Wang Hongbing recovered and took a deep breath, only to find that he was sweating profusely. He swallowed hard and said in a hoarse voice with a slight tremor, "I am willing to accept any punishment. Tell me, what do you want us to do?" George was astonished. Is this the power of the Su family? The gazes of more than 30 bodyguards were enough to intimidate Wang Hongbing, who was so arrogant and been high, and he didn't even have the courage to resist. The group of younger brothers behind Wang Hongbing were all dumbfounded. They didn't understand why Brother Bing compromised. This was Binhai. Binhai was Qin Ye's territory. Qin Ye's influence spread across the 6 districts of Binhai. With just one phone call, he could call at least 300 people to support the situation. What made them most angry was that the leader of the other party was a woman. In the massage parlors and bath centers opened under Qin Ye's name, those women were just men's playthings. They could not accept being humiliated by being stepped on by a woman. Wang Hongbing turned around and looked at his brothers, shouting, "Anyone who fought just now, stand up." More than 50 people stood still, their eyes filled with disappointment and anger as they looked at Wang Hongbing. Wang Hongbing's expression suddenly turned cold. "Do you think I'm harming you? I'm saving you." "Wang Hongbing, you're such a coward. You don't deserve to be our big brother." The younger brother who had been slapped twice stood up and cursed. His name was Deng Yong, and he had followed Wang Hongbing for 4 years. It was already frustrating enough for him to be slapped twice just now, but now Brother Bing actually wanted them to surrender without a fight? "Yes, you are not worthy of being our boss. Soft, coward, waste. I was blind to be with him." Someone took the lead and the others followed suit. Deng Yong felt his chance to rise to the top had come. He could almost see himself driving a luxury car and living in a mansion. He turned around and yelled, "Brothers, grab your weapons and fight them. We can't bring shame to Master Qin." "Yes, let's fight." Everyone returned to the chess and card room to grab their weapons. Wang Hongbing wanted to say something, but he had no chance. Zhang Tai led more than 30 people to rush into the chess and card room. George and Grace were left outside. Wang Hongbing turned around and looked at Hong Lei, his eyes full of struggle. Hong Lei sneered, "Why, you want a one-on-one fight?" Thump! Wang Hongbing immediately knelt before Hong Lei, stiffening his neck and saying, "You can kill me or chop me up. It's all up to you." Bang! Hong Lei immediately kicked Wang Hongbing in the chest, and Wang Hongbing flew backwards 5 meters. It can be seen how powerful the kick was. This is why Wang Hongbing did not dare to resist. The strong man who came to cause trouble was as strong as an ox. It took 5 gold medal boxers to subdue him. Hong Lei rushed forward and started punching and kicking Wang Hongbing. Wang Hongbing groaned inwardly. If he had known that he would be beaten even if he gave in, he would have rather fought with them. At the same time, sounds of fighting were heard from the chess and card room. Crash! The glass on the second floor was shattered, and someone broke through the glass and fell to the first floor. George moved closer to Grace and whispered, "Grace, they won't call the police, will they?" Grace crossed her arms and said in a cold voice, "There's a black boxing gym and a casino in the basement of this chess and card room. Do you think they'll call the police?" "Good job. Are you trying to act cool with me?" George glanced at Zhang Jin, who was standing about a meter in front of Grace on the right, and stretched out his dirty hands to grab Grace from behind. Grace's body trembled, and her cheeks flushed instantly. She stretched out her right hand and grabbed George's wrist behind her back, her voice trembling as she said, "Brother Phone, don't." Zhang Jin seemed to hear some movement behind him and looked back, but George had already put his hands back in his trouser pockets and smiled at him. Hong Lei felt much better after beating Wang Hongbing up. He looked down at him and asked, "Are you convinced?" "I give in." Wang Hongbing curled up on the ground and responded muffledly, but in his heart he cursed Hong Lei's ancestors for 18 generations. "I was almost kneeling on the ground and calling him grandpa, and you still ask me if I'm convinced?" Hong Lei suddenly squatted down, squinted his eyes, and asked, "Have you ever worked for the Black Blade Group?" "Black Blade Group?" Wang Hongbing shook his head. "I've never heard of it." Hong Lei pulled open his collar, pointed at a black scimitar tattoo on his collarbone, and asked, "What is this?" Just as Wang Hongbing was about to make an excuse, Hong Lei said coldly, "Think before you answer, or I'll kill you." Wang Hongbing's throat was dry, and he stared at Hong Lei with red eyes. "Are you from the Sassoon family?" Hong Lei frowned slightly. "So it was the Sassoon family that destroyed the Black Blade Group?" Wang Hongbing was silent for a long time, then nodded. "Yes, I'm the only survivor." Hong Lei slowly closed his eyes, and 2 crystal tears slid down from the corners of his eyes. Wang Hongbing seemed to have thought of something and asked cautiously, "Do you have friends in the Black Blade Group?" Hong Lei's already rough voice was slightly hoarse. "My brother's name is Hong Zhe. It has been almost 10 years since the Black Blade Group was destroyed. He has been unable to find the murderer through various connections. He didn't expect to meet a survivor of the Black Blade Group today." Wang Hongbing obviously knew Hongsha. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he said with trembling lips, "Brother Zhe is a very good person. He led a team to rush out first to cover our breakout." Chapter 95. Hong Lei recruits younger disciples. Hong Lei's sharp eyes gradually lost their luster. He had imagined countless times that his elder brother was seriously injured and hid his identity after escaping. His elder brother did not contact his family in order to protect them. Or his elder brother suffered brain damage and lost his memory in the conflict and forgot the way home. But now, Wang Hongbing's words shattered the last bit of fantasy in his heart. "Saldi." Wang Hongbing saw Hong Lei's sad expression and felt sorry in his eyes. He felt that he shouldn't have told him the truth. "It's okay. It's better to stop thinking about it." After Hong Lei calmed down, he stared at him and asked, "Are you interested in following me? Can I?" Wang Hongbing thought Hong Lei was the man of that Beijing girl and felt a little insecure. Hong Lei stood up and extended his hand towards him. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Hong Lei." Wang Hongbing grabbed Hong Lei's hand and stood up. With his mouth bruised, he asked, "Is there no need for me to introduce myself?" "No need," Hong Lei responded. Seeing that Hong Lei and Wang Hongbing were still chatting, George came over and asked, "What are you doing?" Hong Lei said with a smile, "My new little brother. He will be with me from now on." After that, he introduced Wang Hongbing. "This is George, a descendant of a military family. His grandfather was among the group of people that Jiang Shihao asked you to teach a lesson." Hearing this, Wang Hongbing's legs went weak and he almost fainted. That bastard Jiang Shihao actually asked him to teach the general a lesson. Maybe George's grandfather was that general. Oh shit. The more Wang Hongbing thought about it, the more his scalp tingled. He straightened his back and bowed to George. "I apologize to you and your grandfather for my ignorance. I'm sorry." A descendant of a general? George was slightly stunned, obviously unaware of this. He only knew that his grandfather was a veteran. When he was very young, his grandfather would only tell him stories about gunfire and rain of bullets, and then instill some patriotic knowledge in him. Hong Lei realized he had slipped up and quickly leaned over to George's ear and whispered, "When we're out and about, our identities are our own, so we have to raise our status." George naturally didn't believe Hong Lei's explanation. He knew that the old man was of high status. Otherwise, Grace would not have kidnapped only himself and his parents, and might have kidnapped the old man as well. Wang Hongbing bowed to Hong Lei again. "Thank you, Brother Lei, for saving my life." If Hong Lei hadn't shown up unexpectedly and led his men to beat up Jiang Pan's family and George's grandfather, he would probably have spent the rest of his life in prison. Hong Lei said calmly, "You really should thank me. If I hadn't come out to stop your plan, your life would be completely ruined." Wang Hongbing's eyes were red. 10 years ago, your brother saved me once. 10 years later, you saved me again. I, Wang Hongbing, will remember this kindness for the rest of my life. From now on, if Brother Lei points east, I will never go west. Even if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire, I will frown and... Stop! Hong Lei waved his hands quickly. "You sold out Master Qin so easily, I dare not use you. Just help me run errands or something." Wang Hongbing's face froze, then he smiled bitterly. "As for Master Qin, to be honest, I've been wanting to get away for a long time. He's such a ruthless person. He even tortures his own people to death. If I follow him, I never know when I'll be in trouble." He paused, his tone becoming graver. "But you are different. Your brother saved my life. and now you have saved my life again. If I still betray you, what's the difference between me and an animal? Hong Lei sneered and said, that sounds nice, but let's see how you perform. First, tell me about the black blade back then. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Tai walked out slowly. The more than 30 aggressive thugs in suits behind him didn't even wrinkle their clothes. Zhang Tai glanced at Wang Hongbing calmly, then said to Grace, Miss, it's all done. Grace's expression had returned to its calm state. She nodded and said, let's go back. Zhang Tai waved his hand and led more than 30 people to follow Grace. Brother Lei, you drive my car. I'm going to take a ride. George threw his Lu Xun key to Hong Lei and then strode behind the Su family bodyguards. On the side of the road, Zhang Tai opened the car door, put one hand on the upper edge of the door, waited for his young lady to get in the car, closed the door, and walked around to the passenger seat to sit in. Zhang Jin started the car. Grace saw Brother Feng jogging towards her in the rearview mirror and said, don't drive yet. George came to the front of the car. Grace opened the window, nodded, and asked, anything else? Just a ride. George stared at Grace's cold face, feeling a little restless. Zhang Tai frowned. You can take a ride, but don't take this car. The people brought here today are all bodyguards that the Su family has spent a huge amount of money to train for the young lady. They obey the lady's orders without hesitation. The lady needs to maintain her queen image in front of them. Seeing the serious look on his face, George could only sigh and said, okay, get in the car. Grace interrupted George before he finished speaking. Miss, Zhang Tai frowned even more tightly. Are you teaching me how to do things? Grace's tone suddenly turned cold. I dare not. Zhang Tai stiffened his neck and swallowed his saliva. The atmosphere in the car was a bit depressing. George said awkwardly, why don't I change cars? Get in the car. Grace scolded expressionlessly. Oh, George immediately went around to the other side and got in the car, sitting next to Grace. Hong Lei drove George's Lu Xun to take Wang Hongbing to the foot massage parlor. Shortly after the convoy left, another convoy arrived outside the chess and card room. The mahjong tables and fruit machines in the chess and card room were smashed to pieces, except for a few regular waitresses. The other men who were guarding the place were lying on the ground in a mess. Master Qin, all the surveillance cameras are destroyed. Master Qin, everyone has broken limbs. Master Qin, Iong said that Bing has rebelled. Qin Shiqiang sat on the sofa in the lobby on the second floor, his face terribly gloomy. Next to him stood a long-haired man in a red suit. She is fair and clean. There is always a cold and evil smile on the corner of his mouth. This person is another one of Mr. Qin's right-hand men, Qin Shiqiang. He is also Qin Shiqiang's half-brother. Ah, okay. Qin Shiqiang laughed in anger. It seems I've been cultivating myself for too long, and they've almost forgotten my existence. Ben Hai, it's time for a change. Mr. Qin. Deng Yong crawled out of the mahjong room on the second floor, his legs broken. Tears welled up in his eyes as he cried out, you have to make the decision for us. Without waiting for Qin Shiqiang to speak, two younger brothers came over and carried Deng Yong over. Qin Shiqiang asked calmly, tell me what's going on. Here's what happened. Deng Yong recounted in detail what had happened before. Qin Shiqiang frowned when he heard this. Didn't you mention Master Qin's name? Yes, but they said. Deng Yong hesitated to speak, as if he found it difficult to start. Qin Shiqiang snorted coldly. What did they say? Deng Yong hesitated. They said Master Qin was some kind of scoundrel. Boom! Qin Shiqiang stood up suddenly as if struck by lightning, veins popping out on his forehead. Shang, get someone. Chapter 96. Qin Shiqiang wants revenge. Qin Shiqiang has a trump card. Qin Shiqiang said thoughtfully, brother, we must first find out who did it. Qin Shiqiang said angrily, I don't care who he is. If he dares to destroy my territory, I will make him pay for it. Qin Shiqiang laughed dumbly. Brother, you have been cultivating yourself for so long, but your bad temper still hasn't changed. Deng Yong fanned the flames at this time, saying, Master Qin, they say they're in the Beijing Circle, and they don't even take small fry like us seriously. Beijing Circle? Qin Shiqiang frowned slightly. People from the Beijing Circle came to Manhwa to grab territory. Deng Yong explained, actually it wasn't a turf war. It was because Brother Bing took on a business deal. Someone offered Brother Bing $3 million to help teach Jiang Pei's family a lesson. Then someone came to our door. That person must be a martial artist. We injured more than a dozen people before we subdued him. After that, he called and found those people who claimed to be in the Beijing Circle. Qin Shiqiang had calmed down by now. He looked at his younger brother, the only one in the family who had attended university, and asked, Hesheng, what do you think? Qin Shiqiang pondered for a moment and said, we should not mess with people in the Beijing Circle. Those who can make it in the Beijing Circle must have a terrifying background. Qin Shiqiang's face grew colder. People have bullied our family, and we're still holding back? If this gets out, where will I, Qin Shiqiang, put my face in the future? After a pause, he continued, have you forgotten the hard times we went through in the past? Have you forgotten the oath we swore at our parents' graves that from now on, we would never bow to anyone again? Qin Shiqiang's Adam's apple moved, and he was speechless. The scene of his elder brother being humiliated by customers while selling fish in the vegetable market emerged in his mind. And the scene of being bullied at school. Qin Shixing's eyes were slightly cold. I'll call someone right now. Qin Shixiang smiled with satisfaction and clapped his hands on his brother's shoulders. This is my good brother. Today I will tell them that a powerful dragon cannot defeat a local snake. After saying that, he ordered his men to send the injured in the chess and card room to the Shanshui Manor Private Hospital for treatment. Qin Shixing didn't rush to call anyone, but instead called his online love interest Suyu. Suyu is his gaming partner and also a top student at Jinghua University. The two of them play games together every day. Over time, they fell in love with each other and became a couple. They would video chat with each other from time to time, but they have never met in real life. Qin Shixing confessed his identity in front of Suyu, that he was the younger brother of Qin Yi, the leader of the largest underground force in Binhai City. But Suyu was not surprised by this and said that she was the niece of some female devil in the Beijing Circle. Qin Shixing had never heard of the female devil in the Beijing Circle. He asked around among his friends, but no one had heard of this person. He then asked a few university classmates who worked in Beijing, but still had no clue. Suyu laughed at him for not being of high enough status, saying that only the super big families in Beijing knew her aunt's name. Qin Shixing knew that Suyu didn't like to lie, and he was shocked. If she said that, how awesome must her aunt be? It was precisely because of the background of this online love object that Qin Shixing was confident in agreeing to his elder brother. Brother Sheng, why are you calling me? A soft and ecstatic voice came from the other end of the phone. Qin Shixing smiled slightly and said in a low voice, I miss you. Suyu said jokingly, then come and meet me in person. I don't have classes tomorrow. Ahem. There's no rush for meeting in person. I have some troubles to deal with right now. Qin Shixing smiled awkwardly. Suyu pouted and said coquettishly, you stinky man, you only know how to coax me with nice words, but I don't see you taking any real action. Qin Shixing took a deep breath and said seriously, Xiao Yu, we've only known each other for 3 months. I think it's too early to meet in person. It will make me look like a scumbag. Suyu was a little dazed. Is there any explanation for this? Isn't it just a quickie? Why is he a scumbag? My roommate is meeting up with his online crush whom he has only known for less than a week. Qin Shixing sighed softly. When I was in college, many of my classmates also had online romances. They would meet in person within a few days of knowing each other, and then move on to the next one after sleeping with them, trying to win over a woman with the least loss possible. Suyu was quite shocked. When she thought about her roommate who had a boyfriend who broke up with her online boyfriend unilaterally less than 3 days after they had spent the first blood together in person, she felt a chill in her heart. Qin Shixing smiled gently. So my idea is that we can talk for a while before meeting in person. If the love between two people is long-lasting, why should we be together day and night? Yeah, then I'll listen to you. When you think it's appropriate, we can meet in person. Suyu was secretly delighted. It seemed that the online love partner she found was reliable. Qin Shixing chuckled and said, tell me about my troubles, right? I might need to ask your aunt for help. Suyu was stunned again. My aunt is not my biological aunt. The blood relationship goes back to the generation of great-grandfather. She had only met him once. How can I ask my aunt for help? But, for love, she decided to go all out. Suyu took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to say, tell me, how can I help you? Qin Shixing explained his troubles to Suyu in detail. Suyu understood Wan's whole story and breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. It's not difficult. My aunt has the final say in the Beijing Circle. I heard that she has a group full of bigwigs in the Beijing Circle. I could just ask her to let her know in the group. Thank you, my baby. Gao Qixing's voice became gentler. After a brief exchange of greetings, Gao Qixing hung up the phone. He patted his chest and suddenly felt a little nauseous. Grace's convoy was stuck at a traffic light not far from the global building, with one dark green Hummer after another speeding past. Zhang Tai pulled his head back from the car window and asked quietly, what is the identity of this old man from the Jiang family? Even the top brass from the war zone are here. As he spoke, the lady looked up at the rearview mirror inside the car, only to see George quickly retract his hand from the lady's leg. You little bastard, you touched my lady's legs again. Zhang Tai gnashed his teeth, wishing he could pounce on him. George shrugged innocently. Grace said her legs were sore, so I just gave her a massage. Zhang Tai's heart tightened. Do you want me to contact a doctor? He really believes. Grace's cheeks flushed slightly, and she pretended to be calm and said, I'm fine. Brother Feng, just give me a massage. George resentfully. She wondered if Brother Feng had any special hobbies. For example, something exciting? Otherwise, why would he always like to take advantage of me secretly under the nose of his bodyguard? Ding dong. Grace suddenly received a WeChat message on her phone. She took out her phone and saw that someone had added her as a friend through the family group. The avatar is a bearded Zhang Fei with a shy face photoshopped on his face. Her online name is Xiao Yuer. Grace clicked agree. Xiao Yuer, wow, my aunt agreed immediately. I'm so happy. Grace, who are you? Xiao Yuer. My name is Suyu. and my father is Su Yun Song. Grace, what's up? Xiao wearer. I have a little thing I want to ask my most beautiful aunt for help. Chapter 97. Grace. It turns out brother phone likes excitement. Haha, what a sweet mouth. Grace smiled. Although they weren't close relatives, they were still part of the family tree. She typed, what's up? Xiao Yuer, it's like this. I have an online crush on Mr. Chen's younger brother from Binhai City. A group of people claiming to be from the Beijing community just smashed their place. They're determined to seek justice, and I'd like to ask Annie for help. Grace, no help. Xiao wearer. Auntie, please help me. You are the most beautiful and the best. Grace thought for a moment and typed. How do you want me to help? Xiao Yuer. Don't you have the final say in the Beijing underworld? You just need to tell them not to suppress Master Chen and his brother. Grace, okay. Xiao Yuer. Wow. Thank you, Andy. You are so kind. I love you so much. Grace didn't reply to the message. Instead, she looked up at Zhang Tai and said, Zhang Tai, check for me the information of Qin Shiqiang and his brothers, especially Qin Shixing. Receipt. Zhang Tai immediately took out his cell phone and sent a message. While Zhang Tai was busy editing text messages, George placed his broad palm on Grace's leg again. Grace bit her lip, took off her high heels, and scraped George's ankles with her tender white toes. The convoy arrived at the global building and parked in the parking lot in an orderly manner. At the same time, Su Huaiyan and the top management of the Su family walked out with bodyguards surrounding them. When Su Huaiyan saw his daughter's convoy coming back, he walked towards the only Maybach S680 in the convoy, went to the back seat, and tapped on the window. The back seat of Grace's car is covered with a one-way vision film, so people outside cannot see into the car, but people inside the car can see outside the car very clearly. Open the door. Su Huaiyan slammed the car window hard. Grace turned a deaf ear to her father. He still had some opinions about Brother Phone, and she was worried that he would say something unpleasant and hurt Brother Phone. Grace didn't open the window. Su Huaiyan walked to the passenger seat and knocked on the window. Brother Phone, get down. Grace hooked her arm around George's neck and laid him on her lap. Then she said to Zhang Tai, just open the window a little bit. George felt his cheeks instantly wrapped in fragrance and softness. Although there was a skirt between them, he could still feel the smooth skin under the skirt and the scent of high-end perfume. He couldn't help but take a deep breath of the fragrance. Zhang Tai glanced at the rearview mirror and could no longer see George. The young lady tilted her head and pretended to be asleep, so he opened the car window a little, 2 fingers wide. Su Huaiyan frowned and said, what's wrong? Afraid of the light. Zhang Tai lowered his voice and explained. The young lady just did it herself. She's exhausted and has fallen asleep. Su Huaiyan glanced back through the car window and saw his daughter's face was as red as an apple. She looked very tired. He snorted coldly. How many times have I told you to keep a close eye on her? It's not proper for girls to play around. When she wakes up, tell her that we're going to the Su family first and ask her to come over early. Su Huaiyan glanced at his daughter again as he spoke, seeing her eyelashes trembling and her eyebrows slightly furrowed, as if she were having a nightmare. His eyes softened a bit. Close the window. It's too noisy outside. Don't answer her. Let her have a good rest. Zhang Tai nodded and immediately closed the car window. The moment the car window closed, Grace raised her right hand to cover her mouth tightly. Her head tilted back and all 10 toes curled up. Zhang Jin noticed something was wrong with the young lady, frowned, and asked, Miss, are you okay? She's fine. George sat up straight and responded, explaining with a smile, maybe I couldn't control the strength when massaging. Grace panted slightly, opened her misty eyes, and looked at George. She was now very sure that this bad guy liked to play exciting games. I'm going downstairs to smoke a cigarette. Zhang Jin pushed the door and got out of the car. I'm going too. Zhang Tai also felt like smoking, so he got out of the car. George turned his head to look at Grace's pink cheeks, his mouth dry and his voice hoarse. Are we going A01? Grace nodded shyly. Dingling. But at this moment, George's cell phone rang. I took out my phone and saw it was Emma calling. George thought about it and answered the call. Grace immediately leaned over and put her ear to the back of the phone. George froze and swallowed. Emma. Hubby, aren't you done yet? Susan's voice came from the phone. Grace wrinkled her nose and quickly moved away from the phone. George heard Susan's voice and his tone suddenly turned cold. Is there something wrong? Susan's heart trembled when she heard George's cold voice, as always. She asked cautiously, where have you been? We are all worried about you. George said calmly, the matter has been dealt with. Tell my grandfather, don't worry. That's good. Susan responded, and then said, your formal suit is still in Jinxiu Mansion. Do you want to go to Jinxiu Mansion to change clothes? Or should I bring it to you? Grace pouted and glared at George without saying a word. Her eyes were filled with resentment. George caught a glimpse of Grace's resentful eyes, and his tone became even colder. No need. I'll just rent a dress later. Susan continued. What style do you plan to rent? Our dresses need to match. George was about to reply when he suddenly caught sight of Grace lying on his lap. He shuddered and said in a deep voice, just a simple black suit with a white shirt. Susan glanced at the time and responded, It's already 3 o'clock. The birthday party starts at 6 o'clock. Honey, you is. There was a sudden gasp from the other end of the phone. Susan quickly asked, Husband, what's wrong with you? It's okay. I was bitten by a mosquito, George said through gritted teeth. Susan said, oh, and then suddenly laughed out loud. George frowned. What are you laughing at? Susan chuckled and said, My mom suspects you and Emma are having an affair. She just called me in to give me a lecture. I thought it was quite funny. Don't I understand a relationship between my own husband and my sister? George sneered. What your mother said is true, Emma and I did have an affair. Hiss ouch. Husband, what's wrong with you? Mosquito. George explained with his neck stiffened. Susan smiled and said, Others may not understand you, but don't I understand you? George swallowed hard and said coldly, The George you knew was the honest and upright George from the past, and that George has died on the operating table in the hospital. That's it, hang up, George said and hung up the phone. Susan listened to the busy tone on the phone. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. My husband said so many words to her this time. He didn't resist when I called him husband. Isn't this a sign of easing relations? Stinky husband. Sharp tongue, but soft heart. He still has his own heart. Emma was holding Angela and feeding her a small piece of chocolate. Seeing her sister's smug smile, she asked curiously, What's going on? Why are you so happy? Susan returned the phone to her sister, hugged the sofa pillow, and said with a smile, The relationship between your brother-in-law and I seems to have eased a little. He just chatted with me for a while, and I called him husband. And he didn't resist like before. Emma's eyes dimmed a little, but she still pretended to smile. That's great. I believe that you and your brother-in-law will be reconciled soon. Susan burst out laughing. Didn't I just say that Mom suspected he had an affair with you? That bastard actually admitted it just to piss me off. Does he really think I'm easy to fool? Chapter 98. Confessing to Grace about Emma. Emma stared at Susan in disbelief. Oh my God, my brother-in-law actually admitted that he had an affair with me in front of my sister? Looking at her sister's silly smile, Emma felt extremely conflicted. The sister-in-law falls in love with the brother-in-law. Why would such a ridiculous thing happen to me? She couldn't imagine. How will my sister feel about me if she knew about this? You think he's childish too, right? Susan pursed her lips and smiled, as if she was worried that her sister would be angry. She explained softly, You can't blame your brother-in-law for ruining your innocence. He was just joking to piss me off. I won't be angry. Emma blushed and stammered. Susan stood up and said, Okay, let's go to Jinshio Mansion to change into our dresses. Dad said that a lot of important people will be coming today, so we should dress up and not embarrass him. Emma pouted and said, I don't even know how to put on makeup. Susan smiled and said, I asked Tong Tong to go to Jinshio Mansion. She studied makeup and styling back then. Universal Hotel parking lot. George hugged Grace in his arms and asked unhappily, Why did you bite me just now? Grace nodded and looked at George, pouting and asking him, Are you really having an affair with Emma? George looked into Grace's eyes and asked seriously, If I say yes, will you be angry? Grace blinked her beautiful watery eyes and asked, If I get angry, will you kick Emma away? George felt complicated. Maybe I can be ruthless now before it's too late to make amends. He had been planning to confess to Grace. I'd already made up my mind. If you can only choose one of the two. Grace, whose innocence he had already taken away. But this choice might hurt Emma. Grace lay in George's arms like a little bird, her white fingertips gently drawing circles on his chest. Then tell me about what happened between you and Emma first. George then told her everything that had happened between him and Emma. After listening to the ambiguous stories between George and Emma, Grace said jokingly, You haven't been eyeing your sister-in-law for a long time, have you? George quickly raised 3 fingers and swore, I swear before the car accident, I never thought about those messed up things. Grace naturally believed George and said with a sweet smile, Don't be so serious. If you like it, just take it. Anyway, with your physical condition, I can't satisfy you alone. It's not bad to ask her to share the burden. Gu Jian said that less than 5% of the extra abnormal genes in George's S group were developed. Over time, that set of genes will develop and evolve completely on its own. By then, George's physical fitness will be so strong that it is unimaginable. Thinking back to the 2 previous times when she was tortured to death by Brother Feng and had fallen into a coma several times, she felt a little scared. George's eyes were filled with emotion and guilt, and he held Grace tighter in his arms. Grace, thank you. Grace nuzzled into George's arms and said, I don't want you to thank me. I want you to love me deeply. Her dream is to have a place in Brother Feng's heart. She waited 10 years for this dream. Now that the dream has finally